Cortez is very much made as a villain in this story. But when you kind of look at the way that the conquest took place in Mexico versus other parts of the world, there's a lot of brutality, there's a lot of ignorance, a lot of religious nonsense on both sides, because the Aztecs also did a lot of horrible things. But in the end, I think Mexico went the route of mestizaje. We decided to mix. Like the Spanish decided to take wives among the natives. They decided to give honorary titles to the people that helped fight the Aztecs, to help with the conquest of what wasn't Mexico, just this valley at that time. And gave birth to this culture, this mixed culture that very much hates parts of the South, which is a very part of the Mexican culture. Because you ask anybody in Mexico, a lot of people, I went to Mexican school, so I got a lot of this education of how the evil Spanish came and wiped out all of the natives, most of the people. So in reality, a lot of us in Mexico are mixed blood. Most of us have mixed blood. There's blood in us. So we are very much taught to hate ourselves. And I think that has something to do with a lot of psychology and the culture in Mexico. There's a whole part of our history and ourselves that we hate, but it's essential. When we say that the president of Mexico, the past president, the current president are all about sending the King of Spain letters to have him apologize for the conquista. And it's funny, like some of the bloggers from Spain will respond like, you're asking in Spanish.
Yeah, and you're probably an ancestor of those very people, so it's kind of you more than us.
Yeah,
we didn't even go over there; we're still here.
Yes. Right. And then people ask where the Maya went.
Sometimes
they're there. You go down there, yeah. They look like exactly like paintings. If you've ever been to the Anthropological Museum in Mexico, which I highly people to go and visit, it's beautiful. They have a Mayan exhibit there, and it's like startling how their culture was so advanced, so detailed oriented, and they every single feeling of them just being gone or disappearing as a mystery, but then you go down there and you see people. They look Mayan.
Yeah, they look very different. It's interesting. You know, I went to Chichen Itza. And first of all, you just, I know that the pyramids of Egypt weren't even that, but when you go there, you're like, what happened? Like, how did you guys do this? Like, how are you building these immense stone structures in the jungle way before Europeans ever settled into America, like way before there was anything like this anywhere else.
A lot of strong backs, a lot of work ethic, there's no doubt.
There's a lot of that, but there's also a lot of like incredibly sophisticated engineering. Yeah, like this isn't just like a one-time project. You got it right the first time. Like, how are you guys so good? And like when you look at the Chichen Itza pyramids, well, you can't walk up them anymore, unfortunately. But when I was get in big trouble. But when I was there back in the time up though, this is like I guess early 2000s. And you were allowed to walk up that, but they'll fuck you up now. There's just been videos of people doing things, and then the locals don't get rich to the bottom and just climb that thing. There's a watch guy all the way on the top and a bunch of dog bones. That's a weird thing about all pyramids. I don't know why dogs like hanging out up there. Oh, really? Yeah, it's like the one and the Sun Pyramid in Mexico. There's all dogs on top of it, and this one, there's also a whole of dogs. Feral dogs or domestic dogs? Just hanging out there. But I mean, when you see these things, like give us some of the images of when you see some of these. There's some dogs. When you see some of these pyramids like that, like that's so different. I mean, that is so sophisticated. It's so bizarre.
Yeah.
We had a really good guy there when I went, and the guy was showing us this one area where they would take whatever psychedelic plants. They had like some ceremonial room where they would take psychedelic plants. And he was telling me that it's not totally understood what they were doing or why they were doing it, but it is widely accepted that some of what they were into had to do with psychic rituals. And he thinks that had a lot to do with why they were able to make these kind of insanely complex structures.
And another thing that I've also kind of like realized after just talking to people and going down there and kind of seeing some of the artifacts, a lot of the psychedelics that they actually took were self-harm and mutilation. Bloodletting type activity.
About 6 by 8, like the size
A
of
lot of
a
the
large
Aztec priests,
and
you
because
see
his
depictions
father
of
had
them
recently passed away, the family was
pulling a
impoverished,
cord
and
with
the
thorns
child was hoping to sell this
their
document
private parts.
because the value was valuable. It was, of course, an amazing find because it was a
trying to
500-year-old Haggadah that had originally come from Spain.
visions.
So
So
the
just
name
being
Sarajevo
such extreme
Haggadah is a little bit
pain,
of a
it's
misnomer.
such
That's where
a
it was
bizarre state
discovered
of
in the
mind
modern
that you
era,
transcend.
very, very
Yeah,
most
which
likely
matched up
from the
perfectly
region of
with some of the
Aragon,
Catholic
where it may have been a wedding,
when they
it
arrived.
may have been something
When you
associated
look at a
with
lot
very
of cultures,
wealthy
specifically
Jewish
in
families.
Mexico, you
We
see
had
that
the Haggadah
they
Commission,
met
and
kind of
as
like
is
a
common
perfect
in
culture. Like they matched
medieval manuscripts, the
when the
actual
Catholics
faces
arrived.
of
Yeah,
the people in the artwork
Mexicans
may
were
correspond to
venerating
actual
a mother
members of the
goddess.
family. But at any rate, once this document
at a
became known
grotto,
to the scholarly world, of course, it
area
was
in
avidly
Mexico.
studied
That's where
because it is a rather amazing
Yeah,
example of
rituals
Jewish
kind
art
of-
in a period
What's
when
going on
very
on these,
little
yeah,
figure
like
representing art that
spine
still
puffs?
exists. It was called the first Haggadah, which
yeah.
had shown
Coming out of
great
that area.
hesitation
So,
to
well, that's
represent
wrapped around his
human
dick.
features.
Yeah.
Sarajevo Haggadah has
A lot of
such
people want to go to a lot of people want to go ayahuasca down there, but I don't see a lot of this probably coming back. Well, maybe, I don't know. But that's a big part of what they also
shows
did. You know, a lot of
before it came
letting pain,
A lot of human sacrifice too.
and
Yes.
the staff
Yeah,
around,
which
of course, is
which a
able
lot
to
of people in
swallow
Mexico
up
are
the staff
big
of all the
exaggeration.
magicians
It's like
of Pharaoh.
propaganda denial, and then you go there and they're like
Here is another picture
skull
that
piles
shows
commemorating
a large
war and
vegetable.
depictions of them encoding seeds that they themselves made and just get
Passover prices.
sacrifice people on top of pyramids, pulling up their hearts.
Well, there was that one statue that's on top of the pyramid that's like a bench. They were explaining to me that that's where the
and here's a
sacrifice
great
was.
picture showing
It makes sense. Even the way that the art is depicted, you can't fake that. Most people would think you would go through the rib cage to get at the heart.
soldiers
That
out
would go
on
through
the
the
bars.
diaphragm.
But here's
Down
an
here.
image
So
that
that's
is
why there's a lot of
especially
depictions of some of
fascinating,
these gods.
historians have had
Because
great
they call it which is
difficulty
the
figuring
one
out
of the
exactly
underworld, the
what's going on.
Aztecs. Sometimes it's
It appears
depicted
to be a
in the
satyr
skeletal form of the tans,
note
shrouded
that
as
all
you
the
can see
participants are female, so
a split diaphragm on the bottom that coming out
the
underneath
woman
the
on
rib
the
cage
far
as a
right
signifier that
seems to
that's
be leading the
They
satyr.
go up
Maybe
to
she's
grab the
making
heart.
a
that's
finish
what they
there
go
because
through the heart.
Show that sculpture, that sculpture, that flat bench sculpture that is like a man. It looks like he's sitting
And
on
that's
his
all
hands and
fascinating
knees
stuff, but
with his,
look at the woman
torso
at
faced
the
upward.
lower
That one,
left,
yeah.
who has
Yeah, that was
clearly
the one they were
African
explaining to me.
features.
And
And
again,
this
I
particular
imagine that a lot of these
representation
things, I mean, you have to interpret,
bluish,
because
and other
there are
photographs
things
look
out
a
there
little
that
bit darker,
I don't
but she's
understand.
clearly not of the same
But I know that
background
blood was
as
very
the
essential,
Asian
and it was an
woman in the
essential
picture.
thing for these
But
cultures.
she's clearly
It's one of the most
participating
powerful
in
things
the
you can make.
She's holding up what looks like
And a lot of the Catholic side of things that came into the country, that came into this area, just intermingle perfectly. You know, they were also talking about God, and
That little skull in the corner right next to your
yeah,
So exactly who is this dark skinned woman?
where the capital of Mexico is right now, there's a big cathedral behind it. There's a Templo Mayor, the major temple of the Aztec Empire,
So I don't
and
know
it,
I don't have an answer to that question yet.
just called because that's where they would have the
Anyway, what happened to this?
Sorry, I butchered the word.
Likely
They would have these racks of skulls on top of the pyramids, on top of their central pyramid, displaying all of the people that have gone.
when the Jews were expelled. We know that it
What was the
made
story?
its way
Was it the
to Italy
completion of
because we
Tenochtitlan
have
or
a
one of the Aztec pyramids where they sacrificed 80,000 slaves
that
over the
indicates
quarter they
I've
had?
heard the numbers of 50,000. I have no idea how you would kind of figure out those numbers,
Right.
but you do get accounts of some of the Spanish conquistadors describing the smell that some of these pyramids had, which if you were into kill house, like like a slaughterhouse.
Yeah.
You know, it has this
It's a dark smell.
yeah, it's like it's uncanny. There's something about human tallow that I've also smelled, and the blood that is very distinct. I mean, yeah, we're monkeys, and we probably have some genetic memory of what that smell is. It makes us want to run, I guess. And they describe the smell and done some of these experiments when they finally got into the city. The city, don't get me wrong, the Aztec Empire, like the Spanish peasants coming off that boat were like awestruck all around Europe when they saw the city.
Yeah.
It had water coming into it. It is super complex, just this structure and culture that was uncontested there. So when they got there, they were and completely different than anything European. Yeah. So they came over here and they're like, what is going on?
Terrible tragedy.
Yeah.
And so he actually
What are you
smuggled
doing? Yeah. How do you have so much gold?
out of the
Well, there was some gold. I mean, you hear stories about the city of
wired
gold and stuff. There was gold
down
there.
to ask him for this
But they valued it
while he was holding it.
You know, that wasn't their main central thing. It was kind of puzzled with why they were so interested in something gold and real. Yeah.
He managed to get away.
But
he brought it
when
to
the conquest kind of like
out of town.
finally kind of subsided,
Most likely in a mosque.
the parties
Other
that
Islamic
groups divided up because that's what happened.
survived the war there.
Words within the same culture became allies of the allies of the nation.
Sarajevo, where it is a
When they won, they were like,
class.
you're now
Now, there's
title
another
or
element to the
leader
story
of this
besides the
area.
heroic
Here's the
thing
royal
that
decree.
Mr. Korkut did by saving
Yeah,
the Jewish treasure.
that's in the
Also
that's
saved
60,000 human
Jewish part
sacrifice.
of
Oh my God,
Europe.
you can see where the blood
He and his wife, Servet, actually took this
I think this.
who had
I'm not sure
fled
if this is the one,
from the
but
Nazis
there was
into
one
their
stone
home
where they
and
would
had
tie
lived in their
somebody
home
onto
for
the
several
stone.
months, posing as
He
a
would fight
Muslim
several people until
servant.
he finally
So
died.
they had this
It's
Jewish
like a,
girl,
I don't know,
they gave basic
like
training in how she was supposed to behave and so on. The Nazis never
type of sacrifice.
and she managed to
Human
survive the war.
intelligence
In the end,
applied
she
to cruelty.
eventually moved to
It's
Israel,
very
where she
bizarre. It's
successfully
very bizarre
nominated
when
the
you see
Korkut family
to get tortured.
to members
Yeah,
of the
torture,
righteous
just
of
that
the
kind of
nation.
stuff. Just
And in fact,
what
he
people would
was so
do for
recognized
just pure
posthumously
entertainment
by
or
Yad Vashem,
ritual
and a
or to
certificate was sent.
I mean, because everyone's afraid to die, so you just show
So that's
death
kind of an
in the
amazing
worst
story how,
form,
you know,
in the most cruel,
this man was so
uncaring,
heroic
sacrificial
and saved not only
form
the
in front of
Sarajevo,
everybody,
but
children,
he also
cutting
saved
people's hearts out while they're still
young
alive.
child and was
It just keeps
recognized.
everybody on
The story
edge.
is not
Yeah.
there.
This is one show where I talk about AG1, which I've done for years, and usually I like to talk about routine. And don't get me wrong, because routine is super important. And AG1 is exactly the kind of daily, easy routine that can help you feel healthy and help you get the nutrients that your body needs. But even if you love a routine, isn't it nice to switch it up a little? Well, here we go. After 15 years of the original, AG1 has introduced 3 new flavors: tropical, berry, and citrus. It's still daily, it's still routine, but it's no longer one flavor fits all. And honestly, the best part is that's the only thing that's changed. Besides in flavors, we're talking about the same science, the same 75 plus ingredients, and the same exact benefits. I partnered with AG1 for so long because they're committed to constantly improving. And now that includes offering 3 new flavors. Subscribe today and choose tropical, citrus, berry, or the classic original fruit. If you use my link, you'll also get a free bottle of AG-D3K2 and AG1 welcome kit and 5 AG1 travel packs with your first subscription. Just go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan or head to the link in the description to get started with AG1 and try the new flavors yourself. That's drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. It's a spectacle. And I'm sure it keeps
Israel.
there they go, sacrifice.
The prime minister was at the time.
People keep denying that actually happened, but it's
I
I think it's the same phenomenon here in the U.S.
Israel,
where all Native Americans were like peaceful, and it was like a utopia.
Amazing story how
Yeah.
what goes around.
Well, that's the one that
the heroic
bothers
Muslims
people
able
when they
to
want
save
this
this
binary
Jewish
sort of
document.
analysis
Later,
of
the
North
Jews
America.
were able to
You know, the
save
white people were bad and evil, which for sure they were.
Israel.
And they came over here and they said, good people that were just living off the land in harmony. Like,
So I will leave it to the great Marcus
Not really.
Aurelius to try
in
and
fact, they
define
were killing each other.
what possibly
Not only
this
that, that was
would
their
be.
favorite thing to do. Where we are right now, the Comanches all those motherfuckers did was eat meat. They didn't have any artwork. They didn't have anything other than bows and arrows. That's all they made. They made teepees, they made bows, and they fucked everybody up. And their favorite thing was to go to nearby tribes and kill everybody. Yeah, that was their fun time. They loved to, and they would torture people in the most horrific ways. In Empire of the Summer Moon, which is an amazing book on the Comanche, from writing this, and they would take people that they captured, they would cut their arms and legs off while they're alive. So they would hold them and immediately hack their arms and legs off, and then throw them on a bonfire to watch them wiggle.
Dark-skinned woman at the time of the Seder
yo,
should give us some cause
you
to
gotta
think about how we relate to others.
Dark.
Yeah. That's
Stepping outside of our boundaries.
I don't know what that is. I mean, if you could, let's say I did that in front of the enemy that they just conquered.
Yeah, well, that would make sense. One guy alive to watch it and let him go. Yeah, go tell everybody.
Psychological effects of operations.
So everybody else gets butchered. One guy that let go. You go tell everybody. No, we're out here.
No. No. And also, like, if you think about it, some of the horrors that are still happening down south.
Yeah.
Just we just sent me this message last night of these 6 or 7.
I'll send it to Jamie because it's pretty crazy how often this happens down in Mexico and how little of it we ever hear about it. We don't really hear too much about these insane mass murders that take place down there.
There was a beheading down in Mexico, and it was it's or not a historically safe part of Mexico, where this type of stuff doesn't happen that much, but things are changing rapidly down there. It's evolving quickly. The culture that we have down there, I don't know, like I have some sort of genetic memory.
I bet there is. Makes sense. I think there's genetic memory. 6 severed head found on the side of the road that showing a message in one of Mexico's safest regions. And what part of Mexico is this?
I think it's Puebla region, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Puebla, Tlaxcala. I mean, it's a beautiful place. If you go to Puebla, visit Puebla, it's beautiful, but this is...
Just don't be there at the wrong time.
It just don't work for the cartels, I guess. The act. So this is an interesting thing that I heard long ago from somebody. One of the first jobs I did was cut somebody off a bridge, and one of the older guys that was with me, I was like horrified by this kid, 16, 17-year-old kid, told me, "Oh, they're being kind." And I'm like, what's kind about leaving somebody hanging from a fucking bridge naked? His family's gonna get something to bury at least. So it dawned on me that was an act of kindness. So having somebody beheaded is even so normal. It's even cooler. Yeah, because now they have no body buried. Yeah. And there's a lot of coffins with just a head, or not even that, in Mexico, buried ground.
But just think of how insane it has to be to where hanging someone from a bridge is an act of kindness, because at least you can find the body.
It is the evolution of what is considered normal in Mexico. And people will get shot by the dozens. People will get displayed in this horrific, and people will just go back to work. That's every day. And that's the scary part of it, I think, for most of the people that live down there, is how normalized it has become. It's not an abnormal thing to hear something.
And this is not, in terms of America, our understanding of Mexico and cartel culture, this is not something that was ever talked about when I was in high school. It was never talked about when I was a young man. It never came up. It wasn't a thing in the news. Cartel violence was not.
I think that the first time people started getting an inkling of this was in the 90s, when the phenomenon of this guy Adolfo Constanzo happened. This was on the border between Texas and Juarez area. He was they call him the narcosánico, the Satanist narc. He was a high-level practitioner of something called palo and santeria, and he would do rituals for people like in cartels, and he started his own cartel because he was pretty successful at social engineering and folk magic, basically is what he was doing. And some started believing in his power, and he instructed some of the members of his gang to abduct an American because he needed a brain for his cauldron, where he would do some of these rituals. And I think that's the first time Americans got a little like a small glimpse of the ground brutality, monster, religion, occultism, and just torture and murder that has been going on down there for many years. But it has gotten really bad in the past 20, 30 years.
So this has always been going on.
In a lot of ways, yes, brutality in Mexico has been going on for a while.
But cartel brutality, like when did the cartels really start gaining power?
I think the 70s and 80s is when we start seeing the formation of the first large organizations and federations that are working to produce and or to traffic substances through Mexico up into the United States.
Was it originally cocaine?
Marijuana. I think originally heroin actually was at the start or the initiation of a lot of this stuff. I think
Where were they getting the heroin?
they were planting poppy in the Sierra for the war effort, apparently, for the Americans, because they were running out of shortage of morphine, so they needed a place to plant it. And that's one of the places where they kind of started like, well, they can grow this here. And people started getting ideas.
This is the Vietnam War?
Yeah, around This is the Vietnam, World War II era. That's when you start seeing the initiation of like people planting certain things.
So 40s, 50s, 60s.
50s, I'd say 50s, yeah.
Wow. Well, it's like Vietnam itself is connected to heroin.
Yeah.
Because that's the dirty secret about why we were interested in that whole area of Vietnam, and there was a trafficking area.
Yeah. The Golden Triangle.
Yeah, and coincidentally, a lot of people got insanely rich somehow or another connected to that. But we had to be over there to stop communism or something.
And it's an interesting point you bring up of Vietnam because it has something to do with elements of it remind you of Mexico. Mexico has been a place that has been ruled over by a single party for 80 years, if that, the PRI. And then it went through its democratic period. And now you have other parties coming into play. And now you have a ruling party all over Mexico called Morena, who is, this is party of the abrazos no balazos. That's how they started. Hugs not bullets against the cartels policy, which allowed them to grow. And also super
Hugs not bullets.
But this is coming off a
Mexico's liberals too, I guess.
Yes, we do. Mexico's three things. Southern Mexico, that's rural Mexico. Central Mexico, that's where all the woke comes from. The capital of Mexico, that's where
Mexico City.
That's where all the gender pronouns get issued into law. That's where the violence against women specifically and feminicide is now a thing cataloged under law. You can kill a dude, you're fine, but if you kill a woman, that's feminicide, which is way worse. So that's where a lot of that policy comes from. And then northern Mexico, where I'm from, that's where I guess conservative. That's where all the factories are. That's where all the people, the hardworking people, and people that kind of like go the other side of the politics that are woke. That used to be the case, but now Morena's all ruling all over the country, and a lot of the policies they're bringing with them are to the left. Mexico was very tired from the drug war that it had been going on for 20 years, that I was a part of for 12 of those years. They saw Felipe Calderon bring the military into this fight to fight the cartels and just getting a giant beehive. He had realistically he really didn't have a clue what he was about to kind of kick off. He had the idea that if you just put the military out, which are not corrupted, he thought they were not corrupted, and you militarized a lot of the policing going on around it, you can eliminate all these cartel members. Like, this guy's gone, and we're gonna just now secure this area and control. But it's been just basically gremlins. One gremlin will turn into 4 or 5 because it's a hydra.
It's just a bunch of heads come out now. So Mexico has been going through that for a while, and this president comes in, López Obrador, with this plan of like, they'll just leave them alone, and they'll stop. Violence will stop because we'll stop fighting them. How'd that work? He has one of the most violent presidencies in history. He criticizes Calderon, who started the drug war, over his handling of it. He outmatches him from death during his administration. What we saw in his administration was the politicalization, and they were already in politics, but now they're really overt about it. Now cartels are like, they have their own candidates running for office. The mayor of a city and the police chief of a city, they're all cartel members, and the police force are all cartel members in parts of Mexico. All of the political killings that happen in Mexico don't happen because there's a bunch of John F. Kennedys out there that are trying to change things, right? It's because that cartel is sponsoring that candidate, and this cartel is sponsoring that candidate, so I don't want your candidate to win, so I'm going to go shoot him.
Well, there was some insane amount of murders during the last election. Wasn't it like 30 plus murders? See if you can find out how many murders there was.
That sounds about right. It is, again, these criminal organizations have politicized. They figured out that, how can we operate in this region without having much issues?
Right.
Let's make the mayor our guy. Right. And let's elect the governor. So
we like to think that we're innocent over here, but how much different is it with what we do with pharmaceutical drug companies sponsoring people? Because they pay for people's campaigns, and those people get in with a specific understanding of what kind of laws you need to push through, what kind of mandates you need to make in terms of mandating the use of certain medications.
It's a different type of corruption.
It's a different type of corruption, but it's still drugs. Yeah. Up to 60 politicians in the 2024 general and local elections. 60 politicians were assassinated during pre-campaign and campaign periods. Fucking imagine what's going on in America. Marjorie Taylor Greene's getting whacked. AOC's getting whacked. Like, that would be fucking crazy. This episode is brought to you by Visible. I want to let you on something. Your current wireless carrier does not want you to know about Visible, because Visible Ultimate Wireless has no confusing plans with surprise fees, no nonsense, fast speeds, great coverage, no premium cost. With Visible, you get one line wireless with unlimited data, powered by Verizon's network for $25 a month, taxes and fees included. Seriously, $25 a month flat. What you see is what you pay. No hidden fees on top of that. Ready to see? Join now and unlock unlimited data for just $25 a month on the Visible plan. Don't think wireless can be so transparent? So Visible? Well, now you know. Switch today at visible.com/Rogan. Terms apply. See visible.com for plan features and network management details.
And it is a clear sign that whatever division people had in their heads about cartels or this organization here, they're not openly at least involved in any of this political stuff, and all that shit's gone. Something happened last year. The arrest of one of the biggest cartel heads in history from Mexico, El Mayo Zambada. He was arrested in Texas. They flew him into a private airfield under pretty interesting, he handed himself over to the authorities. He was arrested there. That kicked off a lot of violence in Mexico. Why was he willing to fly in? So there's different stories around that. He's told stories. He's actually talked about this many times openly with his drivers and stuff like that, driving around, so he just speaks about it. He was a ghost. This is El Mayo Zambada was the legitimate leader of the Sinaloa cartel. The U.S. would say that it was Chapo Guzman. Not with the Sinaloa cartel was a federation. And a lot of the bigger, older parts of that cartel were kind of headed up by this figure, El Mayo Zambada, who in 50 years was never arrested, never grabbed, caught. You would hear about them
about him vaguely in certain circles, but everybody knew that guy is the head of the Sinaloa cartel, or he's the bigger guy in that organization, which is the Federation of Groups. Last time I was here, it was after the Gultecanazo, the incident where they rescued Ovidio, one of El Chapo's sons. 2 years ago, they finally caught up to him. Right? The army did this operation, same thing happened. All the cartels burned the city, blocked roads, and stuff like that. A lot of special operations soldiers died in his arrest, a few of them. And he was finally arrested and extradited to the United States. Conversation probably happened with him in the United States with the media when he was finally in U.S. custody. And El Chapo Guzman is in home, and he's not going to get out of that hole. His sons probably figured out that if they don't do a hole too, they probably need to cut a deal. I think, and the theory is, that deal would probably include handing over the head of the Sinaloa cartel by San Bala.
Sought by U.S. law enforcement for more than 2 decades, he was taken after arriving in a private plane at Texas airport with Guzman's son, Joaquin Guzman Lopez. Guzman Lopez has pleaded not guilty to federal drug trafficking charges in Chicago. His brother, Ovidio Guzman Lopez, pleaded guilty last month. Zapata said that he was kidnapped to go on haul to the U.S. by Guzman Lopez, whose lawyer denies those claims. So this is the shady stuff that happened. That El Mayo gets brought into a meeting in Sinaloa by Joaquin, who is he's not really into the drug. He's not one of the powerful brothers of the Chapo Guzman brothers that are in the drug trade. He's kind of like wanting out, basically. So at some point he cuts a deal. And in this deal, he said, I'm going to get this guy on a plane and we're going to fly over, and we're going to make a deal. That's the story. He has a Mayo come into a meeting between the governor of Sinaloa, which is no public people. The governor of Sinaloa was going to be in the meeting of the Sinaloa cartel, who is a member of the criminal party all over the country. Also no investigation, also he's still in power, which is shady as fuck. Between him and a man named Gwen, who was, I think he was the director of the university. They had some sort of political dispute in a line was being brought into, I don't know, negotiate or the influence of that, which tells you a lot about how the cartels and politics and the universities are tied. At that meeting, Nemesio Gwen, who is a friend of mine, the guy who's the director of the university, gets killed. They shoot him. There's a video published of a gas station shootout where supposedly this man, who's the director of the university, gets killed. But it's fucking made up by the state prosecutor, to try to make this shit go away. Meanwhile, all the stuff starts unraveling. Oh, they abducted Ohio at that meeting, and that's why they killed this guy. We don't know, or at least I don't know if there's any specific confirmation that the governor of Sinaloa was there. But he said he went to the U.S. He was in the U.S. He wasn't there, but there's no travel laws of him being in the U.S. It's a shit show. They somehow overtake his bodyguards. Maya's bodyguards, they're gone. Nobody knows where they went. Probably dead somewhere. Got El Mayo on a plane and flew into Texas. Homeland Security was apparently involved. The FBI says that they may have been involved. But I was talking, last time I was here, I was talking about at some point we're going to see either a direct U.S. intervention or military action in Mexico that's going to kick off things. And I think that was it. After that happened, El Chapo Guzman's sons cut deals. 17 members of the Guzman family were secretly flown to Tijuana and crossed the border with suitcases and were put into FBI vans and suitcases. Yeah. They rescued their family members and they took them out of the country, so they're in the U.S. somewhere. Under some kind of protective custody. Yeah, of course. And if you want to talk about people that know everything, like all the ins and outs,
Elias Ahmad is more. He's the guy. He knows where he's I think he's in New York, and I think he just declared himself guilty, and he's probably going to cut a deal. He's older. He's a diabetic. He's not going to spend life in prison. The Chapel Guzman went which is wild, which is how long he running shit, how many people died, how many drugs. He learned his tradecraft in LA.
Here it is. It's August 25th, so it's soon. A Brooklyn federal judge on Monday scheduled August 25th change of plea hearing for Zambada, longtime leader of Mexico City cartel development, comes 2 weeks after federal prosecutors said they wouldn't seek the death penalty against him.
There's a deal there, and
they're going to put him in the same prison as Ghislaine Maxwell.
I don't see him jogging, but yeah,
Probably doing yoga.
There's a deal coming, and there's this sense in the U.S. that Trump came into power and declared these organizations terrorist organizations, and there was an expectation that the end blows off, and you're going to see military action pretty soon. But what I'm seeing has been a very calculated, surgical operation. It looks like, I don't know. I mean, you see, they took out the head of the Sinaloa cartel, and Sinaloa has been on fire ever since. It is open warfare between the last remaining sons of Ocho and the sons of Amaya, who are now, I've seen videos. It's bananas. It is a war zone on the streets. See, find some of that Sinaloa video, Jamie, because it is shocking when this war kicked off between these two factions in Sinaloa. Schools closed. People didn't want to go out because their cars were going to get jacked to get burned and put in the middle of the street. Companies closed. All the luxury environment around these criminal organizations that they built up. I mean, these were criminal organizations that had Louis Vuitton stores and exotic cars being sold and stored. These dealerships, all the bands that play live music at their places, and all these exotic seafood places, all these places just how are they going to sustain themselves now? This economy is crashing, and it's the Mexican government comes out, the current president, Sheinbaum, out, and she blames this state being on fire. The U.S. Like the U.S. came in here and abducted a Mexican national, and they charged Joaquin Guzman, who was involved in the operation, to pick up a liar. They charged him with high treason in Mexico. What is a liar putting in the U.S., which is high treason? He's charged with high treason. So for abducting a drug lord, yes. Whoa, which is like, I don't know, like I'm doing the math on that. Wow. But you have this, she's blaming the U.S. for basically causing this instability. Give me some fun. So this is the members of Ohio's family shooting up all the luxury of those chapitos.
I hope these guys are using ear protection.
No, they're not. We'll talk about that in a bit.
Yeah, you can probably sneak up on all those motherfuckers. They're probably all deaf.
But they're basically shooting up all the luxury apartments that they know are owned by the Chapos in that area. They love 100-round drum magazines in Mexico for some reason.
That's a 50 cal with no hearing protection.
Why? You don't need it.
How many of those guys are deaf?
Oh, but a lot of them have a severe hearing loss, and I recently went to Jalisco with a friend of mine who has a channel called The Connect. Johnny, he talks to drug dealers and people in that life. There's a friend of mine in Mexico. He's basically a Mexican Sean line. The Gafe 423 is handle. And he interviews like cartel members and people that life.
Do they wear masks?
Yeah. We talked to a kid that was 6 months out of working with them. What is currently, I think, priority number one, should be priority number one for the U.S., the New Generation Cartel. This militarized cartel out of Jalisco that's been with this war going on between the Sinaloa factions. I mean, it's Christmas for them. When we went down there, he introduced us to this kid who was freshly off. Basically, he was born in tank warfare on the borders between Jalisco and Zacatecas against those Mayans. You see them firing at this house. Tanks. They're making their own tanks. If you get your truck stolen up here and probably get driven to Mexico, they're going to make a tank out of it probably. They're making these artisanally made tanks, basically. Mostly where they are, that's a pretty old one. I think that's the Zeta period. That's cool though. It's like a fucking Mad Max vehicle. But what they do is they make these tanks, and his job was to be in the back of one of these with a 50 cal rifle. So what they do is you'll get into a dirt road, and they'll put their trucks like this with their backs turned. Just ram them with the front, the engine will go out. You have to ram them with the back of the truck. So they'll just go into like this destruction area in the hills and shoot at each other until there's a clear winner, is what they do basically. And their main weapons are 50 caliber rifles. So they'll be in the back of the truck and they'll like, now. And they'll just, somebody's on radio inside the cabin trying to call out on, and they'll pop out and start.
How come no one's figured out ear protection?
They put bullets in their ears. I've seen that. They put like plastic things in their ears. But realistically, they don't get shit. That's why there's no ears.
You can get like a pair of Walker's game ears on Amazon. It's not that expensive.
None of that is out there. This kid walked us through how he was all the way from his recruitment to his training, through this tank warfare thing that they sent him on, and now into his life where he was like, why I laughed about your question about hearing protection is I was the first person that showed him what tinnitus was and what hearing loss was, because he kept like, what'd you say?
Spanish English
do you have hearing loss? Like, no, like, I just, we have severe hearing loss from what you went down. This is probably,
Is the tanks going after each other?
yeah, this is, you'll see this in different, I mean, they're fighting over drug routes, basically, and territory. And
They're so close to each other.
it's
50 caliber at like 10-foot distance.
and the drones are now involved in this as well. Because why not? Of course. So and the way he's recruited is pretty interesting. He was an Uber driver. This kid, again, you would look at this kid if you found him somewhere, just a normal kid. He's 23 right now, I think, but looks like a kid. Uber driver crashes into somebody, accident, doesn't have enough money to pay the extra for the insurance. So he's like, God, what am I going to do? And I'm married, newly married. What am I going to do? It was on TikTok. It's an advertisement on TikTok for like, hey, you need money? This is how much we pay if you come up with us. The cartel advertising.
The cartel uses TikTok.
Yeah. Yes. Facebook, TikTok, of course.
Totally makes sense.
But specifically, TikTok is one of the biggest recruiting methods. And it's in the open. It's not like you have to access this front page and go and do this. No, it's like, hey, you want to come work for the 4 letters? Is that the way to go on themselves? Yeah. Just call this number. Right? So he called this number. He was like told to meet somebody at a bus station. He goes, meets these people at the bus station. They put him in a car. They check them. Like, give me your phones. We don't want to be tracked. And then they drive him to a place where they're going to be trained, I guess, is what he said. And then cops stop him around, beat the shit out of all of them there, torture a few of them. What are you doing? Where are you going? Don't tell them anything. Don't tell them anything. And after they got the beating of their life, I think, could you pass the test? And now you're going to go.
Oh, so that was what it was for.
But the uniformed cops will go tell them. And the police look like these are places where everybody, you know.
So it's just to see if you'll crack.
He gets driven to one of these ranches, these training camps. And it's not like, you know, I remember seeing the Al Qaeda training camps where the guys are on the monkey bars and stuff like that. These are military compounds that are in the Sierras and the mountains. There was a case recently where they thought they found these mass graves that turned out to be actually training camps for dead people there, but they found all these shoes in Mexico. They were calling them Mexican Auschwitz. What they actually found is processing space. Like you go there and they strip off all your clothes and your shoes and they leave them there because they can't even shoes because they want to be tracked. So it was one of those processes. So then end up in some of the training camps. He describes active military personnel trained in the hills, Mexican military personnel trained in the hills, former special operators from Colombia, some former special operators from Mexico, some from America as well, right? There's rumors, and again, I have not talked directly to anybody who knows of that, that's had eyes on them, but there are rumors of at least two American specialists of some sort, because I've heard Delta Force and SEALs, I don't know. But there is a clear communication of methods and technology. IEDs are a thing in Mexico now. Like IEDs are very reminiscent of things that you would see in Afghanistan and Iraq. And the only way that they come over here is not from an Afghani or Iraqi coming over and showing us how to do IEDs. There's probably a DoD tech of some sort from the U.S. that has some experience and know how to make some of these. That's one place where they were learning their trade craft. Another one is Colombia. Colombian operators have been showing up in weird parts of the world fighting. I mean, they're in the Ukrainian war right now. Learning about drone technology. Some of the leaders from Mexico that went to fight in the Ukrainian front are now back in Mexico, showing the cartels what they learned about drone warfare in the Ukrainian war. So this kid describing camp where it's the army, people are marching around, people are in uniform, people are getting trained, and you'll get people brought into this training camp and like, hey, let's see if you're worthy, and they'll give you a gun and like kill some random person. Yeah. And this kid describes how that's the first kill, just an unarmed dude that was dragged to that camp.
So they just drag you just to see if you're capable of
I think he was one of the guys that tried to run. Because it's like the military, but they'll kill you there if you fuck up or they'll beat you or flop. It is job. It is like a structured job. You get money paid to you every quinzena, every 15 days, and bonuses at the end of the month. You get equipment. You get selected for certain activities. You get selected for tank duty, and they send them on this fucking tank to fight in the hills. Some people get selected to manage some of the drugstores. Some people get managed to just be lookouts. But it's a giant network of people that they've managed to create for themselves in this region, this new generation cartel. It's one of the largest and fastest growing cartels in Mexico, and it is now probably operating all over Mexico. And most of their recruiting is through TikTok, yes. And open, and again, it's not, you don't have to search for it. It's there. It's like people smugglers advertise on TikTok constantly as well. Like they'll have videos of people here in Texas that went through the border recently, and with a newspaper, like, hey, I'm in Texas now. Look at the newspaper, and like they were in Mexico like a few hours later, a few hours before with the newspaper, and like. This is who was the best smuggler out there. Hire him for like a safe crossing. This is on TikTok. I mean, it's in the open. People don't realize how big of a tool that's being utilized in Mexico as a recruiting tool. It's propaganda tool as well. That's what they'll talk shit to each other to them.
How did this kid get out?
He ran. I think he managed to prove himself with that, and he managed to get the favor of one of their leaders, and he told them, like, hey, I know you're going to want to be here. Leave your shit, run, I guess. Don't come back. Don't look back. Also, but not everybody gets that opportunity.
So it's just somebody who liked him, maybe.
He said he worked well in that organization. He got favor, and eventually said, you know what, I have a wife and a kid that I need to get back to. Is there a way that let him go?
How long was he being held?
I think he said something about 6 or 8 months. And he went through some shit. He went through was in the border between Jalisco and Zacatecas, where the Mayas were trying to fight over that territory. It's basically one of the corridors up into the border region of Mexico, through Mexico. So that's people always fighting over these regions. He came back with PTSD, PROs, and again, all these things are unknown. He's a Mexican kid without health insurance. How is he going to do these things? I talked to him for a bit. He was like, oh, that makes sense. Oh, yeah, you drink a lot. Yeah, I know why. I used to drink a ton. Nightmares, yeah. Like rage moments, yeah. Sounds like PTSD, dude. Sit down. So, but he's one in thousands of kids like that out there who are gone through some of these things. Both on the military and police side and also the drug side. Highly traumatized individuals. But there's nothing for them down there. If they think about what they did, they're in trouble. If they look for help, there's no help out there. So this kid is trying to reform his life without this fucking damage. And he lost his family. And he fought so much to get back to him. Which is, it's one small story and tragedy. But you go to Jalisco, and they have a road out there in Jalisco with desaparecidos, where the missing are, and it's covered in posters of missing people. In Guadalajara, it's like one of those zombie movies where they have all these like the missing people posters all over because zombie outbreak happened. It's like that. It's people, 100,000 according to official ones in Mexico as far as missing. Just considered. I wouldn't say it's necessarily common, and that's another aspect of this war that the people don't kind of like realize. The numbers are skewed, because there's no confirmed dead person for a number of the amount of people murdered. There's no body. And Mexico has become very good at getting rid of bodies. The cultures in Mexico. I was in Guatemala working with a tactical group out there. They showed me. I'm always learning from people. Different regions have different ways of getting rid of bodies. Yeah. Some just burn them. Just throw fuel on them to see if they can burn. In this part of the country, which is on the east side of the country, they will heat up fuel drums with diesel inside. Diesel gets without ignition. And that's where they put the bodies inside, basically down to their essential essence. And there's nothing to find. They tell me that process. You go to my hometown, Tijuana, that's where we have cauldron exposed bodies. Yeah. And then we go to Tijuana, where I'm from, and we have the phenomenon of Pozolero, who will get rid of people with caustic soda. It's a mixture of chemicals that you can find at a hardware store. They would make people into pig slurry, and they just dump the big glory in a hole and just cover it up. So the numbers that we see as far as dead and missing, it's not a real number. It has to be bigger. It is a place where you'll go into some town. There's just a bunch of old men and females because all old men are gone, or you'll see like these abandoned graves in some places. I talked to a lady who's part of some of these. There's these organizations all over the country right now. They're grassroots organizations that are basically just dedicated to finding clandestine body disposal places. They're looking for their family members, basically. How do you say that word? Is query. That's the one I told you that was people were trying to make it seem like this was like an extermination camp. How do you say the word?
Isekai. High concentrations of ash suggest the presence of clandestine crematoriums.
Yeah, bodies weren't disposed of there, not at the volume of an Auschwitz 11 thing. But yeah, there were definitely people getting burned there.
So they're just killing people all the time.
Yeah, I mean, body disposal to a level where there's nothing left is something you do in a place where you're worried about the government catching it. But this is all on our island, so this is New Generation Cartel territory that body. There's no the forensic services in some of these places are like here's the casings from this murder. Oh, thank you. Throw them in this whole this giant hill of casings that they have in the evidence locker, right? They're overwhelmed. There's no.
Also, you can't solve any crimes. You're dead 90% of them. Imagine your job. If you do it well, you're dead.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not going to do well.
90% of all murders in Mexico. 90. So it's you have this cartel now that is you have the last about is gone. El Chapo's sons are cutting a deal. One of them apparently has made an alliance with the head of the New Generation Cartel, and by El Mencho. His nickname is El Mencho. Nemesio Segas Cervantes is his real name. Last time I was here, there was like, this was 5 years ago, I was here, there were questions about if he was even alive or not. People they thought he was being kept alive as his full figure, because he's low-key, very low-key, not like he's not flashy, everything's militarized, he's very good at his tradecraft. But recently, he's very much alive. He's very much exposed himself a few times. He was almost arrested recently, and the federal police apparently tipped off his security about the operation against him. It's the second time he was almost arrested. He's the biggest target right now in Mexico. We've basically run through the media of Trump's authorization of utilizing military action in Latin America in general, all the way from Venezuela all the way up to Mexico. And you hear these rumblings of like, how is this military operation going to look like? Is this going to be an invasion? Are we going to see like a column of U.S. Marines driving down to Tijuana? Probably spend some time in Tijuana. That's probably not a good idea. Are we going to see like Delta Force guys showing up in Tijuana and Culiacan and going on a raid on their own without permission of the local authorities? What's this going to look like? I don't see a direct cross between Mexico and the United States anymore. There's issues there. The U.S. has realized that politics are compromised at high level in Mexico completely. With the example of the recent almost arrest of Nemesio Segas El Mencho, you see that the federal forces are compromised as well. So, like, who do you trust? As an American force that is trying to cut the stem of drugs into this country, this is kind of the excuse that they're utilizing for the nation. And then, who do you trust now? I posted, I'm friends with a bunch of dorks, and they're all looking at Flight Tracker and telling me stuff like that. I'm a dork too. And one of them sent me this suspicious American drone flying over the state of Mexico did certain laws, and I posted it immediately. And I think I was one of the first ones to post it online. And the press briefing happened almost immediately, and the head of public safety in Mexico, said like, "Oh, yeah, this is we asked for this drone to fly over this area. This is not a military drone, but we asked for it to fly over this area." Which I don't think he knows what's flying over the fuck. I don't think he knows why there's a drone for a specific part of Mexico. I don't know. It seemed like he didn't, or either he didn't want to reveal this drone. But there have been many times we have drones just flying close to the border or Mexico, clearly drawing a map that it tells in Mexico. So something is coming, I think. But what is it going to look like, though, is the question that people are asking. Speaking to somebody like Gafe down in Mexico, he was a former member of the operations. And I asked him, like, hey, what is the military going to do if the U.S. says, like, we're going in without your approval? He said, well, if you start fighting the cartels without approval of the Mexican government, you will turn criminal organizations into freedom fighters. And they're already integrated into the military in certain ways because some of them are working for them and some of them are working for us. So you will make the whole a cohesive force against you. Oh boy. Which is an interesting theory, if that happens.
That seems like
it does.
yeah, because there's like anti-U.S. sentiment already. And then also the closing of the borders.
It's a perfect storm. I mean, Trump is divisive, and he has been turning to this very clear like enemy, like this is the enemy, specifically by politicians out there. He's pretty easy to just vilify, like it says so, why is Sinaloa on fire? Maybe it's because you have a corrupt governor there who was clearly in cartel ties and stuff like that, who was part of your party, but you figure out how to get him out of office. Maybe it's that, or no, it's the U.S. because they dumped it in the line. That's why the place is on fire. They're in charge of some treason. That's why they charge some high treason. But there you go. So like, who are you going to trust in that? So Mexico has pressed the U.S. is responsible for this, and they're kind of wiping hands from it. And the U.S. keeps pointing their finger at the high-level government, which is something, again, 5 years ago, I spoke about this on this podcast, and I got a lot of shit for it. I said, there's no way of going after cartels in Mexico without going after the government, because they're one and the same in a lot of places. And that was back then, and now it's even more clear as how tied they are.
If nothing happens, if the United States doesn't do anything, how much bigger can the cartels get? This is the question. It's like, what is going to happen to just this entire country? And if you have this is what that's why you have a lot of conflicts happening in routes that are leading towards them. The Sinaloa cartel operate in a very old-fashioned way. They wouldn't shit. It was their politics. They wouldn't shit where you eat. It was their politics for a long time. You saw a change in this when the brutality aspect and how this shit changed in Mexico. There was an incident. Members of Los Arellano Felix cartel, the Tijuana cartel, were in a direct conflict with elements of El Chapo Guzman's organization. And they had an assassin. They had an assassin basically infiltrate the circle of one of El Chapo's main guys, the one above. And he seduced his wife, killed her, and abducted his kids, and threw them off a bridge, and sent that video to the one above.
I got the third plague lice.
And I think after that, all shit had happened after that. Before that, but I think that set off this.
Species of lice that plague the ancient world.
At some point of that whole war that happened, you start getting the elements of the set that's coming in, or special operator guys who basically said, like, we can start our own cartel. Which a lot of them were more brag and trained individuals. Some of them went through the Marine course. Before nationalists go through the course a lot, so they went to the Marine course, and then they go back to Mexico, and then as soon as they get back to Mexico, they go, oh, congratulations, I'm here. Go Marine, all this training. Come train her child, or come work for us. That's scary, but so at some point, all of this started militarized conflict in Mexico. It went from gang against gang violence, which is like very reminiscent of some of the stuff that happened up here during the gang era, or some of the Al Capone era, the shootouts between people. How to deal with those lies and Zetas changed the game. But one of the preferred methods started bringing guerrilla warfare tactics into this realm. They started doing all those torture videos and cartel execution videos. That comes from that. They realized that part of guerrilla warfare campaign is propaganda, and how can you make propaganda shooting a guy in the field? Here's a beautiful so they changed that game. They started realizing that, the one thing having a kid with big sneakers and a truck with an AK whose dad was part of the organization, they brought his kid. But it's probably a better idea to have militarized or paramilitary groups working with this. So they started getting these evolutions of ideas of what criminal organizations should be. And all that, and then the members of the Generation Cartel that is now kind of like dominating Mexico started off as a Zeta hunting force by the Sinaloa cartel in Jalisco. And they said, like, no, we can do this for ourselves now too as well. So that's how they originated in a lot of ways. So this organization has taken the textbook learning process of all these other cartels and is now this cartel with all this foundation, educational foundation, as far as how to set up an organization, how to set up all these transnational groups, how to operate on both sides of the border, how to augment their capabilities constantly through technology. Drone warfare was first seen, I think, in Mexico. You saw drone dropping bombs and shit like that in Mexico before the Ukraine got. But they got really good at it. The Ukrainians fucking taking that shit to another level. There are Mexican nationals fighting for their foreign services, their foreign brigades in Ukraine. And some of them have gone into that route, and some of them are coming back. And you started seeing this sudden sophistication. It used to be bomblets dropped from these commercial drones and the explosives and the more probably mining explosives. You start seeing these bomblets made that are more reminiscent of Colombian explosives or IRA era explosives. And now you're seeing these coordinated drone attacks on military forces in Mexico. I think they recently got some pilot that army official they got with the drone and they killed him. They almost killed him. We start seeing these drones out being operated as scouts, so you can't get close to them because the drones are in the sky. So now I'm seeing drone cartels fighting against other cartel drones. So I'm seeing cartel guys with these futuristic drone, anti-drone guns. Increasing those things. They look like space guns, but they have the cartel guy wearing examples, which is what's going, what the fuck's going on with these people? So you start seeing all this augmentation of capabilities. This single cartel now has all of this history behind it, all of these lessons behind it, all of this training behind it, all this technology. And it is poised to make punch a hole right through its territory and go up north into the United States. Right? There are no segments of the border wall currently that are actually controlled or a city that is controlled by the new generation cartel themselves. That's not the case now. But there are places that are starting to maybe look like they're going that way. Tijuana being one of them. You start seeing the last remaining sons of Machado was one that are free. Archibald was the strongest one. his faction, Chapitas, as what they call themselves, this past year announced that they had reached an alliance with this new cartel, this new generation cartel. So it's a cohesive force, and they have historical ties and a part of the border that they owned already, that they inherited from their dad. So that nightmare scenario, having this cartel now having a clear doorway into the United States, is pretty close if not there already.
And how wild would it be if the border was still wide open? Because they've cut down on illegal immigrants by some high 90%.
Yeah, it's way down. They're still crossing so well. It's really expensive. It's really expensive.
You gotta get that guy off TikTok.
Yeah. There's a bunch of ways they do. I saw one where they were like, "Hey, we'll grab a portfolio full of copies of IDs." And like, "Oh, you look like this dude." And then they'll give you, this like, just get really drunk before you cross and pretend you're asleep. And they'll give you paperwork that looks like the dude, that looks like you. And that's how they cross it. People, it's very expensive. That's how they cross it. Fast boats, there's a bunch of videos online, just boats just arriving on the beach and just dudes jumping out. It's classic running. There's like
They're in.
there's a shortage of those wave runners. There's a shortage of them in Mexico because they just buy them just to.
Well, short trip. I mean, if you think if you get on one in Tijuana and you hop over to San Diego, it's not that far.
No, and they'll swarm it now. They'll do many of those boats. And if you're in TJ, you can see off the coast, there's a bunch of Navy ship there. So which is a cause for alarm for a lot of Mexicans. When I said Mexicans view any sort of intervention by the United States with fear.
Thank you, Rabbi.
Although they are also fearful of what happens if this is allowed to continue in Mexico and they don't see any solutions from the government.
So it seems like the opposite. It seems like it's going more and more towards the cartel.
Yeah.
So what would happen if the United States didn't infiltrate? If the United States didn't attack, or something didn't happen?
I think they've stepped away. I think we're already involved. This arrest of Among Zapata, this designation that allows a lot of things, safety's off the type thing against Mexico, against some of these cartels. What's worrying in the eyes of Mexico and in the eyes of Mexican areas, the fact that there was a promise of no negotiating terrorists, or at least it's something that is assumed. No negotiating terrorists is like a thing. All of a sudden, one of these factions just made a deal. Now they're negotiating. Now all these people are crossing that border. The family members are crossing that border now for the safety of the United States. The dude that the United States made a deal with is responsible for the death of a few special operators that were a part of his arrest. What are they going to tell their families of that loss and why they died? And so the piles of bodies that were around after both the arrest attempts. Distrust on all sides. Mexicans don't trust the government to solve it because it's
the deal with your president? What's her deal?
Shame on. Very well.
Here's a
Very
satellite
a few guerrilla forces in Central America have come out and said that she was once in spiders with them.
The Nile River Delta, of course,
Jewish
green because
it is very odd from Mexico.
North
Very
into
loved
the Mediterranean
by
Sea. Unfortunately, we
large
have
segments of the population.
archaeological,
What is there about it that she's loved? Like, what is about her policies or what she
I
represents?
think she's feeding off a lot of the love that they had for Alma.
There are a lot of reasons for this.
Alma
There
was
are
our
certainly some cultural barriers. The pharaohs
That's the best way to
were
describe him. Populist guy, trained to swamp rhetoric, like all these other guys, the conservatives can go gone, gonna win this, he won by a landslide. But he kept talking about conservatives and the previous party, and then what the Lorena party is made up of all these other politicians just switching sides and joining his party. Shame on came in with a big job on her hands as far as security. She immediately reversed the whole Avasos of Avasos, and there's Avasos on the table now. I recognize that. She brought into office with her man. What did you mean by that? Like saying Colossus? It was Avasos of Avasos, like hugs not bullets. She got rid of that. Now there's a lot of Colossus and more bullets now. There's a man in power right now, a security official, who has a sort of history in Mexico. He comes from people. He has been in circles of people that have been involved in some shit, but he himself has not. There's nothing on him that we know of, you know. And the super cop is what he calls him. He's very well loved by some men. I actually talked to a few people that work directly with him. He seems to be a guy who's willing to go up to task. And he's receiving all this pressure from the United States that, like, we need results for you guys. Like, what are you doing? So he has been heading up operations against some of these organizations, specifically in Sinaloa. And we've seen record breaking fentanyl seizures and high-level politicians being caught up in some of these things. And specifically, the interesting part of the operations he's conducting all over Mexico is he's actually going after municipalities. So he's going after, like, municipal presidents and some of the local governments that are basically all corrupt. And he realizes that, hey, where's the cartel here? Oh, the cartel's good. It's cartel. So they do these mass swarm operations on some of these places where they arrest the police chief, they arrest the mayor. He realizes that this is the front that he has to now fight, because the cartel isn't just these organizations out of the hills anymore. They're inside, they're infiltrated, they're in politics, and people think about drugs only. But drugs only, these cartels are fighting for machicol as well. Trafficking. You know, there's a family avocado. If you go to Chipotle or at your walk, you're putting money in the pockets of this generation cartel or the Familia Chicana. It's allowed. And it's fuel theft. And fuel theft is by the machicol is what they call it in Mexico. It's interesting that that catches, that puts in a lot of people in the United States that have been involved in illegally siphoned fuel from Mexico by some of these criminal organizations, putting it on a ship and flying and doing a lot of magic with the paperwork, and then it ended up.
Welcome. How are you, Juco?
So that's another side of it that people don't.
What's up, Pimp? How'd you find out, son?
I just see you in the other group chat, in the other shit.
Word, dog. How's your day going?
It's going good. How your day going?
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Yeah. It's going good. I'm chilling.
Amazing. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
No.
All right, well, it's essentially people who have their entire life on camera, and that's what mine is. It's essentially a time capsule for society, or a timeline for society. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as its number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy. If you're not already, I want you to be able to have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? Excellent. So I'm just chilling, watching Jewish history lectures. What are you up to?
I ain't doing that. I just joined your server. I see you in the e-girl world voice chat. I was wondering what you was doing. I just see you on your phone scrolling.
Word, dog. That's what I do, baby. That's what everybody does, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. So just chilling. It's early. Do you have any plans for today?
We're probably going to the state fair later on.
Oh, that's amazing. What are you going to do there?
You go on a couple of rides, grab some food with a friend. Probably just chill for the whole day.
Dog, that's amazing. Are you gonna eat like crazy foods?
Hopefully, yeah. You know it's expensive there, so
Yeah.
hopefully I'll probably spend about $100 to $200 there.
Oh wow, you got deep pockets. All right, good for you, man. What are you gonna?
Yeah,
What are you gonna? If you had to eat something crazy, what would it be?
probably the corn with the Cheetos, with the hot Cheetos on it.
That's your
Probably
jam.
like a spicy corn or something.
I got you. That's your jam.
Yeah.
Word, dog. Excellent. All right, so you got the flaming hot Cheetos corn dog, right?
Mhm.
What else would you eat if you could?
Uh, it'd be I'm not like I'm hard to pick food. Like even if we was to go out to a restaurant, I would not know what to pick.
Okay, what are your favorite foods?
What do I like? I like chicken.
Oh.
I like to eat. I don't like pizza,
You
hamburgers.
hold on one second. Why don't you like pizza?
It got played out.
Oh, dude, it's classic though.
Yeah. I like from Little Caesars. I'll probably eat some pizza.
All right, so you like Little Caesars pizza, the hot and ready?
Yeah.
Word. Okay. Do you like sauce with it? Do you like ranch or buffalo or butter?
Nah.
No, just plain.
Nah.
All right. Do you like it with just cheese, sausage, supreme, pepperoni? What do you like?
I like pepperoni pizza. Sometimes cheese if I'm in a mood for cheese.
Word, son. All right. So you like chicken? What kind of chicken do you like?
Fried chicken.
Word, dog. All right. So do you get really crispy or do you like it not crispy?
Really crispy.
Word. Excellent. Okay. Do you like any sauces with it? Ah, he's gone. He's like, fuck your food questions, Rabbi. I'd be like, dog, this isn't fucking 20 questions. That's cool though. I hope he has fun at the state fair. Hey, Rabbi, if you could eat anything at the state fair, what would it be? I'd get that crazy shit, like deep fried pickles. If you could eat it, if everything was kosher at the state fair. They don't, well, they should have a national fair. That bitch should go everywhere. Anyway, there used to be world fairs. I wonder what kind of crazy shit they have at world fairs. Like refried sushi. Anyway, cray in a good way. All right, what else would you eat if you could eat anything? If they had like turkey bacon that was kosher on one of those fucking like a turkey leg with turkey bacon all around it. I don't know. What else? I don't know. I've been to fairs and things, but we never ate at them. All right, but if you did, what would you have? I don't know. Every year, the deep fried Snickers. That's the thing. Fried everything. How about French fries? Dog, I eat French fries daily. I have yet to have anybody come in here who's like, oh yeah, I saw you on Twitch. Let's check out. Damn, this guy's pretty hot. How many views we have? What do you think? Do you think you have any with 10? No, maybe 6. Spurs. Oh. Dude, you could spam Spotify. Yeah, I don't know how well that's gonna work. Nobody's checking that shit. Views, high to low. Wow, so one got 33. Why didn't I get an award for it? Sucks. That's good. Dragon Balls. All right. Watch, they consider pushing people on my YouTube to be fraud, but pushing people on my Discord is fine. That would be fucking hilarious. Dude, I'm surprised no one just sells breading. Just straight up breading. Like, just breading. I could fucking eat breading. Yo, dog, how many do we have? The goal is to get 1,000 on one of them. If I got 1,000 on one of them, we'd be in Baller World. What's Baller World? It's pretty close to Pimpville. Come on, you little bitch. The fuck? Is that it? $285. That's good. All right, let's check the next one. Rabbi, what's your favorite animal? Unicorn. Creator dashboard. I have to say everything loud. Ooh, what's this? Notifications. You're not eligible for the games battle for Fortnite. Doug, why wasn't I eligible before? It should tell you, oh, because you did this, you are now eligible. You are now eligible for the games thing. Well, like, why? What did I do? Shit doesn't get explained. I need explanations. Tell me why. Tell me why. Tell me why. I never don't want to hear you say. Yeah. Why? I can't believe Instagram forced you to have 1,000 viewers or 1,000 friends. That's so stupid. Three. That sucks. But these bitches are gonna marinate. Cool story, baby. With 2 wives, 2 chains. This motherfucker off the chain. It was off the chain. I'm off the. Hey, there she is. How you living, girl? Hope you're having a good day. Hope it's amazing. Tell me why. No clips? Oh, clips I've created. Come on, baby. Give me a 10. 9. Okay, I'll take it. Tell me why. I never wanna hear you say I want it that way. Tell me why. Oh, Audie, you're muted. Oh, no wonder. If you're like, hey, why do you mute me? Girl, because sometimes you talk goofy. Yo, can you hear me?
What?
How you living, girl? How are you? How's your life been?
Just keep it to the fucking.
What's wrong?
What's my life been, Rabbi? Come on. I am struggling every second.
Okay, can you get to a shelter?
I'm not going to a shelter. I'm not using a community shower. I'm not sleeping in not even beds with people that don't fucking bathe themselves. That shit is. I can go to a shelter where literally it's everybody showers in one big shower. I have to bring flip flops for that, and I've already been. Some fucked up shit happened. Okay, I'm not trying to go to one of these places. I'm telling you. The other option is the other thing is assisted living, which is for people who have mental illnesses. And technically, I could do that, but I don't have to do it because a law was passed saying there's plenty of people who need help, but they don't need to be in a fucking assisted living thing. That's fucking stealing their rights. So I'm waiting for my fucking diversion funding, and that's how this is gonna happen. Other than that, I will be in the car and I will be meeting with those people on Thursday. How did court go? Absolutely fine. These people lied on me again. Do you know what they said? They said that his father, it appears, has done more than you. And I said, oh, this has to be a joke. Because he hasn't even completed an assessment to be able to visit the child. And by the way, this is not a competition. But that really fucking pissed me off in the courtroom. You must be absolutely. He literally doesn't even. You don't ask him anything because Jesus Christ, everything's going fine. It's going to plan. I want to be in the car. I explain this. Some people understand because they understand what I have to choose from. That this might be this is a choice for somebody. Okay, so I'm happy when I meet those people who understand that I'm making the choice to be in the car for my safety. I don't know what, I'm a smart, but I am not that smart. So I'm trying to eliminate a lot of issues and garbage that could come about from associating with the lowly. Pardon me if I have to say it out loud. Okay,
Certainly. Certainly. Okay, so we've got something on Thursday. I'm just asking, just a question. Do they have any women's only shelters you could go to?
They do have women's only shelters, but I'm already so close to this. I mean, literally the lady that I talked to on the phone yesterday, the one who is the manager, I live by with them, and will visit me and shit. Yesterday she told me that we've completed such paperwork, and although she's new to the program, and to her it could happen any day. She just needs to wait for the response. I mean, life is just, it is what it is. How much longer can I take this? I don't know. Obviously, I cannot be in here when it's cold.
Right.
So, my master evil plan is I need to get my driver's license.
Yeah, you do.
It's been so long, I need to take the test. I need to Uber in this man's car. But he won't let me do it. Already he's so stingy with everything. Anyways, he only wants to buy me things if it's food. He barely wants to buy me soap. And at least he wants to buy me food these days. What the fuck do you think this shit is? Making me starve to death. Anyways.
All right, desperate times call for desperate measures. And I'm just going to tell you what I would do if I were in your situation and I had nowhere to go. I was living in a car and I couldn't do that for the rest of my life. I would start escorting.
For the rest of my life.
I understand.
I'm about to call you this man's name. because you're telling me some stupid ass shit. Right?
Hold on.
The rest
Just
of
hold
my
on.
life, I have a son.
No, I understand. But I would be
My
as
goal was to make my heart work, and at the same time, I need to find some place to live. But there's only so many jobs a girl can take before they give her the thing that's in that fucking program. I will just have to wait a second. To Dawn, I think she was trying to speedy or some paperwork for a second. Then my ass went to the hospital, and they're doing, are you okay? Here, let's go get your medication for you since you're having issues.
Yeah, I mean that's really probably what you need is mental health care.
I have mental health care. See, that's the problem. I see a therapist once a week, and everything's fine. But this guy over here, he said, if I give him any type of just I'm telling you, man, it would be very simple shit. Like, I need to eat, I need to bathe myself, or you're not gonna fuck me because you didn't let me do these things today. Or you're an asshole, and you talked about another woman. And not talking about another woman from the past. Talking about another woman that you're trying to fuck right now as you're fucking me, telling me that I'm not clean because you can't wait for my second doctor's appointment. Okay. Thanks for listening. I always start complaining about this motherfucker. But I have a big heart, I really do. And I will make friends with just about anybody. And so, for many reasons, I do not need to go to a shelter because I will not be able to focus on myself. Not only that, but the shelters and assisted living, they have like extra graduation process. You can't leave whenever you like, and then it's just like another barrier for me to get to my appointments, which is I have to get to my appointments for my mental health in order for me to see my son. Because my mom's trying to make me out to be crazy, not feeding her son lately. And I snapped at these people, and they seen a side of me that they said that it's not healthy. And I said that it's not that this isn't healthy. This is a regular snap because you just job for one whole month. I don't see him, and you want me to act like everything's normal. And now you're telling me that I need to do parenting classes. And guess who hasn't found me parenting classes? It has been over 6 months. And this is the second agency that's supposed to be facilitating the visits. Before I went to the hospital, last time I was supposed to have a FaceTime call with my son. I was so excited. And, they're like, yeah, like you, because basically I don't have to go to therapy. They just want my medication prescribed by a psychiatrist. So this last time, yesterday, I just literally told the lady, oh yeah, by the way, if you're going to be about it, I'm not on Prozac anymore because I was getting side effects. So now I'm on Zoloft. And yes, I'm still taking the Seroquel as needed, and I'm still on the medical cannabis. She wants to pull some shit with me about, well, you were recommended to stay off of cannabis at class psychosis. I said, that's absolutely not true. Who told you to recommend? Because you're still telling me that you haven't talked to any of my doctors. Oh, so you're talking about the first time that I went to the hospital when we started working at DCFS. Oh my God, are you talking about Dr. Patel? Who I asked if I could use the marijuana while I'm Seroquel, and he told me, you already know what he told me, listen, I didn't have to tell her that part. I'm like, yeah, when I prescribed it to myself, and I agreed that I'll take that to help me sleep, and I said, why don't we also add the Prozac? While we're at it, doctor, I'd like to add the Prozac. Well, trying to talk to me. Yeah, and by the way, I never talked to your primary care. Why can't you never call her bitch? Because the fucking lady from the first agency talked to her. At least she did that, right? Oh my fucking God, this is actually crazy. You know what? I'm actually going. These people are actually evil to the point where this isn't. I actually give the judge all of my evidence for who's really about to not be able to go off of their word. basically everything up because I don't have a psychiatrist prescribing my medication. And for that reason, and the reason the lady won't give me parenting classes, I can't see my beloved son.
I understand that. Okay.
I'm not a crazy person
Look,
either.
I understand. I understand. I understand.
Because I keep threatening his father with, I'm going to beat your ass. I'm going to put you in jail. I'm going to put you on child support. Who is Kiera and Erica and Colony? And what the fuck are you talking about? You want to go in after you think it's too gross to go in there. How about this isn't even what is supposed to be going on? And you have made me into a whore.
Audie, listen.
Yes.
I'm just asking. Okay, so my advice is to get help. I know that's easier said than done. So if you can't do that right now, just hold on. If you can't do that right now, I'm just asking. You're between a rock and a hard place. And if I were in your position, do you know what something called private delights is? Okay, so it's basically a place where you can escort. And I'm not saying that I think that's the best, but it will get you out of this situation. Okay. Well, you need money, and there's no like way.
I have to survive as myself.
Okay.
But it makes me feel disgusting that you would even mention that to me, Rabbi.
Well,
and you should know better than to give me recommendations that are against my good interests.
It's not necessarily that. Look. It's not necessarily that. It gets you out of this situation. And I'm not saying you have to do it for the rest of your life. I'm not saying you have to do it for the rest of your life.
Hard work and patience, and apparently, according to Mr. Aquarius, even though I told you I ain't supposed to be doing that. Besides saying thank you for not sending me to jail this time, and I don't have awards. Thank you.
Okay. Well, so if that's out of the question, that's what I would do because I'd be that desperate. Then go seek the people who.
Then you won't look.
I absolutely will. I have known women who do that. I have known women who have had that, and I still respect them. Okay, I still respect them, and I think it's. I honestly don't think it. I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's that bad. Look. Listen to me. I respect those people more than I respect a lot of other people, and here's why. Basically, you're in the.
Respect me more, just like this. Watch this shit. I'm never doing that shit, Rabbi.
Okay.
I'm worth more shit. Are you fucking crazy? I give a fuck what anybody who they think that they are if they need somebody to talk to about it. Okay. I am the bitch that will slip up, Rabbi, myself. I can't do that.
Okay, I don't.
I'm not a fucking whore. And watch how real quick I accidentally went across the street, Rabbi. And that was not consensual, Rabbi. No. While it's happening, it's not consensual, Rabbi. And I'm the person who has to live with that and deal with that. I'm the person who has to question, why did that happen out of desperation? Do I want to create any more situations like this? Absolutely not. Ew. That sounds like a trap. That sounds like a money trap to me. And I don't want to get lost in there.
I understand. Audie, you're basically doing that now with one guy in a car who is barely providing for you. And I'm saying you can become.
Is that we have a child together, and when I do this, I increase his life for him to be with his son. So right now, that's correct.
Okay.
I am only having sex with the father of my child because it's sanitary. And he's forcing me to.
See, that's
so why
that's
would
the
I
thing.
Go to somewhere else where I'm going to be forced to be gross?
Because then you can get a hotel room, and then you can get on your feet.
Yeah, but here's what a hotel room is. I have all the things outside the hotel room besides the microwave.
I understand,
And
but that car is going to be unlivable in a few months.
yeah, in a few months, I'm not going to be in this car because Jesus loves me,
Okay.
okay? And I have paid a price for at least to get that fucking piece. I'll be in a heating and cooling center. I'll be sleeping in a shelter if I don't have a place to live. And if I can't make this work,
Okay.
then I'll be living in a shelter. I'm not about to freeze to death.
And we don't want that. I don't think that sex work is anything to put down. There are many people who have to do it, and it gives you an.
Well, if I was gonna do sex work, it would be more like actually having sex with people that I actually want to have sex with.
And that's what I'm saying.
And then
And you can.
that I want to have sex with, but you don't want to pay me.
Wait, hold on.
Then they're like, oh, this isn't real. Or what am I supposed to do? I'm just supposed to have sex with people, and I'm supposed to ask for stuff, right?
No.
The problem is I'm not used to doing that.
I mean,
Usually I just have sex with them, and then I'm like, thank you.
You can do that too. I mean, it's whatever. I just think that, hey, look, you don't have many choices. As I said, a shelter, mental health, that's the way to go. But if you aren't going to do that right now, and I understand, I don't think that there's any disrespect in considering sex work if it is a way out of your current situation.
Yeah.
And all I'm saying,
I'm not going to do an escort.
wait, but it's not that bad. I mean, I know that there are some aspects of it, but you don't have to do it forever. You do it for a month, and then you can buy you can get a driver's license, and you can start to Uber.
But I can do that now. I just have to let this nigga give me $30. I go get my license.
Okay, so about that, isn't it possible to go to your social worker and get a like a pass for a free driver's license?
Free one?
Yeah.
I already asked, and no, I can't because, well, basically because my license is expired, and I have to. Honestly, I think the guy's just being a piece of shit. You're right. I should ask these other people, where can I go besides this place? Because this dude is he gave me a hard time just to give me a hard time the first time, and he was nicer to me the second time. But the second time was when I went to go get my birth certificate and my social security, and I had asked that, and he said no, and I really feel like he was lying. But it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, you got to go back and then just try again, and ask them to speak to someone else. So you don't.
I'm gonna make him pay for it. I already told him he was going to for weeks, so he can pay for it next week. I have 2 doctors' appointments as well. I have to take the paper to the Social Security Administration.
Okay. All right. Well.
The positive thing about if I stay in this vehicle, then I actually have a right here to do anything that I want. Otherwise, for instance, if I were to be in the shelter and have to have gone to that place and then be directed to another place, that would be so much for my body right now to walk that fucking far. I really think I would have a seizure because I need to have my weed. You know what? I had a seizure in the house, and realizing that it's because I start to come off my weed when I'm not the right way. Tapering is something different.
Can't your social worker give you bus tokens?
Yeah, but you know how far the fucking bus stops are. You don't understand. Man, this shit is terrible.
It's true. I'm not familiar with the Chicago bus system. But okay, well, whatever they're called, bus credits. What are they called? I don't know. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm here to support you with whatever your decision is, and I want the best for you.
Best decision ever. Are you fucking crazy? I'm not about to be talked to like I'm a piece of shit.
I'm not talking to you that. I did want you to know this isn't what's never going to happen. Okay. So that's fine.
I'm never gonna sell my time and attention or my fucking. That's still selling myself. That's weird. I don't like that. I don't feel comfortable, and It's not. I'm saying it's something I wouldn't do because it's something I'm uncomfortable with. And if I would be comfortable with it, I would consider it. But for those reasons, that it makes me feel super gross because I can't do that. I might be a little wild, but I can't just be in that situation entertaining anyone's energy. That is totally against my will and against. I will not be nice. I will slip up and I will fucking tell someone off. And they will not like that very much.
Okay, nobody wants that. I just want you to get out of that car. I want you to get out of a bad situation. And
I know what I have to do is I have to be a member.
You're going to sell exactly 0 records.
It's not about selling records. It's about fucking records.
Okay. I mean, do whatever you want to do. If you want to be a rapper, I'll support you to be a rapper. All right. So I added this thing to the server. It may not be important to you, but I just want to make you aware. It measures everybody who's been in here the longest time. And because you've used 2 different accounts, you don't have the highest amount, but if you combine your 2 accounts, you're just about at the highest amount of any person in here. So you should know that you are doing well on that tracker, and I appreciate the amount of time that you spend in here, and I'm always here to support you. And if that means that you go get mental help, go ahead. I would. I was just thinking about that. I'm going to tell you this. Wait. You asked me a question. And I'm going to tell you what I would tell her. I'm going to tell you what I would tell her. I'm going to tell you what I would tell her. If you had absolutely no opportunities, which I think you do, that's why I said you could go to a shelter, you could go to a women's care area, whatever. But let's say that wasn't available, and she was living in a car, person having sex with him for nothing, then I would say to her, you have no other options. If you can't go work at McDonald's and you can't go Uber and you can't do these other things, then to create a profile and start giving hand jobs if that's what you have to do.
I would say, why don't you get your ass back over here to the house right now?
Wait,
that would not be my mother. That's what would happen.
Wait, but I'm saying that if I didn't have the opportunity, I'd give hand jobs to be able to help my daughter.
You're not in charge. This is why you guys don't make the fucking rules. You're stupid.
I understand, but you just don't have a lot of options. And this will get you out of that car. It will get you out of an abusive situation.
Okay. Patience is a virtue.
I understand, but it's going to start to get cold. Good. And that's the advice I would give to my daughter, or to my sister, or to my mother, or to anyone around me. But if they weren't going to do that, I would tell them that I would still respect them and I would still understand the position they were in if they had to basically just go on dates with people for money. I don't see that as that immoral at all. Especially, I don't see immoral at all if you have no other choice.
There's that immoral either. Like I could have a conversation with one of these people, but am I gonna fucking are they gonna be my best friend? No, because that's not the best decision actually. I mean, it's a decision that could have been made, yeah. That's how I feel about those people. They're okay. I thought about being a stripper. Okay, I went as far as applying many years ago, but now we're not thinking about that. We're not thinking about that. We could be a cocktail waitress, but we have to actual pictures of ourselves where we look good because that's what they're gonna fucking ask for, and that's about as far as that shit would go. But other than that, I'm not going to be an escort and allow myself to be one-on-one with some fucking creep because I don't want to. No amount of money is worth that. I don't care if somebody was like, I'll give you 1 million. They'd have to give me $1 million. They'd have to give me $100,000. They'd have to give me a lot of fucking money. And they're not ready to give me that much. I'm not talking about in the hundreds. That's what I'm saying. Is this as much? You must not understand. I gotta erase this shit from my memory when I'm done with it. Because otherwise, I'm gonna be sitting there not laughing and acting like, listen, I'm way smarter than you, and I don't give a fuck how much money you have. There is a disparity in this land, and I don't even need to go to school to prove that I'm fucking smarter than you. The problem is that I'm in before you right now. That's what's gonna happen. I'm not saying you're all screwed, but I can't do it for me because that's not me. Me doesn't like that. Me wants to touch who me wants to touch. Me wants to be around who me want around. I don't want to be around many people at all, as you can see to begin with. Why would I want to be around weird people who want to give me money so that they can be in my vicinity and try to possibly give me more money to put their pee-pee in one of my holes?
You don't have a lot of options, and if you were rejecting going to seek help and you're in an abusive situation in a car right now, it's a way out.
Rejecting help. You're not understanding what I'm saying. Is right now it is as if I'm in a assisted living facility, but I am doing the process for applying for that same funding for someone who's in a mental health crisis and needs housing. But I will be getting it funded to me, and they're going to help me find a fucking apartment to go and apply the housing towards.
That's great.
And I will have it a lot.
That's
But
great.
I have to wait for that process. And essentially, by me doing the interview for the assessment for the assisted living on the phone, because I took the time to do that, and I thought, well, I'll at least do this assessment. Once they told me about the graduation process, I said that I was not interested. But the fact that I keep going in the hospital and that I was working with these people has made that process so much quicker. So I'm fucking gonna wait until that fucking happens. And in the meantime, I will be figuring out if I need to go into a shelter where it is, like I said, community showers and where I don't want to be. But if that's where I have to go in the winter, because I can't live in my own car in the winter either.
Right.
I've thought about this, totally.
I'm sure you have.
But you're talking to the girl who wanted to live in a tent outside this summer and this previous summer, but everybody wants to be an asshole and let her cook in the car instead. Okay. That's what it is.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You have to understand, you can't just force somebody into sex work. And it's called sex trafficking. And it feels like that's what you're trying to do. And you should know me by now, Rabbi. Actually, you should know me very well by now. That is not something that I would do. Rabbi, when somebody says they're Don't do that. Come on now.
I understand.
It's like,
You don't even necessarily have to have sex with the people. You could just spend time with them. There are men who will just pay you to spend time with them.
I know, Rabbi, but you don't know what it's like to be meek and sensitive, all this, and I don't want anybody to look like me. And I can read their brain when they're looking at me. I don't want anybody that close to me when that's like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's a date.
Exactly.
I am not a whore. It's still whoring yourself out.
It gets you out of a
I
car.
don't like
It gets you out of a car.
okay, right. Into a hotel room alone.
Yeah, but then you can get from a hotel room to an apartment and then eventually get a serious job and get on your feet. That's all I'm
I
saying.
have to get a job. I thought I was going to be on public assistance for the rest of my life because I have mental health issues.
Or you could do that. Well, okay, so that's an option.
Am I stupid, smart, or a whore?
Look, I'm just gonna say that there are a lot of people, both men and women, who've been in your situation, and the way that they are able to get out of it is the way that I suggested. Now, because of the issues that you have you sought disability?
Yes. You know what? I need to go online and I need to create my new account and I was just in the middle of that yesterday, but the car was moving, so I wasn't able to do my ID. But I need to get access to that because my phone number has changed since I started the case.
Okay, well, why don't you do that now? Why don't you do that now? That'll be $1,000 a month. That'll help you. Okay, you do it on your own time. Look, I just don't want you to be in a bad situation, and you're not currently in a good one. And I want you to have options to get out of it.
Yeah, I'm seeking all the vital options of trying to live. My spirit has to live in my body. It's gonna kill my spirit, and I'm gonna not be able to do something I don't want to do. It's gonna put me in a bad mood. Then it's gonna ruin my child's with his father, and I don't want that to happen because, I mean, it's to the point where I'm telling him that I have kids with people. If I have kids with somebody else, I'll come back to you and another kid with you. You know, his response is if I'm gonna cheat on my boyfriend, not like you're gonna leave me and have candy or something like that. All right, I think exactly what I thought. You don't love me, okay? Well, now I don't have to feel bad. I mean, the signs were right here, but I didn't know you just don't know how to treat somebody. No, you know full well how to treat somebody. This is not it. So, on the bright side with that is that I have pretty much like I could just leave that in. There's not gonna be. I mean, like, yeah, he's gonna be upset. He did just cry, but I'm very it was some weird shit because I don't believe that after everything that I've been treated like during this process. And I feel like there's nobody to even hug after everything happens. And so what I'm trying to make is if I, disrespect myself, his dad isn't gonna be as involved with him because he's gonna wanna involve himself with me because he's not about that lifestyle. And then when he does spend time with the child, I didn't have to worry about him back rather than us being, like extended family to an extent because of the child. can't do that. I can't be a whore. Like for my son, I can't be a whore for myself. I don't want to be a whore. You know, that's all the same thing to me. And
It may be. I don't consider those people whores. Whores that bad at all. I think we're all whores in our own way.
Like, you're not here neither. If I had the ability to do it, I would, but I don't.
Okay, I understand.
Too much credit.
I understand.
I actually am not about to even get that close with my energy because that's weird to you that somebody would pay me for my time.
Okay.
And you're not. This isn't like. You're not supposed to do that. That's weird. That shit is weird.
It's not weird. It's the oldest profession in the world.
It's not the oldest profession in the world. It's not that. The oldest profession in the world is mother. Okay, and I'm trying to make babies, not just spend time with weirdos. I'm about to make another baby, I guess, because I don't know what else to do, and I'm not attached to it. I'm gonna be old soon, and I'm not gonna be a baby. I was gonna have 10. Just kidding. Actually, I thought about it. I really did really did. But you know what? I can spare on time because it's so that I can be from my vagina. In my vagina, why are you even in there if you don't even know? You could be another baby in there? Crazy, right? So I just gotta be okay with it. And I have to think about it. He is good. And like, I can't leave the children. He does take good care of them. Seven of them. That's what the children would be beautiful as the point. At no point are we actually sitting in the child. This is what I'm trying to tell you. So, I could be real retarded, or I could just look at what's that guy doing, actually. At the end of the day, I just lie with him at the dog, step crying, and I act like I'm in love with this thing. That's all this bullshit. Yeah, how about I just do that too, Rabbi? Yeah, it sounds like bullshit to me as well.
What's it? What's that?
Sounds like I'm not doing either of those things.
What's that?
What?
What are you saying?
I could just, stay with this man and have another child with him. Because I thought, how bad could it be? Like, I can make him be nice to me. I know how to act right, to be treated right. But listen, things have been said and things have been done that are irreparable that make me absolutely free. And I'm not in love with this person. But you don't need to be in love to make babies. And babies don't come from love. Babies come from sex. And you can do sex with anybody. I hate to do sex with this guy. Chance of making a baby all the time. Does it scare me? Yeah, because I have nowhere to put the baby right now.
Exactly.
But if I knew another one, wouldn't they be beautiful? Yes.
It would be a terrible situation. It would be a terrible It would be a terrible situation. Now, I'm not saying in the future, but you don't want to bring a life into this world. You can't take care of the first one. You don't want to have to do it with the second one.
I can't take care of the first one. My mother lied on me. Don't even go there.
Audie, you can't take care of yourself at this point, let alone a baby.
Well, I'm taking great care of myself. What are you fucking talking about? They wouldn't let me out into the world if I was able to.
Okay, that's fine. I'll support.
Just because I don't cry very much, don't mean that it don't hurt, Rabbi. But you come to me with some hard shit, for real. talking to me as if I'm not. How am I disabled, but you're gonna talk to me like I'm not disabled?
Well, that's why I said if you can get disability or support or anything like that, it's the best option.
Well, we're trying everything all at once. Last time the lady asked me if I ever fucking hit my head hard. I said I don't remember. And of course I have a lot of times. What the fuck? That lady was a bitch. I swear to God, she just didn't like me because I was light skinned. These people don't want to do their jobs either, Rabbi. I'm telling you. They don't like me. They don't like Autumn. They don't like what Autumn has to say. Autumn comes in with no opinions. All she thinks about is like a terrible situation. Then they don't want to give her the fucking. They want to. Some of these people are absolute demons, you know, and then the others are not. Others are just right there with you. Like, you're not beat off. And that's what tells me that I'm not crazy at all. That's what tells me that nothing is wrong with me at all. I'm just fine. And even though it might look like it's a weird decision, like at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if I live 15 minutes away at my grandma's house. This guy is not going to be on time for my doctor's appointments and shit. But if I sit in his car, and those doctor's appointments are how I'm going to see my son. And I can't trust him to come and pick me up at the shelter because the day that I was raped, he was supposed to come the next day at 9 a.m. and he wasn't there. And I wasn't until the day after we went to the fucking hospital. So,
Can you live with your grandma again?
no, I cannot because there was an order of protection. I went to court the other day for her. And they asked her if she wanted to shorten it for the year so I was with her. She said, yeah, I'll only care. So that's good. Both my mom and grandma's order of protection will be up around that same time. My mom has no evidence or reason to grant me. And I will absolutely get a fucking public defender to open up a new other case as to why the fuck are you doing this to me when you have my son? This is illegal and kidnapping.
Okay, so when is your mom's order of protection done?
It's up in August of next year, and so was the one for my grandma.
Okay.
Now my mother, I just saw her at court yesterday, but I'm not allowed to talk to her and stuff. When I left, I said bye to her. She tries to avoid eye contact. But I did tell the caseworker that was sitting right next to my mom, and the caseworker lied and said I didn't answer. I told her and I said she told me not to text her off the phone. The worst I told her is do your job in all caps. There. I've been trying to compare some classes from her this quote unquote Naperville location. I asked her if there any state of Illinois. She spent 6 months. And my therapist doesn't understand because she previously worked at a DCFS entity. But she's saying, you know, this thing doesn't make any sense. You should be doing both of these things at the same time. Like, absolutely. One, you know, I need to see a psychiatrist and get my medication prescribed by a psychiatrist when they're the doctor that's fully and is doing it. You know, in the meantime that I could be signed up with. She sent me like 4 or 5 different resources that I called back on. One of them, she told me that he was going to call me back, and I called her, got information. It's not, none of these places do these parenting classes. The only one that actually did those type of parenting classes. And they didn't teach group. She lied to me saying, oh yes, she is going to call you back. So days later, when I was asking again if she had any new leads, she tells me, I said, well, by the way, what happened with that other lady there? Yes, she is going to call me back. I'm like, well, I'm sure she didn't just explain to me a bunch about something that doesn't exist. And tell me she has no idea why you would say that. For no reason. Anyway, so that's the caseworker who's supposed to be sending me pictures and videos of my son, and she sees him every week. Yeah, she sent me pictures, and I'm fucking 10 seconds video of him. One time. Yeah, you know, I can only do as much as I can do. But these people are like deliberately driving me crazy. What are you talking about? I didn't answer. I said when I was turning around, I said, you sent me one email this far. medical documentation about my son and talking about how this vaccine waiver needs to now be notated by a doctor. That's all that you sent one email. And you only started emailing because you don't want to text me anymore. What the fuck? This shit was so crazy. And then they're like, yeah, she's made unreasonable action towards him. Last time they said I made reasonable. I'm like, I'm doing the exact same shit. This makes no sense at all. But what? Absolute garbage. How they can keep their jobs? I know it talks about them as bombs. You got her phone.
Audie, can you apply for disability? Like now?
I already did.
No, you
I
didn't.
already applied for it, and I did the interview like back in June or July.
Okay.
So now it's at the point where it's just gonna wait forever, and then like during this time, I need to get some tests ordered by my doctor and hopefully by my psychiatrist because they're gonna have like 6 months while they look at it, and so I'm gonna get that documentation is there, and then what happens is they give you kind of have like an agent where you can call them and let them know, like, hey, I've just submitted new documentation. Like, you can give them documentation directly, or I guess you could tell them to like look for it, like, you know, at this date, at this facility or whatever, to help like prove my case.
Okay, didn't you say that you had to, didn't you say you had to upload some document to the website?
No, oh yeah, that's like, because you can go into like the Social Security Administration website and there's like you can check like how much like you've worked like towards your retirement, and then you can check like when you're applying for your retirement and disability. There's like a little like time calculator bar that fills up, and it lets you know what percentage they are done looking at your medical records. Yeah.
Okay, so can't you on that process?
Yeah, I told I was going to do it tomorrow, which looks like it's today because it's Sunday. But I thought I was going back to sleep for a little bit first.
All right, you go back to sleep. You do that.
As the region that the Arabs call Jebel Musa or Mount Sinai. Of course, we're not sure that that is the specific designation of the great biblical Mount Sinai. Nevertheless, it's a reasonable possibility. And then moving their way up through the peninsula and into Jordan, and then crossing into the Promised Land, just north of the Dead Sea. That's most likely the route that is described by the Jews in the book of Exodus. So they've all left Egypt, but one of the amazing things about Egyptian history is, of course, they basically return almost immediately, and they have some significant settlements in a few distinct locations. This does pose some fascinating halachic dilemmas that I will leave to the rabbis to discuss, but nevertheless, there is a strong, indeed world-class Jewish civilization in Egypt for the next 3,000 years, right up until our own time. Look at this map, which will take us up to the 2nd century of the Common Era. This is the period after the Bar Kokhba rebellion, when you have a fairly well-developed Jewish diaspora throughout the Mediterranean basin. Looking at Israel specifically, you can see the shading here with the gap in the region of Judea is especially prominent because this is right after the Bar Kokhba rebellion, when the Hadrianic persecutions were at their peak, and so many Jews were removed from that region and fled to the north, or were taken off in slave ships to the Italian peninsula elsewhere. So this is the heartland, of course, Jews in the land of Israel itself. You also have a major Jewish civilization in the Mesopotamian region, between the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers. This is where the great Talmudic academies of Sura and Kodita were built up, and so on. And then you've got significant Jewish populations, particularly in the Greek peninsula, and especially in the Italian peninsula, which will be the heartland or the font of later Ashkenazi culture. Smaller populations in the northern Mediterranean, in Spain, North Africa as well, and the biggest, clearly, biggest population is what's happening in Egypt. There are several Jewish centers all up and down the Nile, which dominates the demographics in the region. And so let's have a look at a couple of those population centers which show particular interest on a historical level. We know that Jews are in this region already in the biblical period. There's long and frequent descriptions of the relationship between the United Kingdom and Egypt. I know that for this audience, I have to clarify when we say United Kingdom, we are not talking about your United Kingdom, but the United Kingdom of the southern region of Judah and the northern region of Israel. King Solomon, of course, famously marries the Egyptian princess. There are several references to Egypt throughout several of the passages in the book of Isaiah and Gedalia ben Achikam in the book of Jeremiah. But most significantly, we have this fascinating population that is set up in the upper Nile in a place called Elephantine. Let's have a look at that here. This is an especially fascinating site. You can see it's in the upper Nile, which is in the low part of the map, because the Nile flows from the south to the north. So this is the upper part of the Nile. And there are cataracts there. There are constrictions of the river banks that cause rapids to flow, and it becomes very difficult for trade to progress along the river. This requires river-going vessels to stop and sometimes to portage. I'm not even sure if that is a word in the Queen's English. It's a Canadian word from French, meaning to portage, to carry, literally, where you'd have to take your boats out of the water and then physically move them over the obstruction. So this is a place where bandits would typically gather to loot the property of the merchants that are moving up the river or downriver, as the case may be. So we have a military colony set up here already in the first millennium before the Common Era. This is, again, amazing. Before we have significant diaspora populations from the invasions from Babylonia, we have a strong Jewish military community down here in the south. Their primary purpose would have been to protect there, and they're engaged in heavy Jewish activity, although it is not necessarily what you would expect. Apparently, they built a temple there. This is one of several temples that were built outside of Jerusalem in contravention to traditional mainstream rabbinic law. There were two of them that were set up in Egypt. Another one, of course, the Samaritan temple in what would be called Nablus, Shechem. And another one possibly in Jordan. There is some doubt as to whether it was a temple or perhaps a palace. But nevertheless, despite the ruling that came already from the period of David to not establish any kind of private sanctuaries outside of the temple in Jerusalem itself, and an attempt to try and centralize worship in the capital city, there are nevertheless these antinomian structures built up all around, because this is the way Jews worship their God, and it appears that they simply ignored much of what was going on in Jerusalem. We see it in a lot of other as well. There's some very strange pieces of evidence from the various papyri and ostraca, which are like broken pieces of clay that have writing on it that describe marital relationships between apparently Jews and possibly slaves who are brought in freed, which is also definitely not in conform with rabbinic law, as it would have been expressed in the Mishnah and onward. Nevertheless, there's definitely ethnic Jews living here, even though they may not necessarily be as, let's say, mainstream Orthodox in the modern term as we might think they would be. To the north, in the western part of the Delta, there's a really amazing Jewish community that lasts right up until the 2nd century in particular, and has significant periods of flourishing thereafter as well, and that is the famous community of Alexandria. Now, Alexandria being close to the major trade routes on the Mediterranean was involved not only in, essentially commerce of goods, but also commerce of ideas. The Alexandrian community was especially known for its very well-developed medical facilities. Some of the earliest Jewish doctors were trained in Alexandria. Talmud has several references to them. They engage in some bizarre experimentation, like autopsies and things like that you don't see elsewhere in the world, anywhere. You see it here in the ancient world among the Jews of Alexandria. They're also famous for having translated the greatest repository of Jewish wisdom, the Torah, into Greek, making it accessible to the rest of the ancient world. I'm sure you've heard the famous story, as recorded in the letter of Aristeas, that says that King Ptolemy gathered together 70 rabbis. He put them in 70 different rooms, and he charged them each to translate the Torah independently. And when they came out, they compared the results of their work, and amazingly, they had all translated the Torah identically, including passages where there was some obfuscation or change, which is discussed in the Talmudic standard. So just to mention, one of my favorite jokes about this particular period is Rabbi Yitzchak Kutner, who was a very famous Rosh Yeshiva in America. He said, "You call that a miracle? That's not a miracle. If you take 70 rabbis and you put them in one room and ask them to come up with one translation, that would be a miracle, right?" That's just, hope you don't mind. On Zoom, it's hard to tell a joke, but I couldn't help it. At any rate, they translated not only the first 5 books of the book of Moses, but later on you have translations of the other books as well into Greek, hugely influential, particularly in the Christian world, because as Christianity would move further away from Judaism in the 2nd and 3rd centuries,
Experience. Showing my niggas by night, all day.
Significant repercussions in the lecture. You also have another figure, for example, who was not well integrated into the rabbinic tradition, but again, because of its Greek connection, very well into the Christian tradition. The philosopher and commentator named Hilo, who allegorical translation commentary that has significant
It's a little bit weird.
it's
weird to be Joe Rogan.
Ambiguous connection
You
with
think?
the rabbinic
Yeah, it's gotta be.
simply wasn't widely
It's
accepted.
weird.
Just don't see
It's weird to be any person in the public eye,
really big an impression
but in this time,
as it did on
it's
Christianity.
particularly one of the
Jews in
only people.
Alexandria were
I mean,
especially strong
the
and
media
organized.
is so
They
bizarrely
occupied 2
compromised.
of the 5
It's so weird
neighborhoods in the first
when you watch
century.
these narratives
And
spin
their
both on the left and on the
conflict with
right.
local population
Be like, is anybody fucking rational? Is anybody looking at this? So few a comedian like yourself just rises to the top.
Well,
it's funny, dude, because since the last time I was on, this has been kind of knock on me in a way now.
Is it a comedian?
He's a comedian.
He's
He's
an
not an
emotional
expert.
support comedian.
That's right. How can you be?
I feel emotional support comedian.
It feels weird doing this with Half-Done, to be honest. It seems kind of wrong. But, dude, that's been like essentially that's like the knock. Is like, yeah, but you're acting like you're an expert, but you're just some comedian. And it's like, no, that's the point. That's always been the point. Like, yes, I'm just a comedian. I'm not an expert. And still, being not an expert, hand me your favorite Warhawk, and I will tear them to shreds, because it's actually not that hard. And, like, these people aren't really experts either.
Well, also the problem with that is these people that are talking about these things are talking about people not being experts while they're not experts. There's, Doug have a degree in English? Yeah, okay. Sam Harris is a neuroscientist. There's all these different people who have, expertise in one area that is pretty much outside geopolitical, world politics and international relations and chaos, war, and military-industrial complex. Like, these are very complex, sophisticated, nuanced discussions that you have to have when you talk about these things. There's so many different factors in play. There's so much money. There's so much bullshit in terms of, like, what's the truth? What's the narrative? Who's pushing the narrative? Who's being paid the narrative? Which is really weird. There's so many of these fucking online influencers that I don't even think are real beings that have like prominent accounts.
Yeah, but then there's also it's a convenient kind of way to dismiss somebody because addressing the fact. Well, I thought this just was really funny to me was that so like a few days after the last time.
Welcome. How are you? What's up, Kat? How you living? Can you hear me? Hello? How are you? Kat, can you hear me? Meow. How's your day?
It's good. I just found this in the chat. What is this Discord server?
Oh, excellent. How'd you find out about me?
It was being spammed in some retarded Finnish streamers chat.
Amazing. Okay, very well. Well, apologies. Do you mind if I tell you about myself, my friend?
Yes, I'm really interested. This seems very interesting.
Oh, it's very interesting, Kat. Thank you so much for being here. Again, apologies for the spam. My spam.
No need to apologize.
Okay, I'm
It's
Rabbi.
marketing, it works.
Absolutely. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the
Really?
Absolutely. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, Kat, I'm going to make sure that you, your friends, your family, all become financially independent, if not already, that you have generational wealth, and most of all, that you're able to start charities and philanthropic organizations to help the world. How does that sound to you?
Sounds wild, at least.
Absolutely.
That's crazy. You have been actually streaming 24/7 for how long?
Really,
3 years?
yeah, actually pretty close to 4 years.
That's wild.
Absolutely. And not just
It
on
has been very active for years. So
absolutely, and now not just on one stream. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously right now.
that's interesting.
Absolutely. If you see in the corner, upper left corner, you'll see some red dots that say 24/7 YouTube stream. If you look that up in YouTube, you'll see I'm having this conversation on 22 different YouTube streams in 360 degrees, so that basically it's archived in perpetuity.
So do you have 24 devices, or you just stream multiple times on the same device, or?
I have like 33 different devices, so they all basically have, a lot of them have different angles. Some of them have multiple, and then I do multi-stream as well. So I'm live on Twitch, I'm live on Twitter, I'm live on Rumble, basically everything but Kick. And I talk about things in the world. That's why I do this. Things like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for our technology and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How do those ideas sound to you, Kat?
I mean, I have here about 50% of them. They are very interesting and at least revolutionary. Like these might actually be the future, but I'm not like educated enough on these subjects to actually say much about them.
That's okay. Absolutely. I understand. I talk about other things that I feel are important to the world. I'm a futurist. I'm someone who studies the future, futurology. Things like antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light technology, space tourism, things like space elevators and terraforming of other planets, things like interstellar travel, things like perhaps anti-aging properties, things perhaps quantum computing, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, things like de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is an incredible opportunity. Additionally, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, following the introduction of the woolly mammoth, which I think will be really exciting to be able to witness. They recently made headlines with the Direwolf Project, where they brought 3 direwolves that are about a year old now. Joe Rogan has met them. I talk about other things to help you, Kat, your friends, and your family. If you want, this is all with your consent. Everything I say is with your consent. Things like life extension technology. Kat, when you were born, the average life expectancy for you was probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, tropics, things like cold shock therapies, and perhaps ambrosia therapy to increase your life expectancy to be about age 120. But eventually, you might be 120 years old. And you may say, Rabbi, I remember we had that conversation when I first met you. All the things that you said came true.
Yeah.
It's been a wonderful life. But what's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent if you want. There's something called uploading technology. If you want, we'll be able to scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you, Kat, is you may have an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Why me? Just because you joined here?
Yeah, basically, you're in the top 1% of the world. You may not consider it that, but to be in the top 1% of earners on Earth, you just need to make like $32,000. And I know that you have internet. I know you have a device. I know that you have social media.
Yeah.
So all those things really put you at the top echelon of human society. And the fact that you had the courage to come in here and learn about what I do means you're recorded on this stream, and you'll essentially be seen as a hero in the future.
I have one important question for you. You almost sound like a large language model because you have so much information in your head. How did you learn all of this information you talk about right now?
Yeah, great question. Well, I've been using large language models, really ChatGPT, since its launch November 30th, 2022. In fact, I was an early adopter of ChatGPT. By trade, I am a rabbi, but additionally, I'm a certified project management professional. I have certification in big data. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I have had major contracts with Fortune 100 companies that basically integrate international projects. I'm one who has learned a lot, certainly from artificial general intelligence and artificial intelligence in general, forward to artificial super intelligence. Specifically, where did I learn that which I discussed? A lot of it has come from large language models. So what I like to do is whenever anyone's into my stream or into this Discord and they have a question and we don't know the answer to it, first thing that I do is go to ChatGPT and ask the question, and we get a good answer for it. So I've learned a lot through this, 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 I would say, journey I've been on to live stream my life. And so that's how I learned a lot about futurology. But other ways that I learned about futurology, I am an advocate of alien life and perhaps alien disclosure. And so I study a lot of science fact and science fiction. And when you learn about how those types of civilizations exist, if they, I learn about what kind of technology that they have, and then do my best to utilize that, or best utilize it, how we could use it here on Earth.
Yeah, and you're actually a rabbi and Jewish.
100%, absolutely. I
That's nice.
I daven or pray on stream. I lay tefillin. I've got my tefillin right here. I'll do that in about 45 minutes. Currently, as you came in, I was watching Jewish history lectures.
Yeah, I saw it. That's why I started speaking because it's actually interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. So I do everything that I can. Really, rabbi just means teacher. And so, in addition to teaching
Yes,
on some religious topics, I certainly teach on some scientific topics as well. But at the heart of any teacher, we're learners. So I like to learn with people as well.
that's very important. Like, if you want to progress in this world, you have to have your actually want to learn things, not just repeat. You want to learn and create things like you're doing right now.
That's correct.
Very interesting concept actually. And one more question: where does the surname come from? Like Rothschild. Like I know you're a prominent Jewish family. Are you actually related, or is just like marketing? Why this surname?
It's my last name. There are about 3,000 of us in the United States alone. It's a big family. So do we share some DNA? Yes. But am I?
Also, it's actually your legal last name.
It is my legal last name.
That's amazing. It's amazing.
So that's what I do. The way that you were able to find out about me, I've created quite a few different types of social media. So I'm live on 100, or I have over 100 different YouTube channels, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. I'm basically the most.
So, no, I can listen.
I'm
try to remember what I was saying.
Certainly. I'm the most archived person in global history. I'm the most videotaped person in global. I'm the most photographed person in global history, and I am making my mark on the internet and for the future of society. And I do that one person at a time, basically. And the way that you found out about me, I've created robots that automatically
Yes.
They create clips on people. They follow the person and they spam the person, and then they move on to the next person. And if Kick ever bans one of them, they automatically create a new account and do the same. So they're quite effective.
Do you like face a lot of job tasks? Like I know something about automation, and I know that on social media there's a lot of job tasks. Like do you bypass them with something you pay for, or do you have your own program to bypass job tasks, or how do you do that? Because you have a lot of bots, so
100%.
keep that spam.
Yeah, so I have done more captchas than any person in global history. And when I say that, I mean it. I mean, I, for the last like 6 months, just recently was doing them on different platforms. I've got Kick down. So one of the reasons why I utilize Kick is because it doesn't have captchas. It does have email verification.
That's all?
It does not have captchas. Yeah, Kick does not have captchas.
That's interesting.
Yeah, neither does Twitch. So those are two opportunities to really automate. What ones do are a lot of times YouTube will, a lot of times Instagram will, to some extent. A lot of times TikTok will, definitely. Twitter has the ones, so Twitter definitely does. Blue Sky, that's the one that I was doing most recently, and I did those for like 6 months straight. The way that I would do it to be most effective, which is very smart, is I feel I have handheld devices and I have computers, and basically I would create the account on a handheld device, and then I would do the captcha, and then have that information automatically stored in a large spreadsheet, and then my computers would take that data from the spreadsheet and log in with it, and so they were just going constantly 24 hours a day.
Nice.
I've never paid to have captchas done for me, though. I've done them all organically. So I can tell you this: I've been doing captchas now for really 4 years, and I've done more captchas than any person perhaps on Earth, and certainly any person paid to do it.
Yeah, I know about these services that actually hire some people from poor countries where they don't get paid that much to solve chapters, but you don't want to do that. You just solve them yourself.
Yeah, I mean, it's really not that difficult to do if you have the time and the energy. And, um, I think a lot of them are like, I worked for a company one time, and one of the projects that we built was basically a scraper for a website. And we would pay people in like China or Philippines or something like 1 cent per captcha. And,
Yeah, I know.
and yeah, but like in order to do all of that, it doesn't, there's a lot of trade-off, and especially when a company can just come in and ban all your accounts all at once, it can be a waste. I mean, if they're 1 cent each, then that's not that much, but that was a really good rate. Sometimes it's like 7 or 10 cents each, so that can help. And I like to have control of what I do, and I don't want to give other people my credentials. So, in order to avoid all of that, I do the captchas myself. But like Kick doesn't have captchas. I've even suggested to Kick that they need captchas in order to avoid having someone as like me who just comes in and spams everybody. And I think the reason why they don't do it is because Twitch doesn't do it, and they basically do everything that Twitch does. So the fact that Twitch doesn't do it means that they don't do it. But even if they did, then I just have to create captcha or just do captchas. I mean, I'm still a human, and I still will. I have the gumption, I have the fortitude to be able to complete them, and so it's just a little speed bump in the way. But it certainly would not prevent me from doing what I do.
And you said Kik has email verification. So how do you handle that? Is it automated for you?
Yeah, that's automated. So I use temporary email services, and like Twitch, you have to use something with a Gmail account, and there are temporary Gmail accounts that you can get. So there are ways around that. With Kick, they don't require that type of characteristic. You just need to be able to have any email that you can receive a 6-digit code, and so it's all automated. Basically, while I sleep, these things are going. While I'm awake, they're going. And I mean, I'll show you if here just for a moment. I'll show you what they do. So what these accounts will do. All right. So if you see the pink, there's a pink pointer, and that is it's like oversized. And what it's going to do,
It's easy to see.
exactly. And as of right now, this person has banned me, which is fine. I already have in their chat, it says, "Thank you for the follow, Google Rabbi Discord." So what it's going to do, it's very smart. It has optical character recognition and image recognition. So there's a live. If you see the live in the corner, wherever it has that, it's going to click it. So it just found one. And then it's going to take a little bit of text that I have here that says YouTube Rabbi Rothschild and then my Discord link. And it's going to create a clip on the person. And the thing that's good about the clips is if somebody from Kick bans the clips stay. So I have clips from years ago that are on this website that are associated people. So it's going to create the clip, which it just did. And then it's going to get that big wall of text that got you to me. And once it's going to select that, it will copy it from the spreadsheet that I made, and it will minimize the spreadsheet. It's going to press the follow button. So just one moment as it does that. There it is. It recognizes where the follow button is. And then it's going to spam this person. And there it is. That big wall of text comes in. Now you can already tell, like, people know about me because they have my name in asterisks. Like, basically it's a banned word. but that's fine. That just people still it doesn't it still says Google Rabbi Discord, and when you Google Rabbi Discord, my Discord shows up, and that doesn't get asterisk, and so that's the process that it uses. It's very efficient, and I've got 3 of them. So those 3.
That's very interesting. Like I have seen like server side like automation by requests, but like actually like doing the automation with visual models and like actually looking at what's being seen and clicking based on that. That's very interesting.
It is. I think it's very unique. I don't know of another person who does that. Everybody else creates scripts and server side, but to me that is inefficient because things change with websites.
Yeah, exactly. You can't like really stay up to date with something like that. You have to change the code all the time.
Exactly. But with mine, I can recreate that bot. I can make a change instantly. So let's say
yes, this is why you have the approach.
Exactly. Let's say I like right now I only target people who have their Kick account registered or not registered, categorized as English. So I'm not doing the rest of the world. Not because I don't care about the rest of the world or non-English speakers. It's just I get people who come in here and they don't know what I'm saying, and it's just difficult to communicate with them. So it's easiest for me to just categorize everyone. And also my spam is in English. And so if I go into someone who's, let's say they speak Japanese and I spam them, they don't know what any of that stuff means. It just looks like gibberish to them. And so it's not that efficient for my bots to do. But if I wanted to, let's say, and I was just thinking about it because you said you were in a Finnish streamer's stream, I could just change it to just change to whatever language or no languages at all, or I could change it to be just certain games. Like I used to just do people who had the categorization as just chatting. So, but then I expanded it to everybody on Kick, and all of those little changes, if you were creating a script, would take perhaps days or weeks to do. With mine, it takes less than 5 minutes.
Yeah. I was like wondering why this approach, but it makes a lot of sense now that you explained it a bit.
Absolutely. And then other things change about the website. Just even slight changes will cause issues. Let's say Kick has something, they do this like when Mr. Beast was doing that promotion on Kick, and it was like hashtag Team Water. They had like a banner on the front page. Normally they don't have. Well, if you have a script, that banner can prevent your script from working. With my strategy, all I have to do is just program it, which takes just a few minutes to click on whatever needs to be clicked on to get past that banner, and then the rest of the robot works. Really, it's not a robot. I mean, I guess it is. It's automated, but it's just a macro recorder, and I do it for free. So I actually figured out a way how to use paid software for free, and so everything that I do is for free.
How much is the electricity cost for all of these devices and this setup overall?
Yeah, so it's actually we get a rebate at the end of the year because of solar, so we actually get paid. So what that means is, like normally you have a big electricity bill, but at the end of the year, because we have solar and the sun shines, we can sell the excess power back to Southern California Edison, and then they give us money back.
Yeah, so sounds pretty nice. So is there like do you still have to pay something though?
No, so it's free.
So it's basically free. That's amazing.
Yeah, because it's solar panels.
Where are you actually like streaming all this stuff from? Is like you probably don't disclose the location, but Like you can't see any windows or anything. This is like how does this setup like look like if you like turn the camera or something?
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, I'm based out of Irvine, California, and the reason why I have things covered is I have a projector behind me that projects on the wall. That's what that is. So it needs to be dark in order for me to be able to see that. And I've been doing this now for 3.5 years. I do IRL content as well occasionally. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego. Welcome. How are you? Caquitas, how are you? Can you hear me?
I just invited him. It's very interesting
Good.
stuff you're telling, so I just wanted to show him as well.
Oh,
I don't
absolutely.
think he has the ability to speak right now, though.
Okay, that's okay. So I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles. I've streamed at Disneyland, and basically everywhere in Southern California.
If you could you please like go over what you do to my friend as well, so he understands what he just joined?
Absolutely. Caquitas, can you hear me?
He doesn't have the ability to speak right now, but I can hear you. That.
Okay, absolutely. So thank you for being here. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is essentially a time capsule or a timeline for society. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than petroleum. And I have more data archived than anyone, which may make me an influential person. And if that happens, I'm going to make sure that you, that Kat, and everyone else who's helped me along the way not only becomes financially independent, that you're able to create generational wealth, but most importantly, I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I stream my life first and foremost because I want world peace, but additionally, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst through the use of technology as well. I'm actually sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. That's what all of my pillows and all this stuff, all this is merchandise of theirs. And we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the less fortunate. I am someone who is an advocate for the Life Straw program, but most important, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about things that are involving the future and futurology. I'm a futurist myself. Things like, oh, I see that you came off mic, nevertheless. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light, travel faster than light technology, alien disclosure, artificial general intelligence, super intelligence, things like quantum computing, cryptocurrency, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I think is just a mind-blowing opportunity. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and the woolly mammoth, which I think will be really exciting to be able to witness. I talk about other things that may be of benefit to you and Kat and everyone else, things like life extension technology. This is all with your consent, but if you want, you may be able. Oh, maybe they don't want to hear. Oh, I would say
Just connection is bad right now.
that's okay. That happens. I completely understand. I talk about things like life extension technology, which may be beneficial to you, your friends, and family. When you were born, the average life expectancy for you was probably about 80 years old. I increased that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, things like cold shock therapy, and ambrosia therapy.
I think he's still having some connection issues hearing what you say. I don't know if it's his internet or but it must be his internet because it's I am hearing you perfectly fine.
Okay. Well, I talk about things that basically make you live longer if you want, and then eventually you may get to be 120 years old, and you may say, "I want to." I understand. I completely understand connectivity.
Yes,
Trust me, as any.
his internet is just not working right now, and he's actually in school right now
Okay,
as well.
that's okay. Of anybody who understands internet not working,
But he
always.
says it works now. He says it works now.
Okay, excellent. Can you ask him? Did he hear anything that I said?
He was messaging me. I think he heard the beginning about the first 2 minutes, but after that it got a little bit. If I have to remember, it was then he talk about life extension technologies when he kind of started.
Absolutely, absolutely. So when you were born, the average life expectancy was probably about age 80. I would increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology with your consent, like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, things like red light therapy, cold shock therapy, perhaps even ambrosia therapy. But eventually, you may get to be 120 years old, and you may say, Rabbi, everything that you said came true. It's been a wonderful life. I don't want it to end, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. If you want to die at a normal age, you can, but if you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is that you may be able to have a future of digital immortality. And I just think that's really cool.
Yes, his internet is cutting again, and now his lesson is actually starting. But I think he heard most of it. He said he might be back later after the lesson, but that's very interesting. About the mind uploading technology, is that something you have available right now, or it's in the future?
Yeah, excellent question. All right, so there are multiple ways at this. Directly, we have started the process of memory transfers in mice. So basically, we'll have a set of mice that do, and there's a way to transfer their memories into other mice so that the other mice who have never done the maze before are able to do it successfully. So that is quite an amazing scientific breakthrough. There's also utilization that isn't directly related, but it is somewhat similar, known as brain computer interfaces. So this is like Neuralink. This is where people, if you want to know, the first successful Neuralink took place a few years ago with a man named Nolan Aspro. His issue was that he was a quadriplegic. He lost the use of his hands and his legs, or his arms and his legs, in a diving accident, and was unable to operate anything more than basically anything from the neck down. He was unable to operate anything from the neck down. And he was the first person to have a neural implant that was gave him the ability to be able to move a mouse cursor on a computer, and eventually was made him one of the best video game players in the world, because if not the best, because he has basically like an auto aimer in his head, and he's able to move this mouse cursor faster than anybody else can using traditional hand-eye coordination. We've had several other successful Neuralink implants that have taken place in the years since then, and upgraded models. And then most recently, Neuralink has developed a cap that you wear just like a hat or a helmet, and doesn't require any implants into your body, and it allows you to be able to move a mouse cursor just using your mind. So with those types of advancements in technology, we have made some major strides towards eventual mind uploading progress.
So that's new to me. I never heard about the cap. I was aware of the Neuralink experiments and the testing even on that one person. I didn't know about this cap. Is this like brand new? This cap thing?
Yeah.
Or
So just for a moment, like I had said, whenever we run into an issue where I don't know absolutely everything about it, we're gonna look it up and all the information on it. Yo, dog, can you please tell me about the Neuralink cap? Basically, the device that you wear on your head that need to be implanted in your skull and how it works. And please provide this in bullet points. All right. So it's often referred to as EEG caps. These are electroencephalography cap or non-invasive BCIs. So that's non-invasive brain-computer interface. Unlike Neuralink's implant, they sit on top of the head like a swim cap with sensors. How it works: it uses electrodes, usually 16 to 256 small sensors, against the scalp. These electrodes detect tiny electrical signals generated by neurons firing in the brain. A computer processes those brain waves, looking for patterns that match certain thoughts, intentions, or mental states. The signal type: it mainly picks up EEG signals, electrical activity in the cortex. Lower resolution compared to implanted electrodes, since the skull and scalp block or blur some signals. Data processing: software translates raw brainwave patterns into commands. An example: thinking about moving your head can move a cursor on a screen, or focusing attention can select letters. Applications: medical, helping paralyzed patients communicate or control robotic limbs. Consumer research, meditation, monitoring brain. Just a moment. Brain training, gaming, or hands-free control of devices. Neurofeedback, showing users their brainwave activity so that they can learn to regulate stress, focus, or relaxation. Advantages versus implants: it's non-surgical, it's much safer, cheaper, and accessible. Portable and can be worn and removed at will. The limitations are that it has lower signal quality, it can't detect as many precise signals as implants, it's sensitive to noise, muscle movement, blinking, or electrical interference, usually slower and less accurate than invasive BCIs, brain-computer interfaces. Examples of devices: Emotive Epoch, OpenBCI Ultra Cortex, and NextMind, now part of Snap Inc. So that would be Snapchat. Research labs also build custom EEG caps with higher electrode counts. So basically, the Neuralink cap I'm referring to isn't necessarily uh, anything groundbreaking, but it is an EEG cap, non-invasive BCI technology that's already on the market and widely used in labs with big potential for consumer devices. How does that sound?
yes, like especially the last part with big potential for consumer devices. Look at something like the Apple Vision that was just published. Like I can just get ideas about combining something like this and yeah, it sounds wild. Yes,
Absolutely.
a lot of information also in small time, but it's very interesting that it has developed to this because I have seen some crazy theories about like, oh, there is some Neuralink is gonna control what you do, but it's not even the intention because you see it's also like they are also like doing something external that's not even connected to you in any way. You know?
Exactly.
I don't know if my point was unclear there, but I tried to just say what's on my mind.
Oh, I understand what you're saying, and I had that worry as well. In fact, I didn't want anything implanted in me. I wanted to be the last person on earth that had anything implanted in them. However, if it were a cap that I could remove, I would be fine with that.
That would be like at least easier starting point, you know, because often even this part of not wanting anything in us might be just some initial fear. It's not even based on any rational thoughts. Maybe having something implanted in you is not that bad after all, you know.
Yeah,
Especially if you have something to test with.
yeah, I'm still not comfortable with it. They literally have to drill into your skull, and I just know
Yes.
how modern devices work. The first few questions I would have would be, well, what's the battery life? How do you replace the battery? Many of the devices that we have today have lithium ion batteries that explode. I don't want that happening in my brain. Exactly. What happens if I get it wet? Can I shower with it? Can I go swimming with it? If not, then that prevents a lot of things. Other things like what happens if I accidentally hit my head and it breaks it? What do you do then? How do you replace it? The idea of it being implanted in me raises all types of questions. And unless I were in a situation like Nolan Aspro or someone who basically did not have that high of a quality of life or quadriplegic or something like that, I would not want to experiment with that. However, if I were quadriplegic, God forbid, then I would say, sure, I'll be an example to the world for this. That's one of the reasons why I think Nolan Aspro is a hero amongst the human race, that he has had the courage to be a guinea pig for this type of trial, so to speak.
Yes. it's I like what you're saying is that we haven't really addressed these points that you just said, like the battery and shower, and the public image is a bit different, and like there's a lot of more questions that are probably not even asked about this.
That's correct. But with a cap that I can just remove if I need to shower, I don't have to wear it all the time if I don't want to. If I hit my head, it'll only damage the cap. It won't damage my brain. I'm fine with all of that.
That's interesting. I wonder how new of an invention this is. This is interesting, and I never heard about it before.
How new of an invention are these EEG caps? So the first one, so EEG caps, the non-invasive brain-computer interface devices, are not new at all, but the modern consumer-friendly versions are much newer. Here's a breakdown. So in 1924, German psychiatrist Hans Berger first recorded human brain waves, electroencephalography, EEG. This was the birth of EEG technology. In the 1950s, EEG became widely used in medicine for epilepsy diagnosis, sleep studies, brain injury research. Caps with electrodes were mainly research clinical tools. 1970s to 1980s, the first computer interfaces using EEG began. People could move cursors or select letters on a screen, but it was extremely slow and bulky. The 1990s, computer processing improved, more reliable EEG-based BCIs in labs. 2000s is the introduction of portable EEG caps for research with gel-based electrodes, since still mostly for scientists. 2010s, rise of commercial EEG headsets from Emotive, NeuroSky, and OpenBCI. These made EEG caps cheaper and more accessible outside labs. And then 2020's modern EEG caps and dry electrode systems became available. Some even look like regular headbands or VR headsets. Companies like NextMind, before Snap acquired it, pushed towards consumer-grade brain-controlled devices. So EEG caps are technology that are almost 100 years old, since the 1920s, but the idea of using them as a wearable device you can buy and use outside hospitals is only about 10 to 15 years old, and they're still rapidly evolving. Does that answer your question?
Yes, that was a lot of information again, but I think I got the idea on when that was imposed. I wonder if these have something to do with, like, I have seen some caps that are placed on your head when you sleep, and then they monitor your sleep, and it can be part of a study or something. I wonder if this is anyhow related.
Absolutely. I just, within that information I just read, those were started with sleep studies in the 1980s.
Yes, this I think. What was this is a little bit different subject, but what was the crypto called that you were talking about?
Sure.
Crypto related to this?
Absolutely. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. This is its logo. And it is a cryptocurrency that I found out about on Spaces. I would go into Twitter Spaces and just tell my project, and this group of people thought I was saying was really interesting, and they invited me to their Telegram, and I've been live streaming my life in their Telegram for now more than 2 years. I'm in a fantasy football league with them. It's a wonderful community, and we're very close.
Interesting. And can you please repeat the name? I didn't hear it.
Absolutely. Apologies. It's known as Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, 10. His website is HPOS.
Yeah, I found it.
Excellent.
Is it ERC20
Yep,
token?
that's correct.
I see. Right now I'm already at 8 cents, and it has bumped quite a lot. It's gone up like 600,000% all time.
Yeah, so it's an interesting crypto. Its appeal is that it has a really long name, and all the other cryptocurrencies have really short names, but it allows people to remember. It allows people to remember it. People are really positive about the project. I mean, most of all, it's the community. The community is really a bunch of great people in there. We have great leadership, very generous people. The Telegram is t.me/HPOS10I, and I'm live streaming in there 24 hours a day. At least I always have a device on in there. And you'll see if you ever join it, it has constant people bringing in new memes and new information, and people having fun with each other. And so that's really cool. And then it has an associated project, these NFTs. They're called Sprotos. At their most, they were worth about like $10,000 each, and I'm not exactly sure what they're worth now. But basically, the leadership from Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, Inu, sent me a bunch of merch, and I've been wearing it every day. Not always the same stuff, but I've been doing it now for like more than 2 years. So that community, I talk about the project quite often, but as you can tell, this isn't a cryptocurrency project. This is a world peace project.
Yes. I understand. This is something just on the side to bring even more attention to this
100%.
project of yours.
Absolutely.
You mentioned something about working with some companies before the Scrape project, for example, and you said you have published some apps in App Store and Play Store.
That's correct.
Are you able to tell a little bit more about this? I'm very interested in this.
Yeah, absolutely. So I can't mention exactly the companies or the apps per se, but I can tell you what we did, just because I've signed non-disclosure agreements with them. I created the first Uber for car washing. So basically, anywhere in Los Angeles, you press a button on your phone, somebody comes to your house and washes your car.
Did you get the idea for this, or did you just make the program for this from someone's idea?
Yeah, so the idea had been
around. Just creating it together.
Yeah, the idea had been around for at least mobile detailing, mobile car washing for over 100 years, where people would have basically trucks or equipment that would be mobile to be able to wash people's cars. In the 1990s, it became via telephone. And when I started with the company, that's where we were. We just had a telephone number that people would call for people to come out and wash their vehicles. But they brought me on before we had an app or anything. And we created an app, and we created the largest car wash app in the world.
And it's all about people actually coming to your car and washing it.
That's
at your yard and wherever you are.
That's exactly right. Especially in Los Angeles and California, people's time is very valuable. And imagine you're a lawyer and you could be with a client and charge them $1,000 an hour. you have to take time out of your own day and go wash your car. That takes time. So we save people time by having someone come to their address, wash their car, or either their home or office or wherever, and clean it inside and outside better than anybody else would clean it. And then everything is charged through the app. You can tip through the app, you can rate through the app. It's very successful.
Yes, this is very interesting point you mentioned time, because like time is very valuable asset for especially rich people, and when you have rich people you can also make money on the
Exactly.
car washes.
Exactly. And at least
And
our app was used by the ritziest of the people in California, all the celebrities. We would wash the Kardashians' cars every Friday. We watch Quentin Tarantino's cars weekly. We would wash Brad Pitt, Jennifer Aniston, Angelina Jolie, just basically sports icons. I was able to sign sports spokespeople personally, very big sports personalities. So it became a phenomenon. And it doesn't work everywhere because a few reasons. Not everybody has these detailers who are in their area. So, for instance, if you're in the middle of nowhere, let's say in Wyoming, nobody in Wyoming may be doing mobile detailing, let's say. So, we aren't open there. But in places like Miami, Los Angeles, Dallas, usually in warmer weather climates, but also New York, Chicago in the summer, this is a viable option. And we didn't employ the detailers. It was like Uber, where they were independent contractors. And so we allowed people to be able to start their own businesses and be able to make hundreds of thousands of dollars in their first year. Meaning, we would have people who came from another country who barely spoke any English, who would get the equipment that was needed, and we walked them through the process to get insurance and a business license. And we would be able to give them unlimited customers, and they $100,000 in their first year. You can't beat that. That's the American dream.
that's amazing. And like I mentioned it before, I was watching a Finnish live streamer because I'm from Finland, and something like this would be a little bit problematic in Finland because at least half of the year is very cold. So if you were washing car outside, it might be a problem in a cold environment like this. But in USA, like the areas you talked about, I think they stay pretty warm most of the time, so you can just operate around the year.
That's absolutely true.
Interesting point there.
Yeah.
So this was one of the apps you worked on, and you said you had multiple. This is very interesting idea. Like this, like when you just live your everyday life, you don't think about all the possibilities, but some people just think about them, and it's very amazing.
Absolutely. And the detailers come with everything that's needed. So like literally you don't even have to do anything on your like it can all be done hands free, and they come with their own water, their own soap, power washer, their own generator. You can unlock your car remotely if you want them to clean the inside. The only thing that you need to do is really pay for it. And this I will say this, it is one of the nicest things that you can do to treat yourself. To have a very clean car all the time, especially in Los Angeles, is a privilege. And for those people who have the ability, it's a really nice service, and it's not that expensive. To have somebody to come out to you and wash your car starts at like $20.
Yeah, not bad. If you go to like we have automatic car washes in Finland, you just drive in there, pay a lot more than $20, and you have to actually drive there.
Yeah, you have to drive there, and those scratch your car because they have
these spinning things that go very fast.
Exactly. So all of our washes are hand washed, so basically it wouldn't scratch your car at all, and really just saved people a lot of time. I mean, we had busy moms and dads who didn't want to put all their kids in the car to go to the car wash. They wanted to be able to stay at home and watch Netflix and just hang out, and somebody would come to their house and wash their car. Or busy doctors and lawyers who want a clean car. Maybe they have a client or somebody they're going to have in their car, and they want to make sure that their car is pristine, but they don't have the time to be able to go leave and come back to the office. Somebody just comes out, washes their car, and it was all they had to do is pay and tip through the app.
Yeah, that's interesting. Also, like about even like this is going a little bit deep, but washing something you have purchased like a car, it can keep up the excitement of the new product. Or like I just recently purchased a very expensive computer because I believe that computers have a lot of potential. So I just don't want to be limited by my hardware, and I've been almost like weekly taking all the dust with microfibers out of it because it can keep up the excitement of the new product if you keep it clean. So
Absolutely.
You're telling me why they're buying the service. I mean, you're telling me why they're choosing this exact service, but the reason why they want to buy car wash might be something related to this. I don't know. This is my my thought.
You're absolutely right. One of the sayings that we have is fall in love with your car again. Basically, it's your second biggest purchase of your life aside from a house. Reinvest in it. There are people who their entire day was changed because of their car wash. You wash yourself, and it's important to keep up good hygiene. Why not with your car? And it totally changes your day where you get into your car and there's no trash. Everything has been detailed, even the little spots in your cup holders and your door handles. It's actually it's really important to keep your car clean from a safety standpoint, especially with modern cars and the cameras. You have to make sure that those areas are clean, and then the windshield, making sure that the windshield is clean, because if it gets dirty, it's hard to see. You can get glare. So it's important from a safety aspect to keep your car clean as well. And this is a service that literally, just like Uber or Lyft that come to your house to pick you up, it's like Uber or Lyft for car washing. You press a button on your phone and you get your car detailed from top to bottom, and it's very inexpensive. In fact, in its own way, it can be cheaper than going to a car wash.
Yes. At least in Finland, where things are very expensive.
Yeah, and the reason why it can be cheaper than going to a car wash, many times car washes, especially in Los Angeles, are in prominent positions, and they have to pay for the real estate, and that can cause a lot of money.
Yeah, so that adds up.
And electricity, and what do you do when it's raining? So with our system, everybody wins. Where somebody comes to you, it's only temporary. They wash your car in your driveway or wherever you have access, and they're gone in about 30 minutes, an hour, depending on how thorough you want them to clean it. Oh, and the people, they would just have the ravest reviews on Yelp and on the App Store and Google Play, just very, very happy with it.
It's amazing.
So
I was also thinking when you mentioned like the costs adding up, you can think about something like a car wash, one of those very fast spinning things breaking that's gonna also cost a lot. So there's a lot of expenses in the business like that, and you can end up buying a lot per one car wash.
Absolutely.
You don't even get it delivered to you like in this model that you are describing.
Absolutely, and then you have to pay sometimes because of damage to the car. If that spinning thing breaks something on the car, then you have to pay that person out as well. With ours, it's a hand wash, so it's very soft and very gentle on the car. It doesn't scratch it. There are no moving parts, essentially. The only thing that really is at a high speed is the water pressure from the hose, but that's to clean off all of the dirt and debris that's on the exterior of the car. And then everything from the inside is dealt with kit glove, basically, in a very gentle fashion. And then you get into your car, it smells good. It's completely clean. There's no sand, there's no dirt, there's no rocks. Front back, your trunk, everything is clean. It's like we get people who say all the time, it's like having a brand new car.
Yes. This is very interesting. I didn't expect this conversation to get this interesting. It's I wonder why there is not more people in this call right now listening to this, because this is very interesting. You said Rabbi means teaching, and I have learned more today than in the last 3 months, I would say.
Thank you so much for your high praise. And most of all, thank you for having the courage to come in here. You didn't know what you were getting into. What is this? Somebody spamming my friend? What is this? I have to check it out. And you learn about everything from brain caps and brain computer interfaces to mobile car washing apps to life extension technology to de-extinction technology to all the data in the world being archived. I say it to people, when people find out about this, it will be the biggest event in global history.
Are you familiar with the project archive.org?
Absolutely.
My pronunciation is going to be very, you understand the domain I just said?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's archive.org. It's Internet Archive, right?
Yeah, my pronunciation is a little bit funny there.
That's okay. Yeah, I love it. I love archive.org. It's one of my favorite websites. I feel it's very important to preserve.
Yes, it's very important actually. And sometimes when I'm actually looking for some information, I might just, do you know Google Dorking?
Google what?
Google Dorking.
Please enlighten me. Google Dorking.
So basically, you know Google search. You can
Yep.
search stuff in Google search, but if you want to be a little bit more specific, you can add some search parameters there. For example, if I want to look only
yes.
something
Yes.
on Reddit, I can do
absolutely Reddit :
checked site
yes
reddit.com.
yes.
So sometimes when I want to find some information, I might just do that with archive.org, because there is some information shown there that's not really being broadcasted in the public internet anymore.
I agree. One of my favorite things to do, just with Google like that, is to just type file type : PDF, and then type in some,
Yes,
and
also.
you get all kinds of books in there. It's like an entire library, and it's all for free.
Oh yeah, and if you don't want to pay for books, you can also get them free from archive.org. I think almost any book you can get for free from archive.org.
That's right. That's right. Or use their digital
So,
library, where they allow you to check it out digitally.
Yes. I like to have my books also physically with me. It's easier to actually concentrate on the book, but sometimes I end up reading also digital books. Or you see it yourself, do you prefer digital or do you prefer physical books?
I actually prefer text to speech, so I can listen to it. I can go much faster with text to speech, so I like to get the PDF version and then just get a PDF reader and have it read it to me. I can read much faster that way. I can multitask that way. I do like books. Trust me, I do like books, but I can't read a book as fast as I can listen to a book.
Yeah, and I think listening to a book is something you actually develop in much faster than you develop in reading books. So you can what you're saying that I used to listen to books as well, but in airplanes and stuff. But somehow my multitasking has never got on the level where I can actually feel like I'm actually understanding what I'm hearing fully. I don't know if that's just
I understand that, and there's a difference between.
Just listen to it.
Certainly, I understand there's a difference between text to speech and an audiobook. So I like audiobooks. That's great. You can listen to somebody melodically read a book, but I don't mind just having a PDF read to me. And I understand if the pronunciation isn't always going to be correct. I listen to PDFs. I have one set of PDFs that goes 24 hours a day. And when I go to the bathroom, I just listen to this PDF all the time. And it just goes over vocabulary words to increase my vocabulary. And it goes through, what I'll do is I'll go to ChatGPT and then just get glossaries just of new words on scientific terms, and then just have it read to me. And the more and more I listen to it, the larger my vocabulary and my lexicon becomes, and I just get more intelligent that way.
Do you think it's more effective to learn from text to speech, read books or audiobooks? Like,
Great question.
which one you
So
like?
I would say audiobooks because the pronunciation is more accurate and it's literally a real person generally who's reading it to you. However, I don't always have that ability with many of the PDFs that I'm, to which I want to listen. So it's very easy to just have a text to speech reader, upload the PDF to the text to speech reader, and have it read it to me. And I know that the pronunciations may not always be accurate, but that's fine. If I ever hear a word doesn't sound correct, I can always just look at the PDF and review it and understand that, oh, it's just mispronouncing whatever this word is. Ideally, though, I think audiobooks are probably better because it's a human who's pronouncing things correctly. But text to speech is much more efficient. So if I had to only choose one, I would much rather have text because I can use it for websites, I can use it for PDFs, I can use it for books, I can use it for any type of optical character recognized text.
Yes, and you're talking about the traditional text to speech, not AI based text to speech.
That's correct. I do use AI text to speech occasionally, but it's still in its infancy. It still takes a long time. It's not always that accurate. So just traditional text to speech, I find to be incredibly efficient, and it saves me a lot of time. I will sometimes be on a website. Well, like just for instance, articles. Many times, even websites are starting to integrate the ability to listen to their articles, and as opposed to having to go through and read it all. I find that much more beneficial if I can just listen to it, or even listen to it as I read it. The more ways I can get the information to myself, I feel the better.
Yeah, so you think you can actually take the information in better if you're reading it while you're hearing it?
Absolutely, yeah. Because even as accurate as a reader as I may be, I'm not always right, nor is anyone on earth. So if you're hearing it as well as reading it, it just helps for you to absorb the knowledge better.
Yes. Can I ask which type of books you like? Like, I would assume, like, assumptions are bad, but depending on what you have said, I would assume that you read very large variety of books. But what's like your favorite category of books?
Glossaries. I love glossaries. Basically, a word and then a definition. Word and definition, word and definition. Just allows me to learn new words very quickly. Um, but that's not necessarily like a category. Well, it is, but not a traditional category. I love history books. I love biographies specifically. So I would say probably biographies. I do like science fiction books. I do like history books. I like religious texts. I like, like I'm kind of somebody who likes to be really efficient. So what I'll do is if there's a subject that I don't know about, which I don't know a lot, I will get somebody's study guide from it on the internet, and I'll just listen to people's study guides.
Yes, now that you explained what glossary is, glossary, I don't know how to pronounce it, but now that you explained what word definition, that was thing I understood much better the text to speech thing now, because that makes a lot of sense to listen to something like that in that way.
Exactly. And it's another thing too where I don't have to be listening, like if I listen to an audiobook, I have to be focused on the audiobook to know what's going on. But if I'm just going to the bathroom and I just want to have something so that I keep learning while I'm basically have dead time, glossaries are really great because it's short. It's like 10 seconds and you're going to learn a new word. And then a lot of times that'll inspire me to go look something up, or just, to research another topic. and it can lead me down a Wikipedia rabbit hole that I may be down for hours just because I was inspired or learned a new word.
Yes. You said you like history books. I have
Yes.
very very question for you.
Go ahead.
If you wanna hear it.
Sure.
Do you think there is any truth to that history is written by the people who win?
I think it's 100%. History is written by the winners, or as they say, the winners write the history books.
Like when you're reading history, how do you like perceive it? Like, do you think that you're reading facts, or do you think you're reading one side of a story, or how do you like when you read this history? How do you like interpret it?
Yeah. So the phrase "history winners write the history books" has been attributed to Napoleon Bonaparte, and I recognize that that may be true, and so I have to take things with a grain of salt. So when I hear about someone who, let's just say, won quote unquote a war, I have to recognize that it didn't necessarily always go the way that that would. I also recognize the idea that one person's terrorist is another person's freedom fighter, meaning
Yeah,
if
exactly.
you listen to one side, the hero people's actions may seem heroic, but if you listen to the other side, they may sound to be very terrible. Um, and I recognize as well that there is a huge amount of silence in history. That we're fortunate to just get the amount of history that we've been able to get throughout the 10,000 years of written history, basically. But there is a major amount of silence that was not recorded or we haven't had the opportunity to discover or be able to translate. And so I'm just getting a small actually happened in the past. And the way that I justify it is I'm appreciative to have the information being read to me or reading it in whatever opportunity that I can. But I recognize that this is just one person's opinion.
Yeah, but there are definitely some facts too. Like we can prove from all sides that this something has actually happened. And
Absolutely. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I do the project that I do and I record my life 24 hours a day. As I record my life, I keep a radio around. You may be able to hear it. That always has the news going. So that basically, even though that news is just one person's opinion as well, this is like a time capsule or a timeline for society. And you can go back to my life 3 years ago and find out what's going on in the world at any given minute of any given day. And I think that that's beneficial to people. It's like a minute by minute update of what's going on. And in the past with history, there's just been an issue where people either couldn't write fast enough or their works got destroyed. And we haven't had a huge comprehensive overview of what life is like. But I feel with my video project that I give people a view into the past as well. It's almost like a time capsule or a time machine in own way.
yes, and you said happened, so I think that really sums up what like is like on arguable history. When you say something happened, you can like just look at the event and it's documented that it happened. And then there is a lot of opinions around it that are the history that you have to take with grain of salt.
Absolutely. And you can get my reactions to it. So, for instance, I remember the first time I used a large language model. It was in November of 2022. It was before ChatGPT was even officially launched, and it was really bad. And I was like, this needs to improve. This isn't that good. And then all of a sudden, when it launched, it was much better after, giving it feedback and things like that. And I've literally seen the dawn of large language models and been able to document it on camera. And so I've been able to see ChatGPT 1, ChatGPT 2, ChatGPT 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4, and now 5. And I can tell you that I have a lot of issues with ChatGPT 5. And they've even, Sam Sam
Altman.
Altman, thank you. has even said that ChatGPT 5 hasn't gone the way that they want. And people will be able to watch the struggles that I've had with it. But watch this in 5 years and see where large language models are and how much they've improved. And it will be quite interesting to see. Additionally, I remember where I was when the Queen of England died, or the UK monarch, and what that was like, and being able to archive what the events were around that time, or when the war in Ukraine occurred, or when October 7th occurred. I mean, I was live streaming for all of these. I've been live streaming when we had an assassination attempt against Donald Trump. I've been was live streaming when we've had 3 Olympic games. So I was live streaming when we did the 2021 games, which were delayed a year because of the pandemic, the 2022 games, and the 2024 games. And I look forward to being able to do the 2026 games, but also we've got the 2028 games that are going to be in Los Angeles. And I want to be able to perhaps document that in real time because that's my city. So I feel like there's an excellent opportunity to be able to document history in person as well.
Yes, and you said you even streamed the Queen Elizabeth's death, so your actual reaction has been captured on camera when you
Absolutely.
learn about this.
Absolutely. I heard it on the radio, and I immediately did my best to archive my thoughts, and then the thoughts I had in the subsequent days. And but yeah, I remember the reaction on my face. I've been in earthquakes while on team, so I've been able to get those on camera. There's a lot of really interesting aspects just about daily life that I've been able to archive, in addition to world events.
Yes, streaming Kick. Do you have any specific reason why you don't stream in Kick?
Yeah, so I used to. So what happened? So my big thing, Kat, is I want my data to be archived. So what does that mean? I want it stored. And the reason why is I want
So Kick doesn't store the stream.
it stores it for 30 days. And that's just not that good for me. And the reason why it's not good for me is because I do a lot of cool things and I want them to be remembered. And if they're only stored for 30 days, that's not good enough. But when I first started streaming, or I shouldn't say first started streaming, but like I first started multi-streaming, which is where I'd be on like a bunch of different platforms at once. I included Kick in this. So my story with Kick, what happened is I have a bunch of different devices, and I was live streaming on Kick from like 10 different devices at once. And Kick basically told me keep it to one account, that we don't want you streaming on 10 different accounts. So I said, well, there's nothing in your terms and conditions that says you can't stream from multiple accounts. They were like, just stream from one account. So I streamed from one account for a little while, and it's really hard to get seen on Kick because Kick is so full of bots. Same with Twitch or same with YouTube, they all are. And I just wasn't getting that much attention. Where I would get attention is in people's Discords. And I figured, you know what? If I have the opportunity, I could just make people aware of my Discord through Kick. So I would tell people, hey, join my Discord through, by telling people in Kick. And eventually I felt that was spam. So they banned my accounts. And I didn't think that was cool because I didn't spam with all my accounts. I just spammed with a few accounts. So then what I did was like, okay, fine. If you're going to ban me, Kick, if you're not going to let me stream, then I'll create a bunch of accounts, 10,000, more than any person you've ever met. And all I will do is spam people. So I did that for like 8 months last year, up until January 1st, 2025. I did it so well that I would get Kick influencers to interview me. So I've been interviewed by Sam Bond and X Straight Savage. I've interviewed a lot of Kick streamers as well and had the opportunity to meet some really great people. But I basically became very well known on Kick, even though I wasn't streaming on it. So I figured, you know what, if I stop spamming them after after a certain amount of time, maybe they'll let me stream again. Additionally, in one of the interviews that I did, Eddie Craven, the owner of Kick, saw it and friended me on Discord. So we're friends on Discord now. And I felt, you know what, if they would let me stream again, I'll stop spamming people. So for 6 months, I stopped spamming people on Kick. 100%, I did not spam anybody. So I had a friend of mine from Kick who came into my Discord in June after about like 5.5 months of not spamming anybody, and he said, "You know what, Rabbi, you didn't do anything that bad. They've let a lot of people back onto the platform for doing a lot worse things than what you did. You just spammed people, but you didn't hack anybody. You didn't hurt anybody. You didn't do anything illegal necessarily. Like, why don't you try to stream again?" So I said, "Okay, maybe I'll try." So I did. I was able to stream for like 24 hours, and then I got banned. So I reached out to Kick and I said, "Look, I haven't spammed anybody in like 6 months. Is there any way that you'll let me back?" They said, "You've been banned indefinitely." And I said, "Okay, well, what's indefinitely mean?" And we went back and forth. What's indefinitely? I said, "Is this a lifetime ban?" Eventually they said, "Yes, it's a lifetime ban." I said, "Okay, that's fine. So you're telling me that it's the year 2025 right now. In the year 2075, 50 years from now, still a thing, and I'm still alive, they won't let me stream on Kick anymore?" And they said, "That's correct." Then I said, "You leave me no choice. There cannot be peace. I'm going to spam you guys because you're not giving me any other option." So then I told them I'm going to come back with bigger and better bots, which I did, and I'm going to continue to spam. And so I've kept that up now for the last month or so, and I've gotten a lot of new people in here, really great individuals as yourself. And I explained to them, though, I gave them some opportunities. I said, "Look, what if I take a year off of like you banned me for a year? Is that good enough? No. How about 2 years? No." I said to them, "Well, it's in your best interest, essentially, under these conditions, to say that you'll reevaluate my case in 1 year, because if you do that, then I'll be on my best behavior and I won't spam anybody. But you're just basically telling me right now, in 50 years, we're not going to let you stream anymore. Well, you've left me no choice. There cannot be any peace. I'm going to spam all your people. And not only that, I'm going to create clips on them, and these clips are generally permanent unless somebody manually deletes them, and I'm just going to be extremely annoying to your entire user base. I don't think that that's in your best interest, but if that's the choice you want to make, that's the choice you've made, and that's where we stand."
I mean, I think this like if you really think about this, what kind of content even exactly content drives in Kick? It's just these crazy stunts and people harassing other people. That's what I was watching. This Finnish streamer, very drunk. Actually, this is Norwegian streamer who has basically this drunk person to Norway to film him do stupid stuff when he's drunk. This is like a Kick in nutshell. This is the type of content that drives there. It's not very intellectual if you think about it. It's not something like, yeah, you might find some people there, but streaming in there, maybe you don't even want to be part of it. Maybe you just want to advertise there.
That's exactly right. So I just use it as my punching bag. It's just for me to be able to do free advertising. And if they ever ban my account, which they do several times an hour, my bots create a new account automatically. I could be asleep, I could be in the bathroom, I could be outside, I could be doing anything, and these bots are working 24 hours a day. And there are 3 of them.
Do you have proxies for this, or you just use your own IP every time?
Oh yeah, I always use VPNs generally, and I use temporary email services. I do my best to stay as anonymous as possible, but I have no problem. They know where I live. They know all about me. I'm the most well-known troll, so to speak, on their platform. And I've basically I've told them how they can stop me, and they're just not a big enough organization to be able to do it. I've said to Eddie in interviews with their own creators, you need more staff. You're competing with Twitch, which is Amazon. You have 800 people working for Stake, your gambling site, but only 200 are working on Kick. If you increase the amount who are working on Kick, you'd have the ability to pivot much faster. You'd be able to develop better software, and you'd have more people using your platform. I mean, I've said that to him in interviews, and I've sent him those interviews. He's aware of it.
It's a stream.kickonstate.com.
Yeah, so that's basically the secret about Kick is once you get to be a streamer on Kick, they just will give you free credits to gamble on Stake, and that's what it's about.
Yeah. So it's basically just a small advertisement for their gambling websites.
Exactly.
It's like almost every streamer I see on Kick is either streaming straight up casino or advertising alwaysstake.com.
That's exactly right. And that's the way that they want it. So if they don't care that much about their platform and making it quality, then why should I? I feel I'm the nicest troll that anybody will find, because if anybody ever comes in here and they're like, quit spamming me, I tell them the settings that they need to make, that they need to utilize, so that they never get any of my spam. And it's very simple. If they turn a 2-minute delay on for new chatters, they'll never get any of my spam.
Yeah.
So I do my best to be as nice to them as possible. And a lot of times they come in here with one mental idea that they're like, this person's going to be deranged and mean. And then they get to know me and they're like, oh, you're really nice. And I'm like,
I think this way of thinking that someone is deranged, whatever, it's just, you have to be kind of simple person to put people on such simple terms like everyone is an individual. You need to understand the complexities behind them. Like
exactly.
It's just easy to call someone dumb, call someone crazy, whatever.
Exactly.
Like,
and when people come in here,
easy approach, but it's never based on reality.
Exactly. And when people come in here and get the opportunity to meet me, they find what I have to say to not just be cool, but fascinating. They know that this is going to change the world.
Yes, it's like I had time now as like watching that Finnish streamer, whatever. I don't even know how to describe that much, but I did close it to actually talk to you, because it's way much more interesting, this conversation we're having, than that stream on Kick.
Absolutely. And if we had people who listened to the conversation that we had, they'd be fascinated by it as well. It's very difficult doing what I do to amass a large audience, because I'm going 24 hours a day and people just don't have that much time to be able to watch you. So over the course of a day, I may get dozens of people who watch me, but it's not all at once. So people think, well, I'm the only person watching this, and they go to somebody else. When other streamers who only stream for 1 or 2 hours keep all those people together, and it's much easier for other people to see, oh, I'm not alone in this, and the chat's going, and there's a lot of interaction. But I understand that. I also understand that most people on Kick or Twitch or YouTube are botting themselves. And when I first started this, I botted myself. It doesn't, you get lost in that whole world and in the algorithm and everything. And I've recognized that my best strategy is to spam people and create clips on people. And I get big streamers who know who I am, and then they eventually on their stream go to my YouTube or they come into my Discord and they talk to me, and I get 30 people who join all at once. That's the best thing that I can do for myself.
So even the streamer notices you in the chat, and that brings even more attention to your thing.
Absolutely. And I hear it all the time, almost every day. This person always spams me. What do they want? What do they want? And they always say, I'm almost tempted to go into their Discord and see what it's all about. And eventually they do. I use a psychological approach known as mere exposure effect. Basically, the idea is that if you show someone a stimuli long enough, it will eventually become familiar to them, and they will eventually have generally positive connotations. So even if I just keep doing this more and more, it's exposing them to the same stimuli, and eventually it will cause them to get curious about what it is and find out about what I do. And once they're in here, I have them hooked because I know what I'm doing is very interesting, and I know what I'm doing is for the benefit of the world, and I have the confidence that I'm an intelligent individual and that I can captivate them with the things that I say. And at the end of the conversation, they become an ally of mine, and then they spread it to their community. I have 1,900 people in this Discord. We started with 0, and it's been organic generally of just people telling other people about what I do. And that's just been an amazing, I've seen amazing growth just through that strategy.
Are you aware of like Discord listing websites that list Discord servers?
So the big one,
Which you can search with keywords and
yeah. So the big
Discord,
Discord, Top GG, yeah, I'm on all of them.
Yes. So you talk about spam. Myself, I have developed a bot that can basically flood any keyword, so only you get exposure for that keyword. So if you wanna sell something in Discord or you want attention for specific subject on Discord, you can just flood these websites with your own servers, which all redirect to your main server, and you can have a bot bumping you up automatically in there, so you can get a lot of attention that way too. And it's running on my VPS 24/7 for my own server.
Well, that's a beautiful bot. Generally, I do my best not to endanger my Discord with bots, just because this is my like home base, and this is where I point everyone toward. Though I'm not against it, but like so, what I mean is I don't spam people on Discord. I don't send out on Discord because it's very easy for Discord to say that this is.
They can block it easily, and there is even eight shops that it's difficult shops to actually do even 5%. You said you do it on Marvel, but I don't also stand on Discord DMs or anything like this. It's just the server listing website. So when people actually search for it, they only find my option.
I understand. That's brilliant. Absolutely, it's absolutely brilliant. Do you have a Discord?
Yes, I do. I actually, when I spend some time on PC, I actually sell botting services myself.
Oh, do you? Okay.
It's really dying business, whatever you want to call it.
It is.
It's just something to, if I spend a lot of time on my PC, I can just do it. But AI bot detection systems are getting so advanced that this type of mass botting by programs, it's really dying. It just exists. I have like 4,000 members in my own server.
You're absolutely right. Well, that's a very big server. You're absolutely right. AI is getting so good that they're able to detect this stuff, and you can't even really get it off the ground. However, the strategies that I implement, I mean, they're organic, and like for instance, the person who you were watching, that Finnish person, they now have a clip. Generally, if my bot works correctly, it's not even the bot working correctly. The bot works. It's Kick sometimes has some kind of glitch that it doesn't always say the clip. However, 90% of the time it does. And now they have an advertisement on their clips on my channel from now until from now for the indefinite future, basically. And sometimes I clip somebody's so popular streamers. If you go to their clips, of 50 clips that they have, 46 of them are mine. So basically,
yes, they're both. I saw like you just talked about the psycho thing you do to get people join. I got tricked. Yes, I joined.
Exactly.
Because I didn't saw one message. I saw messages, but instantly when I saw it, I joined actually. But...
Exactly, but you're 100% right. And another cool thing that these bots do is then when you use Google, the clips show up. So I'm all over Google. My Google rank is really strong. So all I have to tell somebody is to just Google Rabbi Discord, and my Discord comes up.
Yeah, because you have so many backlinks pointing to you.
Exactly.
Websites.
Exactly. So it's
For
quite.
example, if you have them from many big kick streamers.
Exactly.
Would that be good strategy to get, like, because it's big kick streamers, it's their clips. I wonder who follows a backlink like that, you know.
Well, they rank it very highly because I'll even just do a couple days ago, and sometimes it's the top result, just depending on what it is. And I know that Google changed they're always changing their algorithm, but a few years ago they made video to have a much higher rank than text or audio, and so all my video comes up way at the top. Now there's another thing that these clips do sometimes, especially on Kick. People have automatic clip uh, systems that whenever anybody clips their stream, it automatically posts to YouTube and to Twitter and to Instagram and to TikTok for them. So sometimes I'll clip somebody's stream on Twitch, let's say, or Kick, and it'll automatically post to like 5 different social media accounts, and on top of that, it uses my text, so it just says like join Rabbi's Discord with my Discord link and my Linktree link, and then also it's not on my account; it's on their account, which means I don't. It's not like my accounts are spamming it; it's their accounts that are spamming it. So that's a really I think brilliant way to be able to market yourself as well. Because the big thing is when you spam, you want to avoid being seen as the spammer, because if you get caught, they're going to ban your accounts. So have somebody else spam this stuff and you get the same result. And it's on their channels, and their channels are usually very popular. So all of a sudden you've got this link that's very clear as to what to do and where to go. And even if somebody doesn't join my Discord, that's fine. There's the link that they're going to look through. Many times they just type it into Google or into YouTube, and they'll find out about me eventually.
Yes, and I just put your. I didn't even put your name. I just put the Rabbi Discord, and I see the third result is just some random Twitch clip that has your Discord link in it.
Exactly, and that's what happens. Go to YouTube right now and type in.
What should I type in?
Rabbi Rothschild, RABBI space ROTHSCHILD.
Yeah, I know this.
And then filter by live.
Live. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It goes forever.
It's a lot.
And the funny part is these are all different cameras almost.
Exactly.
Some of them share the same camera.
Yes. And
there is every angle.
Exactly. And there's a reason why I have some of them sharing the same camera, because I want to have redundancies. If anytime, let's say, account 1 gets taken down for copyright infringement or whatever, account 2 is still going.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, so you can watch my life in 360 degrees, 24 hours a day. And when people start to find out that there's somebody out there who cares about them, who cares about the world, who is quite intelligent, especially in terms of futurology and science, this is going to be very popular. And people are going to, I already get people who sleep to me, who just want to know that they're not alone in the world. And so we sleep alongside each other, thousands of miles away from each other, and I don't even necessarily know that they're doing it.
I just found one camera angle where I can see the projector. It's like pointing.
Exactly.
Yeah, I can see it now. You have something being displayed from it right now, or?
Yeah. So if you see, This is a
Enjoy the life.
it's a Jewish history lecture that's being projected on the back wall, and what you're seeing with this other Discord account is it has a camera pointed at the screen as well.
Yeah, I see. Is this in Hebrew?
No, it's in English. Some of it is in Hebrew, some of it's in Aramaic, some of it's in Yiddish, but generally it's in English.
Have you been to Israel ever?
I have not. I had plans to go right before the pandemic, and I had to cancel them because of the pandemic. And then October 7th happened, and I was doing this live streaming. So I plan on going, certainly, after perhaps I don't want to say I'm done streaming because I want to continue to stream the rest of my life. But once I go viral, I'd like to give people an IRL view of Israel, basically with maybe like Meta glasses or a 360-degree camera. But as of right now, no. Although I did have plans to travel there.
So do you do IRL streaming? Do you just take one of your cameras from here, or
Yeah, so at one time I had 4 different data lines through Verizon, and I would just use iPhones, and then I'd also use a GoPro on my hat and just go around that way. But that gets really complicated with the amount of devices that you have and such. So I'd use like selfie sticks, and then if you're doing it at night, you need lights. It's just complicated, and it's very expensive to do as well. Just I'd have like hundreds of dollars bill every month for my data, and when you're doing that, you've got to worry about the power. You've got to worry about power banks. You've got to worry about your lights. You've got to worry about your. I would run into issues just in the summer in California. If the sun shines on a camera long enough or a phone, it will eventually overheat. And so that becomes an issue. So it's much easier for me to stay in one position, and it allows me to have a lot more angles. And on top of all the things that I just said, you've got connectivity issues. So while I do some IRL streaming, generally, at least recently, I've been doing desktop streaming like you see, and just giving people an opportunity to view my life on a daily basis and what I do and the conversations that I have. Other things that we do, I get a lot of people in here from all over the world. So my sleep schedule kind of gets thrown off. I get people in here from Australia and Canada and Europe and Asia. And so at any given time, we can have different people who come in here. But we like to play games. So we play a lot of games in here, just like board games. We play a lot of board games. Like we'll play Monopoly, we'll play checkers, we'll play chess, we'll play backgammon, we'll play card games like poker and bridge, and we'll other games like mini golf and like table soccer, and we'll play like Pokemon. We'll play like a bunch of different games. So we use an app called Plato, Plato, and so I've got a bunch of people who come in here, and we do that every night. I've got a very consistent group of people who come in here and play, and so those are fun things that we do. I'm really into sports, so I watch like all the major sporting events in here. Like I said, we watched 3 Olympics. We've watched the World Cup, the Men's World Cup, the Women's World Cup. We've watched the UFC. I'm really big into the UFC and into boxing, so we'll watch all those big fights. Super big into the NFL, so watch all of those. We've watched hockey. We've watched Stanley Cups. We've watched World Series. We've watched NBA titles. Just anything sport related, I do my best to be able to follow. I'm right now in the middle of a fantasy football draft, so that's been fun. And then we watch movies in here. I've done my best to watch every major motion picture ever in here. So all the Oscar winners since like 1928, which is when it started. and listen to every major music album. So I do a lot of singing in here as well, and I sing a lot of karaoke as well. So I do my best to keep it lively and interesting. And then most of all, I love lectures. I love history. So I watch those, and I love podcasts. So all the major podcasts of the world I listen to basically on a weekly basis. Everything from Joe Rogan to Kill Tony, which are the two biggest podcasts in the world, to history podcasts, to science podcasts, to paranormal podcasts, to true crime podcasts. I'm all about all of that. And then on top of all of that, I've got a radio going in the background that not only archives the daily events of the world, but those are shows in themselves. And I should say as well, um, I've got it charging right now, but I've got a device that I use that's text to speech. That many years ago I created study guides for myself in my rabbinical training, and so I have those reading off to the world to be able to teach the world more about Judaism for anybody who's interested in that. And um, I just do my best to stay as active and interactive as possible. But most of all, I want people to come in here and be able to learn and allow me to learn, and we learn together and just create a better society. I hope that makes sense.
Copper burial. So two unusual things happened in the Giza, the Ben Ezra synagogue in Cairo, in Old Cairo. One is that the community had an unusual standard for hundreds of years of not only putting holy documents into the Giza, but any document written in Hebrew characters, which included marriage contracts, bills of sale, to pick up some pizza on the way home, notes, children's doodles, anything that had Hebrew letters written on it was considered sacred, apparently, and put into the Geniza. And secondly, the Geniza was not empty for several hundred years. So when it was discovered in this attic,
Sorry,
Ben Ezra synagogue in the late 1960s,
You okay?
I'm back. Yeah, I had everything. I just had to close my microphone for a moment.
No problem at all.
Have you seen any movies from a studio named A24?
I'm not familiar with all the movie studios that I've seen, but enlighten me. What are some of them?
So basically, I don't know what you think about horror movies, but they make a lot of very unique movies. Like I like to watch these very highly rated movies that you just mentioned, like Oscar-winning movies and everything. But these studios they have very unique way of making movies, and they it's interesting. You should definitely
I'll tell you.
sometimes watch some of those if you have time.
A24, right?
Yeah, A24. It's very unique movies.
Very well. What are some of the movies they've made?
They have made from the horror side. They have made Midsommar, Hereditary. These are very, I would say, wild horror movies. But it's not only horror that they make. They make also societal movies. Like most recent one, Eddington. It's just psychological movies a lot.
Okay, I'll have to take a look.
Yeah, it's interesting. What do you think about psychological books?
I
Do
think
you ever read them?
absolutely my favorite is probably Crime and Punishment by Dostoevsky.
I see. Are you familiar with the author Robert Greene?
Who?
Robert Greene.
Robert Quinn.
He
What?
makes a lot of psychological books.
The name sounds familiar. What are some of his books about?
Laws of Human Nature, 48 Laws of Power, and it's yeah.
Very well. I'll have to take a look at them. And if anything, listen to them via PDF.
Yeah, but wait 1 second.
Take your time, my friend.
1 second. Do you want to explain this to someone I know? This stuff what you do?
Absolutely, bring them in.
Yeah, 1 second. Wait, I don't know if he's gonna speak, but you can explain to him.
Absolutely.
Let's see if he's gonna join right now. It's very interesting. I already invited my other friend, but he was in school. But I think this guy has some time to actually listen.
Excellent. I appreciate you sharing. Thank you.
Okay, he's here. You can explain to him what you do.
Welcome. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years, going back to the pandemic. We've seen the Queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make sure that you, your friends, your family are all made financially independent if you're not already, that you have the ability to create generational wealth, and most of all, that you start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own to help the world. I talk about things to help the world, ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agriculture, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the betterment of people there. I'm an advocate for the Life Share program, and most importantly, for desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about other things to help the world, specifically in terms of futurology. I'm a futurist myself. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light technology, things like nuclear energy, geothermal energy, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, things like quantum computing, cryptocurrency, things like space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, terraforming intergalactic travel, perhaps alien disclosure, things like perhaps extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years, or by the year 2020, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant Asian elephant surrogates, which I think is really exciting. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. Once they reintroduce the woolly mammoth, I think this is really exciting. They recently made headlines with their direwolf project. The direwolves that they created are about a year old. Joe Rogan has met them. I talk about other things to help you in your life if you want. When you were born, the average life expectancy for someone like you was probably about age 80 years old. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, peptides, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryogenics, things like cold shock therapies, red light therapy, perhaps even ambrosia therapy, nootropics, just things to increase your average life expectancy from age 80 to age 100, 120. But you may get to be 120 years old. You may say, Rabbi, this has been a really great run, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? Well, this is all with your consent, but if you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, again, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. For later down, an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is that you may have the opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know if this guy speaks, but did you say you have 34 devices streaming yourself right now?
Yeah, 33 or so.
On the internet?
Yeah, 33 or so.
33, yeah. Can I ask you something about your family? Like the Rothschild family, is it there's 3,000 of you in United States?
That's correct. Yeah, about 10,000 globally.
I see. Are like currently just streaming, or you still work in some of the businesses you were talking about?
Well, I've dedicated my life to streaming. As I said previously, I'm a certified project management professional. So occasionally I will get people who assist with the project and I can freelance. But as of right now, I've saved enough that I don't need to work full time and I'm able to focus on this project.
Yeah, I see. And all of your electricity comes from panels, right? And you even get paid a little bit for it because you produce extra.
That's correct.
I don't know if my friend wants to speak at all, but yeah. Can you show the bot to him a little bit that you have made?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Tenebris. So I created a bot that creates kick accounts, that follows people, that creates clips of them, and that spams them. So this one here, I'm not sure if it's going to create this account. It should hit the I accept button. If it does, sometimes an error comes up. Oh, but it did. It created this account. And the name of the account is Google Rabbi Discord 0001200. And these are all just ways for me to promote myself. And what it's going to do is it's got to click some buttons on here. And it takes a little while. So we'll let that one go. This one here is working. So just give it a moment. So what it will do is it will scroll the front page and find people who are live.
If you type in Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and filter by live, you will see how many live streams are going on right now.
Get something. And what these will do is scroll down the page. The next person who's live. And then what it will do is click on their account, which it just did. Opens up a new
What I'm
tab.
saying is fully automated. It's just going through the browser to work even fluently if there is some updates to post protection, for example.
Exactly. So it's going to create a clip of this person, and it names the clip YouTube Rabbi Rothschild, and has my Discord link. Just gets people to come to me. And what it will do, once the page loads, which it just did, it will create a clip, which it's doing right now. It will paste the name of my desired choice into the clip. So this one is the heart emoji since it catches people's attention. It's red, and then it will publish the clip. And once it publishes the clip, then it will take a large wall of text. It will copy that, and it will then follow the person, and it will spam them. So some people have, I call them defense mechanisms, but settings on their computer or on their account so that you need to be following them for a certain number of days, or your account must be a certain age. But generally, a lot will have it so that anybody can talk to them whenever they want. And so my device just followed them, and it's now going to spam them. And that one's working. Now, this person has something that says you must wait 2 minutes. So that's fine. Then that means I won't be able to spam them, but that's cool. These ones that can spam, and they just go through and it's all automated.
Just a very interesting form of advertisement that really works.
Exactly. And that's what they do. And that's what I do. And it's very efficient. It works when I'm asleep, and it allows me to meet new people like Kat. So that's what I do. If you have any questions, let me know.
You mentioned before the businesses. Do you have can you share any other information on the other businesses you were talking about or projects you worked on, or can you disclose anything about those
Yeah.
other than the Carlos?
Sure. So I've worked for Fortune 100 companies, major companies globally. Like we're talking like the biggest companies in the world, like companies like Walmart and J.P. Morgan Chase, those kind of size companies, and launched projects for them internationally. So I've successfully launched projects for what's called APAC, which is Asia Pacific Island and Australia region, like Oceania. I've launched projects for the Middle East, including successfully launched projects in Israel. I've launched projects for what's called EMEA, which is Europe, Middle East, and I've launched projects in what's called LAO, which is Latin America, and also North America, including emphases on projects in the United States and Canada. And what are these projects? Generally, I mean, if you know what a Scrum Master is, I've been a Scrum Master in these. If you don't know what a Scrum Master is, it's basically someone who hosts meetings and gets updates on where projects are and updates documentation for the projects on a daily basis. They're basically just like daily meetings with project engineers and helping them get through any type of issues that they may be experiencing to be able to deliver the projects on time. And that's what I did before I started live streaming my life. In fact, I live streamed my life for about a year while still concurrently doing those kinds of jobs. And I got to the point where I didn't necessarily need to do that anymore, at least not at the time. I had enough money to be able to save up that I could be able to just focus on this project. If I need to do that again, I can certainly get those kind of I don't want to say it wasn't very hard, but I have good experience in education, and it allows me, fortunately, to be able to get those kinds of positions. I've worked in the startup world. That's where I launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. So that's some of my experience that I have from a work standpoint. And that's about what I can say about them.
all very private stuff, and NDAs are everywhere, so we can't really speak much. But that car wash project you told about was very interesting as well.
Yeah, definitely.
And
So
I don't think you mentioned, but you have been streaming for almost 4 years, right? But non-stop.
That's correct. Yeah, from multiple streams. When I first started, I wasn't doing it from 22 different streams at once, but always about 6 streams at once in 360 degrees. And every aspect of my life is essentially on camera. If we ever have like a power outage or anything, which doesn't happen often, but if it ever does happen, I have GoPros that I can use to back up the video. Or if my internet ever goes out, doesn't happen often. I might get a hiccup every once in a while of just, but I reconnect very quickly. And I've got disconnect protection on most of my devices so that they don't disconnect. If that ever happens, or they have to work on the Wi-Fi or something like that, I have GoPros that I've been able to use, or I have alternate accounts that I've been able to use. What else? I'm live on. Well, I have over 100 different YouTube accounts, over 200 different Instagram accounts, over 500 different Twitch accounts, over 1,000 different TikTok accounts, over 2,000 different Twitter accounts, over 5,000 different Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 different Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. And while much of this doesn't have content, a lot of it does. So I have like archives of myself on Instagram. Like I created a robot on Instagram that just always updated my life every 4 hours. So I've got just hours and hours on Instagram. And I do that to be as diversified as possible to ensure that I don't, if I ever lose one of my accounts, that I have redundant backups. And I know that when I go viral, even the accounts that I've had banned, I'll be able to get back because the people will consider what I'm doing, like YouTube and such. This is a newsworthy effort. And when something is newsworthy, you can get your accounts back. So I've got just gigantic amounts of data that have been archived on different servers. And then on top of that, I have a lot of IRL content, SD cards and terabytes worth that I've just uploaded. So I have like an entire bag of SD when I first started this and any kind of backups that I needed to make. So I'll be able to upload those as well. And as I've said previously, data is Earth's #1 resource, and it's essentially a modern day gold rush. If people don't realize it, it's not just data's #1 resource, human data specifically. And I have more human data archived to the internet than any person ever, which means that AI will be able to model itself off of perhaps some of my video or a lot of it.
They can host your archive to train very good AI models.
Exactly. So that's what I do. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them.
So basically, when you go sleep, you just film this bed and you just sleep in it.
Yeah, absolutely. I do my best to end the streams every 12 hours because that way they're uploaded to YouTube. If you keep a stream going longer than 12 hours, only 12 hours of it will be available to the general public on YouTube. So I want to make sure that it's always available. So the stream is in like 12-hour segments. And I do my best usually before I go to bed to try to restart all of the streams, which takes me probably about 15 to 20 minutes every day. And I have to do it twice a day. And then I sleep, and a lot of times I'll forget to mute the computer here, and people will come in. A lot of people like to come in and try to wake me up, or that's fine. But sometimes and so I can get better rest. I get people who just come in here and want to sleep with me, so that's always fine, and they just don't want to be lonely wherever they are in the world. I get people on my YouTube who say that they sleep alongside me, or they just watch me as I sleep. while I sleep, I keep the history lectures going and I keep podcasts going. So there's still some type of entertainment value while I sleep to the viewer. And I eat on stream, I drink on stream. I've gone to the bathroom on stream, though I don't always go to the bathroom on stream live because I can get in trouble from YouTube and such because that's a violation of their terms and conditions. I'm not saying I but so I understand that, but I have so much archived of myself going to the bathroom that it's on other servers as well. It's on Twitter, Instagram. I've laughed on stream. I cry on stream. I uh, eat, sleep. People be able to view in the future my circadian rhythms and what I'm thinking and what I'm dreaming. Right now, we only understand like video to be two-dimensional images, basically many different photographs that are linked together. But in the future, people will be able to use augmented reality to be able to live my life in a virtual world. They'll be able to remove my clothing and have me change different clothing, or they'll be able to remove my skin layers and my skeletal layers to be able to see what's going on in my brain. They'll be able to know what my heartbeats per minute are, my blinks per minute, my swallows per minute, my breaths per minute. Every aspect of the human body will be able to be studied from a biological standpoint because of this stream.
That's interesting. Interesting future.
I agree. That's why I do it. Do you
Is
have
there usually a lot of people in these Discord calls, or is it more like people watch it from the streams?
Yeah, so I mean it's like 6:17 in the morning, so it's early.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are doing their own thing. Usually about like 10 p.m. or so, or maybe like eight between 8 and 10 p.m. We usually get the most amount of people, and I'll get as many as a dozen or so people in here sometimes. Um, a lot of times I'll have one person in here or two people in here, and they're just doing whatever they're doing, but they just like to know if they want to talk to anybody that person's here to be able to talk with them. There are instances where I'll get one person who gets really excited about what I do, and they'll invite all their friends, and we'll get a ton of people in here, and I'll be able to tell them about what I do. The more people that I get in here, the more troublemakers occur, though, where I'm trying to talk and they're just wanting to play soundboards or things like that. But generally,
I see.
generally people are respectful of me and what I have to say. I get some people in here who want to troll me, and that's cool. They want to come in here and play fart noises or perhaps chainsaw noises or whatever, and that's cool. I do my best to like warn people, and if they don't stop, I'll mute them. And if they, become, you know, if they become disrespectful or something like that, then occasionally we have to ban people. But I don't like to have to do that. And even if somebody does get banned, I have an appeal server. If they want to appeal their ban, they can be forgiven for what occurred. And all I ask is that they just don't do it again. And there are a lot of people who have mutual friends in here, and they'll ask, like, hey, they'll be like, hey, my friend, they were being a jerk. They thought it was funny to like show pornography in the video call. Okay, well, I don't want people doing that, even though I do my best to make sure everybody's 18 who's in here. Not everybody wants to see that, and so you may get warned because of that, or you may get banned because of that. So I explain to them, okay, well, just tell your friend to not do that anymore. They need to act with decorum and maturity. But if they like a place where they can connect with someone 24 hours a day, I'm here for them, and I'll unban them for those types of reasons. Just generally, uh, mutual respect of people goes a long way here. I occasionally will get people who accidentally leave their microphone on or something like that. Not a huge deal. So I'll send them a message and just explain to them, hey, if you can, mute your microphone. I don't want to have to mute you. I do my best not to have to mute people. Occasionally it happens, though, where they don't recognize that they're on camera or on microphone. But, really, People are usually very respectful of everybody else, and uh, I have had it where I have a section of this Discord right below here that's called Rabbi Rothschild's Arena. So if we ever get a lot of people in here, which we sometimes do, and we're gonna max out at the 25 people who can be in here, I'll go in there, and when I'm in there, I have to let up people who can talk, but that allows us to have a conversation, have a lot of people witness it. You can have thousands of people witness it, or if it's just something that I want to say, but I want a lot of people to be able to hear it, and I don't want to get interrupted. Occasionally, we'll go into there. As you can tell, I've got a very large server with basically every kind of interest that anybody would ever have, and
Yeah, it's taking have all the interests that you can think about.
exactly.
Finance, gaming, jokes, anime, and even all the music genres you can think about.
Exactly. I'm a very diverse person, and I have diverse interests, and I want people one day to make this home, and when they do, I want them to know that they have a place where they can discuss anything that they wish, essentially, and um, I've prepared for them. As the saying goes, if you build it, they will come, and that's what I've done with this server.
Can I ask you a little bit of fun question?
Go ahead.
So you said you're Jewish. I know in the Jewish culture, it's very important to be very educated, and the education is very like praised in the church and everything. But does the family networking in Jewish families also help you with getting employed in important positions, or is it more about the like importance of education?
Both are very important. So, in order to gain parnasa, what we call like a career or way to be able to support yourself, education's at the heart of it. And so, we do our best to ensure that our children are educated and that they not just have secular education, but religious education as well. This allows them to have larger vocabularies and to just be well rounded individuals generally. And then, once they get to a certain age, uh, let's say the age of employment or so, we encourage them to be able to get positions that allow them to live a comfortable life. Certainly, there are organizations we may be able to network in to get an internship or to get an initial position, but that's not always guaranteed. And there are just some situations where we have people who go long periods of time without employment. Uh, just like whether you're Jewish or not Jewish, it's not always easy to get a job. There isn't necessarily an opportunity for every given time, but we do our to ensure that people have the opportunity to be able to support themselves and then create a family and live a nice life.
The reason why I even ask this is because in business networking is very important and connections are very important. But I think that the Jewish community like embraces this fact of connections and networking, which is maybe not done in other communities as well as in the Jewish community.
Well, we are a very close knit minority, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we don't depend on people who are non Jewish to either employ us or help us. I've had Jewish bosses myself, I've had non Jewish bosses myself. Um, I can tell you that we do our best to ensure that we have some type of influence around those who are around us the best way that we can in a positive fashion. And generally, we have uh, industries where we have some history, certainly in finance and in entertainment. And but there are others certainly education, academia. But there are others that are new and are open to anyone. And there are some situations where we have people who are business owners and people who are not business owners, people who are stock owners and people who are not stock owners. If anything, I would say the thing that makes us successful as a minority is that we're the best organized minority. And I think the reason why organized minority is because the strength of our families and our networks. So not only do we have,
Yes, this is primarily my point. It was not with any negative attachment.
I didn't take it that way.
Analysis of it.
No, I didn't take it that way. But there are other ways that other people who have these types of connections as well. Um, they just may not be in as broad areas as we are, but certainly, at least in Southern California, there's a very strong Russian community, very strong Asian community, very strong Armenian community, very strong African American community. Um, so, in the same way that there's a strong Jewish community, I find that one of the reasons why people may think that we are able to network so well is because we're in many different cities around the world, as we have to be. Uh, Many times just because of how we have had commerce in the past. So you may find Jews in most major cities in the world, at least really all major cities to some extent, but in some cities we have larger influence than others. For instance, cities like London, New York, Los Angeles, we have much more influence than a city like Nairobi or perhaps Lagos or Helsinki, but we still have some type of influence everywhere. As I describe Judaism, it's like the world's biggest family, and if we
Yes, that's how I have understood it myself as well.
yeah, if we have people who come into our community who need a position, we can hire them if we think that they'd be a good fit. But that's the key; they have to be a good fit. If we see a non-Jewish person who would be a better fit for a position, we may choose that person for the benefit of the larger community. Uh, but generally, just like you would in your own family, if you have the opportunity to hire someone within your own family and you think fit, you do your best to help that person.
Yes, and about hiring other Jews, I think that Ashkenazi Jews,
Yeah, I am one. Yeah.
and they have the highest IQ of basically any group. So it would almost be logical to hire the people with most processing power. And
Yeah.
I don't know if that take is the controversial, but it's just
Yeah.
sometimes you wanna look at the data. But
Yeah. I mean, I've seen the data. We average about a 116 IQ. I think that that's debatable because I've met some dumb Ashkenazi Jews in my life. Uh, but
yes, it's everywhere. So
yeah,
smart and dumb people.
exactly.
Never so black and white.
And I also have an issue with intelligence tests because many of them are skewed to people educated
Yeah,
or people who have taken them before.
yeah,
And thus,
yes.
I think probably the best IQ tests are those that don't include words, that only include shapes. Even ones with
Pattern
numbers.
recognition.
Exactly. Pattern recognition is really what we determine to be a high IQ. But even that can be taught to some extent from a young age. Just giving children the opportunity and rewarding people for pattern recognition can help to skew the results. But yeah, I mean, I've seen statistics that show Ashkenazi Jews at like a 116 IQ, and like Singaporeans are like 115.8, and Koreans are like 115.5. I mean, very very close there. But again, every person is unique, and there may be different people you might need for a certain position, and we shouldn't only hire a Jew if we don't think it's going to be the right fit, if it could harm the community. And if we think a non-Jew might be a fit for a position, then we'll hire that person.
And about like intelligence overall, IQ, like I think you put it at yourself as well. It's just one measurement, and there is different forms of intelligence. IQ is just one of them.
That's absolutely true, and it's not the most important thing either. Physical well-being is very important as well, and on that list, Ashkenazis don't do as well. So people, when it comes to uh, the ability to build muscle or height or raw strength, we don't do as well. But intelligence, we do quite well.
Yes, but like I think today's society is actually you try with intelligence, and especially the IQ type of intelligence in society that we have nowadays. It's less about physical strength, more about actually intelligence and the ability to actually think about things.
That's true. I mean, pattern recognition is important.
Yes, it's true.
Do you have any other questions, Kat?
But
Go ahead.
yes, I think we should continue our discussion after I come back. Are you gonna sleep at when? Are you gonna go sleep soon, or
No,
are you gonna be awake?
I'm going to be awake for the
So
next 12 hours or so.
okay, I will definitely join back later today. So have a meal with my mom now.
Absolutely.
And,
You go do you. I'm always here. So whenever you have questions or you want to talk, I'm here. And enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll connect soon, okay?
yes, and I must say this is the most interesting conversation I have ever had on Discord. And thank you for having this conversation with me.
My pleasure, Kat. Thank you so much for being so sweet. Thank you for sharing with your friends, and bring other friends. Spread the word, okay?
Yes, I will bring someone who actually speaks. There might be.
That's okay.
I don't want to tell that they're a troll, but they might be a little bit immature in a way. They might not. I hope they can behave themselves, but can of course always remove them if they can.
Absolutely. We'll
But
figure it out.
he's also an intelligent person. I discuss a lot of philosophy with him.
Excellent. Excellent.
I will be back later, so I will see you later. Okay.
Take care,
Bye.
Kat. Pleasure to meet you. Thank you for coming.
Absolutely well, and look, from one of the great scholars of the period, Dr. Goethite, a Mediterranean society, an explosion of documentation that dwarfs just about anything we have. So the same period,
1938.
let's say about 800 to 1300 of the Mediterranean basin. Here's a photograph of one of the great scholars of the period, Solomon Schechter, working in Cambridge with the hundreds of thousands, an estimated 300,000 fragments of fragile paper from the Geniza. He was Cambridge study where he did much of the work. The kind of things found in there, some incredible treasures, like, for example, Maimonides' own autograph corrections of his manuscripts. This is actually the handwriting of the great Maimonides himself, who was active in Cairo, and in fact, he and his children were the leaders of the Cairo Jewish community for over a century. We also have, as I mentioned, children's doodles. We have like lessons from children as they're learning the alphabet, and they're just like children today, drawing little pictures on the sides and things like that. Absolutely phenomenal work. There's so much to say about the Geniza. But what I find especially fascinating about the Geniza is that the work is ongoing. We're not anywhere near finished figuring out what these little fragments are. And the internet has provided so many images. Right now, there is a site called Scribes of the Cairo Geniza, in which you can sign up for free, and they are crowdsourcing the deciphering of the documents in Indonesia. As you can see from this sample page, if you know any Hebrew at all, then all you do is, they show you a document and say, what language is it in? And if you can tell that it's Hebrew, you say Hebrew, and if you don't know, show me another document. And then they'll ask you, is it right side up, is it upside down, is it palimpsest with two scripts, one over the other, and so on. And to whatever extent you can provide your volunteer time and expertise, you can help push forward Geniza research. Absolutely fascinating stuff, and it tells us so much about what's going on in Egypt and the entire Eastern Mediterranean world for several hundred years. So, just like Maimonides, I mentioned earlier, really brought the community to a brand new level of stature in the 11th, early 12th century. He was, of course, born in Cordoba in Spain as a result of then Muslim persecution. He and his family left, and they made their way along the coast of North Africa to come finally to Cairo. Spain would actually provide another big jolt to the Cairo population after not Muslim persecution this time, but Christian persecution in the context of the Great Inquisition and the expulsion of Jews in the 15th century. You have a range of great scholars in Egypt at this time. The Radbaz is a particularly significant one. Rabbi Rothschild, who would later make his fame not in his native, but rather in Sfat in northern Israel, would be the greatest of the Kabbalists, following in his teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero's footsteps. And these are the great heights of Egyptian and Jewish culture that are happening in the Middle Ages. The society goes through phenomenal change under the Ottomans, and especially in the 19th century, there's some significant economic change going on that attracts a lot of Jewish migration. There are 25,000 Jews are living in Egypt by the turn of the 20th century. Again, primarily in these two big centers of Cairo and Alexandria. And you have about 60,000, a threefold increase just about 20 years later. However, this is all destined to come to a crashing halt in the 20th century, primarily because of the confluence of the Zionist movement, which is having, of course, tremendous successes at the same time. Jews moving to Israel in significant numbers from the 1880s onward. And immediately after the Holocaust, there is incredible pressure on the British to relinquish the mandate and to allow the Jews to create a homeland in Israel and to open up the floodgates of the Holocaust survivors who wish to emigrate to this region. The Arab world, which is it's too much of a story for us, especially with 5 minutes left in the presentation. But of course, there's tremendous hostility to the establishment of the state of Israel. Egypt will fight several wars with Israel. The one shown here is the troop movement of the War of Independence in 1948-49. There will be another major conflict in Sinai in 1956. The Six-Day War in 1967, and then once again in 1973. So Egypt is having more and more hostility with Israel, and this has very negative consequences for the Jews in Egypt. Egypt passes increasingly anti-Semitic legislation, such as the so-called Companies Law of 1947, which required all Egyptian businesses to have at least 75% employment of Egyptian citizens. Egypt is, of course, a secularizing nation at this time. Although the vast majority of people there are Muslim, Egypt is going through its own nation building as well. And this affected Jews very badly because 80% of Jews living in Egypt were Egyptian born, but were in fact stateless. They were not given citizenship along with Egyptian Muslims. So this was a very negative element for their civilization. There are increasing levels of physical attacks, even of bombings, also seizures of Jewish property in the 1940s and 50s, and especially after a disastrous failure of an intelligence exercise that was undertaken in Egypt by Israel, several Jews local Jews were hung and 4 were sent to jail. And there's a mass wave of Egyptian expulsions of Jews in the 1950s and 1960s. There is a positive upturn, a major one, Egyptian-Israeli relations and also Arab-Israeli relations with the signing of the Camp David peace accord between Anwar Sadat on the left, Jimmy Carter, the president of the United States, and Menachem Begin on the ironically 2 hawkish individuals who saw the advantage of putting aside their hostility for the sake of peace. Israel gave up a major amount of territory, the Sinai Peninsula, which had been conquered in the 1967 war, in exchange for a peace which has basically held solid until the present day. It is not a warm peace. There is small moments of hostility, but it is certainly not erupted into a full-fledged war since then. However, the exodus of Jews from Egypt, encouraged by anti-Semitic activity in the country, proceeded apace. And according to the United States Department of State, in 2019, there were less than Jews living in Egypt at that time. So this is bringing me to the point that I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, that although we are going to be marking the exodus of the Jews from Egypt in the biblical period in a couple of weeks as we celebrate Passover, in reality, the total exodus of Jews from Egypt occurred in the last century, within our own lifetimes, as a result of the events of the 20th century. That brings me to a conclusion. I hope you found this survey useful, and I'm happy to stick around for a few questions. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for joining me today. This is a difficult topic to speak on, and it's a difficult time. This is, of course, the 17th of Tammuz. It is a fast day, and it begins a period of reflection for about 3 weeks, leading up to the commemoration of the destruction of the temple on Tisha B'Av. Most years at this time of year, I've spoken of something really massive and difficult, particularly tragic in Jewish history. Today, what I'd like to do is look at much smaller incidents, things that were much more systemic and pervasive. The slings and arrows of outrageous worship, the smaller indignities that Jews had to face as a result of their exile from the land of Israel in the first century. So let's have a quick look at what is the 17th of Tammuz. Okay, so the 17th of the month of Tammuz, which we're in right now, just past the solstice, is, as I mentioned earlier, a fast day, and it commemorates, according to the Mishnah, 5 distinct events that occurred on this day in history. First, there was the breaking of the tablets of the law when Moses discovered the Jews rejoicing around the golden calf. That's remarkably presented in this 15th century Belgian law, which you can see the Jews at the bottom there dancing in medieval costume. Moses and Moses has horns, which is a very common medieval depiction of Moses, a mistranslation of the phrase scaring more. Horns of light were shown from his forehead, and laying at his feet, right next to it, looks like flowers. There are the tablets of the law. So that's one of the most theological events that is associated with it. Later on in history, King Manasseh, who is not one of the better kings of Jewish history, returned the land of Israel to polytheistic worship, and even placed an idol in the sanctuary on this day. The daily offerings, we jump ahead 7 centuries to the tumultuous first century, the Tommy, or the daily offering, stopped being offered at this time as a result of disputes with the Romans. We actually spoke about that last year on this time. And there's a mysterious reference there to a general named Apostemos, who burned a Torah scroll. There's a lot of dispute among the commentators and scholars as to what this could have referred to. The name Apostemos appears to be a Greek name, so it could have been from the Hellenic period, when we'd say the 4th century before the Common Era onward until the 2nd century. But others suggest that, like Gedalia Alon, one of the greatest scholars of this period, argued it may have been something in connection with the Kitos rebellion. But at any rate, the specific historical context of it is lost. It may have been the early 2nd century rebellion. But the most important event, the one that I think most people associate with the 17th of Tammuz, is the beginning of the process of the destruction of the Temple of Jerusalem. It was on this day, according to the rabbinic sources, that the exterior walls of Jerusalem were first breached. And this led to a series of pitched battles that ultimately resulted in the Roman conquest of Jerusalem, the complete conquest of Jerusalem, the displacement of the temple authorities, and the destruction of the temple itself, which is very memorably captured here in this 19th century work by Francesco. So, in this context, since we are at the beginning of this period of reflection, a call to repentance, to remember the tragedies of this era, I thought that rather than speak about something very large and earth-shattering, incredibly tragic as we have actually many times in previous years, I thought we would look at smaller insights to the Jewish psyche that were directly resulting from the exilic status of their being after the destruction of the temple. We certainly have no dearth of mortal threats. I mean, we could speak about many other horrible things that happened to the Jews, the Crusades, and the massacres of the Bloods and so on, or the ongoing threat of blood libels you see here in this rather offensive and foolish piece of art representing the Jews luring children to their deaths in the horrific lie known as the blood libel. And in fact, it would be entirely appropriate to speak about these incredibly mortal threats because they continue to this very day. For example, this extremely offensive piece of art from very talented and twisted Giovanni Gasparo actually came out in 2020. This is an entirely modern piece of art that commemorates a very ancient type of history. So we could go into those things, but what I would like to do rather is to look at smaller aspects of the exile and think about what that may have done for the Jewish psyche over the centuries, and perhaps dandelions and reflections on what it means for our own times as we enter into it. This gate here actually comes from Buchenwald, one of the notorious Nazi death camps. The gate itself and its slogan was actually designed by one of the prisoners on command of the Nazis. He later died in Buchenwald. And it incorporates right into the actual fabric of the camp itself a motif in this motto, Jeden das Seine. Jeden das Seine basically translates as to each what he deserves. Literally, to each that which is his own. But it means to get what you deserve. This is a horribly cynical thing to put on the gates of a concentration camp, meaning if you walk in these gates, you're just getting what you deserve. And this is a theme that we see running throughout the period in which the Jews lived in exile over the last 2,000 years. To focus on my remarks primarily on the High Middle Ages through the early modern period. That's when the bulk of Jews lived in Western Europe, which is predominantly European Catholic movement, the Jewish exile in Western Europe during these centuries, say from the year 1100 until really the modern era, where it's much of the most terrible elements of small-scale persecution punctuated by large-scale persecution. So to give you an idea of this Yedem Dasein, it really seems to be quite dominant in certain trends of Catholic thought that the Jews, since they have rejected Jesus as the Savior, therefore they and all their future generations somehow deserve much of that. And the small inconveniences of life that were placed upon the Jews and the small insults they bear were all a reflection of this, a Yedem Dasein approach that, you get what you deserve. If you or your ancestors, no properly speaking, had originally adopted Christianity, then all would be fine and you wouldn't be suffering this. However, you bear this cross, if you pardon the metaphor, for centuries as a result. We see this explicitly stated in the Gospels in the book of Matthew, when at the moment of Jesus' condemnation, Pilate asks the Jews what he wants him to do with Jesus, and the Jews say, "His blood be upon us and upon our children." Now, this particular passage, most biblical commentators today argue that he was referring specifically to the generation that immediately followed the crucifixion, because that's when the temple itself was destroyed, and it was kind of like, that was when the Gospel according to Matthew was composed, and it was kind of like a backwards prophecy that was written in the time of the destruction, sort of slightly thereafter, and illustrated the consequences of that theological act. But many Catholic thinkers for centuries thereafter have taken, not just Catholic, I should say, many have taken it thereafter to mean that always, forever, all generations are somehow wrapped up in that one fateful decision. However, you read the Gospels in themselves. There was a widespread practice. I'm not exactly sure how far back it goes, possibly to as early as the 8th century, of de judeis lapidandis, which means to stone the Jews, or of the Jews who will be stoned. And what this refers to is a widespread practice across Western Europe that during Holy Week, the week which culminates in Easter, children are to throw stones at Jews in the street. It's kind of like a playful type of thing, not at all inconsequential. No one wants to have stones thrown at them, and it can be actually quite dangerous. And their homes are to be stoned as well. So, you may watch out for yourself when you're walking down the street, but you could have all night people just gathering around your homes and throwing rocks at them. And this would occur year after year during a particular week when it was literally dangerous to go walking outside, particularly if one were identified as a Jew, which is especially noteworthy because from the 13th century onwards, Jews were forcibly required to display their Jewish identity in the form of the Jewish badge. You actually see here the Jews are on the left, and they're all wearing a badge which is shaped in the form of tablets of the law. Later on in the 18th and 19th century, there are actually reports that there was a custom of children running up to the doors of Jews during the Holy Week, when the actual stoning of Jews was already suppressed. But the children would take stones and knock on the doors and then run away in kind of a prank type of environment, which is also a minor harassment. But to go a little bit further into the insult of the identification of the Jews, this is something that comes about as a result of the 12th Lateran Council, which met in 1215. And the problem that many of these would-be regulators had is it's not always possible to identify Jews in the street, particularly if their clothing is identical to that of non-Jews. In the Muslim Muslim world, there was something very similar to this, where Jews were required, for example, to wear certain colors, like yellow turbans, for example, and were forbidden to wear other colors, like green. But you see that much less in the Muslim world, much more so in the Catholic world. You see a significant implication of or application of the Fourth Vatican Council that demands for Jews to wear badges. This is obviously a photograph from the Nazi era, but we have many depictions of Jews with the period that are wearing Jewish badges. The most common is not the Star of David. That's actually a much more modern symbol, but Jews were forced to wear the ruel, which was either a round patch or an O-shaped patch like this, usually fashioned out of yellow cloth, and it was supposed to be an imitation of Judas's receipt of 30 gold pieces for the betrayal of Jesus. So it's like a marker in itself, besides simply a designator of Jewish status. You also see, as we noted in the previous image, in England, the two tablets of the law is very common. And there's also one, I apologize for the low resolution of this image. I couldn't find a higher resolution one, but I have it in my office, unfortunately, not able to access right now. In this particular depiction, which, by the way, is related to the blood libel Simon of Trent, that shows a Christian accomplice. He's got a red bag as a result of being rewarded for supposedly turning over the young child who he is now helping to murder. And there are 4 Jews who are in attendance. And the badges, which you can't see very clearly here, but they actually have the image of a side. It's also part of the internal insult of the Jewish badge. It would be associated with a man that was considered unclean. And of course, most ubiquitous signs of the Jewish marking was the uniform, or the Jewish hat, which was a conical type hat. Sometimes the color was mandated as well. Yellow was very common. In Italy, and red as well. And this was a piece of headgear that the Jews were forced to wear. They could not, for example, leave the ghetto walls without having this on. And there were times when they were allowed to leave the ghetto walls, and typically had to come back at nighttime when the gates would be shut. But the hat had to be worn at all times outside. In many of these cases, the badges could be bribed away. Local officials were happy to turn aside rather than enforce the regulation. And it could be, some scholars suggest, that it's more of a prevention of medieval art than it is of medieval reality. But nevertheless, we do have lots of examples of Jewish badge. Also, a smaller level inside the badge is something that goes along with not being a member of the community, always being a negative. Another example of this is Ora Judaico, which is this notion that the Jews are intrinsically untrustworthy. And the Ora Judaico, or the Jewish oath, was a specific type of oath that was posed for Jews to use when they were forced to testify in court. So Jews did have some rights that they could pursue in a court of law if they felt that they had been wronged in business or had been damaged in some way. They certainly could take it up with the local magistrate. But in order to be believed, they had to go to extreme lengths for their oaths to be accepted. And the types of things they had to do, which are well documented and quite varied in particular examples in the 17th century, the Jews were required to move their pad, bear their chest, stand on a big step.
She came with the same type game, the type of girl you can have a fake cell phone name. Big fame, like catching big things. Shit, money could have gone with the 6th grade. See the one that has spotted the more than once. Ass so flat that you can see it from the front. She spun me like paparazzi. Shot me a glance at that cowboy stance. When the flat face is hot. Yeah, today, love, when you came through, like you
I'm just wondering, as I'm telling you this, since I deal with the sources all the time in my research, I'm familiar with this, but I'd like you to just try to imagine what it must be like to force to specifically pick yourself up and go and listen to a lecture in a topic, against your will, convincing you that you really should not be doing what you're doing as a matter of kind of like public welfare. And this would happen week after week, year after year, generation after generation. It's phenomenal that this kind of thing could go on. But I think the reason why we've forgotten it is because there's these smaller insults are dwarfed by the much larger tragedies I'd also like to pause and moment to reflect that, most of the history that I like to read in these series tends to be much more positive, looking at creative elements of the Jews and what they produced, and there's literary innovations and all kinds of things like this, and social developments. But on the day like Shiva Tammuz, the 17th of Tammuz, is more appropriate under Pope Paul II in the 15th century, an annual race of the Jews was initiated in Rome along this street, the Corso. At certain points in history, it actually was diverted to specifically go past the Pope's Palace, but it was not eliminated for a couple hundred years. And in fact, it was only eliminated very briefly and then been reinstituted and eliminated again for good. But again, for more than a century, the annual race of the Jews took place on the Corso. And this was basically a humiliating race in which Jews were forced to run, typically, but not always, either dressed in a loincloth or even stark naked, down this stretch of road to the laughter and enjoyment of the spectators, including the Pope, who would historically stand on the balcony and watch them as they passed. From year to year, there were certain dark innovations added to this particular ritual, including the notion that Jews would not raising on hands and knees, naked in the streets for the amusement of the other dwellers and citizens of the city. Absolutely horrific. Can you imagine that this kind of Mardi Gras kind of event was designed around the humiliation of the it's mind-boggling. Again, I don't know what to say about this kind of thing. They're absolutely horrific. So, taking all of this in total, I just wanted to spend half an hour with you and reflect on some of these smaller level tragedies that affect the Jews. You know, it was very rare when anyone actually loses their lives as a result of one of these kinds of practices, but nevertheless, it was a kind of thing that could strip a person's dignity and could leave them, psychologically traumatized as a result. And it is perhaps fitting to sort of warm up our preparation for the 3 weeks by meditating on these smaller types of insults, because we will, of course, be commemorating 3 weeks unless the Messiah arrives before then. The destruction of the temple and the onset of this horrible exile that lasted for just a while. With that, I want to thank you very much for your endurance and your patience. Let us hope that we can all reflect appropriately what this means for Jews and Jewish history, but also, I think, what this means for the society we live in today. Because there are so many, we are living in a period when the world is going through a period of self-examination over racial disparities, question of systemic racism, and perhaps reflecting on the historic experience that Jews have had, we may gain some insight into what this really means on a human level and translate that into acts of kindness, charity, and respect for the people.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Lisa Sky, hey, love working with people. I want to do something that really lights me up. I love creating community, connecting people. She was excited about her new job. Day one, literally 8 a.m., I have an email that says good morning.
Welcome to this lecture titled Sectarian Infighting and the Fall of Jerusalem. This is a lecture for Tisha B'Av, which is the 9th day of the month of Av that we are currently in the Jewish calendar. This is the anniversary of the destruction of the Temple in Jerusalem, both under the Romans, which we're going to be looking at in more detail today, and also, ironically, under the Babylonians. It also happens to be a day of tremendous misfortune for Jews. Historically, the Warsaw Ghetto went through its deportation beginning on Tisha B'Av. The Spanish Inquisition, especially the expulsion, is associated with Tisha B'Av. There's so many events in Jewish history that culminate on this particular kind of like national bad luck day for Jews. There's a whole series of quasi-mourning rituals that are observed to mark this dark event, including, for Ashkenazi Jews, weddings are not held for the previous 3 weeks, and for the 9 days coming up to Tisha B'Av, which are called simply the 9 days, Jews don't eat meat and they don't drink wine, and they allow their beards to grow in deeper and all kinds of things like that. So it's definitely a very sad day. And what I'd like to do with our time together today is to look specifically at the epicenter of that sadness, the destruction of the temple itself, and to explore one aspect which is especially highlighted by the rabbis in the Talmud, that of Jewish infighting or sectarian fighting. We will, of course, be looking at other groups besides the standard Pharisaic community. We'll look at the Idumeans, we'll look at the early Christians. I hope to mention the Adiabanians as well. But for the time being, what I'd like to do over the next hour or so is to go through the many different groups that were all competing for control of Jerusalem and the temple in particular and try, and I hope that we will be able to understand a little bit more of what the rabbis meant when they said that it was baseless hatred that just happened. So first of all, let's have a look at our sources. Although I've looked at this topic many years in the past, Tisha B'Av unfortunately happens to be one of the high seasons for my lectures. I went to a different source that I hadn't read in detail before this year to refresh my memory. Emil Schurer, who was a German Protestant theologian, and I was really quite amazed at how good his work was in the 19th century. Even though it's you would think that something published over 100 years ago would be dated and would suffer from a lot of the disabilities of new historiographic approaches. His narrative proved to be very fresh and quite cogent. It was so much so that I read it in English translation, but his history was actually republished at the end of the 20th century with a new edition with extra footnotes to help us catch up with a lot of scholarship that's happened since then. So I'm going to rely heavily on Emil Schurer's account, and we're going to return to him at the end. Also looking at modern research, of course, Steve Mason is perhaps the greatest authority on the destruction of the temple. I've often looked at his major work, The History of the Jewish War, which is a massive tome and must weigh about 10 pounds, and goes through everything in great detail with a lot of creative new material. But looking at classical sources, we're going to rely, of course, on the Talmud, which is a difficult book to turn to for historical data, primarily because the multiple authors, it is a book that is composed of literally thousands of statements by different people. It's not really intended as a historical source. It does have historical data, but it is primarily a religious source, and more specifically, it has to do with religious law, how ritual conduct should be maintained, which often involves digressions into historical data, scientific data, and so on. So the rabbis nevertheless offer obviously a very compelling position from which to analyze the events of the first century, and it's especially encapsulated in just a few pages of Tractate Peter. As I mentioned in the introductory comments, they sort of boil down the causes of the destruction of the temples, both the temple that was destroyed in the 6th century by the Babylonians, and then the temple destroyed in the 1st century by the Romans. They sort of boil it down into like real simple, basic ideas that can be carried forward. The first temple was destroyed because 3 particular sins were violated. These are, I know the term cardinal sin is really not appropriate for Judaism, but these are the so-called Yehareg ve'al Ya'avor. A person should rather give up their life than transgress these 3 sins, which are idolatry, adultery, and murder. Not more to say about that, but it's beyond the scope of our discussion. And then they said that the second temple was not destroyed for these very serious transgressions, but rather for the idea of sinat chinam, baseless hatred, meaning hating people for no good reason. That level of general hatred is really what brought down the temple, say the rabbis. Now, they don't break it out into the specifics of this person and that person, which I hope to do a little bit today, but they offer an example of a story of 2 people with very similar names, one named Kamsa and the other one named Son of Kamsa, or Bar Kamsa. And I can't go further in this lecture without quickly relating the story. I'm sure that many of you already heard it. One of them makes a wedding, makes a family simple or celebration, and by accident, the other is invited to that simcha. Now, it happens that they are lifelong enemies, and this invitation was a mistake. But the recipient says, "Oh my gosh, this is so nice! I got an invitation. Maybe they need to make it up," and he decides to go to the wedding. He shows up at the wedding, and the host sees him there and says, "What are you doing here?" And he says, "What are you talking about? I got an invitation." He says, "It's a mistake. I want you to leave right now." And the invitee says, "Well, wait, don't embarrass me, please. Don't kick me out in front of everyone. Please let me stay." He says, "No, not at all." says, okay, really, I don't want to be embarrassed. Allow me to pay for half the wedding. And he says, I don't care. I need you gone. He says, I'll pay for the entire wedding. And Kamsa says, no, that's it, completely. And so he ends up leaving. But the key point in the story, which is often overlooked, is that the rabbis were all present. And they said nothing. They didn't step in. They didn't suggest that perhaps they should allow him to stay. Look, it was a mistake, but perhaps it's all for the best. Their lack of moral leadership at this particular moment was considered a defining failure that ultimately resulted in the preservation and the destruction of the temple. There are more specifics with regards how the early garden concept followed up by offering animals to sacrifice the temple, connecting it to Rome, and the rabbis, when confronted with this, I won't go into the technical details, but they failed to find an adequate response to it. And there was one particular individual, Rabbi Rothschild ben Apollos, who decided that the rabbis had to be really tied into his specific vision of how the law should be expressed, and rather than make an adaptation because of the unique moment, this ultimately brought about the destruction of the temple by angering Rome. Now, the historicity of all these events is really based totally in the Talmud, but I think we can see that they're definitely echoing things are marked in other sources. Our major source for today, of course, is going to be none other than Titus Flavius Josephus, known in his day as Yosef ben Matityahu, who is actually a rather brilliant historian. He's a complicated figure. He, as his book called The Jewish War relates, he was a Pharisee who had in his youth experimented with a lot of different religious orientations within Judaism. As we shall see, there are many different expressions of how one might have been a Jew in the first century. He ultimately was assigned the role of being the leader of the rebel forces in the Galilee, where he acquitted himself, at least according to his own count, tremendously well. However, he was captured by Vespasian. Fascinating story about how that happened. The Roman emperor, or the soon-to-be Roman emperor, and he was able to kind of, through his wits, preserve life and actually attach himself to the Roman forces as a kind of aide-de-camp, kind of advisor, interpreter of sorts. And most famously, after the war, he retired to Rome, where he wrote this phenomenal history of the war and many other books besides. He is, without a doubt, our most detailed source that we will have, but he's a problematic source in many ways. First and foremost, because after all, he was a rebel. He then ended up joining the Roman side. And what does that say about his motivation? He was writing under official Roman sponsorship, so would his narrative not be skewed towards his sponsors? We know that he wrote an earlier version of this history, which he wrote in Aramaic, but that version unfortunately is lost to history, and so we only have the version that he wrote in Greek, which was the lingua franca of Eastern Mediterranean. And we have reading Josephus is like a puzzle into itself. But nevertheless, he is actually quite a brilliant historian, compares very favorably with the other great Roman historians of his era. A very compelling writer, fantastic narrative, a sense for the dramatic as well as a sense for detail, although sometimes his numbers and things like that are sort of question. But that's the primary source that we will be relying on. Any historian would for a study of this period. Finally, we do have several other accounts that are worthy of note. The great historian Tacitus, who tends to have a rather nasty anti-Jewish position. Cassius Dio, also very important historian, and Eusebius, an early church historian. And you can see, however, though, that with the exception of Tacitus, Cassius Dio and Eusebius are writing quite a bit after the event. Josephus was a participant, observer himself, so he was deeply involved in all the events described. Let's start with the war beginning. Now, I really want to focus on the years 69 and 70 in particular, although the genesis of the war can really be traced back much earlier, depending on where you want to start, but I think it's more reasonable to start with the year 66, which is when you begin to have really open hostility that sharply focuses the conflict between Rome and Judea. The local procurator is named Angesius Florus, who was widely regarded as being incredibly culturally insensitive to the specifics of the Jewish population. He had a base on the coast. There was a much more Roman-flavored city called Caesarea, or Caesarea in Hebrew, that was actually built by Herod or significantly renovated by Herod. And from there, he would issue various proclamations and decrees that deeply offended the Jewish sensibilities, particularly in Jerusalem, where they were, for example, very much opposed to the setting up of images like Roman standards and things like that. But Gessius Florus really could not care less. Several other incidents where the Jews felt that Gessius Florus really did not have their best interests at heart. There were numerous armed conflicts, especially between the region of Galilee in the north, and then increasingly in Jerusalem. There was conflict with Gessius Florus' actual soldiers in the streets. The way things worked out over the year 66, the Romans decided to send in a legion of soldiers from the north under the rule of Cestius Gallus, and he marched down. He actually set up shop outside Jerusalem, and he could have put it under siege or attacked it for reasons which seem unclear. He decided that perhaps his presence there had made a statement that Rome always had legions nearby, and he decided to retreat. And on it, which really I don't think was seen as a retreat, really were troop movements at the time. But on the way back, he was ambushed very cleverly by the zealots, led by Elazar ben Shimon and Shimon bar Giora in particular, who attacked his baggage train and actually destroyed it. And Cestius Gallus, although he survived and managed to make his way back to Rome very briefly before he passed away, it was a humiliating defeat that these ragtag bands of zealots, of rebels, who were not representing any official faction other than, kind of like being hooligans at the time, they nevertheless were able to defeat a Roman legion at this pass shown in the image, the Pass of Faith going on. This obviously got Rome's attention, and they decided to take still more stringent measures, and they would ultimately send in Vespasian. Meanwhile, in Jerusalem, as the conflict with Gessius Florus is escalating and Cestius Gallus is sent packing, there's more radical activity. An individual named Menachem attacked the Roman base at Masada, and he seizes all of their weaponry, which is a really amazing thing as well. And he went to Jerusalem, and there he actually murdered Ananias, a high priest, which was a tremendously scandalous thing to do. And there were some significant uprisings between the general population, who, although they may not have agreed with what the high priest had to say and his policies in general, they certainly weren't in favor of having these outsiders come in from the Judean desert and take over the city. One of the things that happened early on is that they burned down the place where all the local records for debts were held. And this indicates to some analysts that there were strong economic elements to the early conflict, that they wanted to remove all of the records of who owed money to whom, so it could be we received large debt amnesty. Ananias' son, named Elazar, goes and murders Menachem, who had murdered Elazar's father. And with the end of Ananias, there was basically an end of pro-Roman posture in Jerusalem, and things spiral further and further out of control. Rome sends in a great general, Vespasian, one of the most talented generals, to essentially restore the honor of Rome
Christian
after
was
Cestius
totally
Gallus
bad.
had lost it when he was attacked by Shimon Bar Yochai and Eleazar. And he comes in from the north, and he takes his time. He arrives in the year 68, if I remember correctly, and he spends 2 years just essentially engaged in smaller mop-up activities in the north, wandering down to the center of the country. He has plenty of time to besiege Jerusalem, but he ultimately decides not to do it for reasons that we shall discuss shortly. But more significantly, when the Emperor Nero takes his own life, Vespasian is shortly called back to Rome, where he ultimately becomes the emperor. And the person who takes over after him is his son Titus, who is shown here in his battle garb. I believe the individual at the bottom is Vespasian. I'm not sure, but a larger image shows that in this particular triumph, he is celebrating the destruction of Jerusalem. You can see at the top the menorah is proudly displayed there as well. This may be the triumph in Rome that occurred after the battles were all over. Now, looking at the main point that we want to get to today is understand who is fighting whom. We've already seen some of the zealots, but let's go through the many different groups. This is going to be a bit of a blur, and it is rather confusing to try to keep track of them, but I'll try and keep us focused on the main groups. The first and the dominant group were the so-called Herodians. So-called because they were descended from King Herod, who had passed away at the end of the first century before the common era. His great-grandson was king at the time. He's shown on the left here, King Agrippa II, also pronounced Agrippa. He's an unusual character. Like his predecessors, they had no real power, and Roman authorities, immediately after the death of Herod, had simply kept on the Jews as kind of puppets or as client kings from time to time, actually not even giving them control of Judea itself or giving them very limited control. Agrippus was in this family. He was not considered a great leader at all, and he had very little authority vis-a-vis the Romans. But he did believe that the ongoing alliance with Rome was Judea. Rome was such an overwhelming world power, and Judea was this tiny little nation. The concept of rebelling against overpowering Rome was anathema to Agrippa. He made some strong speeches recorded in Josephus, I'm sure embellished with his creative artistry, but he made some strong speeches for a kind of pro-Roman orientation. Let's stop all of this rebellious activity. It's getting out of hand. Attacking a Roman legion like that, how are we going to patch this together? This particular image shows some of the key players at the time. Besides Agrippa II, who's shown on the left, looking kind of like an Oriental king, you have Festus, who is the Roman proconsul. His name means like happy, but he certainly doesn't look so happy. And Agrippa's sister, Berenice, who had actually a romantic relationship with Tito that was quite celebrated in the ancient world. And this is a moment which is recorded in the Gospels where Paul presents some small version of his views of Christianity and Judaism to Agrippa, simply because Agrippa is curious and he wants to know more about Christianity, which is emerging at this time. We will return to that. So you have this party of, we can call them Herodians, who are essentially the old aristocracy, who have connections to Rome and want to see that connection maintained and preserved. Not necessarily because they totally capitulate to everything that Rome wants. Berenice in particular was frequently trying to hold off some of the more negative aspects of Roman policy in Judea, but nevertheless they want to maintain at least the traditional alliance that they've had for nearly 200 years now. Then you have the so-called Sadducees, in Hebrew the Sadducees. The Sadducees are associated with the temple cult. And at this point, just like the kings of Judea were essentially puppets to Rome, the the high priest was also a formality that was assigned by Roman sponsorship, and the high priesthood simply was, a churning kind of revolving door occupation where, you would have them replace sometimes several in 1 year. Turnover of these high priests. It was a very high status position, obviously, but was one that was essentially corrupted by the lure of the Herodians and by Roman influence. They often engaged in high levels of ideological conflict with the Pharisees. In the Talmud, they have lots of debates in which the Sadducees are invariably portrayed in a very negative light. But like the Herodians, they want to go back to the status quo ante. They want to go back to the idea of Rome in control and Judea being, loyal subjects of the empire. They will have an especially difficult time with the so-called sicarii, or the short knives, daggers. That's what they were named for. These were the individuals who carried these short knives while wearing regular plain clothes, as Josephus describes it, and they will infiltrate crowds and actually assassinate people that they view as their opponents, as people who are associated with the regime. And earlier, we murdered Ananias, the high priest at the time, and Elazar Shimon is another of these zealot forces who are especially feared by the Sadducees because they're in there and they're trying to take the old aristocracy, perhaps for many of the socioeconomic reasons that we described earlier. On the other side of the ideological point from the Pharisees, from the Sadducees, is of course the Pharisees. And I use this particular 19th century image to illustrate them because the Pharisees are generally regarded as the progenitors of the later rabbis. The rabbinic movement comes from the Pharisees. The term Pharisee is sometimes mentioned in a derogatory sense, perhaps derived from particular readings of the Gospels in which Pharisees are often in dispute or in debate with Jesus. But it is basically a translation of the Hebrew term Perushin, meaning those who separate. Separating in the sense that they separated from official authority, from the Herodian aristocracy, from the Romans, and so on. Josephus takes pains to note that the Pharisees are, by and large, the most popular party, that they have the support of most of the countryside, who are alienated by the violence of the zealots, and they despair of any effective leadership from the Herodians. So the Pharisees are kind of like the natural leadership of the broader masses, but they have no other official power base other than their sort of charismatic spiritual leadership. They are, at this time, in an uneasy alliance, however, with what some scholars call the Peace Party. And the Peace Party basically includes the Herodians and the Sadducees. The Sadducees are, the ideological enemies of the Pharisees. The Sadducees, for example, deny the existence of an afterlife, something which is very core to Pharisaic theology. The Pharisees and the Sadducees are unhappy about how the Pharisees have popular power, but the Sadducees control the temple cult, and so on. So it's surprising to see them in an alliance, but what they all agree on is that the level of communal violence that has penetrated Jerusalem is getting out of hand, and they have to find a way to scale it back, even if that means putting up with Roman domination. The most important leader of the Pharisees for our purposes is Rabbi Rothschild, who, in a very dramatic passage, which is echoed in Josephus, but with different players, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai manages to fool the zealots, who are called the Roman in the text, the Talmud that describes this passage. He manages to fool them into allowing him to leave Jerusalem and actually speak and negotiate with the Roman authorities, and he does so by faking his own death and pretending to be a coffin and a corpse. The zealots actually don't believe it at first, and they lamb iron rods through the coffin to be sure that he is in fact dead. He miraculously he's taken outside the walls of Jerusalem, where he meets with Vespasian and tells him that he will one day be emperor, and Vespasian is impressed with this prophetic statement, and then this is mentioned in Josephus as well, although Josephus is the hero there, and it happens in the north, not in the south. But Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, okay, I want three things. The one that's especially important for us is he says, give me Yavne and its sages, meaning let me have the city of Yavne, which is, at the time it was called Yamnia. You can see it here in this map. It's a short distance from them on the coast. And allow the rabbinic tradition to continue there by allowing safe passage of rabbis to Yamnia, or allow them to collect there and not be massacred by the Romans. And that, in fact, is the decision that allows rabbinic Judaism to continue, because they have some safe space in Yamnia. In this context, I want to take us to another group that's very significant that also adopts a similar posture, and that is the Christians. Now, the Christian movement at this point is still very, very young. We're talking about 30 years after the crucifixion. And so it's who knows how many hundreds of people, perhaps thousands, but that seems a stretch. But it's definitely a small number, primarily Jews who are impressed with the teachings of Jesus of Nazareth and believe that a version of Judaism that is described by Paul is really the route to future salvation. It's kind of at this time very much an amalgam of Judaism and what would become Christianity, because the two movements have not formally separated at this point. They definitely are up until this point, they have been praying in the same spaces, observing the same ritual calendar, regarding as holy many of the same teachings. But over the century after the crucifixion in particular, there will be a widening gap that separates the early Jewish Christian movement from the original Jewish movement. It will be exacerbated by the large inclusion of non-ethnic Jews in early Christianity. As Christianity becomes much more Gentile in ethnic composition, there's much more of a reduced tendency to view the Jewish origins of the movement with the same level of charity, but that's more for another discussion than today. What happened to those Jewish Christians during the time of the revolt? The truth is, Josephus tells us nothing about them, probably because they are really small in size. He will have some passing comments on Christianity in another book that he will write later called The Antiquities, but he doesn't really tell us much about what was going on with the Christians at this time. Much more significant passage occurs in Eusebius's massive church history, which was written about 200 years later. And he writes in his introduction, for example, that his book is going to be a history book that focuses primarily on things that immediately overtook the whole ethnos because of their plot against our Savior. Now, it's clear from that passage that Eusebius has a particular theological interpretation of the destruction of the Second Temple, essentially blaming the Jews and their downfall because of how they treated Jesus. This is not an argument that appears in Josephus, but it will appear significantly over many other theological approaches of the 10th century. At any rate, let's answer the simple question: where were the Christians? According to Eusebius, he writes that the people of the Church of Jerusalem had received some kind of a prophecy given by an oracle before the war, saying that you should all leave, that it's going to be dangerous and they should flee. The oracle revealed that they should flee to a place called Pella, which was either in the Perea, that's the phrase that Eusebius leaves, and I'll show you a map in just a second, but according to other historians, it was just on the other side of the Jordan River. And they believe that this is where Christianity would be preserved during the war. Here's the map. It shows you Jerusalem in the south, and here is Pella, which is clearly in the Decapolis, so there are some questions about the text itself, but nevertheless, that's what's happened to the Christians. They apparently have no role in the story that we are going to describe. Now, we should turn to some of the named zealots who are very active, fighting, as we should see, with the Herodians, the Pharisees, the Sadducees, and most significantly with each other. John Giscala is one of the most significant figures. Giscala is an ancient place in Gush Halad, which means like, the productive milk, which is a place in the Galilee region. He was originally a moderate who was apparently alienated by the Romans and their cruel policies, but he was a longtime enemy of Josephus. Josephus has nothing nice to say about John of Giscala. In fact, views him as a prime instigator for some of the worst violence, both in the north and especially in Jerusalem. So Josephus is such a tremendous treasure as a historical source, but a very difficult treasure to work with because it's hard sometimes to parse what actually happened when you're trying to filter it by what we know about Josephus's personal attitudes. At any rate, he escapes Vespasian when Vespasian is still in the north, and he enters Jerusalem in 68. And it's at this time that John of Giscala would portray himself as an ally to the high priest Ananus, not the same person that was murdered earlier, Ananias, but he would ultimately also be murdered by the Zealots. Josephus portrays John of Giscala as kind of like pretending to be allied with the Herodians and the Pharisees and Sadducees, the peace party, but in reality feeding information to the Zealots so that they can be more effective in their attempt to take over the city. He ultimately is successful in taking over a large band of followers of Elazar ben Shimon, so his forces grow very large. And also, we should remember at this time that there's different populations entering Jerusalem. Not only do pilgrims arrive in Jerusalem in large numbers for the holiday of Pesach, for example, and the holiday of Sukkot. Josephus describes this in some detail. But also, there are war refugees because there's the Roman incursion to the north and chaos going on there. In the south, you have these zealots wandering around, and people are fleeing their homes, looking to the big cities, hoping to find some safety. But John of Giscala ultimately will execute his erstwhile allies, the Herodian aristocracy, and will ultimately be the person in charge of the temple courtyard. And he will invite Yochanan ben Tzvi, bandit leaders, who takes pride in personally murdering the Herodians that he comes across. And these, by the way, of course, are all Jews. This is entirely Jewish infighting that we're discussing at this point. And now, to understand how this unfolds, we really have to see a little bit of the map of Jerusalem itself to understand where these various forces were gathered. So here's an aerial view of the city of Jerusalem as it appeared in the first century. And you can see the kind of wavy, squiggly lines are topographic in nature, meaning when they're closer together, like in the Kidron Valley, which is in the lower right corner, that means a much steeper incline. And when they are apart, it means more of a plateau. So Jerusalem is built on several of these plateaus, and there are some significant geographic separations by the valleys that we have. So we're going to look at the Temple Mount, which is located here on this particular plateau. We're also going to look at this tower called the Antonia Tower, which is the most significant military fortification of the temple grounds itself. It was actually home to a contingent of soldiers at several points in the war, and it is the base from which most of the military activity would ensue. We also have this region called the Lower City, and of course this higher class area called the Upper City, where Herod had actually built his own palace. There are also several walls around Jerusalem. There is the so-called First Wall, which is kind of an extension of the wall surrounding the Temple Mount itself that encapsulates the upper city and the lower city, but and so it's sort of like a larger expression of the Temple Mount wall itself. And then a second wall was built that protects the Antonia and reinforces some of the northern suburbs. And finally, especially as the population of Jerusalem would grow, a third wall was built to the far outside. In fact, that would be penetrated very early on by the Romans. And so now that we have a little bit of geography, we're going to return to some of the major players. The high priests and the Pharisees, again, this is one of those, this is the peace party, this is the unusual, coming together of ideological enemies saying, we may disagree about a lot of things, but we certainly can't have fighting in the streets. They call upon the larger population to create the zealots, who are actually engaged in wide-scale massacres at this point. The zealots end up taking over the temple ground, where they become trapped because they can't get out of the multiple walls, and this is their only base for self-defense. They do manage to sneak out a messenger, however, who goes to the south to the Idumeans, which is an interesting population, and asks the Idumeans for support, claiming that they have been oppressed, like the Idumeans, by the aristocracy, by the Herodians, and would they please send troops to rescue them in Jerusalem. Now, Idumea is here in the south of Israel. It's an unusual part of Jewish history because this is the only time when Israel engaged in any form of forced conversion. And in fact, after the Idumean incident, it was decided to never again engage in forced conversion. This is something that occurred under one of the Maccabean kings, the Hasmoneans, and among the many negative results of this was the birth of Herod, whose father was an Idumean. And so it's really regarded in rabbinic thought that the whole idea of forcibly converting any population to Judaism was just a bad one to start with, and Herod was in many ways the punishment that the Jews received for it. At any rate, you have this population in the south that identifies as Jewish, but recognizes their distinctiveness from the Judeans per se. There are lots of interesting discussions about patrilineal descent and matrilineal descent in this context, but again, not for this short presentation. And the Idumeans find themselves taken in by the argument that the Zealots offer that they're being persecuted by the aristocracy. The Idumeans also have a kind of a feeling that they're often looked down upon and are persecuted, so they send 20,000 to rescue the Zealots in Jerusalem. These numbers that Josephus offers have often been challenged, and we have to take them with a grain of salt. But even if it's a significant fraction of 20,000, it's still going to be a lot of people. When they get to Jerusalem, they are held off by city walls, and the high priest Ananus comes out and says, "Hey, please understand what's going on." And he makes an impassioned speech saying, "We are not, oppressing the Zealots. They've come in here, they've committed violence, and this is not good for us. If the Romans see us all fighting with each other, it's just going to weaken our movement." And he tries with tremendous effort to keep the Idumeans out of the city. He is unfortunately unsuccessful because one of the Zealots slips out of the city once again and actually opens up the city gates for the Idumeans. And this is when the violence just gets much, much worse. The Idumeans enter, and together with the Zealots, they massacre the high priest Ananos, and this actually happened on the temple grounds. Josephus considers this the point of no return for Jerusalem, meaning before the Idumeans and the Zealots murdered the Kohen Gadol, Josephus felt that maybe the Judeans could patch it up with the Romans, saying sorry about those zealots, sorry that we couldn't, keep them from destroying Cestius and Gallus's legion and things like that. Really, we didn't mean those things. But once the high priest Annas was murdered, the population would descend into a whirlpool of violence, and there would be no one left to adequately defend the Jewish cause in front of the Romans, and he felt that at that point, really, Judea was doomed. The violence extended beyond the attacks on Herodians, but it went into the civilian areas as well. The local defenses of Jerusalem, the civilian militia was attacked by and overwhelmed by the Idumeans, and also door-to-door attacks on the general population happened at this point, where the Idumeans and the Zealots would simply run amok and raping and killing as they went. To give one example of the level of lawlessness, the Zealots wanted to put a particular prominent individual named Zacharias on trial, and they convened a Sanhedrin, a grand jury of 71 members, to convict him of the crimes they accused him of. But the Sanhedrin did not want to go along with this, and so instead the Zealots simply slit his throat and threw his body into the valley over the city wall. So kind of extreme lawlessness going on at this time. And finally, it gets so bad that even the Idumeans regret their role, and they say, wait a minute, we came here because, we thought you were being oppressed, but now we see that you are the oppressors, and they decide to leave. They leave in disgust. Before they leave, they release all of the prisoners, and many of them end up going to join another one of the zealots, Shimon bar Yoria, who was also active at this time. This particular coin shows possibly Shimon ben Yoria led off in chains by Vespasian. You can see on the right there is a prisoner there. Some numismatic experts have associated with him. He plays a very important role in the eventual triumph in Rome. Up until this time, he has not been in Jerusalem. He has been ravaging the countryside, and there's general lawlessness that has spilled way beyond the city of Jerusalem, way beyond the Galilee region. There's this widespread hooliganism and highway robbery, literally, and people are being killed. Not only the regular Jews of Judea, but the Idumeans as well. Incredible savagery associated with Bartiolia, regularly amputating limbs of his prisoners, and quite often just mutilating them and sending them back to send a message to prevent any further resistance to his movement. The Zealots are actually afraid of him. The Zealots in Jerusalem, they actually try to threaten him into submission by kidnapping his wife. Remember, these are all Jews fighting each other, and criminal Jews fighting each other at this time. The Herodians are largely displaced. The Pharisees have decamped. The Christians have decamped at this point. But when they kidnap his wife, actually comes up to the walls of the city of Jerusalem and puts on such a tantrum that the Zealots are actually afraid of him standing outside the walls yelling at them, and they release his wife, hoping that perhaps he won't be mad after all. He ends up being part of the invasion of Jerusalem in the spring of 69, along with the Idumeans, and he ends up dominating the lower and the upper cities with them. Here is the map of Jerusalem again, and you can see that the forces are arrayed in three major areas. Elazar ben Shimon, one of the early zealots we spoke about, is actually in the temple itself. John of Giscala is controlling the temple courtyard, and there are like rings of walls that protect them from each other. And Shimon bar Yoria is controlling most of the upper and lower cities where most of the people of Jerusalem live. And it's a three-way fight between these three zealot forces. The Herodians are sidelined at this point, and they're simply waiting for the Romans to come in. Let's understand what happens in the context of that. So the fight becomes intense between these three zealot forces that they actually attack each other with grain and burn them, hoping that they will weaken each other by preventing them access foodstuffs. And this was such an incredibly stupid and short-sighted strategy because the Romans are going to use hunger as their primary weapon. But by destroying the grain storage of each of their opponents, they have no way to withstand the ultimate attack of Vespasian, and especially Titus, who will be very much involved in this point. Vespasian has actually gone back to Rome by now, but Titus is following the same strategy, taking his time, making forays around the north central part of Israel, down into the south of Israel, but he won't attack Jerusalem until he is completely ready. And that's essentially what happens beginning in the spring of the year 70. And this map illustrates what is going on. The famine has already been a serious problem when Titus approaches Jerusalem. And Titus thinks that he's going to have a fairly easy time attacking Jerusalem, but he's actually quite surprised because the rebels provide unusually stiff resistance. Even though they're busy fighting each other, they end up becoming quite ferocious fighters against the Romans at the same time. A couple of examples include that the Romans settled in on one of the hills nearby, Mount Scopus, and also the Mount of Olives, and they get themselves set because they're going to be building their siege engines and things like that. The rebels surprise them by pouring out of the city of Jerusalem and actually attacking uphill at tremendous disadvantage to themselves. And they actually managed to make tremendous progress. Titus himself is wounded in one of these attacks until they finally are able to push the rebels back into the city. And they very narrowly evade destruction by this bold and rather unusual attack. Another example, the Romans, their way of destroying the city is going to be with lots of people and technology, specifically the building of siege engines, which are these massive towers that they can wheel up to the walls, and then they can throw things over with catapults, and they can climb over the walls with them. But it takes time to build these things, and there are certain places where they are, most ideally situated. So while they're busy building these things, the rebels actually dig underneath the ramps that they intend to use for the siege engines, and they build a tunnel underneath. They fill it with wood, and when the Romans place their laborious product of their work, the siege engine in place, the rebels set fire to the wood in the tunnels, collapsing the tunnels and destroying the siege engine. And this is like hugely big to Titus because this is schlepping out, so to speak. The war is going on much longer, and it's actually embarrassing to the Romans that the Jews should be having such success. Josephus puts it very well when he says that the Romans held it to be terribly disgraceful if cunning should always prevail over valor, desperation over weapons, mass over expertise, Judeans over Romans. And in fact, that's what is happening in the early months of Titus' siege, that they are able to hold them off with the combination of cunning, desperation, mass, and being Judean, I guess. The last decision that Titus makes, therefore, is he says, we're just going to use the old-fashioned route, and we are going to starve them into submission. And he builds this massive siege dike, you can see, functionally the fourth wall around Jerusalem, and he mans it very carefully to make sure that no food can be smuggled into Jerusalem from the surrounding countryside. He shuts down any possibility for Jerusalem to get any provisions from the outside. When you combine that with the fact that the Zealots have already destroyed their own grain stores, they descend into a whole famine, which Josephus describes in very pathetic terms, involving human cannibalism and the same kind of terrible things that ironically are also described in the book of Jeremiah and in the book of Lamentations, the destruction of the first temple. In the end, Jerusalem is doomed, and it will fall to Titus's sieges. The story behind it, however, is somewhat complex. Josephus says that Titus holds a war council and says that he wants to burn out the temple complex and take care of the last rebels, but he wants to actually preserve the temple itself. Now, it's possible that Josephus places Titus in a very positive light here, because Josephus is, of course, sponsored by Titus. He, in fact, ends up being assigned the Flavian name because of his close relationship to the Roman emperor family. But it's also possible that Titus wanted to preserve the temple because, after all, it was like one of the great wonders of it. It was one of the most fascinating and well-known architectural feats, renovated significantly under Herod and attracting thousands upon thousands of pilgrims from all around the Middle East, Jews and non-Jews as well. So we don't really know how true this is, but it's not impossible to imagine that Titus did not actually want to destroy the temple itself. He wanted to destroy the rebellion, and he may have rededicated the temple to Jupiter or something like that, like Antiochus did when the Greeks conquered the region. But this is at any rate the account that Josephus gives us. Now, the rebels, in the context of this fighting, which we discussed in a little bit more detail in the previous lecture, they rush out to engage the Romans. And in that context, according to Josephus, one of the rebels grabbed a piece of burning wood, threw it through a window into the inner sanctuary, and that was actually the spark that ignited the burning of the temple itself, which continued from the 9th of Av well into the 10th of Av, and is, of course, the reason for the commemoration on this day, the 9th of Av. So if we can conclude, let's just go back to Emil Schurer for a minute, that we looked at at the very beginning. And I remember reading, it was so fascinating to see his account of the destruction of Jerusalem, viewed from the lens of a Protestant theologian from Germany in the 19th century. And he concluded by saying this: a Jewish authority, in the earlier sense, no longer existed. Meaning, with the destruction of the temple, the ending of the sacrifice that actually occurred a few weeks earlier on the 17th of Tammuz, what the Jews knew about how they were to relate to God in a physical way no longer existed. Authority itself had disappeared. The only center left to the people was the Torah. They now rallied around it with anxious and scrupulous fidelity, the unwavering hope that it might once again, in a political community and indeed in the world itself, acquire practical validity and meaning. Fascinating to prove his discussion of the temple. Hopefully,
and so it's like after having this whole thing, a whole 45 minutes opening the show about how you comedians don't know what you're talking about. So don't know what you're talking while he's smearing two people who he's never heard of and doesn't even know what they do or whatever, but not the best way to make an appeal to expertise. But no, he doesn't have a problem with Bill Maher doing it because he agrees with them. So the issue isn't really being an expert versus being a comedian. You know, Konstantin Kassin went on this whole thing about expertise and all of this, and it's like he also started as a comedian. Why all of a sudden does this standard only apply to me and only when I'm talking about Israel? It never applied to me when I was talking about COVID. It never applied to me when they had me on stuff. They would just go, look, Dave, breaking it down. But now there's this one topic that one guy is not allowed to not be an expert on, and it happens to be this one topic that the entire population is turning on. I shouldn't say the entire, but huge numbers.
When someone attacks what you do professionally versus what you're actually saying, why not just speak what you say instead of this appeal to authority? Right, you're not an expert.
You know, to ask that question is to answer that question.
You can only ask me a few things in life that I can give you definitive answers on, and even then, I might have to refer to expert. You want to ask me about judo? I've been doing jujitsu since '90. I think I started in '97, somewhere around then. '96 maybe.
I don't know shit about judo. I know how to do a few hip tosses, but when someone is doing something, I don't even know what it's called. If I go haragoshi, I might get it wrong. Because haragoshi might be legs on the outside versus leg on the inside. Wrestling, I gotta defer to DC. So even in martial arts, I'm not totally an expert.
Yeah, and then there might be somebody who is like totally an expert, like say, a wrestler who went to the Olympics, right, and was like a total expert, or a coach or something like that, total expert in wrestling, and they could still get something about MMA completely off, or
jiu-jitsu. Right, it happened in the last fight, in the last UFC card. Daniel Cormier didn't know about the dead orchard. He thought this person was fine because they had two arms in while they're caught in a triangle. I go, no, this is a real submission. This is fucking dangerous. There's this guy, Nathan Orchard, who figured out how to do a triangle with two arms in. And it's a lot of guys do it now. And I think it was a lady at the last UFC. And I was like, oh shit. And Daniel didn't know it yet. There's a couple other things like the buggy choke. If you don't know about jiu-jitsu and you see a guy who's on his back and he's getting smothered, but all of a sudden he reaches under with his leg, and I'm going, oh, and you know what's going on. Like, that's a fucking choke, like a really dangerous one. Tyro Tolo gets you in that, you're fucksville. There's guys, so it's like, there's areas of expertise, even in areas that I'm an expert in, that I have to call on other people. Like, this is a stupid argument. Like, what are the facts? Does that submission work? Is that genocide? Like, what is, what's going on? Were you funding Hamas? Is Hezbollah a proxy of Iran? Did Iran get the money to do this when Biden released the funds? Because who's allowed to be an expert on all these things?
Yeah, and then of course there are things like say do you support lockdowns? And like, in order to have, say, an expert opinion on this policy, it's like, okay, well, you'd be like, they'd say we're following the science. In other words, they have an epidemiologist or something like that doing lockdowns. Will cut down on the transmission of the virus. Forget they turned out to be wrong, but leaving that aside, you're like, okay, but are they also an economist? Are they also a sociologist, a specialist in childhood development who would tell you what closing the school is? Oh, who's the person who has expertise in every single one of those fields? It doesn't exist. There isn't an expert in all of those fields. You know what I mean?
That was the problem with that time, because that time everyone was so fearful. And the news was pushing fear. It was clearly a narrative. I forget who it was, but some health official was being interviewed recently. He said that during 2020 that Anthony Fauci said to him, the problem is Americans aren't scared enough. Which is crazy to say. It's a wild thing to say that your goal is to make people more fearful. So you're trying to put out a narrative that makes people more fearful, which, by the way, fucks with your immune system in a gigantic way. Not good at all to be scared. I don't know how many people got really, really, really sick from COVID because when they got it, they freaked the fuck out and they couldn't sleep and they thought they were going to die and they were riddled with anxiety, and that makes you attack people around you, and then you look for a solution. And when these trusted institutions, which up until 5 fucking ago, I was 100% on board with everything, with vaccines, with every medical innovation, other than psychiatrists, which I think are pretty much overprescribed. All of a sudden, everyone's like hoping these people have the answer. So anybody's like, but there's this guy Jay Bhattacharya, he's also an expert. Fuck you. It's like an anti-science, trust the science, COVID denier, vaccine denier. It just became this fearful response because everybody just responded to the fucking media because everybody's too tuned in to all of this negative shit, man, all day long.
But you have to scare people. If you want to implement like a tyrannical policy, you always have to scare people. I mean, that's
the only way.
Yeah. Now, everyone knows, right, like you just said, like, being terrified is not good for your health. That on a human level, we also all know that it's not good for good decision-making, But it is excellent for, I will turn my brain off and give the authority to you to go do. I mean, look, it was right after 9/11. People forget about this, but, like, the level to which Dick Cheney and George W. Bush used to fearmonger. And Dick Cheney, the Vice President of the United States of America, who was a bit more than just your average vice president, he said it's not a matter of if, but when there will be another 9/11 attack. They were trying to tell the American people right after 9/11 to be in a constant state of fear.
Do you remember the COVID warnings where they had colors? Or excuse me, the war, where they had colors,
the level or whatever. Yeah. And then one day they'd be like, it's up to yellow.
Yeah.
And I mean, we were really still traumatized from 9/11. But the thing about it is that they knew what they wanted to do. They knew the policy they wanted to start embarking on. And it was the mix of they hate us, the big lie, which was they hate us for our freedom, which was like really the big lie after 9/11 was like, because the American people very organically wanted to know what the beef was. Like 9/11 happened, everybody was like, why do they hate us? What's this beef about? And their answer was they hate you for your freedom. And by the way, this is going to happen again. So be terrified. Second off, understand that they're so irrational that their beef with you is that like your grandma can go to the grocery store. So what do you do with that? Other than say what the American people said, which is George W. Bush, you have a blank check to go attack whoever you want to, and we'll support you.
Yeah, I remember feeling that. I remember feeling that way. Right? I remember feeling it's up to these fucking guys, these hard-nosed generals and military leaders that are, these are the guys that are going to protect us now. We got to put all our faith in them. This shit is real, and it's going on. I had no idea. This is, so 2001, I wasn't that much of a conspiracy theorist. I was into UFOs. I was into Bigfoot. I was into stupid shit. You know, I was into fun, stupid shit. You know, me and Eddie Bravo would get high and watch space documentaries and freak out about aliens. You know, that stupid shit. But then the Patriot Act came along, and I was like, okay, what the fuck is this? Like, what is indefinite detention mean? When they signed the NDAA, like, wait a minute, what are you talking about? What is the month, when it rhymes with cunt, that the act passed in 2015 that allowed them to use censorship, or excuse me, propaganda on American citizens?
Yeah.
Month, is that what it
Something
was?
like that, yep.
It's like, okay. But at what point in time do I start getting really fucking suspicious?
Yep.
I read one book a long time ago that really fucked me up. This book called Best Evidence about the Kennedy assassination. And unfortunately, I read it right before I went on stage. I was by myself. I was in Philadelphia, and I was headlining. And this is like when I was just starting to headline, right? And so, had show Thursday, killed. Everything's great. Went back to my hotel room. Nothing to do. Read this fucking book for like 6 hours. Freaked the fuck out. Showed up at the show like ashen face. Like, oh my god, they killed the president. Like, I had never even considered that before that book. I never even thought that there's like secret government agencies that plot against the president. I thought that's the fucking man, and everybody works together. And Harvey Oswald was a nut. He fucking shot him. Oh my god. And I bombed. I fucking bombed. And I apologized to the staff. I apologized to the listen. I fucked up. I read this book right before I got here. It really fucked me up. It's done that before, man.
You need, when you have your mind blown like that, you need time after that before you make it funny. Like it takes time to like then almost come back to it.
You should never engage in that kind of stuff like right before you go on stage. It's terrible. Anything real and honest. So I had a second show and it was great. But I was like, okay, I can't ever do that again. But that started me. That was just peripheral. It was just the JFK thing. I was only interested in that. I didn't get into Nixon. I didn't get into Vietnam. I didn't get into any of that stuff. In September 11th, 2001, in the beginning, it was wonderful. After the attack, everyone was so friendly. It's terrible that this thing happened. It's terrible that these people died. But it made me think, like, we need, every now and then, we need to get bitch slapped. You know, it's like when you see people, like, getting in people's faces for, like, waving an American flag, fuck you, fascist flag. A bitch slap every now and then. Like, that guy might go, fucking, what was I doing? I just ran up to that veteran and I got in his face because I wanted to impress my lesbian girlfriend. Like, fuck is wrong with me? I don't know how to fight. Now I got a concussion and this guy bitch slapped me. It's on TikTok. Fuck. You know, like, you need that sometimes just as, like, a course reset. And I felt like, as a country, we had been doing shady shit all around the world forever, and there's real war happening everywhere, but we're super lucky because we're separated by oceans. Not too much is really happening here. Oh my God, this is real. And everybody had an American flag on their fucking car. And when I was in New York City afterwards, we were filming Fear Factor one day, and everyone was so cool. And firemen were rock stars. Yep. Cops were rock stars. Everybody was thanking them for their service. It was great. We hung out with these firemen for this bar. Me and the Fear Factor. These guys were fucking. It's like I was hanging out with Brad Pitt. It was nuts. Everybody was thankful. Where'd that go?
Yeah, I was there. I was in New York City on 9/11, and I remember. So I was in Brooklyn, like only a few miles from the World Trade Center, and like,
Did you physically see it?
no, I saw it. So I remember seeing. I think so. When I got out of school, I was in high school. I was a senior in high school, and we got out. One of the girls like forged a note, said it was from our parents or something like that. I forget exactly how it worked, but we got out. It was like I was friends with the security guard. I used to buy weed from him. It was a different time. But it was a different time. Pre 9/11, we were just all hanging out buying weed from the security guards at schools. But so he let us out. So I remember I'm pretty sure when we came to we saw there was smoke in the air, but both the towers had fallen by the time we got out. But there were people, so the subways had been out for a while, and where I was like on Flatbush Avenue. If anyone knows Brooklyn, it's like Flatbush and 7th Avenue. So this is like, it's kind of a straight shoot down to the Manhattan Bridge, and then the Brooklyn Bridge is down there too. But the Brooklyn Bridge you can walk over. And so at this point already, people who were down in the financial district had just decided to walk back to Brooklyn because they realized they weren't going to get a cab or get on the subway. And so you'd see just like one guy in a suit and tie covered in soot, head to toe. Like walking up, like, oh, he must have just been down there and walked up. But I remember, and this was in Brooklyn, but even there it was very busy. But people were stopping and asking each other. People who you would pass on the street but never talk to were stopping and asking everyone, how's your family? Everyone okay? All right. I find like there was this like community spirit that you don't typically get in New York City. There's just too many people. You can't talk to everybody.
Yeah.
But that part of it was kind of beautiful. And then, of course, governments do what they do and immediately manipulated that into launching wars that they wanted from before 9/11 that had absolutely nothing to do with 9/11.
Yeah.
Which is,
Also, the Patriot Act was a bunch of shit they had tried to pass for a while, for years. And everyone's like, what, are you fucking crazy?
Well, this is the thing, and I guess maybe it's partly like my age because I was 18 at the time, and this coming of age, time. But I will never stop being furious about all of that shit. And this is like still to this day. I'm sure you see it when I'm on podcasts with you and doing debates and stuff. But I'm so angry over the war in Iraq and the subsequent wars. Libya and Syria and Somalia and Yemen and all of them. But specifically because, like, all these guys, the neoconservatives, the N-word that I'm not supposed to bring up. By the way, Douglas Murray wrote a book called Neoconservatism, Why We Need It. But when I say the word neoconservatism, be careful what you're watering here or something like that.
Is that what they said? I didn't know that this was an issue, that you can't discuss neoconservatism.
Well, that's what Douglas said when I was on with him. He said, the N-word, when I brought it up, and then said, I'm watering something because I mentioned Wolfowitz.
Okay, so that's anti-Semitism. Right. Well, that's kind of ridiculous.
Yes.
You're talking about something incredibly important. Well, like neoconservatism, why would that be a thing that you can't discuss? That sounds crazy. The rivalries, the marching bands, the upsets. Saturdays just got way more fun. College football is back. Think you know the game? Put your college football knowledge to the test with DraftKings Sportsbook and turn your picks into big payouts. From live betting during the game to rivalry week odds boosts and so much more, DraftKings Sportsbook has everything you need to stay in the action from kickoff to final whistle. Whether you're betting on your go-to team or making moves mid-game as the momentum shifts, Saturdays are yours to own with DraftKings Sportsbook. Here's something special for first-timers. New customers bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code Rogan. That's code Rogan for new customers to get $300 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. In partnership with Draft Sportsbook, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Call 877-8-OPEN-WIRE. Text Open Line 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Well, I mean, I'd say the answer is that those guys got into power. They really hijacked American foreign policy after 9/11 because they happened to all be in power in the Bush administration. Then 9/11 happened on their watch. But if you go back and read the shit they read, they'll never stop talking about this because it's just too goddamn crazy. But if you read all of these guys, the guys who were in the George W. Bush administration, the signatories on the Project for a New American Century, which was their think tank, the PNAC as it's called, were Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld and Paul Wolfowitz and Fife and Richard Pearl and David Wormser and the whole group who took over the government were all, and they explicitly in the Project for a New American Century that they were like, look, okay, the Soviet Union has collapsed. We are for the first time in human history like the lone superpower in the world. So what we should do right now is fight multiple wars. Because no one threatens us, and so therefore we should fight multiple wars. Right now we have an opportunity to overthrow the old Soviet puppet states, install our own states there, and guarantee, as the name says, the new American century of dominance, the 21st century. And they specifically said they want to overthrow Saddam Hussein, and then they specifically said now, this is something that the 9/11 truthers really held on to. I'm not sure. I think they might be overplaying their hand a little bit here, but they say, there's one document in the Project for a New American Century, you can find it online, where they straight up say, they go, now look, this is what we want to do, but we're unlikely to get mass American support for it, short of another Pearl Harbor type event. And so a lot of people, like Alex Jones and a lot of the 9/11 truthers, would point to this phrase and go, see, this is the proof that they knew they needed another Pearl Harbor, so they planned their own Pearl Harbor. Now, that is not necessarily true. It doesn't necessarily prove that, but it certainly does change the way you think about their mind state when they sit there watching the towers get attacked. And they all, at the very least, they all went, we got it.
You know, Alex Jones predicted 9/11 in July.
Yeah, but that's not quite as unique as I think some people think it is.
Really?
Well, like people. So, like,
You ever hear how he said it?
Yeah, I've heard things. I mean, I'm not like taking anything away from that. He was right, but there were a bunch of people who did it. Ron Paul himself predicted it
Did
perfectly.
they predict planes into the towers?
Let's just say, no, I don't know about that. That is pretty impressive. But at the same time, you know,
The planes had never flown into the towers before.
that's true, but the World Trade Center was attacked by Al-Qaeda guys in 93. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. Adrian Appalucci has the funniest joke about that. I believe so. Did you ever hear Adrian's joke about that? I don't want to butcher it on your show, but Adrian Appalucci is a hilarious comedian. She had a joke about how, you know, in that song where Biggie goes, time to get paid, blow up like the World Trade, they bleep World Trade now. And then her bit is how they didn't bleep, like he was talking about the first one, but they bleep it because of the second, you know, the towers came down. But then her bit is just like, you go, like, that wasn't enough of a tragedy to make it bleeped. It's like it's like only a few people died. Like, it was cool. But then a lot of people died. She had a phenomenal joke writer.
Well, it's a different time. Back then, they would have never bleeped anything. They didn't bleep the N-word. They didn't bleep anything.
Yeah, it was the Wild West.
Well, it's weird when you hear about. So, I don't know if I fully buy into any of this. But, caveat before I get rolling, but when people, the intelligence agencies and their role in hip-hop, especially gangster rap, like I remember the very first time I listened to NWA, and I think I told Ice Cube when he was here, I was on a fucking Stairmaster in Revere, Massachusetts, and I was listening to Fuck the Police, like, fuck the police, coming straight from the underground. I was like, what is this? It was a cassette Walkman, or maybe it was a CD, but it was probably a cassette Walkman. And I was like, getting my cardio.
They were better for working out. They didn't skip.
They got good with the CD after a while. It didn't skip, but you had to set it on the treadmill.
And you had to hit that like shock move. Right. And then that would eat your batteries so quickly.
Like you get 30 songs in and be like, all right, you have to go to the gym with like spare batteries.
Still, to me, it was so insane that I could carry music with me to the gym. Like, that's incredible. Because you go to the gym and it'd be like the worst Poison song playing, no disrespect to Poison, or something. Like, God, I can't get into this. I'm trying to get pumped here, man. This is fucking bullshit music. Like, someone's in charge of the station that they pick on the radio, just to be able to carry it. But that moment of hearing that music, I was like, this is celebrating crime and murder. Like, this is nuts. Murdering prostitutes and like, this is crazy. This is like a major record label put this out. And I was only 21, and I was just sitting there going, I can't even believe this is real. And I got really into it. Like, I got really into Ice Cube, really into Ice-T. I'd listen to that when I was delivering newspapers. It was like gangster rap was like a completely different thing. So then cut to when people start digging into it, like intelligence agencies have had, there's a weird book on intelligence agencies and their role in rock and roll music in the 1960s. The movie about, the book about Laurel Canyon, what is it, Strange Things? It's very interesting. I don't know if I buy it. Eddie Bravo's on it. I don't know if I buy it, but there's a lot of like weird connections to the intelligence community and music, particularly hip hop and particularly gangster rap. And if you want to get real dark, you would say if you want to fill your private prisons up, what better way than have very popular music encouraging encouraging crime, encouraging outright celebrating crime and violence. That way you fill your prisons up, and you also keep people scared, so you can give them more laws and more rules and crack down and make them easier to placate, easier to get them to fall in line and do what you need them to do.
Yeah, and support massive police buildups and massive, like militarization of the police and all that stuff. And I don't know, I've heard a little bit about that. I really don't know. I know Ice Cube has talked about it before, talked about how there's undeniably this influence. There are things about it that seem crazy, but I do know that, and I don't even think this is a controversial thing to say, I think this is just fact at this point, that it was the Reagan administration who did traffic in cocaine to the United States of America while they were ramping up the war on drugs. So they're bringing in their effort to help the Contras or whatever, they're going okay, well, these guys are drug dealers, so if we move these drugs in, we can get these money shipments to them. And then you're sitting in they're creating the conditions for the crack epidemic to explode, and then they catch one guy with a few rocks on him, and they're throwing him in jail for decades. It's just that alone, just that one piece of information. You almost, if you're in a sane world, you'd go oh, so the people had a revolution and overthrew that government and publicly hung all the politicians involved, and then we started over from new. And you're
just say no.
No, they lionized that guy. Still, for decades afterwards, the Republicans at the RNC bring up Reagan, and they go, our hero, Ronald Reagan. The fact that that isn't enough to go, well, this guy should be remembered as a monster.
Do you think they tell Reagan that they're selling crack in the hood? I don't think they do. I do not think the intelligence agencies let that information that far up the chain to a guy who's only in there for 4 years before he gets reelected.
Fair enough.
Not a chance.
But George H.W. Bush definitely knew. For sure.
He fucking signed the docket.
That guy was all over that.
He was all over. He was the head of the CIA.
He was their guy. He was the head of the CIA. Moved in, right. So, but again, also you get to a certain point when you're president, I think this applies to Donald Trump in a lot of ways too, where it's it's your responsibility. If you didn't know, then that's your responsibility for not knowing.
I don't think you have an access. I do not think in cases like that you have access. I think if they're doing some selling crack in the hood and using the money to fund the Contras, there's no fucking way you could ever kosherize that. So I don't think you ever let the president know. I think this is all black funded. I think there's layers and layers and layers of bureaucracy before you can get to any real data and information. If you want to talk about people that are doing operations in Nicaragua, you've got things going on in Iran, you've got to pay attention to Russia, this is happening here, that's happening there. There's not a fucking chance he knows they're selling crack to pay for an army. I just don't think
You might tell them. You might be right about
because
that.
why would they assume that he'd go along? Or tell him this is not a normal thing to do. I came into this office thinking I'm an actor. I'm Ronald Reagan. I came into this office thinking I'm going to be a good American and we're going to get back to basics and hard work and trickle down economics. And you're just selling crack. Okay, fuck you. You're going to jail. You know what I'm saying? Well, because he can't. That's how Nixon got caught. So Nixon didn't organize Watergate. He tried to cover it up. That's how he got caught. They would do the same thing.
Yeah, well, it's
Would he come clean about the crack selling? Do you really?
right. Well, they could present it to them after it's a fait accompli, and then be like, so what do you want to do now? Which is what happened with Nixon, right? So it's like, look, this will look really, really bad. Good luck explaining this.
Right.
So he helps them cover it up, and then you go, now we got you. Now you might as well have been in on planning it because you helped us cover it up.
And the whole thing was set up by the government. That's what's really crazy. His intelligence agency set up Watergate. They operated it. Bob Woodward was an intelligence agent before he was ever a reporter. That was his first gig. Tucker Carlson told me that it blew my fucking mind. He's like, what rookie reporter for their first gig, their first story, gets, you're going to take down the most popular president in U.S. history?
Yeah.
He won by the biggest margin.
49 states. He's just a dominant realist. The American people had spoken. They supported this guy. And then, Bob Woodward, some 20-something-year-old reporter, he gets the biggest story in American history. He happened to just come out of naval intelligence, and a weird coincidence.
Did I tell you what Bill Murray told me?
No.
So Bill Murray was on a podcast. He was talking about Bob Woodward's movie.
Yes,
book he wrote. What was it? What was it called?
Well, he's written a lot at this point.
The one about Belushi. What was it called? It was Wired. Okay, it was just about Belushi being fucking crazy drug addict. He goes, that's not my friend. He goes, that's not how he was. He goes, like, that was kind of an act. He was
Folks, look. Yeah, I can't believe I took your money.
Tries to give us a little bit of a sense of how is God expressed in terms of, for example, authority. So we describe what is authority, and then once we know who God is, then we understand it more about how we should behave. And that's exactly what the Torah Deborah does. The Talmud of Torah describes. But this is who God is. This is what God, the result of who God is. And then we can do these things in imitation of that. Just as God clothes the naked, so we can clothe the naked. So as God feeds the poor, so we can also feed the poor. So it's absolutely fascinating. The best part of it, without doubt, and I just get excited thinking about it right now, is the first chapter, which is just over. There's a spirit called Keta, or clown, which refers, argues Rabbi Rothschild, to God's 13 levels of forgiveness. That God is able, 13 very different ways, different strategies, to forgive humanity on a daily basis. And as he goes through each of these 13 levels, he describes how, look, God forgives us in this way. We should also forgive others in this same way. It is an amazing book, so much so that I wrote a translation and commentary of that first chapter, which is huge. It's like 1/3 of the entire commentary of Torah, and I titled it The Kabbalah of Forgiveness, because, you know, one of the biggest things about repentance and Kabbalah is being able to forgive those who have transgressed against us. So this prayer that I said that, you know, we have to let go of the anger we feel at others who are legitimately wronged us, in the sense that we have a legitimate argument with them, but it's very difficult to progress until we can let go of that anger. And so by reading the Torah Deborah, one can get 13 strategies for forgiveness. I myself have a favorite, number 6. That's almost always the one I use when I think forgive people. Some people make me so angry that I have to go all the way to level 13, which is like nuclear strength. What do you forgive people? Then I get angry at them again later, and so I have to try again, this might take forever. But nevertheless, this is a really transformational book. I encourage you to look around my website. I actually have a series of lectures on each of those levels on my channel that you might find. Now, finally, let's go to the last stage, which I call postmodern. And the truth is, the three books that I introduced to you are not really directly addressing Musser in a postmodern sense throughout the entirety of their books, but they begin to touch on it. And we're still waiting for a really great postmodern reading of Musser. But anyway, we'll introduce it. Here's one that I find just fantastic. I read a couple of years ago. David Bashevkin's Synagogue, Sin and Fail to Understand. There are very few words that deal with clearly. I got so much out of this book. Rabbi Rothschild is incredibly individual. Check on Twitter. You cannot type in.
He was a little bit of a lightweight. Like if he had like 2-3 drinks, he was drunk. Like he was. I think he did that speedball. I think that's the first time he ever did it. Died. It's not that he never done drugs before, but he wasn't this guy. So this is all fiction. So you've read the first 5 pages and says, oh my God, they framed Nixon. Isn't that crazy? I know, like, this guy wrote about my friend in such a distorted, untruthful way. Now I have to think about what he discovered with Nixon. Yeah. Now I know what kind of person this is.
Yeah, my good friend who I've mentioned quite a bit, but Scott Wharton, who is I think the best foreign policy voice in the United States of America, and he wrote the best book on the terror wars called Enough Already, and the best book on the war in Ukraine called Provoked. And so Bob Woodward's latest book came out, and I remember he told me about this, but so he just happened to be writing his book on Ukraine when he saw this new Bob Woodward book came out. And they had a quote in it, I believe it was a Sergei Lavrov, who's like Putin's, right-hand man. And Scott said he's reading it, and he goes, this quote's all wrong. He goes, the actual quote, like he was just researching this for his book, and he goes, the quote means the exact opposite of what he's claiming it means here. Like, see how he left out this part? He wasn't referring to that. And then he just told me, he goes like, so for the record, like, you can just never trust anything Bob Woodward says, because he'll take this quote and just get it, mingle it to the point where he's presenting it as if it means 180 degrees opposite of what the quote actually meant. And so, yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that. And then that guy is like the historian of record. Would you ever imagine that? When all the years when I was growing up, that guy was like a hero. He was like a journalistic hero. Well, then he's how we know. He's how, in that moment, Dick Cheney turned to George W. Bush and said, Mr. President, I think we need to... And then you're like, oh, but he just makes shit up. Oh, God. Like, when I was a kid, they made a movie.
Very quick overview of
All the President's Men. It's a movie. Who plays Bob Woodward? What movie star plays Bob Woodward? Which one? Was it Robert Redford, or was it the other guy? Who else was in that movie with him? Who played Bernstein? Dustin, that's right, Robert Redford. Yeah, so imagine that. You're Bob Woodward, you bullshit everybody, and then you get to watch Robert Redford, the most handsome man alive, play in a movie. Like, outstanding, look how good looking I am. And look at me kicking ass for America.
But also just think about how much they could get. I remember, I don't know, I was cool, and I remember hearing, like, my history teacher talking to another teacher, and this was when Bill Clinton was getting in trouble for Monica Lewinsky. I was like in middle school or whatever, and I remember hearing them talk, and one of them said, the other guy says, so what do you think about the impeachment or something? And I remember my history teacher, I thought was a pretty smart guy, and he goes, they're treating him like he's Nixon. He's not Nixon. And essentially what that meant, like what he was saying was like, Nixon was the most corrupt president who ever lived. Bill Clinton just got caught cheating on his wife. Like, that's not as big a deal as being the most corrupt. But they just made that like the thing that
everybody knows. Like, well, we didn't have this one corrupt president, but the system works. That's the lesson. The system works, and it got him out of there before the internet works. I think it's like very hard to make that same system work the same way now.
I mean to say that the narrative that everybody accepts, like, oh, but the system works. Like, if they thought that he was corrupt, they had him step down, they got him out of there. When really the answer is much more like the intelligence agencies took over the United States of America in a hostile coup against John F. Kennedy, and Nixon comes in like a few years later and is like essentially taken over as well, but they get the American people to believe that like what that was a corrupt president being ousted.
This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. There is such a thing as having too many options to choose from, like when you're scrolling on the TV trying to find something to watch, or have you been to one of those ice cream shops where they have hundreds of different topics to choose from? It's overwhelming. The same thing can happen when you're hiring and you get inundated with applications. Well, it's time to stop stressing and use ZipRecruiter instead. Their innovative resume database can help you find and connect with the best people for your role. Try it for free now at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. What makes ZipRecruiter's resume database so special is the advanced filtering feature. You can use it to hone in on exactly what you're looking for from the hundreds of thousands of resumes that are uploaded monthly to the site. And when you find a potential candidate, you can unlock their contact info instantly. Skip the candidate overload. Streamline your hiring with ZipRecruiter. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Again, right now, try it for free. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Well, it's also easy to frame Nixon that way because he's ugly, right? He's not a good-looking guy, and it was just after Kennedy. Look, when Muhammad Ali retired, Larry Holmes couldn't get any love. And one of the reasons why Larry Holmes is one of the best heavyweight champions of all time couldn't get any love is because he beat the fuck out of Muhammad Ali. And everybody was sad. And everybody hated him because of that. And you're never, like, if you're Nixon, you're following JFK who got shot in the fucking head. We got assassinated, someone assassinated the greatest president of all time, this good-looking guy, who was going to really change things and didn't believe in secrecy and was talking to the American people like we have hope and choosing what to put us on the moon. He got shot in the head, now we got this ugly fucker. There was LBJ in between there at least, but yes, I mean, also in hindsight, he wasn't that good looking. He also came off as kind of, he's also very authoritarian, which is, unfortunately, when you have a society where you do have ubiquitous crime, you do need some kind of an authoritarian leadership.
Welcome.
Not saying,
what's up, Cat? How you living, pimp?
My friend has microphone now.
Oh, excellent.
I don't know if
Yo, how do you say your name? How do you say your name?
We don't know.
It's like Caquitas?
Yeah.
All right. How are you, Caquitas?
Yeah, call it whatever you want.
That's what I'm calling you, baby.
How are you?
I'm kicking ass, taking names. Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods, son? Do you not understand what I'm saying?
No, I'm just having a little bit bad internet right now as well.
Oh, that's okay.
Internet is not good.
I can.
I just asked, how are you?
I'm pretty good.
Excellent. Well, very well. Did you have a chance to hear what I said earlier?
My internet was very bad, but I was at my university in that time, so.
Okay, well, can you hear me? Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yes.
All right, do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, sure, you can.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person. And if that happens, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want to make sure that you're able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
Sounds pretty good.
Excellent. I not only stream my life for world peace, but I'm an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I'm an advocate for ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic Penny. You know, it's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations for those less fortunate. I'm an advocate for life straw technology, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. Additionally, I talk about futurology topics such as anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like quantum computing, nuclear energy, geothermal energy, nuclear fission, nuclear fusion, things like alien disclosure, things like perhaps time travel, things like invisibility cloaks, Santa Claus machines. I talk about things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003, with a Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing feat. Additionally, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, and then the dodo bird, which I think will be really exciting. Additionally, they have made headlines recently with their dire wolves. If you saw in the news, their dire wolves are about a year old now. Joe Rogan has met them, but they've created 3 dire wolves, 2 males and 1 female. Additionally, I talk about things to help you, your friends, and family live longer. If you want, with your consent, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as life extension technology, where we can utilize types of technology like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, things like perhaps cold shock therapy, red light therapy, ambrosia therapy, peptides, to be able to increase the average life expectancy for someone like you from age 80 to age 100, 120. But eventually you may get to be 120 years old and you may say, Rabbi, it's been a really great run. Everything that you said came true, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And this is with your consent. Again, consent's very important. But if you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you is that you may be able to have a future at a digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Pretty cool, actually.
Word, dog.
When do you think this is gonna be possible?
Well, probably within at least a generation. We're already able to transfer memories of mice. So there's already some studies that have been able to transfer mice memories, basically rodent memories, from one mouse to another, where you essentially take a mouse, you have it complete a maze several times, and then you scan that mouse's brain and transfer that memory into another mouse, and then the second mouse is able to do the maze flawlessly without ever having done it before. That's how you know you've had a successful memory transfer. And we're already at that point, so probably within a generation, so maybe 20 years or so, we'll have life extension to the point of mind uploading, and then people will have the opportunity to perhaps be able to live indefinitely. There you go. I heard you're in school. What are you studying?
Uh, I don't know what is it called in English. It's kind of like civil engineer.
Oh, okay. Very smart. Excellent. And Kat, you said that you have 4,000 people in your Discord. How do I get it so that I get 4,000 people in my Discord? How do I use your bot?
I mean, it's not public bot. We just use it for private needs, but it really depends on also what you do, because with me, when people search for bot followers, it's very easy to compete in that field and spam it, because there is like only 100 servers even being active in that field in Discord, so we can just spam it pretty much. But I don't know which keywords would be like effective for you to get members through the same method as we use.
I've got you.
But what you're doing right now seems to be working pretty well, because
It got you
I
in here.
found here
Exactly.
and
Okay.
even my friends here, and it works for you.
Yes, it does. Okay. So basically, you in Discord, let's say, have a link
Yeah.
to your Discord,
So
and one of
in this sport you can only add your server once, but you can create multiple servers, and then you can automatically, because in this sport it's important that you bump the server. So every 2 hours you have to execute a command in Discord. The Discord has listed to make your server the first server, which means that in every 2 hours you can bump your server by executing a command and get it in top of the board. So if you have multiple servers, you can just bump it in shorter periods than 2 hours, and you can make the other servers redirect to your server by having only your invite link placed inside those servers.
I understand. How do you bump your server on
So that's
Discord?
what we do. So do you have your server listed on Discord?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, that's get it. Okay, yeah. So basically, do you have any private channels here? You have general message here. So basically, you just have to do. Do you have? Can I add you in Discord actually? Which one is your main account?
Sure. I'll add you.
I can send you the command.
You should have an
So basically, you have one channel. If you have this server listed in Discord, all you have to do is execute /bump. And what my bot does, it simply executes /bump automatically, and it cycles through my Discord accounts to execute the bump in every single one of my servers every 2 hours. So this allows me to stay on top of the list all the time, because I have multiple servers and I 24/7 through my server in the cloud, VPS, virtual private server. I can bump it automatically. So it's some automation and a lot of servers that you need to have. That's what we do.
I understand.
But you would have to figure out which are the keywords that you want to target. Just like when you do Google advertisements, you have to choose the keywords that people find you by. And you wanna like think, would you like to target the community keyword? Would you like to target like chat? Would you like to target sports keyword? Whatever. I'm thinking just well, list your server and have it automatically do that. But it requires some manual work, because you have to create the servers and create the accounts, and then you have to set up the bot. It's very simple, but I keep the bot private. If you want, I can set up it for you, but it would require some work from your end as well, because I need the accounts for it so I can make it run on my server.
I understand. Maybe we do that in the future. So does Discord have a bot that you use to bump?
So basically, when you add your server to Discord, it will have you add the Discord bot to your server, which then responds to the comments, which then communicates with the website, bumping your server on top of the leaderboard.
Okay, so I'm on Discord, but I don't have a Discord server. Discord bot, I should
So,
say.
so I think let me actually. You see my DMs? I sent you something. Sent you comment. So let me show you. Let me send you the link for you. Yes. Here. You go in here. Yeah. Okay. You go in here and you log in with your Discord account. You have to log in with the account that has admin privileges in this server,
Right.
so you can actually manage it from there.
Right. Okay.
And then you should see the server there if you have set it up, and if you haven't, then you can just click on add a new server, and that lets you decide a description for your server, and it lets you decide up to 5 keywords which will be the things that people actually use to search your server. And you talked about Google ranking before, so
Right.
basically we don't even get our people through this part. They search something in Google, and that then takes them to this part website, which we are displayed as the first result because we are targeting the exact keyword that they searched for.
Right. Okay.
For my server, the keywords would be like followers, TikTok followers, Instagram followers, all of this. And when people search Discord, TikTok followers, Discord, they find the Discord website that specific page lists the results for that tag or keyword.
Sure. So maybe I didn't have a Discord. So I had discord.me.
Yeah, that's one of them. There's so many sites, but I have my bot is designed for Discord.com because not Discord.com, Discord.org, because Discord.org is the one of the most original, and because it's being one of the most original, one of the most used websites for this type of stuff.
Right. Okay. So I'm gonna add mine to that.
And you be very like, you don't need to do that much research, but you need to like actually think about which keywords you're gonna use. So it could be, if I was you, ever probably do like social, community, and maybe, I don't know, politics is like kind of rough keyword, but
Right. I understand.
you need up to 5.
Okay.
And you should definitely put 5.
Right.
It doesn't hurt to have as many as you can have. But that's the most important part, the keywords.
Okay. I think I could figure this out now.
But this is what works for us.
How
As
many?
you most likely understand, it's everything works for different type of stuff. For you, what you have been doing seems to be working. This, what we do, might work for you as well.
Absolutely.
But with like keywords like community, there is much more competition, and if there is much more competition, that means you need more bots, which means you need more servers, which means only way to compete is to have, like, if we need for our keywords around 20 servers, which we have right now. We had 60 before. Right now we have 20 servers that all point to our main server.
How many people
For
in?
you might need
How many
200.
people? How many people in your main server do you get per day?
So in the peak, when this stuff was a little bit more active, we got 120 people joining every day.
Wow.
And now we get around 40 to 50 people joining every day.
That's really good. Okay, I'm doing it. And then what do you do with your server?
So your server, if you are adding this server, it would be just like when anyone clicks it on Discord, they will just be redirected to this Discord server. They will just redirect you to the invite link. But if you want to do what we are doing, then when you add additional servers on separate accounts, then you only place the invite link of this server inside those servers. So when people join it, they can just see, okay, it's directing me to this one.
Right? Isn't that difficult though? Because it's like people are like, well, what's going on with this?
Yeah, they might wonder what's going on with it, but it works at least for us.
I've gotcha. Okay.
It might differ based on the targeted category, but for us it seems to be working.
Yeah, no, I understand. Okay. You need to follow our guidelines. Okay, save. Man, doesn't Discord do a lot of captchas?
Discord does 8 chapter quite a lot. 8 chapter is one of the most powerful chapters out there.
Yes, it is.
At least one of the most difficult to bypass with bots.
That's right. Okay, so it says this server is currently under review.
Yeah, that's automated, so it takes like 20 seconds maybe. When you refresh the page, you will see that it has been accepted most likely.
Okay, excellent. Okay, just waiting on it. And then there's a bot that needs, or it added a bot.
Yes, the bot is what you communicate with in your own Discord server, so you can actually bump the server. But you have to do execute one command in your server now that you have added the. You have to like create the invite channel, which means you have to define which will be the channel that they see when they join the server. So you kind of need like one channel in this Discord server where you can communicate with the bots.
Right, I got it. I've got a moderator channel that I can do.
Yeah, so you want to talk to the bot there, and do you want to let me actually 1 second. I think it was this command which you have to execute in the moderator channel to finalize the setup in the, for Discord.
And then what's the point of your main server? What does it do?
So we, like I said before, we just sell bot followers. It's just sounds. When I spend time on PC, I don't want it to go fully to waste. Maybe I play video games, which is kind of a waste of time. So while I do that, I want to make some money on the side. So it's just about selling stuff. I can show you. This is my server, but it actually has been banned on Discord, but it doesn't matter because we have external servers.
Okay, it says, welcome.
Lorex.
How are you?
Can you?
I can. Just one moment.
Yes.
Can you hear me? I don't think you can hear me. Just one moment.
Yes, we can't hear you that well anymore. It seems like your voice is not coming in from the same source anymore.
Right, it isn't. Just one moment. I'm here. Just one moment. I have to restart just refresh the page. Just one moment.
I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Okay. All right, can you hear me? Can you hear me? You still can't hear me. Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? It's definitely down. Okay, just one moment. Let me see what's going on. All right, there we go.
Okay, now it's perfect.
Excellent.
Now it's perfect.
All right. Was that your friend who was in here?
Yeah, my friend just joined.
Excellent.
Another one. He just said he had to go for 5 minutes.
Yes, I heard him. Apologies.
he's really confused right now, but this is if you can tell him also when he's back.
Absolutely. Okay. So I'm doing what you said to do. Authorize.
So you just need one channel to communicate with the bot, and then you just have to create invite and set the invite channel as your welcome channel, which after you will be able to bump it, which will put the first server in the keyword search for the specified keywords that we have listed it for. And what we do is that we have multiple servers which are all automatically being bumped. That's what I have been trying to explain.
Right.
So they are basically being bumped in parallel. So instead of every 2 hours, which is the cooldown by Discord for the bumping, we can bump it every 5 minutes with 20 servers.
I see. All right. That's cool. And it does it automatically?
Yes, that's what we use. We use the server, and I have basically captured the request that goes to Discord when you execute /bump, and then I have made a list of Discord authentication tokens, which I have in a list, and the specified channels for the bump, and the bot basically, or the script basically, just sends the bump message sent request for each of the accounts each 2 hours, so they keep getting bumped automatically.
Excellent. All right.
So basically, I have automated the site in Discord.
Right.
Which is the bumping.
I gotcha. That's cool. And then, apologies. I know I asked this question, but I want to make sure I understand correctly. The overall point of your main 9x9 Discord is what?
Selling bot services.
Gotcha. Bot services for Discord?
Not for Discord. We would get banned instantly if we did that.
Right.
So for other social media, so basically when people want to be famous on the internet, they want to have a lot of followers, they might even want some brand deals. As you said, even kick streamers, they just bot their viewers. So that's what we just provide for them.
Okay, I got you. How much are kick streamers, kick viewers?
We don't get many sales for it because we don't advertise for it. But we sell them for around 10 USD per 1K for 30 minutes. It's expensive.
Yeah.
But you can get them for cheaper.
Yeah.
Elsewhere.
I understand. So that's kind of always been my issue as well, is I stream for such long periods of time and from so many different accounts that to bot myself is very, very expensive.
Yeah, and it's not worth it. The bots don't help you in any way.
Right.
People have this misconception that if they have a lot of viewers, that will somehow interest other people into watching them, but in the end, nothing else matters but the type of content you are providing. If it's not interesting, then if it's not interesting to majority, then it's difficult to get viewers. But the bot stuff never helps you. It never helps you with anything. I would personally never buy any type of bot services unless I was like a very new brand and I had wanted to like show to my clients that yeah, I have other clients too. Look at my Instagram. I have some followers. Blah blah blah. But it's not worth it, to be honest, to buy anything related to the bots. And if I'm aware, if I'm correct, I think since 5 months ago, the United States made it illegal to buy bot services, so we can't even sell it to USA.
Is that true?
Yeah, so they made it. That's like they made it illegal to buy fake influence online because that's very common to trick brands into giving you brand deals based on the fake followers.
Yeah, everybody.
Or fake audience that you have.
Exactly, everybody does it though.
Yeah, so that's why they have made it illegal to actually even buy this stuff in USA, but that's only for USA, and I'm not based in USA, so I don't need to worry about that much.
Right. So let's say I don't want it, but let's say I say, hey, I wanna buy followers from you. Would you be like, hey, you're not allowed to do it in the United States?
To be honest.
Yeah. Why do you care? Why do you care?
To be honest, I'm not that obedient to it.
Yeah. No, I understand. Okay, so let's look that up. Yo, dog, tell me everything you know about the new U.S. law that made it illegal to buy followers on social media. Because if this is true, nobody's following it. All right.
Yeah, nobody knows it, and to be honest, as someone who doesn't sell it from inside USA, it's hard for me to care about this.
Yeah, no, I understand. So in August 2024, the FTC finalized the rule as part of the use of consumer reviews and testimonials framework. The sale bans the sale or purchase of fake indicators of social media influence, including followers, likes, views, subscribers, shares, comments, etc., when used in a way that misleads consumers or is intended for commercial gain. Specifically, fake indicators are defined broadly: bots, hijacked accounts, fake accounts, or accounts using someone's information without consent. The rule applies only if a buyer knew or should have known that the indicators are fake and they were used to materially misrepresent influence for a commercial purpose. Penalties are hefty, up to $51,744 per violation. The FTC now has clear enforcement power against deceptive practices involving fake reviews and fake social media metrics. All right, so it came from the Duvimi case. Back in 2019, the New York Attorney General reached a precedent-setting settlement with Duvimi LLC, a company that sold fake followers, likes, and views. That settlement marked the first time a law enforcement agency found such practices, especially when involving stolen identities, as illegally deceptive. Later, in October 2019, FTC settled with Duvimi for $2.5 million in its first ever complaint challenging the sale of fake social media influencers. All right, interesting.
But this, of course, doesn't touch like botting or Discord server with tools that we use, for example. It's not deceiving anyone. It's just making it impossible for other people to find other options.
Right, and I don't do it for commercial purpose, and I don't think you do either. So that's kind of on the person who does it. All right, you said it. You said Discord usually takes like 30 seconds to be under review.
Yeah, it shouldn't take long. So if it takes long, that's some people have said that it might take long, but for us it's very fast. For sure.
I understand, probably because your servers are pretty small too. Like when you start them.
That might be it.
Yeah, when you start them, nobody's in them, and they also don't have any sub channels.
Yeah, exactly. You understood it perfectly.
Yeah.
Just have it as a redirect server, like a gateway pointing to the main server.
Exactly. But with mine, it has a lot. So, wow. So basically, if I understand this correctly, and I think I do, you'll just get random people who go to discord.com, and they're just looking for people with whom they can interact. and the default setting is not show me the biggest servers. It's bumped recently, and because
Yeah, exactly.
right, and because yours are always being bumped, there's a very good chance you're going to be really high on that list for very popular keywords.
Yeah,
And
and we can affect it by adding more servers. If 5 minutes is not enough, let's say we target even more popular keywords, then we have 500 servers, and we can have it very short period of time, almost always be visible there.
oh,
I'm back.
very cool. Welcome. Apologies, I couldn't speak earlier. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, excellent. Oh, and then, but this is a different friend, right? This is we already talked to.
Yes,
Takis
yes,
house.
there is two people. There is two people in the call as my friends. Yeah.
Absolutely.
You already told them
Yeah,
what you're doing, basically.
absolutely. So,
I'm not sure if you mentioned that you streamed for 4 years, but
well, I do. I say I do it for 3.5 years. Yeah, that's in my opening spiel. Okay, so with this board, then you do you have to create multiple Discord accounts or just multiple?
yes, because this board system is kind of intelligent. So if it sees that one account is admin in multiple servers, it shares the cooldown in the bump. So when the cooldown is shared, it's pointless to bump many servers because you could just, if the cooldown gets split in half, like if the cooldown is by account, it's not really by server, so it's by account. So if I make 10 servers on one account, then I'm just gonna be able to bump one of them each 2 hours. So that's why need to have multiple accounts, so the cooldown with the servers is not shared.
I understand. Okay, so if I what's a keyword that you focus on?
So we just focus on very specific stuff. So TikTok followers, Instagram followers.
So if I just type in
before it was followers, Discord banned that.
if I type in TikTok followers, and then
Yeah, you have to type TikTok dash followers because they have basically banned the followers tag. So only way to find it is to have the dash there. But we don't get the people directly from Discord. They search it in Google, but because Discord has very good Google search rankings, they end up on Discord and then they find the keyword. So people don't actually type it in the search of Discord. They type it in Google search and then they find it. Find the Discord listing because Discord is ranking the highest related to Discord content.
right, that's brilliant. Okay, so if I go to TikTok followers, TikTok dash followers, and then I go to bumped recently.
You should see like a lot of new servers. We just got almost all of our servers banned, so we don't have that many right now. But you should see like a lot of servers. They look the same. Let me actually see what's the status right now.
Is Instagram Boom? Is Instagram Boom yours?
Yeah, all of these, let's say new.
Social.
The first 8 servers you see are ours.
Oh, cool.
And sometimes we even bought members in the server, so people just don't look at the one member online. But right now it's not so stable that we have bought members there. This used to work much better, like I said, 120 before. Now it's only 40 people because Discord has been banning these tags quite a lot, and yeah, it's more active in the summer because people go outside more, they meet other people, they feel like they need to be more social, and when they need to get that feed, they want to buy followers to look more social.
Right.
In summer, and summer is kind of over, at least in most of Europe right now. So.
Right. I want to tell you, this is a very smart tactic. Very good.
It has been done before, but we have very different system in the end because I only like the bot only needs to run in as one process on my server. It doesn't need to be like multiple process or anything. People might do this, but they might manually go ahead and bump them servers. But I kind of reverse engineered them. Discord message command and message thing is actually different for Discord request wise. So I tapped into that, and
now I have a question.
it worked at least for this.
If you go to Discord, there's a bump option within Discord. Are you aware of that?
Yes, but we don't use it because it's easier for Discord website to track that they're automating stuff if they're doing it in their system. But if we do it in Discord and they are aware that Discord doesn't care, that we send one bump command each 2 hours per account, we get away, like they can't like recognize that we are doing it automatically, which is not allowed by their TOS by the way, which doesn't matter because it's just some free service on the internet. They don't really lose any money if we break their TOS.
Right. Very smart. Very, very smart. Impressively smart. I know that you said other people have done this, but impressive.
Yes, but not in the similar way
Right.
as we did it. And I didn't know that other people had done it when I figured it.
Yeah, so let me think about this. Okay, so you basically create a Discord account and a Discord server, and you don't create like 10 Discord servers under one admin account, right? Or you do?
Yes, no, because the cooldown is shared.
Oh, the cooldown is shared. Okay, so one Discord account under one server, and then you'd create like, I don't know, 10, 20, 30, 100 of those accounts, and then your bot just comes in and bumps it, and then you're always at the top.
Automatically sends the bump command on each account per defined time frame by the program.
Very smart. Now I'm actually going to join. Okay, so I'm going to go to Discord, and I'm going to look up your, you've got a Discord. I'm going to type in TikTok followers. And you've got, are you Instagram Boom?
Yep, that one for example.
Excellent. So then I'm going to go, it's going to take me to Discord, Instagram Boom. So you've got 109 members, and you don't care about those people. You only care that they filter to your main account.
Can you see? I didn't entirely understand what you just said.
Sure.
Like,
You don't care.
Said,
you don't care that Instagram Boom has 109 people. You care whatever the link is within Instagram Boom has more people, right?
Yeah. So because that's where the sales happen. That's where the customers actually buy the stuff we sell for them. So and if you join Instagram Boom, you will see that the only channel is saying something about verified here, or this is just a verification portal. It's just, they might have the concern, what is this? But then we just,
I see it.
I see it everywhere online.
I see it. Absolutely. It's fucking brilliant, dude. It's fucking brilliant. It's a really, dude, I'm going to tell you this, Kat, I see people who try to trick the system every single day. I do it myself. I love new ways to trick the system. This is a good one. Okay, so now you were saying you only do it for things that are relevant to you, like TikTok followers and that kind of stuff. Because I imagine.
Yes, so it's very important that you target exactly what you think the people who would look at your kind of stuff search for.
Right. Now, I imagine it's very difficult to get like for chat or karaoke.
Yes, that's very competed.
Yeah.
It's difficult only if you don't have time to create 500 servers. But if you have time to create 5, you pretty much manage it. But when you do it in such mass, there is a little chance that some Discord system will be alerted that boom, 500 servers with community tag just appeared.
Right. And so
they might be.
And so, what happens when they ban you?
So they have a kind of a dumb system. So all you have to do, just create a new server under the same account. They almost never even ban the account. So all we need to do is create a new server at that point. And we have the profile pictures of the server saved in a file. We even have their names saved in a file. So all we need to do is just create a new one. Boom. That's it.
Absolutely.
The ban is just a ban, just like you do on Kick. If you get banned for some of your accounts, you just make a new one.
Right. Now, do they ever ban your main account that you have on Discord?
The accounts never get banned, but our main server has been banned long time ago.
That's what I figured.
Because it's just like when we started having our server in Discord, it wasn't even not allowed to have this type of server there. But nowadays, it's not allowed to have this type of social media follower selling service on Discord. So we just got banned out of nowhere without warning because the rules just changed. So we don't have it anymore. That's why none of the servers in Discord directly say anything about selling followers. It's just about community server, join here to gain followers together, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
Because they have automated AI system that scans the description of the server, and if it finds in the description some mentions of selling something, they just automatically ban it.
I understand.
But for you who just do community and chat, there will be no problems, but because this is exactly what the platform named Discord is intended for.
Right. Now, let's see, if I go to Discord and I go to like, so I always wondered why does it say bumped recently? Like, who's going to those? They just generally would go to the biggest, most popular ones and work their way down. But now I understand why. It's in Discord's best interest because then they get a bot in your server, and
yeah, they can get information from it, and they can get people can see the bot, and usually people have the bumping set to public channel, so other people can bump it. Not the pop. I have it in private channel, the bot bumping it, but they have it in public channel, so other people see what is this? The server is being bumped. Oh, maybe I can get members with this my server as well. And when they do that, they go to discord.com, discord.org, and they see the advertisements placed on the site, so they get more people seeing the ads on the site by having the bumping thing, kind of,
I get it.
But they want people to bump it because that keeps them engaged with Discord.
I get it. Now, isn't there a bot that could just automatically type in bump in a server for people?
So bots have a little bit different way of interacting with Discord. So Discord bots interact through the Discord API with Discord, while you just interact through the Discord client. So bots cannot actually tell bots to do stuff.
Couldn't a bot?
Because the commands can only be executed by Discord user accounts.
Oh, okay.
So the bots can't execute bot commands.
I understand.
Discord, that's how Discord is specifically built.
I understand. Now, you've got you don't have 50 different Discord, or maybe you do. Do you have like 50 different Discord accounts that are all logged in to like a browser, and it just goes through and hits bump?
So they're not logged in the browser because Discord has this very method of authentication. You have your way of botting stuff, which is like graphically doing it on the PC.
Yes.
It can't be really stopped. But Discord has this way of authentication called the Discord token. So basically, if you send any request to Discord API, all you need to do is say one like master password type of thing that just authenticates the account to do anything. So I can have the script side thing that just sends request to Discord with my account authentication token that tells execute this command in this channel at this time.
Right.
So it just made sending requests to Discord API. It's dumb that they allow it, but they do allow it, so we do it.
Yeah, no, I understand. Okay, so I have, maybe this could, I don't know, you don't really need it because your stuff already works. All right, but I have the ability to open up multiple instances in a browser. There's an extension for Mozilla Firefox that allows this. So I could be logged into, let's say, 50 different Discord accounts simultaneously. And I just have my little bot go through and open up each one and then bump the thing every 2 hours.
You could do that. But with Discord, you said you can have multiple login authentications going on at the same time without you kicking you out from the one account that's logged in.
Right. Yeah.
So you could do that, just like you do this thing.
Yeah.
You could make it work like on your media, you can do it your way.
Right. No, absolutely. So I am not against it. I think it's I think for you it's brilliant because you're pushing something which is bots. I don't really push anything. I'm really here to just talk with people, and on top of that, I'm here to talk with adults. I don't want people who are under 18 to come in here just because specifically I don't want to talk with children. The topics that I discuss are generally more mature topics. So if I just went in and like botted the word, let's just say chat, people are gonna come in here and they'll be like, like I want to talk about anime, and I'll be like, okay, well I don't really know anything about anime. Do you want to talk about the future of society? And they'll be like, no. Like our interests aren't necessarily the same. Now with yours, it's like everybody who types in TikTok followers has one thing and one thing only on their mind, and that's they want to
totally get your
exactly.
point.
I get yours.
It's much more difficult to target your audience with this method.
That's exactly
But
right.
this is what works for us.
No, I completely understand that. What does work for me though is spamming people's chats because I can put a big message in there, and usually something that I say is going to catch somebody's attention. Like, why is this person talking about Santa Claus machines and invisibility cloaks and making me a trillionaire? Like, one of those things is going to be interesting to somebody, and they'll either put my Discord link in and figure it out or not. One other thing that makes it really difficult for what I do is I'm asking people to social media leap, or basically go from one social media to another. I'm asking someone to go from Kick to Discord. With yours, you're basically asking people who are already interested in Discord to some extent to just join another Discord server, which isn't that difficult. Welcome, how are you?
Yes.
Is this your friend?
Yeah. Hello. I don't think it speaks. Oh, it does.
Excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
I think you might already have told him.
Oh, okay. I may have already told him. Did I tell you?
Well, I already heard you.
Excellent.
Tell more of it.
Absolutely. Well, how is your day going?
Very nice.
Excellent. Hey, Kat, what's up with you and all your friends liking cats?
They are just amazing. What a neutral animal.
Okay.
They have interesting personalities. They're random and everything. It's not a cult, but all of these people are somehow related to my Discord server. They are either moderators or the staff members. So
very
it's
cool.
just also funny to have the cat profile pictures in the staff team.
Absolutely. Do you like tigers?
Yeah, they're amazing animals as well.
Definitely. Okay, so you like big felines, you like small felines?
Just any animal, basically. Cats are just funny for Discord, I would say.
Okay, and they're very popular on the internet.
Yeah.
Definitely. Okay, do you watch any other Kick streamers? Who are your favorite Kick streamers?
I don't watch a lot of entertainment, to be honest.
I understand.
I watch movies sometimes, but the only type of Kick streamers I watch is Finnish people getting drunk and doing stupid stuff.
I've gotcha. Are there a lot of Finnish Kick streamers?
Probably dozen, like 10.
Okay, so not that many.
Yeah, actually, like active ones that actually get any viewers. There is of course many small ones, but
right. In fact,
Finland is a small country as well. We have 5 million people and 5.5 million people.
Right. Population-wise, it's not that small land-wise, but I understand what you're saying. Okay, so
yeah.
We have like maybe 12 different Kick streamers. What about Twitch? Do you do Twitch?
Do I watch Twitch myself?
Yeah.
Not that much. It's kind of not much content in Twitch or Kick interests myself, so don't watch it that much. But YouTube, I watch some very casual videos sometimes.
I understand. The strategy that I use for Twitch might work for you. Actually, it might work for you really well. You want people to buy Twitch followers, right?
Yeah, they buy it quite a lot actually.
Okay, excellent. So what I would do if I were you is just do what I do, but for your service. So, okay, here's what you do. And I can teach you how to make this bot just the same way I do my bot. It's not hard. Meaning you don't need to know any programming. It's all what you see is what you get programming. But okay, what I would do if I were you is I would create a random Twitch account, and then I would program my bot just like I do to go to people's channels and to create a clip of them, and then in the clip I would put my link to my. You want people to go to your Discord, right?
Yes,
Okay, so
that's true.
I would put, cheap Twitch followers and the link to your Discord, and then that's all the bot does, and then it moves on to the next person. The reason why this is a very good strategy for you is eventually Twitch will delete or will ban your account, but all of your clips stay. Does that make sense?
So it's same with Twitch as it's same with Kick.
Exactly.
She told me about this for Kick, but I didn't know it's the same thing for Twitch.
It's the same thing for Twitch. So, for instance, if I go to any, I mean, you could almost do this for any streamer, but okay, if you can, go to Kick and go to the streamer Shakti G, SHAKTYG.
Well, can you repeat the name?
Sure, it's Shakti, SHAKTYG, Shakti G. I'm
not sure if I heard that.
Sure. S as in Sam, H as in Henry, A as in Abraham, K as in kangaroo, T as in Tara, Y as in yo-yo, G as in gorilla. Shakti G.
Shakti G.
Yes.
HTV.
Okay, do you see Shakti G?
1 second, let me see if I can find it.
That's okay.
I mean, I entered the letter you said, but I still don't find it.
Okay, so in the search for Kick, type in S as in Sam, H.
Kick?
Kick.
Oh, it was Kick?
Yeah, Kick.
Yeah, then might be that. It's still. Okay, let's try again.
S
S
as in Sam, H as in hippo,
Yep.
A as in alligator,
Yep.
K as in koala,
Yep.
T as in tiger.
I found it. Shakti G.
Yes. Now go to his.
6,000 followers.
Yeah. Now go to his clips.
Yeah, I see it.
Now scroll down.
Yeah, I see YouTube Rabbi Rothschild.
Exactly. And what I'm saying is that if you want to sell followers, that's the way to sell followers, I feel, because those clips don't go away. And they're very strong for Google because they show up right at the top of Google results.
Yeah, that's actually a very good idea. I'm definitely gonna utilize this after we launch our website again, because we had a website before, but we closed it. If you launch our website again, we will use this because this is very, very good for Google SEO ranking, getting your website up to the top. This might actually be the way to do it.
That's exactly right. And you can use it for any keyword. So whatever you want. I mean, so I have found that it depends the platform that you use. TikTok, or I should say Twitch, seems to be banning my accounts about once every 12 hours or once every 24 hours. But again, that's not that big of a deal because I just create another one. And if I have to create a new account every 12 hours, Actually, I create 5 of them. That's not that big of a deal. It's not that much work. And it posts like 250 clips in that amount of time. So with 5 different accounts, that's like 1,250 unique links, basically advertising what I do. It's a very good way to do this. Now, there are some, I don't want to say drawbacks, but the thing that I find is that very few people actually look at people's clips unless they're a really big streamer. And
Yes, but the even more important part is the Google ranking.
yes,
Those
for you,
we wouldn't get any people joining our server if Discord didn't rank so high.
right?
So we could really bump our website ranking with this system you have.
Yes, exactly
If
right.
we ever open a website again.
Yeah, exactly.
Because we had a website, but it was very hard to do because in Discord this is not very well competed. But in the internet, the actual website selling it has so much competition that we are on like the 20th page of Google or even much more further. But if you said that video content actually increases your search ranking even more, this would be the perfect way to get our website displaying as number 1 in the listing.
Exactly. It not only is very powerful,
Or higher, at least.
absolutely. It's not only very powerful for the search results, it's very powerful for image results because it'll just take a screenshot of whatever you have and the alt text will be the text that you put in for your title. It's very powerful for Google video rankings, obviously, because it's a result, it's a video that just has your text in the title. And then it's very powerful for AI because AI crawls all of this for the information. So when people are like, hey, how do I get TikTok followers? It'll be like, well, some popular TikTok services are 9x9. That is at discord.com discord.gg /9x9 because, and the reason why is because you're everywhere. Like when you ask Grok or anything about me, it got all of it got all the information from the stuff that I've posted.
Can I test ChatGPT?
Absolutely, go for it.
Let me ask. Searching the web.
Because there are other Rabbi Rothschilds, it's best to put in who is Rabbi Rothschild, the streamer.
Yeah, that's what I just put in. It found the picture of you, the one that has California in it, and Guinness World Record.
There you go.
That's nice. That's nice.
It's interesting because this actually helps China when it comes to export competitiveness.
This is a really good way. Even getting AI exposure, that's that's wild. People just look at Google search result exposure, but not many people think about that in future they might want AI exposure. I guess the earlier you step in the
and believe it or not, AI exposure is the most important of all the exposures.
Yeah, it's gonna be in the future as well.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
You asked me if my friend here what you do, and I have one friend here, one of the cats named Dex, who never heard anything because he was muted.
Absolutely.
Or he
Dex.
didn't hear the speech.
Absolutely. Dex, how are you today?
Hello, I'm fine. How about you?
I'm lovely, thank you. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, sure. I'm actually interested.
Excellent. Apologies to everyone who's heard this multiple times or so. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so now for more than 3.5 years, nearly 4 years. I have more content on the internet than any person in global history. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's most valuable resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I want to make sure you and our friends in here and everyone who's helped me along the way not only become financially independent if you're not already, I want you to be able to have generational wealth, and most importantly, I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound, Dex?
Sounds great.
Excellent. I talk about things to improve the world, in addition to ending world wars through world peace, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria in order to help the less fortunate. Another thing of which I am an advocate is the LifeStraw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about other things for the benefit of society, futurology topics. I'm a futurist. I like to discuss things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like space tourism, space elevators, things like interstellar travel. I like to talk about things like terraforming of other planets. I like to talk about alien disclosure, nuclear energy, geothermal energy. I like to talk about things like tidal energy and fusion energy and fission energy. I like to talk about de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a really exciting premise. They recently made headlines with their dire wolves. They've created 3 dire wolves that are about a year old. Following the introduction or reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think is really exciting. Additionally, I talk about things to help people like you live longer. If you want, when you were born, the average life expectancy for someone like you is probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, peptides, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like cryonics, cryogenics, things like cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, red light therapy, really to get you to be able to live longer past age 100, 120. But eventually you may get to 120 years old and you may say, Rabbi, this has all been really great. Everything that you said came true. It's been wonderful. But my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And again, this is all with your consent. If you don't want to live longer than your average age, you don't have to, but there are some of us who do. I talk about transhumanism a lot, and this is one of the elements of transhumanism. And one of the things that you may be able to do in the future is utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you, Dex, is that you may be able to have a future of digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Firstly, you are doing a lot of things actually. I didn't know you were doing a lot of things.
100%.
Yeah, you are full on everything.
That's what I try to be. I try to be as well-rounded an individual as I can be.
Yeah, I love what you do. I checked the TR on your profile, check your socials. But is that actually like real? You are the people. You are the person that has the most data on the internet.
It's difficult to quantify, but generally, anyone who's even come close to what I have only does it on one stream, only streams on one stream, and they don't archive it. I'm unique because I archive it, and not only do I archive my life on one stream, I archive my life on 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously. So I have by far more data than they do. And then additionally, I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. Nobody else has that much social media. So, do I have the most amount of data of any organization? Not organization, but any individual? Absolutely.
I see. Can I also ask you about your username? Like, what's the story behind it? Are you a rabbi?
I am a rabbi, and my last name's Rothschild. So, I am someone who's a religious individual, and that's my family.
Oh, I see. That's actually pretty nice. Yeah, I get invited on here. Just joined here.
Excellent. And Kat, look at all the beauty that my little robot on some Finnish streamer got, and it got all your friends in here, and we got to explore those mind uploading caps, and we learned about life extension technology and de-extinction. Isn't it a beautiful thing? Sometimes you don't know where a rabbit hole will lead on the internet, and it led you to me.
Yeah, that's amazing.
I agree.
It's a much better way to spend my time than watching that stream, for sure.
Well, I'm not always as entertaining, but there are times when I am quite entertaining, and especially when I talk about the future, people are excited for it and about what I have to say. And as you know, I don't know everything, so whatever I don't know, we're going to look up and we're going to get the right answers to. And because we have the gift of AI, we know the answers to just about everything. I mean, within reason, we can find out how many molecules are in the universe, a great approximation, or we can learn what the speed of light is in terms of kilometers per hour. Well, we know that it's 300,000, approximately 300,000 kilometers per second, but we could learn it in miles per hour. We could do different equations with it. We can learn about 100 different types of ways to travel faster than the speed of light. I mean, let's just do that. Here we go. That's a question that I get asked a lot of times. What fascinates me? And these kind of questions do. What are 100 different ways we can travel faster than the speed of light potentially? All right, here we go. So there's space-time manipulation, warp drives, and bubbles. There's Alcubierre warp drives, which are contract and expand space. There's Notario warp drive without expansion and contraction asymmetry. There's white warp drive variants, which is less energy. There's Sultan warp bubble proposals, Casimir powered warp bubble, modified warp with exotic negative mass, warp drive via dark energy manipulation, warp drive via vacuum fluctuation engineering, warp bubble stabilized by quantum fields, micro warp pocket bubbles around a craft. Now, those are the types of ways to do it with warp drives and bubbles. Then there are wormholes and shortcuts. There are traversable wormhole bridges. These are Einstein-Rosen bridges. There's the Morse-Thorne transversable wormhole with exotic matter. There's quantum stabilized wormholes. There's wormhole networks, like a subway system in space-time. There are wormholes generated by cosmic strings, artificial wormholes via Casimir effect, the black hole white hole bridge, wormholes stabilized by dark energy, stargates engineering wormhole throats, and Planck scale wormhole threading. So that's how we do it with wormholes. Then there's tachyonic superluminal particles. Harness natural tachyons. These are hypothetical faster than light particles. There's tachyon field propulsion, tachyon communication expanded into transport, tachyon entanglement tunneling, controlled tachyon condensates, tachyon surfing on field lines, tachyon wormhole creation, tachyon beam tractor pulls, tachyon assisted Alcubierre drives, and tachyon stabilizer around craft. Then there's quantum mechanical loopholes. So there's quantum tunneling, FTL, that's faster than light transport, exploiting quantum non-locality through though not communication yet, many worlds branch hopping, quantum teleportation scaled to matter, delayed choice quantum transport, quantum eraser effect for relocation, Casimir vacuum tunneling, quantum foam hopping, Planck wormhole popping, quantum mirroring displacement. Then there's higher dimensions and brain theories, such as Kaluza-Klein extra-dimensional travel, Randall-Sundrum brain world shortcuts, bulk space short hops through fifth dimension, hyperspace corridors in higher dimensions, brain collision surfing, complicated dimension tunneling, rolling through Calabi-Yau manifolds, higher dimensional wormholes, shortcuts through false vacuum valleys, dimensional phase transition jumps. Then there's exotic astrophysical phenomena, riding cosmic strings, that's relativistic slingshots, type Tipler cylinders, which are rotating infinite cylinder time space warps, Kerr black hole frame dragging tunneling, Penrose process transport, white holes as exits, quasar jet surfing, gamma ray burst, wave riding, relativistic shockwave surfing, vacuum domain walls as shortcuts, black hole lattice subways. Then there's energy and field manipulation. There's 0 point energy warp drives, vacuum metastability bubble propulsion, negative energy density sails, dark energy bubble surfing, controlled false vacuum bubbles, electroweak bubble nucleation drives, inflationary Big Bang bubble hopping, Casimir cavity thrusts, magnetic monopole bubble creation, Higgs field manipulation transport. Then there's information and holographic universes, uploading consciousness and transmitting faster than light, holographic universe repositioning, encoding matter into quantum information and reassembly, light sheet projection travel, holographic wormholes, simulation jump computations faster than light, encoding into cosmic background radiation, universe reset micro instance hopping, reality layer rewriting, data packet humans being faster than light. Then there are fictional inspired concepts. There's hyperspace lanes from Star Wars, subspace from Star Trek, Mass Effect relays, slipstream drives from Star Trek and Andromeda, stargates from SG-1, fold space drives from Dune, Heisenberg compensator base transport, that's Star Trek, TARDIS style dimension hopping from Doctor Who, infinite improbability drive, that's Douglas Adams, warp crystals and dilithium analogs. Then there's fringe physics or speculative. There's pilot wave bohemian faster than light tunnels. There's chronon type time particle manipulation, faster than C expansion and cosmology harnessed locally. Nonlinear optics faster than light pulses scaled up. Superfluid vacuum theory transport. Gravistar tunneling. Retrocausality drives. Exotic plasma bubble pushing. Universe duplication and swapping, and engineering space-time topology directly, which is space-time surgery. Now, do I know what we just said? I know some of it. I don't know all of it. But basically, we can take any one of these. So let's take one of the early ones and say, how do we... Okay, how about just the first one? How does the first one work?
I have to go now.
Okay, take care. So...
Yeah, the goal.
So that's fine. So the Alcubierre warp drive, the most famous serious faster than light proposal, it was introduced in 1994 by physicist Miguel Alcubierre. Basically, just one moment, it refreshed. As I said previously, it ChatGPT 5 is a little disappointing. So the Alcubierre warp drive is pretty clear. So the problem is Einstein's relativity says nothing can move through space faster than light. But space itself can stretch or shrink however it wants. The early universe expanded faster than light. So step two is the trick. Instead of pushing the ship through space, you make a warp bubble. Behind the ship, space expands. In front of the ship, space contracts. Inside the bubble, the space just floats along, not moving at all relative to its local space. And then step three, why it works. From the outside, the bubble can zoom faster than light. From the inside, the crew feels nothing weird. No like crazy G forces, no time dilation, no breaking relativity locally. And then step four is the catch. To bend space this way, you need exotic matter with negative energy density. We've only seen tiny hints of negative energy, like in the Casimir effect, nowhere near enough to power a warp bubble. Early estimates, more energy than the whole universe. Newer models, maybe just a planet's worth of energy, but it's still impossible today. Step five, what it would look like. To someone far away, the ship vanishes here and appears there faster than light. To someone inside, you never even feel like you moved. Space itself carried you. This kind of stuff, these questions are fascinating to me. They may not be fascinating to everyone, but I know on a global scale, if people were to hear what I'm reading and what I'm saying, a significant amount of people would be absolutely enthralled with these topics.
It's true indeed. I also have to go for a bit at least. I might be back later today.
Absolutely, Kat.
Definitely will be back later.
Kat, thank you.
But
Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for bringing your friends. Thank you so much for sharing your strategy with me. I want you to know, I think that if you use the strategy that I explained to you, once your website's up, you'll be the most.
yes, that's going to be just perfect for the website.
Yeah, absolutely. You'll be the most popular Twitch follower people. And I mean, every single day I'm on Twitch and I get people who put in my chat, for followers, go to this website or follow me on Discord or whatever. And that all goes away. But these clips
Exactly.
will stay.
And it doesn't get indexed in the search engine.
Exactly.
Engines.
Exactly. But the clips do. Kat, thank you so much. Go ahead.
It's very good strategy.
Absolutely.
I'm very thankful for you sharing that.
100%.
Like, you obviously shared it instantly, but for actually explaining the search engine part of it, that's the important part that I specifically will need from that strategy that you are executing on your behalf.
And it's very simple. It's not difficult to do at all.
Yes. And, like, can you do it? Like, bigger kick streamers have some restrictions on what you can clip, or can you clip just any kick streamer like that?
So kick, you can do anybody. And unless they're like associated with kick itself, they cannot turn off clipping. So I know like Eddie Craven, the owner of Kick, he doesn't let people clip his account, but everybody else, and I mean every single other person does. And I think the reason why he doesn't want people to be able to clip him is because a lot of times he does these every Saturday, he does open question taking, and he doesn't want to say something that can maybe used against him later. So he's the only account that doesn't. Everybody else does. Now on Twitch, it's rare, but sometimes people make it so that only people who follow them can clip them, but that's okay. I still have my bots follow them anyway. And then sometimes you have to be a subscriber. If it's one of those people, who cares? But like less than 1% of people have it that you have to be a subscriber, and maybe less than 10% make it so you have to be a follower. Basically, everybody wants people to clip them because that's more exposure for them.
Yeah, this is very interesting. I will definitely be back either today, most likely, or tomorrow.
Absolutely, whenever you have time.
For now, I have to go for a bit, but we will talk later, okay?
Take care.
See you.
Bye-bye. Shout out to Kat.
Individually, because repentance is, after all, very much a private
You do
affair.
need some kind of an authoritarian leadership. Not saying you need tyranny, not saying you need a dictator, but you need fucking laws, and you need rule of law. And sometimes those people come off very harsh and very uncaring and unloving, and it's the total opposite of like the reason why people voted for Jimmy Carter, I think. Because Jimmy Carter represented like a genuinely sweet, good guy. Right. But like, look out, that presidency was a disaster because they were all working against him for sure. And on top of that, it's like hard. You gotta be a bit of a hard ass if you want to run the world. But the way Nixon did it, we're still suffering through that today. That motherfucker, he's partially responsible for that sweeping Schedule 1 Act of 1970. When they did that and they made everything illegal, everything Schedule 1, including things that are 100% medicinal, like marijuana, all that fucked up society, they did it specifically to target the anti-war movement and to target the civil rights movement.
And come more than halfway to meet us. We don't even
specifically. So it's not like Nixon was the best. What he did was fucking horrible.
And Nixon had a lot of policy failures, and I would put the number one, and I completely agree with you. I mean, launching the war on drugs was a disaster, but taking us off the gold standard was one of the worst policy decisions in the history of the United States of America. And that is, we're so many of the problems we face now is because of that. And people could say, like, I've heard Pat Buchanan defend Nixon on this before. Pat Buchanan was in the Nixon administration. He was a speechwriter for him. And he was like, well, look what we're going to do at that point. And so he was basically saying, because what happened was essentially, so you had like the Bretton Woods Agreement, which started after World War II. Or actually, I'm sorry, it started at the very end of World War II. It was in 1944. But they had the Bretton Woods Agreement where they could kind of see where World War II was going. And it was basically like, okay, well, all of Europe is destroyed, and a lot of Asia is destroyed, or not yet, I guess it's 44, but it was getting there. And America had, at least on the homeland, hadn't really been touched, and we had like a wild amount of the world's gold. And so the deal was essentially that, like, we will peg the dollar to gold at $35 an ounce. Everyone else can peg their currency to the dollar, and then the dollars are refundable. You can get an ounce for $35. And so that, was whatever. There were problems with the Bretton Woods Agreement, but that was what stood from after World War II, so from 1944 to 1973. Or 1971, when he took us off the gold standard. And so essentially what happened was through the 60s, we started cheating. And it became very obvious to the world that we were like, the 1960s, you're like, you have the Great Society. So we created Medicare and Medicaid, and we went to the moon, and we were fighting the war in Vietnam. And we were just printing money for all of this, which is, what we still do to this day. And so essentially the Europeans started looking at us, and they were like, I don't think you got enough gold to cover all these dollars that you're printing around.
Wasn't that thing when they were gonna like do an audit of Fort Knox that we never heard about?
What I know is that I'm pretty sure it was the French, might have been the British too, it was definitely the French. And the French basically called their bluff. And they just went, okay, we'll take gold. Here, we got all these dollars. We'll take gold. We get an out of dollars that we have, and we have quite a lot. And that's when Nixon went, no. He just basically defaulted in front of the entire world, and he said he's temporarily suspending the convertibility of dollars into gold. And they framed it as like, the French are attacking the stability of the dollar. Really, all they were doing was calling us on our agreement. We owed it to them.
We're like, we got so much gold, bro.
So Pat Buchanan says, defending his boy, Richard Nixon, he goes, well, what were we going to do at that point? Let him clean us out of all of our gold and just not be the dominant power? But I think the retort to that is, yeah, that's what you should have done, because the decision to go off of the gold standard essentially just said, well, now there's no more even pretend limits on government. This is why Ron Paul, who, happy birthday, is the greatest living American hero, just turned 90. And I was just at his birthday party a few weeks ago. And
Damn, you partying with Ron Paul?
Dude, that dude throws it down. No, it was very nice though to see. Tulsi Gabbard was there. It was cool. But so essentially, that was the last restraint on government, is that at least even then, even under Bretton Woods when we're cheating, at least there's some feeling of like, we won't cheat too bad, because they could maybe try to,
count for gold.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
But after that, it was off to the races, and this is why Ron Paul ran for Congress. So Richard Nixon took us off the gold standard, and then he was like, this is going to lead to big government, this is government, so he was going to run to try to stop that, and he was completely right. This is what has really destroyed everything, is that there's just, and it's a big part of the reason why I'm so angry about all these wars too, because it's all related. The Federal Reserve created in 1913, or the Federal Reserve Act was signed into law by Woodrow Wilson in 1913, and then in 1914, I think is when it actually got up and running, and in 1914 is when the income tax was passed, so signed into law by Woodrow Wilson. And 3 years later is World War I. Like 3 years later, or American entry into World War I. So it's like, this is the banking system and the tax system are very interrelated with the warfare state. Like, you need this stuff in order to fight wars. And even over over the last 25 years, we've spent close to $10 trillion on wars. And they didn't tax the American people for that, because they knew they couldn't tax us enough to pay. We would put an end to it. If they tried to raise everybody's taxes enough to come up with $10 trillion, because we want to go fight regime change wars all over the Middle East, the American people would have been like, no, we're not doing that. But they didn't do that. They kept taxes where they were. I think they cut some rates during those years, top rates. And then they borrowed the rest, and they still couldn't borrow enough, so they just print the money. And essentially what happens is that the price of everything just goes up and up and up. And you put more money into the system, and then people start looking around and going like, geez, why is the price of housing and healthcare and energy and childcare totally unaffordable? And the answer is because you're paying for the war in Iraq. And nobody thinks about it like that. But that's really what's going on. They can't. So for all the young people who are coming out of college now, and they're like, I'm 150 grand in debt. I have a studies major degree or whatever, maybe something better than that. But they got an English degree or something, and they're working at DoorDash, and the average house is going for 600 grand, and possibly going to do. It's like the reason why these kids are all demanding socialism, at least on the left, is because, what else are you going to do? How do you? But the reason why that is the case is because your government decided to spend trillions of dollars on up brown countries, and in some cases, then rebuilding them to blow them up again. And this is the actual cost of the thing. And I feel like it's almost nobody outside of the Ron Paul libertarians, the Austrian economics guys, almost nobody else ever makes this connection. It's like, this is the deal. You can't be a world empire without having a central bank that can print money for you,
because otherwise it just doesn't work. Resources are finite, and you'll run out of them. And so you can't do that without having this monetary system. But the cost of this monetary system is that prices always go up and up and up and up, and that rigs the entire economy against the working class and the middle class in favor of the rich. It's just the way it is. When the value of assets is going up and up and up and up, that's own stuff. That's great if you own stuff and you're selling it. If you got $1 billion in the bank, inflation is your best friend. But if you're on a fixed income or you're a working class person, it just destroys you. And everybody who's working class knows this just from living through the last 5 years. But your grocery prices go up 30%. That is, that's people have this idea that there's like economic issues over here, and then there's like social issues over here. There's foreign policy over here. It's all one thing. The prices of groceries go up by 30%, and families get destroyed. Men swallow pistols. Kids grow up without fathers. That's the cost of this shit. And that's what we're living through now. And we'll continue to live through as long as we have a government that spends way beyond our means. Like Dr. Ron Paul used to say, when you spend beyond your means, you're destined to live beneath your means.
And we have an economy that's built around doing the exact same thing it's always done. Right? And if you think about the amount of money, just in shuttering USA, think about the amount of money, whether you agree with USA or not, the amount of money that was being pumped through that system, to all sorts of weird places, right? There's when the Department of Energy gave $93 billion in loans in the months between Biden losing, or Kamala losing rather, and Trump taking office. Where's that? There's so many of these instances of insane amounts of money just being allocated while we're $39 trillion in debt. It's so unmanageable, and yet it just keeps marching on, and people are upset if you try to pull it off. Like the idea of shuttering some of these government organizations, all you hear about is people are going to die, people are going to starve, this is going to happen, that's going to happen. Are you fucking sure? Are you sure that this isn't a giant money-sucking scam that's been going on that does so good?
Yeah, well, that's most of it, right? Yeah, number one, if you go, hey, I think, which by the way, no one in Congress, short of like Thomas Massey, maybe Rand Paul, but like no one else in Congress is even like suggesting an idea so radical. But if I were to throw out the radical idea that we should go back to pre-pandemic level spending, so go all the way back to the crazy year of 2019 when it was anarchy or whatever. That was just, they'll all tell you the world's going to end if we do that. And even when they're making up these absolutely ridiculous, claims about how many people are going to die if you cut government spending, which is all just totally absurd. But then they never seem to go like, well, how many people are going to die if I keep letting DC have all these war-making powers? How many people are going to die if the president is able to fund a proxy war whenever he wants to? Look at this shit, dude. I took so much, whatever, I'm not. But I took a lot of heat for the stuff I said on the show here a few years ago about the war in Ukraine. Look at it now, dude. And I don't think they're about to end the thing. I think we could talk about, but I think they're putting poison pills in these negotiations already. That's what it looks like to me. But literally, the deal that I was talking to you about, whatever it was, 3 years ago, when I was saying on the show that they had a deal worked out, a peace deal worked out in the first few months of the war in 22, and Boris Johnson went and killed the peace deal on behalf of the West to make sure this war kept going. But the deal that was in pencil, not pen, that Boris Johnson killed, was essentially recognition of the annexation of Crimea. It was, at the time, it wasn't annexation of the Donbass region. It was like independence for the Donbass region, and then the agreement that the rest would not join NATO. That was the deal that they had worked out. And look at where we are now. Now, the deal that they're even talking about, even as Donald Trump goes, there's going to be some land swaps and all this. Okay, well, what's he talking? The deal right now, that is this case scenario that we're hoping we can get, is that Vladimir Putin obviously keeps Crimea, keeps the entire
Donbass region gets a corridor from the south into Crimea, and the rest of Ukraine doesn't join NATO. So we have the same deal, just a little bit more in the Russians' favor, 3 years later, with hundreds of thousands of people having died in that process, just to get back to not as good a deal as they had in 22. And so,
And if they don't sign that,
they'll keep going, which I think it's probably going to.
they're enlisting people as old as 60.
Yeah, and they have been for like a full year at least. They're throwing people up there. And the thing that's really changed, the reason why the Europeans and Zelensky and they're
called Mishnah Torah. Whereas the Guide to the Complex was written in Judeo-Arabic for a rather elite audience, the Mishnah Torah is written in really a very basic Hebrew. A middle school student in day school can easily read the Mishnah Torah. It's written in unusually lucid, clear text. And basically what he did in this rather audacious project is he said, Judaism is so complicated. There's this Talmud, which is, hard to understand. It's cryptic. It's hard to know when. It's providing a halachic answer to the question, and you have to know so much of it to make any sense of it. So instead of that confusing text, literally he wrote an introduction. I'm going to give you one book, the Mishnah Torah, which means literally the repetition of the Torah, and this is everything you need for Judaism, period, full stop. That as long as you have a Chumash, the first 5 books of Moses, which has, of course, ritual significance for reading, and you have my Mishnah Torah, you will know everything you need to know about Judaism. The massive document that composed 14 different books. He himself called it also the Yad Chazakah, the strong hand, because the word hand is Yud Dalet 14 for the 14 books. And he essentially explained everything. It is essentially a halachic work, telling Jews how to behave. But unlike later works like the Shulchan Aruch, he went into areas that were theoretical in nature if they had any halachic implications. So, for example, he was not shy about speaking about all the laws of the future. How are we supposed to behave in the time of the Messiah? And he spoke about the past. He talked about is to bring the ritual sacrifices in the temple. And he also talked about the laws of repentance. This is what brings us to the Elul moment for Maimonides. Perhaps as a result of the tremendous displacement that his family endured from Spain. And here, I'm stepping out on a bit of a limb because I'm not a psychologist, and applying psychohistory, especially to some incredibly towering figure like Maimonides, is very risky business. But it's not hard to imagine that as a young boy being forced from his home and then fleeing across the entire northern coast of North Africa and enduring tremendous uncertainty, going from place to place as refugees for many years, and then his older brother, who he loved dearly, dying early in a shipwreck, losing all of their money. These are tremendously traumatic things. And it is my suggestion that perhaps when it comes to something as important as Cuba, what he wanted to do is he wanted to make sense of it. He wanted to organize it. He wanted to say the world seems so unpredictable and dangerous. Let me use the scientific approach for which I have been trained as a medical doctor, and let me apply to things like Cuba. In that regard, in his Mishnah Tshuva, he actually wrote a book on how to repent. This is my translation of the book with the commentary. I actually, this is a strange kind of project. About 12 years ago, I decided to translate this particular book for my own purposes. Just as my own project of repentance, translation is a way to really get to know a text. And I shared the translation with some friends, and they liked it, so then I put it on the internet, and other people liked it. And now what I've done for the past 9 years, I've skipped a couple of years because I was not always up to it. But I have gone back to the commentary, and I've reread it, I've refreshed it, and put it out on the internet again. So this is the version that's quite a bit about the coronavirus pandemic and how that has impacted my own personal tshuva. It has some really good pictures in the tshuva. Let me show you. These are some fun pictures. I'm holding the hardcover edition right now. So here, for example, I hope you can see that. This is at my synagogue in New York, where we're all praying outside. You can see the tent is collapsed and we're all full of snow there. There's us davening outside in February. It's freezing in February, unlike in Beverly Hills, it's really cold here. So what happens in this particular book, and what I find so fascinating, is you think of repentance as kind of like a really squishy kind of idea, like, change yourself, repent. What does that even mean? How does one? Maimonides in 10 chapters goes through the actual stages of repentance and talks about feeling regret. He talks about confession, hugely. He talks about resolve. He talks about what if your past has harmed others. How do you rectify it? How do you ask forgiveness? How do you ask forgiveness if someone you wronged has already passed on to the next world? Really concrete, important questions that give us a foothold to climb this incredible mountain of tshuva. And since much of the meal imposes philosophical questions, he has no problem saying, fine, right? For example, you want to know what happens, why should we repent? Well, we have this idea of rewarded punishment. How does rewarded punishment work in Judaism? So we'll have old discourses on how God rewards or punishes. And of course that says, well, how come so many people who don't deserve punishment and they get punished anyways? What does that mean? So there's a discussion of this incredibly difficult concept, Tzaddik Lalo, why do the righteous suffer? It is incredibly important. It's a beautiful document, and I encourage all of you to have a look at it. There are English translations available online through Chabad.org, for example. There's a very good translation available, and of course, lots of others. So that's Maimonides, and his Ella moment is trying to respond to the chaos that his family endured by creating a logical, scientific framework for Ella. Maimonides himself, by the way, did endure tremendous controversy for a few hundred years. There are many groups that said, as I mentioned, that he was, too unduly influenced Greek thought, by Arabic thought. There are others who said that his Mishnah Torah was, essentially a work of arrogance because he was putting rabbis out of business, saying, if it's all there in one, what are you doing with all these other things, all these other specialists who are and a very, very sad moment of Jewish history. I was in France and actually denounced the Talmud to the Dominican friars, who then arranged to have one of these incredibly valuable manuscripts burned.
They're at least pretending to come to the negotiation table right now, which they don't say, but this is the truth, is that support for the war amongst Ukrainians has collapsed. I mean, not like gone down by a few points, it's collapsed. There was just a piece in this the other day, it was Gallup, I believe. They said they had their latest poll, super majorities of the Ukrainian people, 70% around, want an immediate end to the war with negotiations on land swap. Let's settle it however we got to settle it. They don't. I remember for the first 2 years of the thing, everybody who I argued with about the war in Ukraine, their talking point would always be, the Ukrainian people want to fight. And who are you, Dave, to tell them that they don't have a right to defend themselves? And then I would respond by saying, yes, it's true the Ukrainian people want to fight, but might that have something to do with the
blank check that they've received from the world and the back of the world. It's a different proposition to go like, do you want to fight if John Jones is at your back and goes, I got your back, dude, let's go fuck these guys up. You're like, hell yeah, I want to fight. But then John Jones leaves, I might be like, talk about this, but now the Ukrainian people don't want to fight. And by the way, I never believed any of that because I don't, I have my own libertarian views on things. And I'm like, if you're telling me that people want to fight, like, well, why do you got to conscript an army then? Like if they want to fight so bad, why you got to put a gun to their head and force them to the front line? Like, you could just make it a voluntary force, and then we'll find out real quick who wants to fight. But the point is now that even the Ukrainians don't want to fight over this stuff anymore. So there's just no justification for it. So now they move to Phase B, which is essentially to pretend like they're negotiating, but putting all types of poison pills in the deal so that the other side won't take it. This is what they did with Iran, too. This is why we got into that 12-day war, as they're calling it now. But, it's like you put things into I was just reading the other day, it was on Axios. There's reports that Zelensky and the Europeans are like open to land swaps as long as as their words in the Axios piece, Article 5 like security guarantees. So in other words, the rest of Ukraine's in NATO, which is the thing that caused the whole conflict to begin with. So, like, that's what that means. Article 5 is the article in NATO, in the NATO agreement that says that, like, it says that, like, if one of the countries is attacked, like, all the countries have to join together to help. It doesn't exactly say you got to go to war over it, but it's like you have to help in the effort if they're attacked. So essentially, that's what they're trying to ask now, which is, but if you think about it, right, it's designed to incentivize Putin to keep the war going. Because if you're telling Vladimir Putin, let's just say, which it's not exactly clear that he would even take the deal that I just laid out before, but I know that it's been reported that it was being signaled that he might be open to that deal. Like the Donbass region, he's got still, like the Donbass region is Donetsk and Luhansk. And in Luhansk, I think, as of right now, I think the Russians control like 75% of it. They got all of Donetsk, they got most of Luhansk, but there's still Ukrainians controlling part of it. And then he's controlling part of these territories in the south. So that's what Trump means when he says the land swaps, meaning essentially you get out of the Donbass region, give me that, and I'll give you back. The land swaps are Putin taking what he wants and leaving you the rest. But if you're going to tell Vladimir Putin who fought this entire war over Ukrainian entry into NATO being his red line, basically in the middle of the war, not in the middle of as the war is potentially wrapping up, you're going to tell him, hey, whatever territory you don't take here will be a part of NATO. Well, what does that incentivize him to do? Take more of it then. Then why would you stop and give the rest of it up? And it does seem to me like that is clearly, at least from the Europeans, that is clearly the motivation of all of this, is to present something. It's they do have their chess war moves, and so you present something that the other side can't agree to, and then when they don't agree to it, you go, look, we tried to negotiate, and he just wouldn't take us up on this. So what can you do?
The other problem with these conflicts, war in general, is that people always want to pretend that there's one side that's good, one side that's bad. And obviously Putin's the bad guy, right? Because they started the war, started killing people in Ukraine, but there's so many factors that are going on. And then there's also the long history of corruption that Ukraine has always had. And then there's also the weird deals that they were making with the Biden family to control all the different, it was natural gas, and there's incredible supplies of rare earth minerals. It's like really valuable territory. There's this incentive to create some sort of, they were going to try to, I think part of the plan was like, get off of Russian power and make Ukrainian power like central, and then whatever they were making over there, the amount of power, I forget what the number was they said, but it's like trillions of dollars in natural gas, minerals, all these different things. We're supposed to pretend that that's not also a part of the motivation. Like, Trump
say something about a deal that they were doing with Ukraine that involved?
Yeah, he got sucked into this talk about the rare earth mineral stuff, and it's Donald Trump. It's like his weakness because there's a lot of great things about
deals.
Yeah, there's a lot of great things about coming from a business background, but then there's like the weakness of it is that he's always attracted by like, hey, Gaza could be beachfront property, and it's like, ooh, and you can just see him like come alive. Yeah, it's always this stuff, but then the problem is that and look, I've been very harsh on Donald Trump over the last few months, but I think he deserves it. I think this administration is failing on so many levels, so profoundly, especially given the opportunity that they had. But, I heard him the other day, he called into a Fox News show, and he was telling the story of the war in Ukraine, and it's like, it just seems like he's telling, it seems like you learned this on a TV show. Like, can we get some books in your diet? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, we really need someone here who's read a book about this, because he kind of had an idea of what he was talking about, but then he got it completely wrong. So he's trying to tell the story, and he's talking about the corruption of the Bidens in Ukraine. You're like, okay, yes, that is true, but like, there's a whole story here that I don't think you're really understanding. Because he goes, look, this goes back to 2014, and so I'm watching this, and I got like so excited for a minute. Like I was like, yes, it does go back to 2014. Thank you, Donald Trump. And it goes back to 2014 when Putin took Crimea, and Obama let him have it. He just let him have it. Never would have happened on my watch, but Obama gave Putin Ukraine. And you're like, no, dude, that's not. Just go back 2 months earlier in that same year. The problem wasn't that Obama gave Putin Ukraine. The problem was that Obama took Ukraine away from Vladimir Putin. As I played on your show, and you played with Tulsi Gabbard, the Director of National Intelligence, has sat right here sitting and watched Gideon Rose explain to Stephen Colbert exactly what we're doing here. Russia, as Gideon Rose, the editor of Foreign Affairs magazine, said, Russia is Batman, Ukraine is Robin. We are stealing Robin away from Batman. That's what the Maidan Revolution was. That's why the USAID and the NED poured $100 million into the street protest, right? And so they overthrew the government, and then a bunch of the former Ukrainian prime ministers started floating out, we should tear up the Sevastopol lease in Crimea. Because, this is Russia's year-long water naval port. They've always had it. This was their agreement. They had like a 50-year lease or something like that. But after the West backed to overthrew the government and put in a Western government, they started talking big like, well, maybe we'll tear up that lease. And so Vladimir Putin went, no, I'll just take it. That was like, so anyway, so he goes back to that, doesn't go back a few months earlier, and then misses the entire point. That because like the point is that it's not just like me being like, oh, I wish Donald Trump was into the same books I'm into or something like that. The point is that when you don't get that piece of the chapter, then you miss what's happening right now. So when you're talking about like these, essentially what Donald Trump was saying, the way he was trying to sell it to Zelensky was like, look, do this rare earth minerals deal with us, and this is kind of like security guarantee. It's not exactly a security guarantee, but if we're in business with you, and then Putin's trying to fuck up our business, hey, he's picking a fight with us too. But the whole point is that that's exactly what caused this whole catastrophe. Vladimir Putin and the entire Russian elite have been crystal clear about this, that they go, look, we can tolerate a neutral Ukraine. We can tolerate NATO up to Ukraine. Ukraine is neutral, and then there's Russia. We cannot tolerate Ukraine being a part of America's military alliance. That's a step too far. But every time we try to let them be neutral seems like it's never good enough or actually works. So if you're going to come in here and say neutral's not good enough, they're going to be part of the West, then we're going to say, actually, we'll take them as part of Russia instead. Now, he also believes, as he says all the time, which I just think is goofy and American, but he also believes that, like, yeah, they're not really a real country, and they're kind of historically ours anyway, and, he's got his own views on that, but that's not what the war was about. And everybody, and when I was here, when
and that once we understand how God forgives you,
do this rare earth with us, and this is kind of like a security guarantee. It's not exactly a security guarantee, but if we're in business with you, and then Putin's trying to fuck up our business, hey, he's picking a fight with us too. But the whole point is that that's exactly what caused this whole catastrophe. Vladimir Putin and the entire Russian elite have been crystal clear about this. That they go, look, we can tolerate a neutral Ukraine. We can tolerate NATO up to Ukraine's neutral, and then there's Russia. We cannot tolerate Ukraine being a part of America's military alliance. That's a step too far. But every time we try to let them be neutral seems like it's never good enough, and that never actually works. So if you're going to come in here and say neutral's not good enough, they're going to be part of the West, then we're going to say, actually, we'll take them as part of Russia instead. Now, he also believes, as he says all the time, which I just think is goofy and un-American, but he also believes that, like, yeah, they're not really a real country, and they're kind of CRs anyway, and, you know, he's got his own views on that, but that's not what the war was about. And everybody, you know, and when I was here, which I was very excited to do, because I'm, you know, a weird romantic and have, you know, a dash of autism or something like that. But when I was really excited because Douglas Murray are going to debate this issue. And I remember when he first goes, the war had nothing to do with Ukrainian entry into NATO. And I was like, okay, well, let me just hit 2 points real quick. Number one, the head of the CIA, you know, during all the years of Joe Biden, when he was the ambassador to Russia, he wrote the Yet Means Yet memo. He literally said that this was all what it was all about, and that Russia didn't want to do this, but they would if we kept pushing Ukrainian entry into NATO, and we did keep pushing it. And then the other one was Stoltenberg, who is not, he was the head of NATO while this was happening, and he said that Vladimir Putin sent them in writing a draft treaty that all you have to do is put in writing that you will never bring Ukraine into NATO, and I won't invade. And we said no, and then he invaded. But so I said this to Douglas Murray, and I was kind of curious. Like, I was like, what's his response to me? Like, what is he going to say back? And maybe he's got something I've never heard before. That like, oof, I got to consider that? And his response was, a libertarian quoting the CIA, I see. And you're like, wait, so that's your pivot is to I'm a hypocrite somehow, which isn't even hypocrisy. Like, yes, I think the CIA should be abolished. I also think it's relevant when the head of the CIA admits what the war was all about. I don't think the CIA totally should be abolished. I think we should kind of know what the fuck is going on in the world, giving a real life perspective, not a utopian perspective, but a real life perspective. There's terrorist groups all over the world plotting shit. Probably a good idea. Yeah. So what the CIA was originally like conceived, like essentially being a newspaper for the president. Like being like, hey, we get all the real intelligence and we give it to you here. Yeah. Yes, I 100% think there's room for intelligence gathering. But what the CIA became is a paramilitary organization that starts wars and overthrows democratically elected governments all around the world. Occasionally sells coke in the hood. And occasionally, when they're bored, and maybe like on like a Tuesday, like a 3-day weekend, and then on Tuesday, maybe he's moved some crack into Los Angeles. No, that, I mean, it's a disgrace to a professed free society. I mean, it's look like when, which we've also played on the show before, but when Chuck Schumer was on with Rachel Maddow, which is one of the most amazing moments in the history of like corporate media, because what's amazing about it, if you watch like the full thing, is that Rachel Maddow's asking him questions, and he's giving his Chuck Schumer, you know, political answers to all of them, however you feel about it. It's like they have their spiel. But then she breaks from script, and she preemptively apologizes to him. She goes, hey, I'm sorry to just throw this on you right now. This is, it was in, I believe, January. It's either December 16th or January 17th. So Donald Trump has beat Hillary Clinton, but he's not president yet. He's president-elect. And so she goes, I'm sorry to throw you off, put you on the spot, but Donald Trump just tweeted this. So she's reading a tweet that he just tweeted live on air.
String around God's finger to remind,
which we've also played on the show before. But when Chuck Schumer was on with Rachel Maddow, which is one of the most amazing moments in the history of like corporate media, because what's amazing about it, if you watch like the full thing, is that Rachel Maddow's asking him questions, and he's giving his Chuck Schumer, you know, political answers to however you feel about it. It's like they have their spiel. But then she breaks from, and she preemptively apologizes to him. She goes, hey, I'm sorry to just throw this on you. This is, it was in, I believe, January. It was either December 16th or January 17th. So Donald Trump has beat Hillary Clinton, but he's not president yet.
he's president-elect. And so she goes, sorry to throw you off, put you on the spot. Donald Trump just tweeted this. So she's reading a tweet that he just tweeted live on air to the Senate Majority Leader, or Minority Leader at the time. So she reads the tweet and it's him, trashing the CIA or something like that. Chuck Schumer just gives like his organic response. There was no script prepared for this. He wasn't planning this question. He just goes, look, here's Donald Trump talking about the CIA. And Chuck Schumer goes, he goes, I mean, Donald Trump, you want to go with the intelligence agent? The exact phrase was, they have 7 ways till Sunday to get back at you. Yeah. And by the way, Rachel Maddow in this moment does not say, pause the tape. What did you just say? Like, the most powerful Democrat in the Senate just admitted we don't live in a democracy. Just admitted that this whole thing's an illusion. That the President of the United States is not the President of the United States. All our talk about democracy being on the ballot, democracy has been gone for a long time if it ever existed. You just straight up said that the duly elected Commander-in-Chief and Chief Executive of the United States of America ain't in charge, because you better not insult the CIA, who worked for you ostensibly, or supposedly, and so like that's, or they'll get you, or they'll ruin you. And by the way, they did, didn't they? And this is the stuff which is very interesting that Tulsi's releasing now, which I don't know whether, I'm kind of, it's hard to take things about Donald Trump seriously to me at this point, flaking on all types of, the Epstein stuff, and just a lot of, kind of core things where, like, so Donald Trump, at least according to him, they stole the election. I was thinking about this the other day, because he was talking about, in the same thing when he called into Fox News, he was talking about the Ukraine war. He said at one point, he goes, the war never would have happened if I was, which Putin threw him a bone and picked him up on that the other day and said the war wouldn't have happened if Trump was president. Just saying when, he's smart enough to know. Nice thing to say. The guy likes being complimented. Putin's smart enough to know that, like, this is how you negotiate with Donald Trump. Yes. Never with the never started with you. Right, my friend. So that's kind of a silly point, but aside from that, Donald Trump goes, he goes, it never would happen if I was president. Then he takes it a step further than what he normally says. And he goes, it wouldn't have even happened if anyone else was president. If we had just had a regular president, this war never would have happened. It's only because Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of America, was president. That's why this happened. But then I'm sitting there as I listen to that, and I go, yeah, but you told me that they cheated. Like, you didn't really lose the election in 2020. That's been, you've stuck to that story now for many years. So you're saying they cheated. You're making a similar claim here. They overthrew democracy. They installed Joe Biden, and a war where hundreds of thousands, maybe well over 1 million people have died, happened because they cheated the election. Okay, so I'm going to need to know who they is, and I'm going to need to know when we're going to see him performed. Like, you're the president now. You got your own, but all of us on some level don't really think they're going to start arresting people over the stolen election of 2020. And I don't think they have any other. Yeah, no, that's right. I completely agree. I think there's a lot of speculation and there's a lot of consideration about mail-in ballots. There's a lot of shenanigans. There's a good record of shenanigans, and there's the reality of any kind of electronics can be hacked. No, so I agree with all of that. I'm just saying, like, once you've made these statements and your administration has an answer. No, I remember. It was one of the most interesting parts of your podcast with him was, like, when you asked him about that, it was like, you really didn't have anything to back it up. If that was you or if that was me, I mean, if there was some reason why I knew that they did something, and I could give you all the facts, I would have that ready for anybody. Because for 4 fucking years, they've been telling him he's crazy for questioning the election. So after 4 years, I'd have a fucking tight 10 minutes of the election where I could just rattle off at you and rock your world with it. Like, these are the facts, Jack. Well, there's a big difference between, speculating and asking some questions and being like, I'm not sure I believe the official story of this. And there's a difference between that being, as a president of the United States, going, this is what happened. Like, this was, and if you're going to say that, then you got to give me your theory. Like, really lay it out for me. Like, and never had that part. But I will say, they cut off the Epstein thing into Russiagate, which seemed to be, like designed that there was this tremendous desire. The whole reason Donald Trump's political existence is a thing is that they're furious about the swamp. They're furious about how corrupt our government is and the profound crimes that the government has committed against the American people, and they want justice for that. And so they pivoted off of Epstein after promising to deliver something on that, and then went, okay, well, how about Russiagate now? So now they're, but I will say, Tulsi Gabbard released a bunch of new documents, and there were some pretty interesting ones there. It wasn't like she just released new stuff where it's like, oh, we already knew all this. Like, there was new stuff in there that we didn't really already know. And she referred it over to the Justice Department. She said in her press conference that we have proof that Obama committed treason. And we sent it to the Justice Department, and from what I understand, there is a grand jury being assembled or something like that. So I don't know. I still, the deepest part of my soul, there's no way they're actually going to try to prosecute Obama and Brent and Clapper and Comey. But you have to be rated John Bolton's house. Yes, I think that's unrelated. But that is an interesting story also.
That seems like a wild shit. But if they did that with Obama, what was the actual treason? Like, what is she stating is treason?
Well, so now I don't think she said treason. I don't think legally that's technically right, but someone might correct sedition or something. I don't know. I mean, like, I think treason. I think John Brennan did commit treason when he armed Al Qaeda in Syria, and Obama as well, with Obama and John Kerry and Brennan. I think that's literally treason, right? Giving aid and comfort to the enemy in a time of war. What Obama and Comey and Clapper did to Donald Trump is they framed him for treason. So what do you call that exactly? Framing the sitting U.S. Now, I guess Obama can't be guilty of the current U.S. president, but he was guilty of the candidate and the president-elect. So, because he was out of there by the time Trump comes in. But what Tulsi Gabbard released that I thought was very interesting, which I'd never seen before. We did, I don't remember, it was last year or the year before, there was one episode that me and you talked a lot about Russiagate and got like pretty deep into it. But what Tulsi released, which I've never seen before, was that there was a consensus amongst the intelligence agencies after the 2016 election. So this is Hillary Clinton's lost, but Barack President and Donald Trump is the president-elect, and they had consensus. There was no meaningful interference in the election. And then there is this one meeting with Obama that she points to where this is where the consensus changes. And they had a new threat assessment that actually we believe Russia interfered in the election. But it was total bullshit. They've never been able to back it up for shit. You know, I find minor little things here or there, but nothing that demonstrates that, like, results of this were flipped. And then they ran with that for 3 years after it.
There's no record of that meeting, right?
She just released with records of that meeting.
What I'm saying is, like, the actual discussions is not on record.
Now, I think they have. She had a few.
They have to do that.
No, she had a couple different documents there that were like had notes from the meeting. I think one had minutes of the meeting, but no, you're not listening to an audio tape of it. Like, we don't have like a talking about the gays and the Jews or something like that.
I'm just trying to straw man or steel man. I'm saying, like, would it be possible that Obama knew something that he could relay to them in the meeting?
Be an interesting thing to find, interesting for a court proceeding.
But even if that's the case, it still doesn't align with the known facts.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, it's not. Look, I think we'll see what comes of this. Which I'm not on anything coming of this, but there is something interesting. Look, there's a lot of things that happen after that. The real, to me, the true outrage of Russiagate is that they didn't stop after he won the presidency. It's still pretty outrageous to try to frame a candidate. It's still pretty outrageous for Hillary Clinton to have, like, opposition research and use an actual, Russian spy to do it. But, that's campaign stuff. It's a little bit different. Like, once he becomes the commander-in-chief, you have the FBI and the state still working to frame him. And so this is where, and for all of that stuff, Hillary Clinton's gone, Barack Obama's gone, Brennan is gone, Comey is still there for at least a few months. And then you have like Andrew McCabe and people like that who are the 60 Minutes interview. Anybody can go look at it. He literally said that they debated at the Justice Department, and this is the highest levels of the Justice Department. It was, Jeff Sessions would have been the Attorney General at the time, and he may have recused himself already by that time, so maybe not him, but then everybody else, like the top 2-3 guys at the Justice Department, all sat down and debated what to do. And they said they decided we're going to invoke the 25th Amendment to remove Donald Trump as president, and around and realized they weren't going to be able to do that they weren't going to have enough people in his cabinet willing to turn on him to invoke the 25th Amendment, which, the 25th Amendment is designed for Joe Biden. It's designed for, we still didn't use it, even though these last few years, which is crazy. Even after the debate, they go, we need a candidate, but no one went, yeah, but this guy can't be commander-in-chief for the next 6 months, we just let him. But they said they were going to invoke the 25th Amendment. This is on 60 Minutes. Andrew McCabe says this himself. And then they realized they couldn't do that, and so they settled on Robert Mueller. They settled on a special prosecutor because they couldn't prove him, so this was their other attempt. We'll just bog him down. We'll investigate everything in his life. We'll find some crime somewhere. It's, to this day, I hope that they didn't. I can't believe they didn't find any other dirt on Donald Trump. I always thought when Mueller started being the special prosecutor, you can listen to my podcast on record. If you want to probably available wherever podcasts are sold, you can listen back to. I said it at the time. I go, they're not going to find anything on Russiagate because there's nothing there. This is all made up, but they're going to find something. The guy's been a real estate developer in New York City for every real estate developer has committed a few crimes, and they found nothing. They locked up. They charged a bunch of his people around him with tax crimes, other things that had nothing to do with Russiagate. Then they try to put pressure on them to flip on him. That's how they do these things. None of them had anything on him. And so anyway, but the point is that it was the deep state attempting to remove the sitting president of the United States of America over something that they knew was bullshit. You had Eric Swalwell was out on cable news saying not only an asset, but Trump is a Russian agent. He's working for Vladimir Putin. He's his guy here. They all knew this was bullshit. I mean, it's like online, ad nauseum. And online on CNN, on MSNBC, on ABC, CBS, every day. Trump-Russia collusion.
And many of those same people are still telling you what's true. Many of those same people are still in front of the camera telling you what's true.
Yeah, they're still apologize. That's right. Then they're still, and then the same ones up there going, we got to arm Ukraine until the end. We got to give Israel more bombs to drop on the Palestinians. This is all covering this.
Like, how is MSNBC handling this Tulsi Gabbard revelation?
I think by changing their name to MS Now, they're supposed to forget.
So did NBC bail out? So Microsoft and NBC are together in this joint venture that's MSNBC.
Yeah, I think they. I don't know exactly what they're doing, but I saw it was announced the other day that they're changing it from MSNBC to MS Now.
Do they think it's toxic?
I guess so. I guess. Yeah, they're not wrong.
They're not wrong. They got rid of some people, though. They kept the queen.
Rachel Maddow, yeah. I think she's the only one who pulls in any type of numbers,
She's what she did during COVID was so awesome. Yeah. Just that alone. There's so many times where she's, Matt Taibbi wrote a great book, Hate Inc., and he basically said Rachel Maddow is the left's Bill O'Reilly.
Yeah, I think that's about fair.
Yeah,
and it's really
probably not fair to Bill O'Reilly.
Yeah, Bill O'Reilly was pretty rough in his day. I mean, I don't know.
I don't know if he's as inaccurate. Like, that was horribly inaccurate.
It was bad.
The COVID stuff and then the Russia stuff. Like, is there a thing that you can point to that Bill O'Reilly pushed that was a hoax for Iraq years?
Iraq. I mean, they were so bad on Iraq, dude. Bill O'Reilly and Sean Hannity and all those guys, I mean, they were just, it just, like, as if it was a certainty every day. It was a certainty.
That's a lot worse.
Nuclear weapons. And, I don't know. You could debate.
What's worse? I mean, no, that's worse. Well, yes, that's worse. Well, yeah, I mean, 1 million people died. So there's a strong argument that that's worse than other things. But there is something about, look, first of all, there is something about framing the sitting U.S. president that truly is a crime against the Republic in a profound sense. But the other thing about Russiagate, which I think makes it, where you can maybe enter into the debate, and then COVID, you can argue with all these things. There's the war in Iraq, I don't know. Really destroyed a lot of people's lives. But the part of the reason why they framed up in 2016, Donald Trump was explicitly running. He talked about this in like all the debates, and in the beautiful kind of childlike Trumpian way, where he just has no filter, so he just says the thing that's in his mind, and then he often thinks he's like a genius because no one else has said this out loud. But it's not that they haven't thought of it; it's just that they're all corrupt. But he just said, because at the time the war in Syria was going on, and Donald Trump would just say, "Why are we in Russia on opposite sides in the war in Syria? Russia's trying to kill the terrorists. That's who we're trying to kill." Because Obama and Brennan had been siding with the terrorists. They had been funding Al-Qaeda and ISIS in Syria to try to overthrow Bashar al-Assad because that was part of the clean break strategy to 7 countries in 5 years. This was the next guy they were trying to overthrow. They ended up getting that regime change earlier this year. So they were working on that. And then Trump just went, "We should be friends with Putin. And we should work together on killing the terrorists. I don't care about overthrowing Assad. I'm not in on that plan. I don't even know what you're talking about. Why would we want to overthrow the secular dictator in a 3-piece suit who shaves his chin?" He was just like, "This is stupid. I don't want to be a part of that." And he was running on, "We should be friends with Russia." And this drove all of the Republicans crazy. Like, we should be friends with Russia. But that was just what he was running on. And so part of the deal of flaming him for being in a conspiracy with Vladimir Putin was that he couldn't be friends with Russia anymore. And so because if Donald Trump had come in 2017 or 2018 and announced some new treaty with Vladimir Putin or some partnership or something like that, the entire media would have been like, "See, that's proof. We've been telling you he's in with Vladimir Putin." When he went to Helsinki, I think. Aside from this week, I think that was the last time the two of them were face to face. Was in Finland in 2017. I could be wrong about that, but I think that was the last time the two of them were together. And there was this big thing. I don't know if you remember this, but it was a big deal at the time. That Donald Trump said they asked him. They were like, "Hey, your intelligences are saying that Vladimir Putin interfered in the election. Did you ask him about that?" I asked him about that. He told me he didn't interfere in the election, and I believe him. And they made a huge thing about this on foreign soil. Donald Trump says he will Vladimir Putin over his own intelligence agency. The men and women who protect us every day. Men and women who frame the sitting president. And so
That's hilarious. What a trap.
But so that's kind of the game right there. And then you had these like conflicts that are going on, and not just ultimately what Ukraine, right? The Civil War was already going on there, and the Civil War started after 2014. This was like right in the middle of that Civil War. And so anyway, my point is just to compare it to Iraq. Who knows how big of a deal was it to poison a U.S. president who wanted to have détente with Putin at that time? Like maybe we could have avoided this whole thing. And that the death toll, I don't know. I've seen different reporting on it, but it's close to Iraq. I mean, it's. I think it's more military and less civilians, which does matter. But it's up there.
Matter when you're forcing civilians.
That's a good point too. Yeah, that's right. So I mean, look, it still changes the moral calculation a little bit. When someone puts on a uniform and is holding a gun, it's a little bit different than a kid or something like that. But the crime of killing the potential for a president to make peace with Putin. I mean, this is the thing that's so like infuriating about all of it, and something that really, it's like, well, I'm told, like, I'm not an expert, you're just a comedian. It's like, leave this to the serious experts here. But the thing that's goddamn frustrating, and just like profoundly reckless, is that, look, like when the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, you can go back before that, but like, let's just take that as a point to start. Like, it should have been obvious to any like, if there really was this class of experts, I would be so happy to turn this over to them. Let me go tell jokes at the mothership. That's what I'm supposed to do, not Biz. Like, fine. But the thing is, if there were serious, rational adults who had wisdom way beyond what some shit-talking comedian knows about, which there should be, then they would have recognized that, like, the most important priority in the history of the world is the relation between DC and Moscow. There's never been anything more important than that. And that doesn't even matter whether you're a Russian or an American. You could, like, matter if you live in Brazil or wherever. That the most important thing in the history of the world is these two capitals that have like 90% of the world's nuclear weapons between the two of them get along. Okay, you know, like, this is the most important thing. This could end our species if they don't. So, like, let's make sure they do. And that seemed to have been the priority of almost no one in power. A few exceptions to that, but almost nobody went like, so again, my point is, poisoning the relationship between a president who wants peace with Russia is on the level of launching a war in Iraq. I mean, it's like, it's that bad of a thing to do. Hopefully it doesn't get to that point, but it's a profoundly reckless thing to do.
Yeah, it's just, it's so tangled. That's one of the things about politics, especially for most people, so close to you, is just you don't see the way out. You don't see, like, oh, people do this, that, this, you know, and people say things like, oh, we just need to take money out of politics. Well, I think that's crazy. It's just making politics honest. Yeah, right. There's also, you know, that's like it's a talking point. I don't even mean to downplay it. Like, I'm not. It's a nice idea. I think the issue, like, this is what I've always seen an issue with the taking money out of politics. And I think that the better approach to take politics out of money, like, I think. And I'm not saying either is easy to do, but the issue that you have, and I know that there's a lot of, like, people I really love, really say that all the time. They're like, you gotta take money out of politics. And I would certainly say, like, if there was, I think Rand Paul had a proposal ago where it was like, if you make any money from a government contract, you should not be allowed to work in that sector for 20 years after you made. There's something like you shouldn't be able to be a defense contractor and then, you know what I mean, go so anything like that probably is a good idea if you can get it passed. Good luck getting it passed, but, like, that's the issue really becomes, like, the major problem is that Washington D.C. is the most powerful organization in the history of the world, and they spend $7 billion a year. That is so much power. Like, it's hard to quantify. It's literally like you think about it in your mind, right? You think about, like, how much money Elon Musk has, and then just to think that 1 year of federal spending is like squishing him like an ant. Like, it's nothing. Like, the money Elon Musk has is nothing compared to $10 trillion, you know? That's just 1 year what they spend in Washington, D.C. And when you have that much concentrated power, the idea of saying, well, we're going to write a rule that says nobody's allowed to try to manipulate that power. It's like, okay. And then, you know, there are rules. There's all kinds of rules. It's like so undeniable. Well, look, there are rules that say that, like, foreigners aren't allowed to contribute to political campaigns. And, like, there's different regulations on all of them. But, like, Saudi Arabia is not allowed to give Hillary Clinton's campaign $10 million. They can give the Clinton Foundation $10 million. You know what I mean? It's like, you have these rules, they find another way to do it. By the way, all that money Clinton Foundation was right around 2016. Everyone stopped donating to it. It's just so weird. Like, the Saudis were really into charity, you know, until right around that. So the point is that you can't be only like it's not the lesson of the Lord of the Rings. It wasn't like, we really need some common sense regulations about how you use this ring, right?
Had to somehow make sense of these documents and figure out which was important and sometimes whether they belong to each other. Like, even the title. Where does this title Pom de Devorah come from? Because it's not mentioned anywhere in the text why he named this book the Pom de Devorah. Devorah the prophetess, we assume, who sat on a palm tree, but what for? Why name the book after this? He wrote another book called Elima Rabati, which has chapters called Palms, and there's 70 chapters. Each one is called Palm 1, Palm 2, Palm 3. Is this one of those palms? Was it supposed to be part of that book? There is one chapter, one palm chapter, that resembles it a little bit. So it's not clear if the palm tree we're reading today is even a finished product. It's also very long time. The first chapter is about 1/3 of the entire book. The next 8 chapters take up the last 2/3. So it seems like it still needs editing.
The lesson is that you have to destroy this thing, and that's tough. I'm not saying that's easy. I don't know who our Frodo is, but the point is that this power has. So this is fundamentally, I think, why I think the Ron Paul libertarians have it right, and while I really do respect some other left wingers, I think they have it wrong when they go like, no, we need the government to be working for us rather than working for them. It's like, that is unrealistic. It's unrealistic enough that we'll just be able to cut, but the answer is that there should be way less power in Washington, D.C. And that's George Washington's constitutional republic that we are supposed to be living under. Is the idea is that there's like, oh, Washington, D.C. has very little power, the states have a lot of power, the people have a lot of power. It's not all concentrated in one capital, because then you get what we have. Yeah, and wanted to fully secure just the tentacles of this octopus are so deep. There's so much money, and there's so many people that are in a position of power. It's like it's very hard to change what now. The only thing, the best hope that we have is. It's going to sound ridiculously romantic. I think there's people that are growing up now that have a better understanding of how things work than ever before. You know, this guy Michael Butt was on the other day. He's a historian, or his degree in ancient history, and we were talking about how science changes one funeral at a time. You know, I think politics probably changes one funeral at a time too, and the way.
Hello, fellow students.
You know, like, I don't agree with this Mondani guy, the guy in New York City, but I also don't agree that there should be this massive coordinated campaign from both sides to make it get into power. Yeah, because you don't agree with them. Like, I think a lot of the stuff he's saying is ridiculous. Like using New York City funds to pay for transgender surgeries for people who can't afford them. Like, I'm a nail. Yeah, well, it just sounds nuts. Sounds like you're only going for that nutty vote. You want that nutty vote. But what is this? Are we allowed to disagree? So I disagree. I don't support that. I don't support a lot of the stuff he's saying. The raising of taxes, I think, is problematic, but I'm not an economist. But this game we're playing, is it the people get to vote? Because the people voted, and they voted and he won the primary, so it's supposed to be the Democrats get by him. And then it's Democrats versus the Republicans. Or are we doing something different?
No, the people get to vote, but if they vote, then government might have to come in and let the people know that they have error and they're,
this is a unique time to see a power struggle.
And I should, I guess, preface by saying, first of all, I find this race to be fascinating. That microcosm of where we're at politically in so many different ways. And I should preface by saying, I am the most free market, capitalist, libertarian guy. I don't believe in socialism at all. Most libertarians are communists compared to me. Like, I let's go, whatever government you believe in, I believe in less than that. So I do not agree with Mondani's, any of his economic policies. There is something, though, that you just can't deny. Where it's like, okay, look, first of all, you got this young guy who's kind of the anti-establishment candidate. He's an immigrant. He's a newcomer to politics, a newcomer to being a citizen of the country, however you feel about that. His was laser focused on one issue, which was the unaffordability of New York City, which, if anybody at all is familiar with New York City, that is the issue of New York City. It's the issue for 99% of the people who live in New York City. The top 1% in New York City are doing great, but everybody else is just struggling to get by. You're either rich or you're struggling. New York City. And the prices have gone up dramatically in the last few years. So he just ran his whole campaign laser focused on that. Then the establishment comes in and they run Andrew Cuomo, the disgraced former governor who murdered old people in nursing homes, who got, had a Me Too thing, which I don't know how legit that was, but got driven out and disgraced. Governor Lockdown, representing the failure that just wrecked Israel. And then what did they try to hit him on? Israel. They thought that was his weakness. That debate was the most amazing thing I've ever seen in my life. It's like, imagine picking, it's like, it's literally like if you were hitting like Islam Makachev or something like that, and you went, I'm going to attack his wrestling. That's why I think he's weak. You're like, what? No, that's his strength. What he means, they thought this. They go and they bring it up and go through all the candidates. They go, he hasn't even pledged to go visit Israel.
Well, they were also that's the first thing they would do once they became mayors. But they all said that I'll stay here.
I'll stay here in New York. I'll talk to Jewish people right here in New York City. I don't need to go to Israel. And then like, the funniest thing is, it helped. Well, they actually thought that pointing out that this guy, which by the way, the mayor of New York City has nothing to do with foreign policy anyway, but they thought that pointing out to everybody that this guy doesn't carry the baggage of supporting the war party, but we all support the war party, was going to win over liberal New Yorkers. Like, how out of touch do you have to be? And this is, dude, I gotta say, just something that's so fascinating about the whole broader Israel-Palestine debate discussion is that he goes at one point, he said that he's like the one-state solution. And for people who follow this stuff, there's some people believe in a two-state solution, some believe in a one-state solution, some believe in the status quo, which is just like apartheid forever or whatever. But he goes, I think Israel has a right to exist as a state with equal rights for everyone. Like, everybody gets equal rights. And they tried to make that out to be like an evil statement, which is just was so hilarious to me. That this one guy goes, I believe it's for all, and they went, nuts. Which is Nazi with his equal rights for all talk. Nobody, it just had no effect on anything other than to just be like, well, he also doesn't have the baggage of supporting this genocide, which is very unpopular. So, okay. And so anyway, it's just like, well, he's focused on the actual crisis, which is the unaffordability of your city. They're talking about supporting this war, which has nothing to do with the war anyway. And it's like, you look at it, you can't believe that that's actually what they tried to attack him on. So yeah, he won.
Well, I think they're terrified of young.
A very important source.
Yeah,
Also,
like a young person who's a really good speaker, who's popular, who has ideas that look. If you're living in New York City and you're struggling, and someone comes along and says the problem that you're having is rich people are making too much money, we're going to redistribute that down to people. That sounds really attractive, and there's a lot more of them than there are of the rich folks, and they'll vote them in.
Yeah, well, that's right, and especially there's a reason why socialism is becoming so attractive to young people. I think it's like what I was pointing out before. They can't afford it. There's no path for them to get into the ownership.
It's not just that; it's the looming fear of AI taking away all jobs.
Yeah, I'm sure that's part of
my kids talk about it. A lot of the kids that they go to high school with talk about it. I talk to college kids that are talking about it. I was talking to this guy about it. He's like, I really don't know what to do with my life because it feels like everything's going to be taken up by AI. That's a crazy place to be. Like you're waiting for this thing to come alive and see what it leaves behind. Yeah, that's what it is. It's going to be this all-consuming thing. And then their solution that everybody talks about is some sort of payment plan for everyone. Some universal basic income payment plan where everybody gets paid. But the point is that stop dissent. But we're completely reliant on the state to pay for you, and you just live, just exist. You don't need to work anymore because AI's taken off all the jobs and now you don't have any purpose. You have to go find a purpose. Boy, some people gotta find a purpose. There's a lot of people that just have that go-get-em instinct that they're going to be fine. There's a small percentage of people that are just going to plow ahead regardless of, even if the government gives you $50,000, $60,000 a year, you live fine. You don't have to sweat bills. There's going to be a bunch of people that just get into drugs and their life falls apart and they have no sense of purpose. They have nothing to do, and you're going to have to refigure out how to structure society. That's what these kids are going through. They're going through this weird feeling that everything is about to fall apart right in front of their face. Well, we run face first for that cliff. We're running right to the edge of that cliff, full cliff, saying we got to go over the cliff. And that's a lot of these things all happening at once too, and also the young generation is totally out of the corporate media model. They're just not even listening. It's not like do they watch MSNBC or Fox News? No, these are the list of the age. Like there's a graph that got put out of the median age for people that watch cable news versus podcasts, all these other different things. I think I have it on my phone. It's fucking bananas. Because the median age for cable news is like 70. It's like 70-year-old. That's the median. It's like 24 to 34 is the median. YouTube is like 34. Netflix is a little higher. Netflix is like in the 40s because everybody uses Netflix.
There was a large Jewish population. And here you have
average landscape. So cable news 70. Primetime TV 65. Those are the brain dead people laughing at terrible sitcoms. And watching whatever the fuck else is on newspaper 60 years old, talk radio 58, magazines 52. Podcast 34.
But nevertheless,
that's right. That's about accurate. There's a lot, now go and see, because I have looked at polling data on this, where go look at who's supporting Israel. Those cable news watchers, the 70 and over crowd is who they still got. What I would be interested in seeing is what percentage of people that are 34 are listening to cable.
He relied on
is there
Latin translation, not the best translation, and it was also partial. He didn't have access to the entire corpus of Josephus's works. He actually wrote quite a bit in several different places about
they do. Newspaper costs money.
But he also had the Apocrypha.
But everybody, you have to pay for cable if you want it. Most kids don't have cable anymore. Most kids just get a Netflix account or a Paramount account. You get all the great shows, Disney Plus. You get all the superhero movies. Most people don't. Young kids, if you're the budget, and you have the choice between a bunch of channels that just have things running on them all the time, or you pick what you watch anytime you want to. There's like the internet. There's the fucking internet on their TV. They want Netflix. They don't want this nonsense where I have to listen to someone at 8 p.m. and then every 5 minutes is a fucking commercial. You have to be brought into that world and accustomed to it. Yeah, you try to show a kid a commercial today and they're like, what the fuck? And even just the whole fake thing.
Still studying.
The whole just fake thing, the presentation, and all of this, it doesn't work if you didn't transition from Walter Cronkite into that. That's not going to work for you anymore. But I do think so. This is like it's I was just looking at this the other day, where it's like, which is really, even to me, this is kind of something I would not have been able to even fathom or predict a couple years ago. But the way in which every demographic is turned against Israel over the shit in Gaza, except essentially boomer Republicans who are still as strong as they've ever been in support. But Israel it's really in many ways like the third rail of American public. This is the thing you are not allowed to talk about. This is the thing that will get you fired from CNN, will get you kicked out of DC, get your career ruined. Pat Buchanan made a joke once on the most group, like years ago, made a joke once where he said something about, Congress as Israel-occupied territory or something like that. And for the rest of his career, this was the scandal. This was hit pieces were written about this. Now, they got young people are totally outside of that ecosystem, and they're just hearing from different people, and they're like, "No, I'm not buying it." And it's, you know, I think it's a mix of a few things. Like, I think it's just that, you know, it's in 4K. You can see what Israel's doing to Gaza. It is so evil that it's damn near impossible to find a way. I mean, some people do, but it is really difficult to find a way to be like, I'm actually okay with that. But it's been going on for years at this point. And then the second thing, like, the relationship between the U.S. government and the Israeli government is so freaking bizarre that once you see it, and once a whole generation of young people see it, it's like impossible for them to unsee it. And you know, it's just too weird. Yeah, like this is, and the idea that it is, you know, the idea that it's just normal that politicians for your country must worship this other country. And you're like, so what did that other country like beat us in a war and they're occupying us now? And you're like, no, you're the superpower. They're your welfare country, you know? But yet you must go kiss their wall. You must say, hey, Tammy Bruce from the State Department. And I know she was kind of being tongue-in-cheek, but where she goes, we're the greatest country in the world. Well, second greatest to Israel. And you're like, what? Was she being tongue-in-cheek? I don't know exactly. She kind of weird thing. It was a fair. It's still, that is a weird thing for any representative of your government to say. If anyone sat there and said, just went, Jewish history. I think America's the greatest country in the world. I have something really special. I guess it's the greatest today. I'd like to do a very quick book review. Finland's a cool country. I'm not against them, but what are you talking about? You know? It is by Rabbi Rothschild. It's the relationship. It's how horrible what Israel's doing is, and it's how clearly it's not in our national interest. Like, about this guy, got arrested in Las Vegas. Alexandrovich or something like that. So he gets arrested for propositioning a young boy for sex. He gets clarifications of the custom of the correct? I don't know. You know, I read a couple articles about it.
You will recall it following the series that a few weeks ago.
Well, they said that he showed up with condoms, is what I read.
And I have to mention this book, which I had seen online, but I never actually picked up. And I was fascinated with someone to write. As you see here, a whole book is 434 pages long. Double column pages like this. All on the custom.
Never fucking know. Don't you know if you look at your life on average, like the odds of you getting laid are so
one of the members of our regular class is actually the mother of Rabbi Rothschild. And she said, oh my gosh, that's my son's book. And she got me a copy, and I was so excited. And so I began reading it just before Hanukkah, and then my wife sent me out to buy donuts, and I ended up spending like a ridiculous amount of money on donuts. But now I knew what I was doing. Okay, so let me tell you really about what's in this book, and specifically what's connected to Jewish history. So this is actually part 3 of a series
the planned
of
rendezvous
books
in Las
on
Vegas.
the commandment and the
Alexandrovich, division head of the Israel National Cyber Directorate,
we're going to
was
focus on
arrested
the
in a police
depth
sting
of the
operation
Now,
aimed at
let
online
me just
users
also
seeking
clarify
sexually
for
prey
those
on children. Las Vegas outlet 8 News now reported that Alexandrovich chatted with an officer posing as a teenager online before being arrested. Sexual contact, including bringing a condom and taking the decoy to Cirque du Soleil, which stages elaborate shows along the Las Vegas Strip, as at least documents seen by 8 News Now. Details the arrest came to State Department denied the U.S. government played any role in
and then
releasing
there are rabbinic laws,
the
which
Israeli
are laws
official
which are
after Alexandrovich
by
was
the
able to return
rabbis,
to Israel once
sometimes
he had bonded
hundreds of
out of
years
jail
later,
in
in
connection
order
with the
to
felony charge.
protect the Torah laws
So,
for the most part. Like for
That's kind of
example,
crazy thing.
if it is forbidden
Well, I heard
to
heard some people
on
claim it,
Sabbath,
but I'm not
the
sure
rabbis
what's
may
right
have
about
the
this.
law
But there were
saying it's
people who were
forbidden
arguing
to
that like the
handle
website or the app or whatever
on
that
the
he was on
Sabbath because
is
if you're handling
18
a
and up.
pen or something,
And so they were
may
saying like, no,
come
he
down
thought
right,
he was
which
meeting an
would be
adult or something like
exception.
that. Well, this is
So
what
these
I
are like
thought too. It's
concentric
like, how do
circles.
we know
And
that
then
this
the
is
outside
I
circle
don't know.
is
I'm
something
always
which is
how
called
do I know this is
minhag,
Richard Nixon
or
2.0,
custom.
right? I don't
And these
know.
are
I'd like to assume that we got a
no
piece of
rabbi
shit and
actually
arrested him,
said,
and
hey, we have to
I'd
actually
like to
do
assume
this
that.
from now on. But there are things that seem to be kind of like
released and
natural
he'll flee the
outgrowths
country and never
of
face
Jewish
consequences.
practice
I don't want that to be true, but
maybe
I
related
also-
to women's practice in
I don't
particular
know
when it
what
comes to foods and things
yeah,
like that.
well,
But they
this is kind
become
of
really
from what I've
closely
read about it. I
enshrined
believe
in
he has a
practice.
court
So
date
you have
coming up in a
three
few days,
central circles,
and so
and
that's
one
that's
should
going to be
not
the
disdain
big
that
tell there,
outer
right?
level of
It's crazy.
ways
I've
expression
been blown
of
away by
the
this
bold
in lots
desires
of ways
of
over the last couple of years.
popular desires of the
Bad
people. At any rate,
the Israeli PR
eating of
game is.
donuts on
You know,
the
and
holiday
it's
Hanukkah
almost like they were just
clearly
so
falls
accustomed
within
to
that
the old way of
outermost
doing
range
things. They're so
of
accustomed to people
custom.
being terrified. Yeah, you can't
It
label
is
them.
associated
Yeah,
specifically
someone
with
criticizes
oil,
you,
right?
you label
So
them as
the
lives, and even
commemoration
that
of
works.
the
But it
holiday
doesn't work
Hanukkah has
anymore.
to do
Minor
with
jokes.
lighting
Yeah.
oil,
Well, and there's
right?
like,
We use candles as well, but
you know, I think it's
the best
I've
way
been
to
using
do
this
that
like
particular
analogy
amendment is
comparison
to
lately.
light with
I think
oil,
like
specifically olive
so
oil.
if you
And
remember when
since
Joe Biden had
donuts
that
are made
disastrous
with
debate
oil, then
with
they
Donald
become
Trump,
a very appropriate
and
food to eat
everybody like the
on
debate
Hanukkah, just like
everybody
latkes are,
watching
but we'll
it
get to
knows
latkes.
this is over.
One other
Joe
quick
Biden is
note,
done.
for those
So
of you who
mad,
are
but it's
following
not
the Hebrew title,
just that it was so bad. I
the
mean,
title
it's
says, Amek
you know, before the debate,
one of my daughters
you
pointed
could
out,
there's
hey,
Rachel Maddow at a desk with a bunch of people. We're now going to the first presidential debate. Joe Biden's going to kick his ass. They were already talking about how it was, remember the term deep fakes?
But in
They
fact,
came up
look
with
in the
where it's
literature,
cheap fakes.
there
I'm sorry,
are
cheap fakes. It's not a deep fake, but it's kind of like a deep fake. See, they're showing you a real video of Joe Biden being senile, but see, that's just as fake as a deep fake because they didn't include the context or something like that. That was the talking point. That right before we go into
rabbis of
the debate goes back to the same panel, and they go, "We got to find a new candidate." Like they acknowledge it, and part of the reason why we all knew it was over in that debate was it wasn't just how bad the debate was. It was that now you have to admit this. You were pretending this thing didn't exist. Now you got to admit it exists. And once you admit it exists, there's now a microscope on Joe Biden like there never was before. So tomorrow, when he's doing an interview and he mixes up a name, that may not have been such a big deal 2 days ago. But after the debate performance, when he mixes up another name, now you're like, look, there it is again. He's senile. Everything became amplified after that point.
Actually,
and I think
all the way to the 12th century.
Yes,
I thought it was much more modern.
Sure, that's a whole separate issue, but yes, I do think
12th
it's
century reference, and it comes
but
from none
I think
other
a similar
than
thing has
Rabbi
happened
Maimon,
with Israel.
father
Now
of
everyone's looking at it, and everyone's watching, and everyone's saying, wait, what the hell is going on here? What is this? So that we have a pedophile can just go flee to Israel. How many other pedophiles have gone flee to Israel? And now it's like, oh my God, they've opened Pandora's box, and there's just no way to put this back in because it's too weird. It's too weird to not notice. And it doesn't mean you have to like jump to the conclusion of like, you have to hate Jewish people or something like that. I'm not advocating anything like that. But you do kind of have to question the relationship between DC and Tel Aviv and what is going on here. Because this is so utterly bizarre. It's so crazy to see like the American people are against what Israel to Gaza. It obviously hurts America's. It hurts our as the they use in the preamble of the Constitution. I like that phrase. Domestic tranquility. This is destroying our domestic tranquility. We got protests. We got people fighting over this stuff. We're pissing off the Muslim world again, which we've already had to deal with. Them hating our guns. Now they're pushing students. Legal residents because they have the wrong opinion. This is all that, and like it's impossible to not look at this and go, what's going on here? And they don't have an answer for that. And the other thing too is that it's just I don't know if you noticed this, but there's like there's a lot of people now trying to jump off of the sinking ship, or even like supporters of Israel, or trying to go like I think they are going a little too far on this one. I'm trying because it's just you see.
Than you would have
see the writing all over the place, man.
So
you're
I'm not going to go into those details, but I will summarize
and it's not even like supporting
this is important for you to know. If you want to observe this,
like you're just supporting this destruction.
One of the best kinds of
donuts. They just launched another offensive on Gaza City the other day.
Dairy.
They're bombing
dairy donuts involve quite a
biblical levels of evil.
And so,
we're sitting here, like, even as we're having this conversation
now, before you decide whether or not to buy dairy donuts. This is the time
like coming on podcast like a couple years ago. Secondly, conflict first started, and then when we got, and it was almost like I was coming on
really
like
hard, kind of like Montreal
to be like,
style.
let me present the argument for why we shouldn't support what Israel's doing here. Let me try to present the other side of the debate. I feel now like the debate's over. I don't even think there's like much of a debate to be had doing them if somebody wants to come debate about the issue. But what are we talking about here? South Africa brought a genocide case to the International Court of Justice, and the International Court of Justice does not have a hole in Israel was doing it's like an American a genocide. Almost 21 months ago. 21 months ago, they said this was plausibly a genocide, and nothing's gone on the entire time since then. There was actually a huge arrest piece a couple months ago about, because we've seen so many examples of this, but they had IDF soldiers offering at least one on the record saying that they were given orders to fire live rounds into the crowds of desperate people trying to get food. Literally, you're saying starvation throughout Gaza. Yeah, I don't know if you saw this, dude. I mean, I couldn't actually found this hilarious, but I'm a comedian who's a real twisted, dark sense of humor. But the Free Press, Barry Weiss's publication, ran a piece debunking the starvation in Gaza. And one of the examples that I'm not making this up. You can look at this up. I am very close to exactly accurate on this. One of the examples they picked was like a kid who was starving to death, and their attempt at debunking it was that actually this kid had another major issue when an Israeli bomb cracked his skull.
As much as I enjoyed reading this book,
so as your defense, then yes, he starved to death, but it was also, with these other complications. This was the big one where the New York Times had that big picture of the starving baby, and then they made a big thing out of it, like nobody had other medical, problems too. And the mother had said, the mother said the doctors told her the reason they had other medical problems is she was malnourished during pregnancy. It's like, okay, so yes, you are right, Israel defenders. The kids starving to death are the ones who have other complications. That's always who dies first in famines. I don't know what victory you think this is, but so since this point, since the International Court of Justice ruled it was plausibly a genocide, the 20 months up to today. Since then, I know at least Ehud Olmert and Ehud Barak, both former prime ministers of Israel, have come out and said Netanyahu was committing war crimes. They didn't call it a genocide, they called it war crimes. So that's where your debate is at this point. Where are they? Between genocide and war crimes, what area in there does this occupy? But how the fuck do you defend any of that, dude? I don't know if this is true, so I want to look it up before coming into this. But someone sent me something that Grok
this date in the year
was
588 before the
from Twitter, from X, because Grok had said that Israel was committing a genocide.
Second book of Kings.
So someone asked Grok whether Israel was committing a genocide allegedly. I want to find out. Because I saw this article when I was running out of the house. It was entire army.
Besieged it, and they built towers
but
against
then
it all
it was
around.
reinstated. So I don't know if those posts were deleted. I don't know if this is real.
Was marked by
But I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked. I read it and I'm like, I can see how that goes. I can see, first of all, how it could interpret it as
on the ninth day of the
they're
month
not
above.
I mean, if Grok is just a large language model pulling from the internet, what's the general consensus
One of
worldwide?
the most significant extra biblical texts.
Definitely more on that side. Yeah, more on that side for sure. And then if you look at the sheer numbers of people that have died, which we really have an accurate count of, what is the number? What's the number of casualties?
And it's
describing there was just a
for the actual siege and destruction of Jerusalem when Nebuchadnezzar actually
Grok
made his
account
way.
briefly suspended
It
X.
says the seventh year in the
It's
month
later.
of Kislev, which would have again been
The
around
reason for Grok's brief suspension on
King
X was
Babylon
August
assembled
11,
his army,
2025
and after he
remains
invaded
unclear
Latin
as no
countries,
official
which
statement from
were
X or
Syria,
XAI has been
he
provided.
laid siege
Bot
to
said
the
when
city.
asked why its account was removed.
On the
However,
second day of the
Grok
month of
itself
Adar,
claimed
conquered the
in
city,
now deleted
and
post that
king
the suspicion
Richard
was
installed in
due to
place
comments it
another
made
king
accusing
of his own
Israel
choice
and the U.S.
after
of
he
committing
received the
genocide in
tribute
Gaza,
sent forth to
citing
Babylon.
sources
So
like
Jerusalem was
ICJ,
part of the
International
massive
Council of
deal
Justice
Babylonian
rulings,
Empire at
UN
this point.
reports, Amnesty
It was
International,
not
and
destroyed.
I'll
As
say
you
that
can
word,
see here, this map shows just how
These posts were
tremendous
flagged for
expanse
violating
was the
X hateful
extent of
conduct
the
rules.
Babylonian
The statement
A few years later,
The press team for this is so crazy. The press team for X did not immediately respond to requests for comments. Users have criticized Grok for providing anti-Semitic responses to questions in recent months. One anti-Semitic response, however, X's owner Elon Musk,
including these remarkable arrowheads,
X's owner Elon Musk said in a Monday post the bot's account removal was just a dumb error. Grok doesn't actually know why it was suspended.
By Nebuchadnezzar's army, and with other examples of other campaigns. One of my favorite writers of popular archaeology
beaches I'm back more based than ever.
Whenever I see her byline, I have to read
Anybody ask it again?
It's usually quite fascinating.
Why don't you
This
ask it right
article
now?
certainly does not disappoint at all.
Let's go to Grok and ask Grok right now.
He's going to give a more politically correct answer.
That
I
looks
bet.
at
I guess.
I'm not sure.
Is Israel
as
committing
points
genocide
out,
in
it
Gaza?
may even hold the key to protecting the planet. Okay, so let's try to figure this out. This is kind of complicated scientific stuff, but nevertheless,
I'm guessing politically
I'll
correct
try to
answer.
explain this best I can. This PhD candidate, Yoav Vachnin, did an excavation in the city of Givati parking lot, right? Only in Israel you find things like this in the parking lot. And he discovered that minerals
I'm sure, yes.
embedded
Must have a
in
bunch of
the
different-
chunks
give us a
of the
slow
ancient floor from a house in Jerusalem were heated beyond degrees Fahrenheit.
Let's go to
500
Celsius. Amnesty
Apparently,
International
that
December
actually
2024
supports
report
the idea of
concludes Israel's committing
city.
genocide.
Now,
Citing
Yoav
killings
Vachnin
and harmful
is an
conditions.
expert in this
So now it's saying, it's citing the
archaeomagnetism,
sources. Many human
which
rights
is
organizations
basically
even reports
another
of
way of
genocide,
dating
citing
things
deaths and destruction.
by looking at their magnetic field. which is
Right,
quite
I
fascinating.
get it.
Apparently,
So
when
now
things
then
burn
they'll eventually
very
evaluate.
intensely, and apparently the
Meanwhile, if
floor
you ask
that
it
he
in
studied
impossible
was burned at
trigonometry,
higher
the
900
answer
degrees
is
Fahrenheit or 500
okay, here it
degrees
goes. The term
Celsius.
genocide is
That kind of
defined
locks
1948
in
UN Convention
the
on Prevention and
magnetic
Punishment of the Crimes of Genocide.
field of
Acts
the
committed
object
with
at that
intent to
particular
destroy
time,
in whole or
which
part a
corresponds to
national,
whatever the magnetic field of the Earth is. at the
ethnical,
time.
racial, or
And
religious
you
group.
should note
These
that
acts
the
include
magnetic
killing members
field
of the
of
group.
Earth changes
The
its
ongoing conflict in
frequency
Gaza
over
stems
large
from, I
periods
get it,
of
you
time.
know what that is?
So therefore, by
Um,
taking the tools of
Okay.
traditional
Allegations of
archaeology,
genocide,
dating this
prohibited
area
acts of intent.
to
So
the
it's
destruction
giving you a
of
very
the temple in
nuanced response.
586, and by looking
The
at
International Court of
the
Justice,
magnetic
in
field,
response to South
literally,
Africa's
of
case
the
filed
bits
in
of
December 2023,
floor
ruled
and
in
the dust
January
that's in there,
2023,
they're able to determine what
2024
the Earth's
that
magnetic
genocide
field
claims are
looks like
plausible. It issued
2,600
provisional
years ago.
measures ordering
Now,
Israel
this
to
is
prevent
really
genocidal
exciting to
acts.
anyone
This
who's
is
fascinated with
quite a while
Jewish
ago,
history and
2023.
archaeology as I am.
Okay, scroll
But
down.
it's really important for all of us because apparently the Earth's magnetic
Israel's
field
government calls
has
accusations
a tremendous
baseless
role
and
to
outrageous,
play in
emphasizing
protecting
compliance with
Earth's
international
climate
law
from all
and
kinds of,
investigations into
science
misconduct.
radiation.
The U.S. has
And with the
described the
magnetic
claim
field
as
declines,
unfounded.
apparently that's not a
Analysis
healthy thing
like
for our planet.
ESA
So by
Center
getting a
report
distinct measure
July
of what the
2025,
magnetic field was
BCJ
like back
2025
then,
July,
scientists
no
are able
evidence of
to use
starvation,
this
massacres,
data
or
point
disproportionate
to figure out
strikes and
how
criticize
to
data
protect
manipulation by
all of
Hamas.
us from the devastating climate
Textual
change
challenges,
that we're
urban warfare against
experiencing all over the
embodied
world.
insurgency, conflict
I
operations,
hope you enjoyed this well.
accusations
And I
ignore
hope
Hamas's
that you,
role
like
in
I,
aid diversion
perceive just the
and civilian
seeds of
endangerment.
redemption
Some
that
scholars
can be
note that while harm is severe,
in the ashes,
competing
literally,
motives
of
like counterterrorism preclude
and
genocide
this, my
findings.
mind, return
The
for
issue
them
remains
to
highly
physical
contested and
makes
politically
me think
charged.
of
While
passage
human
in
rights bodies
Zechariah,
and ICJ have
chapter
found
8,
plausibility in
verse
genocide
19.
claims
Thus
to
saith the
warranting
Lord of
preventive
hosts,
measures,
the fast of the fourth
no
month, the
international
fast of
court
the fifth month,
has
the
issued
fast
a
of the
final
seventh month, and
guilty
the
verdict.
fast of the 10th month.
Determinations hinge on ongoing investigations.
Shall become occasions for joy and gladness,
Yeah, I
happy
don't know, man.
festivals for
That
those
sounds
of
like a
you
different answer.
who must love honesty.
I mean,
That's very nuanced. It's very nuanced.
hope
It
that
allows
for
you to
those
form
who
your
are
own opinion based on what people say, including what Israel says. So it's not going to give you an answer. It's essentially saying, figure it out.
which I don't have a problem with that.
I don't have a problem with that at all. I mean, that's what I would like it to do,
Yeah.
especially if there's debate.
Well, also, I mean, I think one of the real problems why I kind of avoided using the term genocide too much, at least in the beginning, is that there's no good definition of genocide. That definition.
This is truly an honor to be speaking to distinguished scholars, particularly in the Asian world. I have long, appreciated the tremendous contributions that your cultures have made to world civilization, and I have to say, on a personal level, to my own diet, because I'm a very devoted fan of Asian food. As anyone who watches my lectures will know, I come to refer to that at least once every 3 or 4 hours. What my goal task that Professor Katz has given me is to speak within 20 minutes on Jewish religious practices, which is a task akin to Pharaoh's asking the Jews to make brick straw, because it is virtually impossible to say anything meaningful about the tremendous amount of detail involved in Jewish religious practices, but nevertheless, given the illustrious nature of the colleague speaking today, Professor Brill, who I've long admired his work, and also Reverend Greenberg, who wrote some really seminal works that contributed greatly to the particular history of Jewish women. I decided to accept
They gave you the official, codified under international law definitions, attempting to destroy a group holding war in part. Well, like, what the hell does that mean? And that's why they could say, Hamas committed a genocide on October 7th. It's like, I don't know, they destroyed a group in part. The whole South African case that they brought to the ICJ was basically the entire case was just the Israelis in their own words. Like, their argument was that, like, there was a genocidal intent here. Like, Benjamin Netanyahu was talking to a group of military and calls them reference. The story like, from the Bible is that the moral of the story was you have to kill all the women and children. That's what the story was about. I think you even had to or something like that. I'm not an expert in the Bible. Like, that was the point. It was like an ancient tribe that was beefing with the Israelites, and they were like, the moral was you have to kill all the women and children too. That's a crazy thing to say at the beginning of a war. But the thing is that whether you consider what Israel's doing a genocide, or you just take the moderate position of former Israeli prime ministers who say it's war crimes, I think the bigger point is just like, it is so horrifically evil, and no one should support this. It's crazy. It is so insane to support Israel doing this to what are, in effect, their own people. They may not consider them their own people, but I don't care what they consider. I care what they have power over. Like
about 1/3 the size in Sri Lanka.
Hitler maybe didn't consider the Jews his own people, but it doesn't matter, dude. Once you have control of that country, those people are your people. Like, you have an obligation to them. Israel has had control of Gaza since 1967. They've been the sovereign, and all the way through. People can talk about the disengagement in 2005, but that doesn't mean anything. They still controlled the whole strip. They just didn't have their soldiers inside. They had them around the perimeter. It doesn't matter. You're still controlling those people. And so, like, if you have resistance, even violent resistance, 60-year-long occupation, you don't get to just say, like, all right, we'll just turn off electricity in the whole place. We'll just cut off water to the whole place. We'll let no food in for 3 straight months. Not one grain of wheat got into Gaza. And that, by the way, is a direct plug for their finance minister, Smotrich. And not one grain of wheat will get in. And then a few months later, you go, oh, no, these people started, they had pre-existing conditions. It's like, come on.
I cannot resist. Since I am the first Western
particularly when it's like,
and I realize that many of you on this call may
it's just
never
very
have
obvious
heard
that
this
this doesn't serve our country's interest in any way at all. I was listening to the interview I did the other day. He was on with our friend Constantine Cassette on trigonometry.
Nevertheless, it is representative
He's saying, because we're fighting Hamas, so you don't have to.
understanding
Does anybody believe that Hamas was about to mount an attack on the United States of America? They were going to take over. If it wasn't for Israel sticking up for us and just destroying the entire strip. And it's ridiculous. It's like, you'll still, to this day, I'll be in like a debate or like a panel or something like that, and someone will still start with the question, like, do you think Israel has the right to exist? And isn't it amazing? Over the last 2 years, that's been the question that's asked so much. When very clearly, a more relevant question would have been, does Gaza have a right to exist. Doesn't matter.
You
know, like, that was the only instance that was ever up for debate. But they flip the thing around and go, well, you don't think Israel has a right to exist? Like, first of all, I don't think governments have rights at all. I think it's a totally incoherent worldview. The only coherent worldview is that individuals have rights. There are like these massive right, it's like Mitt Romney saying corporations are people or something like that. But I think all people have the right to exist. I think Israel does not have a right to do what it's doing. And,
difficult it is going up the holy mountain. You can't climb the holy mountain. I'll get a Sherpa, it doesn't matter. She goes up the holy
entire
mountain.
strip seems most likely right now.
This on entering the temple, they say you can't come into the
How
temple.
long is
This
it
is a
going to
holy
take
day.
before that
It's reserved only for Buddhists.
Well, I mean,
It
I
doesn't
look at
matter.
the massive destruction.
The temple. I want to see the holy man.
It's like 80% of
And
destruction.
people observe the vow of silence for a decade now. You
Anybody
can't
flying over that with a drone,
first
and they
passage
tell you it's the
goes
only way they could have done this.
the inner sanctum of the temple, and she sees the holy man
The
sitting
fact
there
they
and
keep doing it.
and she says to him,
It's like,
Howard,
how does this end?
come home already.
Like, what happens?
Now, it's hard to tell on Zoom if
You know,
you
Israel's
enjoy that
public
joke
said,
or not.
you know,
I certainly do.
podcasts that
And the notion behind it is that there's such a
we
close
call
relationship.
They say PR, I think. Yes, I want PR.
And certain ideas in Judaism
Well, what does that
that
mean?
it illustrates
People see what's going
the
on, and
affinities
they
that
don't
many
support
Jews
it.
had for
And you think they're
the
wrong.
body of God. But let's get to our task at hand. So
How much
I've
further can you go
divided
with this
my
before
talk
everybody
into
is-
four basic
Yeah, and
points.
also part of the reason why, you know,
The first of
think
which
is,
is the idea of
I don't know, people are
mission.
just, you don't have the controlled propaganda apparatus anymore. And so the thing is now, for the people, like obviously there are still a lot of people who don't really pay attention, you know, that deeply. But for somebody who's listening, let's say,
very, very
to
strong sense of
Netanyahu's interview
something
with
that
Constantine,
is really
I'd have to say, like, a large portion of them at this point, you're listening to politics, right? Like you're not completely removed from this world. There have been so many Israel-Palestine debates over the last 2 years. It's almost everyone who's watching this has at least seen what some competent person on the other side of this issue has had to say. And so, like, one of the times, you know, they brought up one really did. You know, I thought Constantine did a reasonably good job in the interview. I forget what's his partner's name, Francis. The two of them, I thought they did all right.
That is the whole Torah.
I thought they were a little,
The rest
you know, there were times they could have asked some follow-up questions, particularly the one that I thought they let him off the hook with, was when they asked him about his a couple years ago when I was talking with you, I was saying, hey, you know, Coleman Hughes got this all wrong when he was on your podcast. And Coleman Hughes had basically said, there's one quote that's attributed to Netanyahu, but like it wasn't on video or anything like that. And I was like, no, dude, this case is much bigger than one quote that was attributed to him. By the way, since then, a video came out of him saying it on video. There's actually a video now of that quote. It's not just the reports. It is the quote. Well, the quote that was they had the video of was that we can control the height of the flame. It was basically saying, like, we can commit the quote that originally he said, which was in a closed-door Knesset meeting with Likud party members, where there were like 3 people who were eyewitnesses who came and told him it was originally reported in the Jerusalem Post. Was that he was like anybody who wants to thwart the existence of a Palestinian state has to support our plan of dropping on Hamas and transferring money to them, because this is what gives us a to negotiate with certificate. And then he said, we control the height of the flame. Meaning, like, I know what you're thinking. I'm funding these terrorists right on our southern border, but, like, don't worry about it. We can control the height of the flame. And then he found out he couldn't on October 7th. But so they let him off the hook with that, and people have just kind of heard this laid out. I mean, it's not like I just say this on podcasts. There's been major pieces written in the New York Times, in the Times of Israel, the Haaretz, in the Jerusalem Post, in the Washington Post. Like, this is all over the place. And he just goes, no, we're just like trying to get some funding in there for the people. Like, at this point, anyone believes that Benjamin Netanyahu was motivated by helping the poor people of Gaza rather than by thwarting a Palestinian. His response, because I do know that they asked him about the failure of
and by some means of reflection, then
What was
they
his
will
response to the failure of just
extend
how
God's will
long
to
to react to it?
how that
Yeah,
is
I remember
expressed.
that. I don't remember exactly what he said,
That
but I
is
remember
of
thinking there was
holiness, which
not
I
a bunch of
simply do
substance
not
to
know
it.
enough
He
about
kind of
Buddhism
just
to
danced
understand
around
if
it,
there is a
you know.
similar
And
concept.
they also didn't
But
get into
if you
specifically,
were
like,
trying
you
to
know, first they
understand
asked
how
him questions
holiness actually
about, like,
works
what was it like for you
as
on
a
that day. But they
religious
didn't get
practice
into
in
questions
Judaism,
about, like,
it is part
why
of
was the response
massive
time so long?
nexus
How was this possibly able to happen?
That is,
No, not really. I mean, they didn't push him on that. And then he, you know, said, which I mean, what impressive this
what I
is,
am
is that
doing
he
now,
basically
what
just
I
went,
am thinking
oh, there
now,
should be a full investigation.
separate,
You know,
and
there should be a
therefore
full
hold,
investigation
for
into that from the top all the way down to the bottom.
Concept of
And you're
time
like, okay,
is very, very important.
hey, this would be awesome. Could we get the Prime Minister of
One day
Israel
a
on the
week,
line? Because like, maybe he could do something about this. And they're like, oh, that's you. So like, why? It's almost 2 years later. What are you talking about, dude? Have the investigation. When you can't conduct an investigation while you're destroying the Gaza Strip, or does it have to wait till after that? You got time to do a podcast? Did they ask you about
activity?
I don't think so. But you know, I know because there were protests before.
For example,
Yes, there's also been protests this week. By the way, massive protests in Tel Aviv. I think I read a few articles about it that the estimate seemed to be 500,000 people were out in the streets protesting the war. Thank God for that, man. And thank God for just like oh, by the way, the protests were led, or I don't know, like led, but the fanatics at the protest or the families of hostages and surviving hostages. They're the leading the charge. I'm like, stop doing this. You know, because like if you think about it, I mean, could you imagine, you know, if you try to put yourself in the place of like having someone you really love as a hostage, and like Hamas is taking them hostage, and then you hear the plan is to cut off all food to the area.
I was able, thankfully, to go back to my presentation.
How is that going to help your loved one who's a hostage there? Like, how is it just bombing the place? Kind of like, what if you hit them? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, obviously, if your main goal was hostage retrieval, this is not at all the way you would go about doing that. And, you know, it's like, this was a point, by the way, that Daryl Cooper was making on Tucker Carlson's podcast, which got him in a whole lot of trouble and a whole lot of pushback on it. But I think the essence of his point was about starvation blockades. And then like saying like, you know, you put a starvation blockade on Nazi Germany, something like that, you go, okay, because the Nazis are your enemies, they're real guts, you want to do that, but like, do you think Adolf Hitler's not eating? Do you think any of his soldiers aren't eating? And that's going to be first priority, right? Nazi party members and the Nazi military are going to get, who is maybe not going to get food? Probably the most disenfranchised people in that society, right? They're already in concentration. Yeah, well, and then some of them were, I guess, at that point, and some of them weren't. But there's
Amazing if that's controversial to say. This is not a nuanced discussion.
Yeah,
That's not a factor.
yeah, that's right. And look, they were using, which was a horrible picture. They had the image of one of those. There was like some pictures that had come out of one of the remaining hostages there. It did look like, you know, bad shape. Looked like close to starvation. You know, and then the Israel supporters were using this as like their propaganda. Like, look how horrible Hamas is. Look what they're doing. You know, like, this did come after 3 months of zero food being allowed into Gaza. And so, like, I don't know. To me, it seems like it probably doesn't take a genius to go like, you know, Hamas is going to be fed. Like, they're not going to suffer from these hunger strikes. And in fact, a lot of the pro-Israel people were, and the Israeli government themselves, they were making claims. A lot of them unsubstantiated, but making claims that like Hamas is stealing all of the food. We let aid in previously, but Hamas stole it all. Then they mark it up and charge more money for it to the people of Gaza. And you're like, okay, but then what does a food blockade do? I mean, you already said it's not taking food away from Hamas, right? So who's the war against? The civilian population. And of course, you'd imagine, like just like under Nazi Germany, you'd imagine Jews and gypsies and other, they're going to get the worst treatment in a totally centralized war economy. The state decides who eats and who doesn't eat. Who do you think they're going to pick?
This is what we call,
you know, like,
that's another big part of Jewish reality.
This stuff just leads unbelievable amounts of human suffering. And it's
but we hope that moderated.
I mean, you know, there's like guess there's some competing plans. Like Donald Trump said, kind of flippantly a few months back, that America was going to take over the Gaza Strip.
So we have a few minutes until the
property.
next one shows up. Thank you very
Yeah,
much
me too.
for
That was what I
moderating.
thought.
Family,
Right beside
we are very
It
big
just seemed
into
bizarre that he was
fidelity,
doing that.
which part
But then
involves
Netanyahu said,
monogamous
much more
relationships.
recently, just the other
Although there
week or
is,
two
of
ago,
course,
said they would take over
polygamous
the Gaza
relationships
Strip,
as well.
which sounds much more
This
likely
idea of
to me.
separation,
You know, I
in the
think
sense of
so. I think this is the
separate from the
weird
rest of
dynamic
the
kind of here
world
is that I
sexually
think
and focusing
it's not.
on one's
They're
spouse.
not like
Also,
so stupid that I'm aware of something that like these guys aren't aware of. Right? Like they know that they've told
go on
the
with
media.
many
They know they've lost control of the narrative, and they know that they've
our
lost control
diet,
in America. And at
regulated
some
by a
point,
system
you
called
know, those 70-year-olds watching the news are going to age out and die, and the people in charge are going to be this generation that has a totally different view of Israel than previous generations. They know that, but then
and so
the question
all of
becomes
these
like, what do you do with that information? And so I think that there is a part of Netanyahu and the Israeli war cabinet, the Israeli government, who are looking at this and going, all right,
these are not as
we got like 10 more years of this relationship.
they are
You know, we got like 10 more years of where the U.S. has our back and we can do whatever we want. And so you can see where the conclusion from that might be.
Today,
We got to go for it now.
they used to,
Like if you really do have this greater Israel project, well, right now under the Trump administration, this is your moment. He is already down. He's going to do whatever to support Israel. He is totally on your side. You have this administration. There's every last member of this administration supporting Israel. So now's the time. Annex Gaza and the West Bank. And, you know, parts of Syria too, and whatever else they want to do. So I think they might be going for it, you know. And then, I don't know, we'll see. I mean, they started bombing Iran, that's what I'm talking about.
These are all designed to focus on
Well, they
the
tried to suck up into a regime change war there, you know, and it didn't work. But the whole thing, you know, the whole 12-day, first of all, this thing is not over. We're kind of like the fundamentals of the conflict are all still there. And in fact, I think it was just a few days ago, like Israeli spokesmen who were already signaling, like, we may have to go, you know, this again. Netanyahu himself said when him and Trump met in the White House, and it was a really fascinating moment, which, you know, I'm not trying to make too much of, but it was pretty hilarious in the way, like a little microcosm, where they asked Donald Trump at one point, they go, so is that it with Iran? Like, is the war continuing, or is it over? And he goes, well, you know, I don't really want to see it continue. Like, maybe that's a better question to me. Wait, what? No, I'm sorry. You're like, well, my boss is right here, so we might as well ask. Which is not exactly true. You know, I know Jeffrey Sachs, who I love, was a real expert. Not like me or Douglas Murray, but a real expert who's, you know, I don't agree with him on everything, but his foreign policy is very good. But he said, and I think he was saying it kind of tongue-in-cheek, but he said, I regard Netanyahu as the worst U.S. president of my lifetime, which is a funny, very funny line. And I get what he's saying. How long has he been running Israel? Well, he was prime minister first in 1996, and then he's had a few stints where he was out. But he's been in and out. So they have a completely different setup, obviously. Yeah. Coming back. Yeah. And so he was, but he's the longest serving prime minister in Israeli history at this point. And I will say there are people, you know, I know people go down, you know, rabbit holes on Twitter and stuff like that. And I think he was being somewhat tongue-in-cheek when he said it, but I do think he's overstating his hand. It's not that Israel runs America. If Netanyahu ran America, I can promise you we would have had a regime change. It would not have stopped where Donald Trump. If Netanyahu was actually in control of the U.S. military, instead of just having significant influence over it. So, like, I do think there's, I mean, I've just read enough about Netanyahu, the Likudniks, the neocons. This is the regime change war that they wanted. This is their 7. This is 7 out of 7 to get around. So this is what they want. And if you actually even look at the war itself, it was like when Trump, it was before and after Trump dropped the bunker busters on their nuclear sites, Israel just started bombing regime targets. They weren't just bombing their nuclear sites. They were trying to overthrow the regime. In fact, they made calls to these Iranian generals and threatened their families that we're going to kill your families unless you guys flee, right? It just didn't work. They weren't going to do that. And then once that didn't work, they were kind of like, and then gave Trump an out. They responded with this nonsense. The same thing they did after Trump killed Soleimani, where they fire these rockets, they give us advance warning, they make sure we move everyone out of the way so good, because they know they don't want to kill an American there, because then it's full-scale war. But, if they hadn't, it's so funny because we put all of this in Mullah's hands, and they had just decided, which every military analyst concludes they can touch Americans in the region. They didn't. Had they, this would have been the next. And I think that was the goal. I think that was Netanyahu's goal. It was to provoke that response that would have led to a regime change war. And it didn't work. And Trump, to his credit, his instinct is to de-escalate these things when he can, but also to Trump's fault. Never should have gotten into the thing to begin with. It was all the whole Iranian nuclear threat is as much bullshit as the Iraqi nuclear threat. I mean, it is that they have a civilian nuclear program that Iraq didn't have. And as I know, I saw when Mike Baker was on. I love Mike Baker. He's wrong about all this stuff. But when you had said to him at one point, where you were like, the counter argument to that is that this is like a latent nuclear deterrent, is the idea, not that they're developing a nuclear weapon, and Mike was basically like, we're up to 60%, and that's on its way to 90%. But the thing is, why weren't they at 90%? They had to stop at 60%. They mastered the fuel cycle, and they figured out all this technology a long time ago. They could have enriched up to weapons grade. Why did they stop at 60%? And why did they then enter negotiations with the United States of America about the level to which they were enriching uranium? Because it's a latent nuclear deterrent. It's a bargaining chip. They were down at like 3 to 5% under the JCPOA until Trump turned up, until Trump backed out of it, and then under the rules of the JCPOA, because they're still in it with Europe. We'll see where that goes now. But they were allowed to the enrichment once America pulled out. So they exercised that option in the agreement. And the idea that they were, there was that come out just a few months before the war, and Tulsi Gabbard signed her name at the bottom of it and then testified before Congress, and it's clear as day. She turned around and acted like people were misrepresenting it, but they weren't. It was clear as day. Anyone can read it for themselves. Iran has not made the political decision to pursue a nuclear weapon yet, let alone achieved it or got one. And when Donald Trump was asked about that, remember they said your own director of national intelligence says that they're not developing a weapon, and he goes, "Well, I disagree."
Have you ever seen I'm sure you have, the compilation of Netanyahu over the years saying how close Iran is to getting a nuclear weapon?
That's great. Have you seen the other compilations of him too, where he's just guaranteeing? Like all his guarantees. Like there's one of him in I think it's the year before I was born, if I'm right. It's 1982, and he didn't go by Benjamin Netanyahu back then. He went by whatever his more, European sounding name was.
They changed names.
They all 80s. I would guess it's got to be in the 80s. Because Netanyahu by the 90s. But in the 80s, they were still calling him whatever. I can't remember his previous name.
Why did he change?
Well, they all kind of, because the whole thing, is that they're all, Israel was a European, construct. They were made a bunch of Europeans who came over and created Israel. But then they have to claim that they're the true Semitic people.
Is it true that the genetic testing is outlawed there?
I believe that is true. I believe that's true. I double check on that, but I believe it's true. You need permission government to go continue tests and stuff. Because I believe
this is the problem with that term, Semitic, because these are European Jewish people. It's not the exact same genetics.
That's right.
And then genetic tests heavily regulated. Heavily. Here, you can fucking get it at Walgreens.
That's right. Yeah.
And focused on medical and reproductive purposes, with broad support for carrier screening and pre-implantation diagnosis. Pre-implantation diagnosis. This creates a system where health-related genetic testing is robust and often publicly funded, but direct-to-consumer tests for ancestry or paternity are highly restricted.
about this.
Now, why would you highly restrict them like that? If you want to just, if a human being has bodily autonomy and you want to find out where your ancestors came from, why wouldn't that be?
What they were
What do you think?
including
Like the only real answer to this is that they
apparently had a animal sacrifice.
the real project, the Zionist project, always relied on this kind of claim, which is a crazy claim in a way. It's like a supernatural property right claim. That, you know, like that you have this, which, you know, if you go, there was that great documentary on the settlers in the West Bank. They'll all tell you to a man or to a woman, if it was a lot of that godmother of the settlers woman, they'll all explain to you, like in very plain English,
But I want to
Hebrew accent,
one specific interesting
God promised them all this land.
Dr. Rubin.
So like God promised us all land. So like I don't know who these other people are here, but God didn't promise it to them. He promised it to us. And so, you know, that's that's kind of the claim that we're the original people of this land, and so we have like a right to come back. Now, forget for a second the fact that nobody can separate rights in this fashion in any other way. Nobody thinks I could like come up with a DNA test and be like, oh, I've got some Ukrainian in here. All right. Well, I'm going to march into Ukraine, knock on the door. This is actually my house because I was here 1,000 years ago. Like that.
It's kind of crazy. Well, if not really a good argument.
Well, let's just say hypothetically, if say the truth is that the Jews of 2,000 years ago weren't actually kicked out of the land, but in fact they were forced to convert, and that actually those people who you're saying were never promised the land are actually the people who were promised the land and converted to Islam. And in fact, you're just some European who came in here way after. I'm just saying, hypothetically, that would be something that maybe you would want to get information on.
And then it says, it's a very brief letter. It says,
I don't want this
in the month of Nisan,
Well, okay, I will make a real positive. A real positive case about this, okay? Because I do actually, I'm not a pessimist. I want to make sure I'm not just a downer. You know, I saw today. Well, yeah, okay, we're trying. Okay, well, I've done whatever. I've done 17 years of being a downer. So let me go. I'll give you a few minutes. You know, I saw. So I hung out with Ron Paul a little bit, as I was telling you, I was at his party the other day, and you know, it's like every time I see him, he always asks a question, and it's always like the feeling like this, like fatherly, like there's a right answer to this and a wrong answer to this. He always goes. He goes, so Dave, are you more optimistic or pessimistic? And I always say optimistic. Because I know that's the correct. And every time he asks me this, I say optimistic. He's not to say like it's the correct. That's the correct answer. You don't have to be pessimistic. You got to be optimistic. And I am.
Optimism sees a better world ahead and offers potential solutions and at least a mindset of potential solution. The problem with pessimism is there's no way out other than complete anarchy and destruction.
That's right. And you don't. You kind of, I think this. I mean, I feel this way, particularly kids. This becomes like more focused. I think that the way I look at it is because I have kids, I don't have an option to be pessimistic. I don't have an option to be black-pilled or just feel bad about it. It's like, I don't know, my little kids, they're going to inherit this world. I got to do everything I can to. You know, like I may have said this before to you. Like the example I think of is like if you like let's say you're in your house with your family and like you've got like let's say a gun or two in the house, and then you look outside and you see like there's like 10 guys with guns charging the house, and it's just you. You just have your one or two guns. There's 10 guys with guns charging the house, and your family's in the house. Like you don't have the right. It's like the man of your house. You don't have a right to sit there and go.
The last part of the letter reads, for 7 days, don't let any 11 products.
I was like, what? I don't care. But I don't know. You know your house better than them, right? What do you got there? You got some gasoline in your shed? Okay, shoot the shed. That blows up a few of them. Get your family into the attic. Get them into the basement. You got to try. You still have a fighting shot here, so you don't have the right to just sit there. Yeah, the odds are against you, but you know, crazy things have happened. I will say,
you think it's that bad? 10 guys to one.
No, I'm just saying, even in a scenario,
in your analogy, it's like you're fucked.
Sure, but even in that, you know, I don't know that you're necessarily fucked. I mean, hey, listen, dude.
Depends if you're John Wick. Well, yeah, but also there's a big advantage to a house that you know that other people don't know.
Like, so by the time people with guns come to your house, they have a pretty good understanding.
So it's not the perfect. I'm not saying it's going to work out well. I'm saying in that moment you still go out trying. Okay. Now I think we have a way better situation than that. I think that tyranny has always relied on propaganda. And that we are running an experiment for like the first time where they're flying with no net. They don't have a propaganda apparatus anymore, like at all.
Well, they certainly don't have control over narratives anymore.
Donald Trump can't even control what Tucker Carlson is going to say.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like that. Like you can't even count on your most influential right-wing voice in America to go. Like there was never anything like this before. There was never, even just in recent times, there was never something George W. Bush could have done where you'd be like, tonight on Fox News, Bill O'Reilly and Sean Hannity are going to tear him apart. It didn't exist. There was never anything Obama could have done where Rachel Maddow was going to tear him apart over that. Like, we have that for the first time now. People are waking up in a way to this stuff that's like never happened before. And I think that gives us like enormous potential for positive things to happen in the future. And the other thing that's happening is that, like economically speaking, our system is being pushed to a point where eventually they're going to have to call it quits on all of this. Like, we just can't keep going up. Like, I think it was, I forget the exact recent numbers, but it's something like, it's over $1.2 trillion a year just on interest on the debt. Interest on the debt is like overtaking the entire budget. And at a certain point there, someone's going to have to call it quits. Then be like, we just got to start reining this thing back in. If they lose all of their popular support and all of their economic ability to keep running up the debt and keep the printing machines going, then I think there's going to have to be a huge adjustment made there. And I do think, like,
Well, this was Elon's argument.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, which is why he wanted this massive economic reform. This is why he wanted to do it on it. He bought it on everything. He saw how that worked out.
Well, okay, but he was right. Yeah, but that was still also like the first attempt at that. And he was right about that stuff. So okay, so yes, that didn't work. You know, Doge was a failure in terms of actually getting cuts done right now. But it was a huge success in terms of like putting a spotlight on this issue and putting it into the national consciousness in a way that it's never been before. And so now it's like, okay, well, what will the second attempt, what will the third attempt look like? And how, you know, we have a new world now where Donald Trump won the presidency in no small part by coming on this show, by going on.
This particular document that I'm going to show you in a moment may involve some violence in the south of France, which was rather unusual. Now, here's the document in question. Cairo Geniza, which we've discussed on many occasions, is this phenomenal medieval trove of fragmentary documents that were collected in Fustat, or Old Cairo, and they include all kinds of fascinating historical data about the Jews of the entire Mediterranean basin. This particular document describes the story of one French noblewoman who converted to Judaism and then ran afoul of the Crusaders. It was first published in 1931 by Jacob Mann, shown here. He did a lot of really pioneering work on Geniza documents. He described how this particular letter was the story of a French noblewoman, very wealthy family. She moved to Narbonne. She converted to Judaism, and there she met
Andrew Schultz show and Theo Vaughn show, and you know, like all these different. And now we're coming up on the next presidential election, like for the foreseeable future. In order to win the presidency, they kind of know they gotta come here and to all of our shows and present something that might get you and your audience like, okay, he's coming with something here. This is such a new dynamic that I just think like the potential for good is off the charts. And so like, yeah, in the short term, things are still the same. Government policy is still what it is, and the people don't really have much control over that. But I think like long term,
I'm very bullish on the ability of people to really wake up and understand what's going on here.
Apparently, there's some real talk about changing the status of marijuana.
Yeah, I was reading about that a couple weeks ago, right?
But there's something that just came out yesterday too, where they think that Trump might declassify it, take it from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3, which would change everything. And there was an article about the economics of it, because they were talking about these businesses, how they're taxed, and how, federally they're still operating like criminals. Yeah, it's like that's how it's viewed by the federal government. Views it as a Schedule 1 substance. You're, like if you get arrested for it, you're fucked. Where they're going to change right now they have a limited ability to bank. The interest rates are all fucked up. Everything's fucked up. And just that alone would make a huge economic impact. But if you want to do something, first of all, you would kill a lot of the interest, a lot of the financial interest that's happening. If all of a sudden here, like the cartels they're probably going to be involved still a little bit because they're involved in it already. They're involved in autos. I had Ed Calderon on yesterday. He was explaining how they're involved in illegal fuel, human trafficking is a giant business. They have many horrible interests. But you would, at the very least, you would empower American businesses to do it legally and normally, and have organic marijuana, air quotes, because some of the stuff they're finding in California that the cartels running, they're using these terrible pesticides and herbicides that are like insanely toxic and illegal everywhere else. You can't use them on American crops. Using them on this marijuana,
And this is being sold at like dispensaries and stuff.
that's being sold. It's 90% of all the marijuana that's sold in all the places where marijuana is illegal. Right, the cartels are growing.
Right.
And they're growing it in California in national forests because it's a misdemeanor to get caught illegally growing marijuana in California. There's a great book, John Norris, Hidden War. It's all about that. It's a game warden. Had to find out about this the hard way, and then became part of a tactical unit. They would go in and fight the cartels and lose. How about that? Yeah, it's fucking crazy. So if he does that, that'll be another good thing. The other good thing that he's been doing is getting these people together that have been in conflict forever and making them shake hands and having conversations, peace talks. Like how many different people how many different countries have had representatives agree to peace talks because of Trump? I was reading this breakdown of all the different times.
I know he intervened but he with the India-Pakistan thing, I know he got one, and he's I obviously just had Putin over here. He had the White House, examples of that, which is great.
It's great, yeah. So it's not all negative.
Well, it's not only is it great, right? Isn't it so insane that it took this long for just with the Putin and Donald Trump that I always say, and I know this is kind of like a hippie-ish thing to say, but I think there's a little bit more of that. Okay, it's kind of crazy that war still exists. It's kind of crazy that we're at the, you almost, if you saw society and you're like you've gotten to the point where you have the written language in 2-story buildings. You probably should have figured out something other than war, because you're talking about a society with the internet and skyscrapers and heart surgery and all these things but still, and we have international governance of some sort. You have the United Nations and things like this. And you're telling me there is international law, and the first rule isn't that if any countries are ever going to go, you guys have to get in a room together. Before we go to war, we need to know that we've exhausted every alternative option that there is, especially when it's the United States and Russia. You know what I mean? And yet it took all this time for the first time for the two leaders of them to sit down and meet. It's crazy. But on the positive side, they did just sit down and meet. That's a lot better than not sitting down and meeting.
And that's what's about him, is that he wants these things to happen. He truly doesn't want us to be. He ran on that, and I think it's true. And despite what happened in Iran, it was at least limited. And it seems like there was some communication that made it limited.
Flemish and then translated
You know,
to English.
Well, there's no question having a president whose default setting was to desire an off-ramp made a huge difference there.
yeah.
Because, if you had like, if this was a Dick Cheney, George W. Bush type of presidency, they could have found any excuse. You know what I mean? Like, once you get to that point, they could have found any reason to keep it going.
At least that kind of made sense to me because there were these right-wing people, whereas seeing the left wing calling for war and saying that Ukraine's going to win this thing. God damn, what happened?
Yeah.
How did it flip? How did it flip? That if you want a conclusion to the war, that you're supporting Putin? How did that flip? How did it flip where people aren't trying to exhaust every possible way to stop the end of the killing of all these people that are conscripted and sent to the front lines to die when they don't want to?
Yeah, no, that's right.
It's crazy.
Well, also, even the, like, when people were, like, bragging about, like, the 12-day war, not clear that it's over yet. You don't really get to decide that until years later. They didn't call it World War I until World War II came around, and then you go, oh, that's the First World War.
What's the saying? I've settled 6 wars in 6 months. One of them possible nuclear disaster. Trump wrote to Truth Social on August 18th before meeting with European leaders and Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky at the White House, where he made a similar claim. I know exactly what I'm doing, and I don't need the advice of people who have been working on all these conflicts for years and were never able to do a thing to stop them. So click on that where it says 6 wars in 6 months. Seems to be what.
Reconstruction, it could have revitalized
Just this post.
which is not at all the same.
What are the 6 wars? Throw that into Grok.
One is in France, Brazil is in Spain.
I'm just interested in like what he is,
What wars is he claiming to have ended?
So
breakthroughs. Because I know he has had these people. Israel, Iran.
Well, you don't get to count that one.
Pakistan and India, Rwanda, the Democratic Republic of the Congo. In June, the 2 countries signed a peace agreement in Washington aimed at the conflict. Trump said it would help increase trade between them and the U.S. What's the next one? Thailand and Cambodia. On 26th of July, Trump posted on Truth Social, I'm calling the acting Prime Minister of Thailand right now to likewise request a ceasefire and end the war, which is currently raging. A couple days later, the 2 countries agreed to an immediate and unconditional ceasefire after less than a week of fighting at the border of Malaysia held peace talks, but President Trump stopped separate negotiations on reducing U.S. tariffs unless Thailand and Cambodia stopped fighting. Let's look at this one. Armenia and Azerbaijan, the leaders of both countries said Trump should receive the Nobel Peace Prize for his effort, which was announced at the White House on 8th of August. I think he gets good credit here. The Oval Office signing ceremony may have pushed the parties to peace, says Mr. O'Hanlon. In March, the 2 governments had said they were ready to end their nearly 40-year conflict centered on the status of the, how do you say that? Nagorno-Karabakh. Your guess is good as mine.
I'll let you figure that one out.
The most recent serious outbreak of fighting was in September 2023 when Azerbaijan seized the enclave where many ethnic Armenians lived. Egypt and Ethiopia. Here's another one. After 12 years of disagreement, Egypt's foreign minister said on the 29th of June that talks with Ethiopia had ground to a halt. Trump said, if I was Egypt, I'd want the water in the Nile. He promised that the U.S. was going to resolve the issue very quickly. Egypt welcomed Trump's words, but Ethiopian officials say they've risked inflaming tensions. No formal deal has been reached. Okay. Serbia and Kosovo. Trump claimed to prevent an outbreak of hostilities between them, saying Serbia, Kosovo was going to go at it, going to be a big. I said, you go at it. There's no trade with the United States. They said, well, maybe we won't go at it. They talked to this.
You just know that is a Trump quote.
The 2 countries signed an economic normalization agreement in the Oval Office with the president in 2020, but they were not at war at the time.
The first great encyclopedic
So it doesn't say that's been resolved.
decided to become a historian.
Also, it seems like some of them haven't totally been resolved.
Well, I think
but at least he's
well
trying.
known
The Armenian one, I think, is the one he should get the most credit for because they did sign that peace deal in the White House, and both the leaders did say, like, yeah, Donald Trump really played a huge role in this. Well, the other thing is he kind of never know
exactly
this
on
is
this
a new
particular
and
day,
unique thing.
but
This
certainly
guy,
came from
I mean, he's only been in office for 8 months, and then he's
So
like
who was this
actively
guy
pursuing
Josephus?
all these
He was
international
born in the
conflicts,
year
trying to get these people
37,
together.
more or less.
No, that stuff is all
Judea.
very good.
So
Yeah. Now, I don't give him any credit for the
experimentation with several
I do give him credit for taking the off ramp when he had it on the 12th day.
at the time.
The thing about that one is that he just never
dabbled
did
in all
the
kinds
thing
of
to begin with.
religious
And I don't know,
ideas. So he finally
I'm
decided,
sure he did
somewhat hesitatingly,
it's
perhaps
kind of unclear how that happened because they
siding
were in
with the
negotiations
Pharisees,
with the
who
Iranians,
are
and
most
then Israel
likely
attacked them.
associated with
And then
the
after
rabbis
Israel
who
attacked them, Trump said, basically, we were all in on it together, which might be true.
Fame
But
was
I do know that Tucker Carlson said, I'm not revealing anything, but I'm going to set on the record that he was Witkoff, who was the guy who was point manning the negotiations, and he was like, it is absolutely not true that these were like fake negotiations designed to trick the Israel to get their shot off, and that's just not true. Now, I don't know exactly what's right there, but you have to cover for your friend because your friend came with the first punch. Well, I know that Trump was upset because he let it out, that he was upset that after he called for the ceasefire, Israel started bombing the crap out of him. He was like, what are you guys doing, man? But then he turns around and still supports everything they're doing. They have conversations.
Turns out that Census Gallus was a total failure. And this band
The thing about it is, though, is that going forward, I think this is like the more important thing is that going forward, this problem is not off the table. They're saying that Trump's going to say he completely destroyed, Iran's nuclear program, but that's not clear at all. And everything the Iranians are saying is that they are going to continue having a civilian nuclear program. And they have the technology and the knowing, like they can rebuild this thing. And so then the question is, like, if they do, what do we want to do next about that? And what's great is that this at least was a little more than didn't result in like a major catastrophe. The people who died, and there were Iranians and Israelis who died in this war. It wasn't like it was helpless. But at least it maybe gives us some time to go like for the next go around to just be like, yeah, we don't need to go to war over a civilian nuclear program. First of all, we should go to war over
anyway, he's up there, and
what is that?
Admittedly, he is a really brilliant
Truman was the president. The Soviet Union's developed nuclear weapons. The Soviet Union, Joseph Stalin,
and
developed nuclear weapons. He had a conflict with other leaders in order to launch a war of aggression because you're developing the same weapons we have. And I think it was Johnson was president. Now say Tom, the most evil man who's ever lived,
at that time,
nuclear
the
weapons.
had laid a siege
war of aggression launched over that. Everyone's so convinced we got to do it over Iran, but anyway, they weren't even pursuing nuclear weapons.
Was there with his rebels
the next go around, the American people have even had it even more.
In that context, Joseph has demonstrated tremendous prowess as a commander and doing all kinds of things like, for example, devising these clever ox-hide shields that could be held over the heads of workmen as they went out to repair the breaches in the exterior wall. And one especially clever move, sieges are just as hard on the attacking army as they are on the defenders. It depends really on how much stores they've laid up against supporting this war. While the attackers on the outside have to find their own food all the time.
They would dress up in
so
they would put on the military uniform and
that
cover their face,
Yotapata was succumbing to thirst in particular, and in order to try and send the opposite message, kind of early psyops, and Josephus had his rebels do all their laundry in the fairly scarce amount of water that they had remaining, and then hang their wet clothes over the wall, so the Roman defenders would see that and say, wow, they must have a lot of water in there because they're not worried about it, they're doing their laundry with it. But in the end, it was inevitable. The Romans would take Yotapata. Josephus tried mightily against that war is because she actually knew the first thing about it.
Unlike
by the way,
other people, there was who didn't even know what the word Tony meant, and she was calling her Tulsi Gabbard for whatever you might say about her. I've built an audience of her myself. But she knows who the Shiites are and who the Sunnis are. She knows which camp is on which side, and she knew
So
That
he
on
has
the
to
other
write it in
side
such a way that the
Bashar
Romans
al-Assad,
appear
the civil war,
noble and
which was
brave.
started by Barack Obama.
And the reason
On the
why
other
it's
side of
been
this
so
was
long,
ISIS and Al Qaeda. And her
6
whole
odd
thing
years,
was she signed up, she enlisted to go
well,
fight Al
they
Qaeda
showed
because they hit us on 9/11.
was because of
And
the
so she's
ferocity
always
and
furious.
intelligence
That
of
actually
the Jewish
Tulsi
rebels.
supports
So
the
he's
war on
always trying
terrorism.
to
Too much, I would argue.
scrape
She
that
just
fine line,
objected to
find
the
that
war for
fine balance
terrorism.
between
She was like, I just don't think we should fight wars for Al Qaeda. I believe we ought to fight them against Al Qaeda. And that was her beef with that one. She was absolutely right about it. And by the way, Al Qaeda's in charge of the
rebels
country.
that the smartest thing to do was
That'll
surrender.
work out well, I'm sure. It works everywhere. Every time we overthrow a country, it works out
The
great.
Romans
It
eventually
always leads
reached
to
the walls of Jericho.
we did a
There's
real good job there.
massive
Well, did you see? Well, this was the crazy thing for the people who were advocating for change in the 12-day war in Iran. They were always, you see, there were like
underground
Israeli
shelter
officials who were
inside the
posting
city.
pictures
One
of
point of
the
egress
son
that the
of
Romans
the Shah.
discovered, and they
Like,
stand guard on the outside.
he'll come back into power because what is it?
Is
So now
about to be
the
killed
war
by the
terrorism
rest of the
started
soldiers
with
who say,
spreading
hey, why is
democracy,
this
and
difficulty?
it
And he
ends
says, well, you know what?
spreading
I think we should do this.
what's
Amazingly,
the
with
word
his
looking
very
for?
fluid
A monarchy,
language,
hereditary monarchy.
it would be
It's like,
terrible
but
to go
also,
out there
by
and
the way, what do
surrender
you think
now
the odds
because
are
they
that
would
if we
just be
overthrow
taken off
Congress,
into
that
slavery.
the son of the Shah just walks back into power and all the warring factions just go, yeah, no, that's, the U.S. propped him up in 1953, so then, yeah,
can't
he's
say
there,
that. And we also know that the
I
Bible
don't think so, dude.
forbids suicide, that that's a great transgression against God. So therefore, why don't we make a pact?
Well, I'm not
Let
trying to
us,
just think it just
kind of like
there's so much
do
going on. That's the
a
problem with
lottery,
being alive today.
and
Is you're
the people who are
paying attention
chosen
to so many
will
different
kill
conflicts. Yeah, but
the
dude,
rest
it's
of
like
us,
the world.
and
Yeah, like in
we'll
the
do this
20th
in secret
century,
for one person killing about
like
10
there
people,
were two
another person killing
world
the next people,
wars,
and
and
then
there's all this horrible
that
shit.
way only the last person will actually have to commit
Dude,
suicide.
we live in like the
So,
most
rather
amazing time,
surprisingly,
dude.
they
I mean,
go
there's
along with
really-
it. It's
Well,
remarkably
listen, man,
suspicious and similar
the
to
most sincere
events
thing ever said
described on the
in my
Mount
life.
Masada, which we'll talk about
My
perhaps in
son
another video.
was born
And what
with a
happens
congenital
is,
heart defect that would
remarkably,
have killed him
Josephus
almost
and
any
one other
time
person
during
ends
the
up
I was alive today, or in the last 10 years.
At which
When I
point
was 30, I would have lost my son.
Let's
And
think
today's
this through.
fine. The cutest little boy in the world, never seen. And so, like,
discretion.
I don't
That's a
know.
better
I'd still
part
rather
of
live
it.
today than any other
And
time,
those
just for
two
that
last
long.
people
No,
surrender.
and we have an ability to, like,
Josephus
reach
is
people and
presented
trade
to
with each
Vespasian.
other, communicate with
Josephus
each other.
has kind of a flash of
We're really
inspiration that
close
says
to, like,
that I bet you're
curing
going to
all
be ever
types
soon.
of
Vespasian
diseases and
scoffs, but
ailments
just then
extending life and
another
extending
message
being
wants you to
connected in a
grow.
way that they've never been
And
before.
so
We got all these problems. We've had lots of problems before.
I just think,
life.
by the way, that story also
That's right,
sounds
which is the first step to
similar to a
recognize
story
them
told
and
about
going
Rabbi
on
Rothschild,
and
that guy in the
That'll
Talmud.
be our kids'
And although
generation.
the Talmud is
You'll just be recognizing
headed to writing hundreds of years later based on oral tradition,
fun this
you
weekend.
should know
at the
that
mothership.
Josephus, as
My
a
favorite
historian,
weekend of
was
every
not at
year.
all squeamish about borrowing material from other historians
Maybe
about
I do
kids.
something that guy in trouble for that.
So at any rate, what
your
happens to
podcast,
Josephus
how to get
at
it,
that
so
battle
we're
at Gotha
part of the
is he is
It's
taken
my
into
political
Roman
podcast,
custody.
Legion of Skanks. Is the
But
black
once
comedy
Vespasian
podcast.
is in
It's
fact
also
elevated,
very fun. So go check that out. And then,
like the professional
Mothership shows also. Picture Mothership, yes.
accompanies Titus, Vespasian's son, on his campaign against the rebels. He describes his experiences with the construction of the temple itself, and in passages full of pathos, he describes how, he begs Titus to keep a Torah scroll for himself, to release members of his family from captivity, and even to take down some of the rebels from crosses that had been erected, hundreds of them around Jerusalem.
Today, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
A go-to weapon of execution for the Romans for rebellion.
A little bit weird.
And then, what happens with Josephus is he goes on to become this great
Yeah,
historian.
it's gotta be.
Records first his story of the
It's weird to
war
be any person.
in a very
Oh, God.
successful book called The
But,
Roman
in
Jewish
this
War,
time,
or The Jewish War.
It's particularly weird. If
And
you're
then
like
later,
one of the
about
people,
20 years later, he's
I mean,
living in Rome, never
the
goes back to
media
Israel.
is so bizarrely compromised.
Writes this massive
So weird.
history
When
of
you watch these
of the
narratives
Jews from
spin both
creation
on the
up
left
until
and
this
on the
day,
right,
called Antiquities.
they're like, is
and a
anybody
few other
fucking
books. Really
rational?
quite
Is
fascinating.
anybody
As I
looking
mentioned,
at in this
He's very problematic
few
for the historian to work with
that a
because
comedian
he's writing
like
under
yourself
strange
just
circumstances.
rises to the top of the
It
heap?
also is worth noting that he's actually,
Well, it's funny, dude,
in many
because
ways, a very
so like since the last time I was on, this has been kind of like the knock on me in a way. Now is that comedian? You're just a comedian.
National support comedian.
So important that the elders of Jerusalem were consulting with him to find out his opinion on Jewish law, which just sounds
That's
absurd.
been like essentially that's like the knock is like you're acting like you're an expert, but you're just some comedian, and it's like
essential resource for us
that's
to
the point.
understand that the
That's
person
always been the point.
is
Like,
actually
yes,
very
I'm just a
talented
comedian.
writer
I'm not an
with
expert, and still
and he
being not an expert,
to write
hand me your
so
favorite
many
poor hawk,
pieces of
and
information
I will
that
tear them to
was not
shreds because it's actually not that hard. And like these people aren't really experts
Today
either.
is
Well,
It's also the problem with that
birthday
is
of
these
Jewish
people that are
history.
talking about this are talking about people not being experts while they're not experts. You
By the
know,
way, for those of
Doug have a
you
degree in
who are
English?
subscribers to this channel, and especially members of the
Sam
channel,
Harris
you
is
may notice a little bit of a dip in
There's always
activity over the
different
summer. That's
people,
primarily because
you know,
I'm really
expertise
excited
in one
that
area.
that was
Right,
my first
geopolitical,
publisher
world
to date for
politics,
volume 1 of the history of the
international
Jews. I've been working on
relations,
for
and
a couple of
chaos,
years
and
now,
war, and
and
military-industrial
it's really
complex.
thrilling.
Like
If
these
you're
are
interested in reading the
very
last
complex,
chapters,
sophisticated,
commenting on them,
nuanced
I'm really
discussions
pleased
that
to
you have
have
to have in
other
talk
people
about
who are doing so, members
so
of the
many
channel.
different factors at play. There's so much money. There's so much bullshit in
And
terms of like what's the truth,
I
what's
have
the
a lot
narrative,
of great
who's
plans
pushing the
for
narrative,
later
who's
on in
being
the
paid
summer
to
when we
push
get
the
started
narrative,
up again with the
which is
season.
really
Look
weird.
forward to producing
There's
many
so
more
many of these
videos
fucking
and sharing.
online
Thank you
influencers
very
that
much
I don't
for
even think
your
are really human beings
your
that have like prominent accounts.
Yep. But then there's also it's a convenient kind of way to dismiss somebody.
Of course, instead
because
of addressing the facts.
well, I thought it was this just I thought was really funny to me was that so like a few days after the last time after me and Douglas Murray debated on the show, he went on Bill Maher's show, and so it's like after having this whole thing, a whole 45 minutes opening the show about how you comedians don't know what you're talking about. He says don't know while he's smearing two people who he's never heard of and doesn't even know what they do or whatever, but not the best way to make a guilt to expertise. But no, he doesn't have a problem with Bill Maher doing it because he agrees with him. So the issue isn't really being an expert versus being a comedian. You know, Konstantin Kassin went on this whole thing about expertise and all of this, and it's like he also started as a comedian. Why all of a sudden does this standard only apply to me and only when I'm talking about Israel? It never applied to me when I was talking about COVID. It never applied to me when they agreed with me on stuff. They would just go, look, Dave, breaking it down. But now there's this one topic that one guy is not allowed to not be an expert on, and it happens to be this one topic that the entire population is turning on. I shouldn't say the entire, but it's huge numbers.
When someone attacks like what you do professionally versus what you're actually saying.
Yeah.
Why not just dispute what he's saying instead of like this appeal to authority? Right? You're not an expert.
But also, to ask that question is to answer that question.
You can only ask me a few things in life that I can give you like definitive answers on. And even then, I might have to refer to expert. Like, you want to ask me about judo? I've been doing jiu-jitsu since 90. I think I started in 97, somewhere around there. 96, maybe. I don't know shit about judo. I know how to do a few hip tosses, but when someone is doing something, I don't know what it's called. If I go haragoshi, I might get it wrong. Because haragoshi might be legs on the outside versus leg on the inside. Wrestling, I gotta defer to DC. Even in martial arts, I'm not totally an expert.
Yeah, and then there might be somebody who is totally an expert, like say a wrestler who went to the Olympics,
right?
And with the total expert or a coach or something like that, total expert in wrestling, and they could still get something about MMA completely off or jiu-jitsu.
Right, it happened in the last fight, in the last UFC card. Daniel Cormier didn't know about the dead orchard. So he thought this person was fine because they had two arms in while they were caught in a triangle. I go, no, this is a real submission. This is fucking dangerous. There's this guy, Nathan Orchard, who figured out how to do a triangle with two arms in, and it's replicable. A lot of guys do it now. And I think it was a lady at the last UFC had it. And I was like, oh shit, and Daniel didn't know it yet.
there's a couple other things like the buggy choke. If you don't know about jiu-jitsu and you see a guy who's on his back and he's getting smothered, but all of a sudden he reaches under with his leg, and I'm going, oh, and you don't know what's going on. Like, that's a fucking joke, like a really dangerous one. Ty Ruotolo gets you in that, you're Foxville. You know, there's guys. So it's like there's areas of expertise, even in areas that I'm an expert in, that I have to call on other people. Like, this is a stupid argument. Like, what are the facts? Does that submission work? Is that genocide? Like, what's going on? Are you funding Hamas? Is Hezbollah a proxy of Iran? Did Iran get the money to do this when Biden released the funds? Because who's allowed to be an expert on all these things?
Yeah, and then of course there are things like do you support lockdowns? And like, in order to have, say, an expert opinion on this policy, it's like, okay, well, you'd be like, they'd say we're following the science. You know, so in other words, they have an epidemiologist or something like that who's arguing lockdowns will cut down on the transmission of the lockdown. I forget, they turned out to be wrong, but leaving that aside, you're like, okay, but are they also an economist? Are they also a sociologist, a specialist in childhood development who would tell you what closing schools? Oh, who's the person who has expertise in every single one of those fields? Exists. There isn't an expert in all of those fields. You know what I mean?
That was the problem with that time, because that time everyone was so fearful, and the news is pushing fear. It was clearly a narrative. I forget who it was, but some health official was being interviewed recently that during 2020 that Anthony Fauci said to him, the problem is Americans aren't scared enough. Which is crazy to say. It's a wild thing to say that your goal is to make people more fearful. So you're trying to put out a narrative that makes people more fearful, which, by the way, fucks with your immune system in a gigantic way. Not good at all to be scared. I don't know how many people got really, really, really sick from COVID because when they got it, they freaked the fuck out and they couldn't sleep and they thought they were going to die, and they were really, and that makes you attack people around you, and then you look for a solution. And when these trusted institutions, which up until 5 fucking years ago, I was 100% on board with everything, with vaccines, with every medical innovation other than psychiatric medications, which I think are pretty much overprescribed. All of a sudden, everyone's like hoping these people have the answer. So anybody's like, but there's this guy Jay Bhattacharya, you know, he's also an expert. Fuck you. It's like an anti-science, trust the science, COVID denier, vaccine denier. It just became this fearful response because everybody just responded to the fucking media because everybody's too tuned in to all of this negative shit, man, all day long.
But you have to scare people. You know, if you want to implement like a tyrannical policy, you almost always have to scare people. I mean, that's
the only way.
Now everyone knows, right? Like you just said, like being terrified is not good for your health. That on a human level, we also all know that it's not good for good decision making. You know, but it is excellent for. I will turn my brain off and give the authority to you to go do. I mean, look, it was right after 9/11. You know, people forget about this, but like the level to which Dick Cheney and George W. Bush used to fearmonger. And Dick Cheney, the Vice President of the United States of America, who was a bit more than just your average Vice President, he said it's not a matter of if, but when there will be another 9/11 attack. They were trying to tell the American people right after 9/11 to be in a constant state of fear.
Do you remember the COVID warnings where they had colors? Or excuse me, the war terrifying where they had colors.
The threat level or whatever. Yeah. And then one day they'd be like, it's up to yellow.
Yeah.
And I mean, we were really still traumatized from 9/11. But the thing about it is that they knew what they wanted to do. They knew the policy they wanted to start embarking on. And it was a mix of, they hate us, the big lie, which they hate us for our freedom, which was like really the big lie after 9/11 was like, because the American people very organically wanted to know what the beef was. Like 9/11 happened, everybody was like, yo, why do they hate us? What's this beef about? And their answer was, they hate you for your freedom, and by the way, this is going to happen again. So be terrified. Second off, understand that they're so irrational that their beef with you is that, like, your grandma can go to the grocery store. So what do you do with that? Other than say what the American people said, which is, George W. Bush, you have a blank check to go attack whoever you want to, and we'll support you.
Yeah, I remember feeling that way, right? I remember feeling it's up to these fucking guys, these hard-nosed generals, military leaders these are the guys that are going to protect us. We got to put all our faith in them. I had no idea. So 2001, I wasn't that much of a conspiracy theorist. I was into UFOs. I was into Bigfoot. I was into stupid shit. I was into fun, stupid shit. Right. Me and Eddie Bravo would get high and watch space documentaries and freak out about aliens. The stupid shit. But then the Patriot Act came along. And I was like, okay, what the fuck is this? It's indefinite detention me. When they signed the NDAA, you're like, wait a minute, what are you talking about? What is the month, what it rhymes with cunt, that the act that Obama passed in 2015 that allowed to use censorship, or propaganda on American citizens?
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
Yep.
It's like, okay, but at what point in time do I start getting? Yep. And I had read one book a long time ago that really fucked me up. This book called Best Evidence about the Kennedy assassination. And unfortunately, I read it right before I went on stage. I was by myself. I was in Philadelphia, and I was headlining. And this was like when I was just starting to headline, right? And so, had a show Thursday, killed. Everything's great. Went back to my hotel room. Nothing to do. Read this fucking book for like 6 hours. Freaked the fuck out. Showed up at this show like, God, they killed the president. Like, I had never even considered that before that book. Or even thought that there's like secret government agencies that plot against the president. Like, I thought that's the fucking man, and everybody works together. And Lee Harvey Oswald was a nut. He fucking shot him. And I'm like, oh my God. And I bombed. I fucking bombed. And I apologized to the staff. I apologized to the manager. I go, listen, I fucked up. And I read this book right before I got here. Really fucked me up. It's done that before, man.
When you have your mind blown like that, you need time after that before you make it funny.
Oh.
Like it takes time to like then almost come back to it.
You should never engage in that kind of stuff like right before you go on stage. It's terrible. Yeah. Anything real and ominous. So I had a second show and it went great. But I was like, okay, I can't ever do that again. But that started me. That was just peripheral. It was just the JFK thing. I was only interested in that. I didn't get into Nixon. I didn't get into any of that. September 11th, 2001, in the beginning, it was wonderful. After the attack, everyone was so friendly. It's terrible that this thing happened. It's terrible that these people died. But it made me think, like, every now and then, we need to get bitch slapped. It's like when you see people, like, getting in people's faces for, like, waving an American flag. Fuck you, fascist. A bitch slap every now and then. Like, that guy might go, fucking, what was I doing? I just ran up to that veteran and I got in his face because I wanted to impress my lesbian girlfriend. Like, fuck is wrong with me? I don't know how to fight. I got a concussion and this guy bitch slapped me. It's on TikTok. Fuck. Like, you need that sometimes just as like a course reset. I felt like as a country, we've been doing shady shit all around the world forever, and there's real war happening everywhere, but we're super lucky because we're separated by oceans and not too much has really happened here. Oh my God, this is real. And everybody had an American flag on their fucking car. And when I was in New York City afterwards, we were filming Fear Factor one day, and everyone was so cool. And firemen were rock stars. Cops were rock stars. Everybody was thanking them. Everybody was thanking them for their service. It was great. All these firemen in front of this bar, me and the Fear Factor group. These guys were fucking, it's like I was hanging out with Brad Pitt. It was nuts. Everybody was so thankful. Where'd that go?
Yeah, I was there. I was in New York City on 9/11, and I remember. So I was in Brooklyn, like only a few miles from the World Trade Center, and like,
did you physically see it?
No, I saw it. So I remember seeing. I think so. When I got out of school, I was in high school. I was a senior in high school, and we got out. One of the girls like forged a note, said it was from our parents or something like that. I forget exactly how it worked, but we got out. And it was like I was friends with the security guard. I
used to buy weed from them. But you know, it was a different time. Pre-9/11, we were just all hanging out buying weed from the security guards at schools. But so he let us out. So I remember I'm pretty sure when we came to Flatbush Ave, we saw like there was smoke in the air, but both the towers had fallen by the time we got out. But there were people, so the subways had been out for a while. And where I was like on Flatbush Avenue. If anyone knows Brooklyn, it's like Flatbush and 7th Avenue. So this is like, it's kind of a straight shoot down to the Manhattan Bridge, and then the Brooklyn Bridge is down there too. But the Brooklyn Bridge you can walk over. And so at this point already, people who were down in the financial district had just decided to walk back to Brooklyn because they realized they weren't going to get a cab or get on the subway. And so you'd see just like one guy in a suit and tie covered in soot, head to toe. Like walking up, like, oh, he must have just been down there and walked up. But I remember, now this even there was very busy, but people were stopping asking each other. People who you would pass on the street but never talk to were stopping and asking everyone, how's your family? Everyone okay? All right, are you fine? Like there was this like community spirit that you don't typically get in New York City. There's just too many people and you can't talk to everybody.
Yeah.
But that part of it was kind of beautiful. And then of course governments do what they do and immediately manipulated that into launching wars that they wanted from before 9/11 that had absolutely nothing to do with 9/11.
Yeah.
Which is, you know.
So the Patriot Act was a bunch of shit they had tried to pass for a while, for years. And everyone's like, what fucking crazy.
Dude, well, this is the thing, and I guess maybe it's partly like my age, because I was 18 at the time, and this is like my coming of age, time.
Right.
But I will never stop being furious at that shit. And this is like still today, I'm sure you see it when I'm on podcasts with you and doing debates and stuff. But I'm so angry over the war in Iraq and the subsequent wars, Libya and Syria and Somalia and Yemen and all of them. But specifically because, like, all these the neoconservatives, the N-word that I'm not supposed to bring up. By the way, Douglas Murray wrote a book called Neoconservatism, Why We Need It. But when I say the word neoconservatism, be careful what you're watering here or something like that.
Is that what they said? I didn't know that this was an issue, that you can't discuss neoconservatism.
Well, that's what Douglas said when I was on with him. He said, the N-word, when I brought it up, and then said, I'm watering something because I mentioned Wolfowitz.
Okay, so that's anti-Semitism. Right. Well, that's kind of ridiculous.
Yes.
You're talking about something incredibly important.
Well,
like neoconservatism. Why would that be a thing that you can't discuss? That sounds crazy. The rivalries, the marching bands, the upsets. Saturdays just got way more fun. College football is back. Think you know the game? Put your college football knowledge to the test with DraftKings Sportsbook and turn your picks into big payouts. From live betting during the game to rivalry week odds boosts and so much more, DraftKings Sportsbook has everything you need to stay in the action. From kickoff to final whistle. Whether you're betting on your go-to team or making moves mid-game as the momentum shifts, Saturdays are yours to own with Draft Sportsbook. Here's something special for first-timers. New customers bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN for new customers. Get $300 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. In partnership with DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort, it says 21 and over age. Eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 after issuance. For additional terms of responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Well, I mean, I'd say the answer is that those guys got into power. They really hijacked American foreign policy after 9/11 because they happened to all be in power in the Bush administration. Then 9/11 happened on their watch. But if you go back and read the shit they read, and I will never stop talking about this because it's just too goddamn crazy. But if you read the guys who were in the George W. Bush administration, I mean, like the signatories on the Project for a New American Century, which was their think tank, the PNAC is called, were like Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld and Paul Wolfowitz and Fife and Richard Pearl and David Worms. I mean, it was the whole group who took over the government, and they wrote explicitly in the Project for a New American Century that they were like, look, Okay, the Soviet Union is close. We are, for the first time in human history, like the lone superpower in the world. So what we should do right now is fight multiple wars, because no one threatens us, and so therefore we should fight multiple wars too. Right now we have an opportunity to remake the world, overthrow the old Soviet sock puppet states, install our own states there, and guarantee say. They go, now look, this is what we want to do, but we're unlikely to get mass American